Chapter 1, New Dragon's Release from Prison. Chen Pingan, you used the name of subsidizing poor students to win the favor of female college students, and then forcibly violated the 7 female college students that you had subsidized, and the forensic examiner found residual evidence in their bodies respectively. This court declares that you will be sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment, effective immediately. Carrying a canvas bag, Chen Pingan stood in front of the Longcheng mobile station, recalling all the past that he had been wrongly accused of 5 years ago. His eyes gradually flooded with a wave of hatred. 8 years ago, he sponsored 7 poor female college students in the provincial city of Jiangzhou. 3 years after the funding of the 7 female college students to thank him for the reason to invite him to dinner, intentionally get him drunk and brought to the hotel. He woke up the next day. He was inexplicably sued by the 7 female college students to the court. In front of ironclad evidence, he was finally sentenced to 10 years. Fortunes and misfortunes come together. In prison he met a master who was on fire for practicing kung fu and had a short life expectancy, and learned a world-class medical skill that can make the dead flesh and bones alive, the 9 Dragons Medical Code. Yesterday, he was released from prison with a reduced sentence for good behavior. I thought I could be reunited with my family when I got out of prison, but I came home and found the house empty. He heard from his neighbors that his mother and sister were taken away by a group of strangers not long after he was imprisoned, and no one knew where they were taken. In order to find his mom and sister, Pingan Chen remembered the ancient dragon burial ring that his master had given him before he died. Before his death, his master had explained that this burial dragon ring could hold a total of 9 golden needles, and as long as he collected the first one, he would be able to learn the 9 Dragons Medical Codex, the unique medical art of the burial dragon hall. And now the first golden needle was in his hand, and the 9 Dragons Medical Codex had already been learned as well. As long as he could collect the second golden needle, he would be able to learn the burial dragon palace's town hall mastery, the phoenix harnessing technique, which would be invincible in the world after practicing it. If you collect the third golden needle, you can inherit the wealth of the burial dragon palace. If you collect 4 gold needles, you will be able to obtain the book of 10,000 elephants. If you collect 5 gold needles, you will be able to command the 4 heavenly kings of the burial dragon palace. If you collect 6 gold needles, you will be able to inherit the information network of the burial dragon palace that spreads all over the world. Collecting 7 golden needles will lead you to the headquarters of the burial dragon palace. Collecting the 8th golden needle can open the door of the burial dragon palace. Collecting 9 gold needles could awaken the 9 true dragons buried in the buried dragon palace and fulfill a wish. In order to collect more than 6 golden needles and use the intelligence network of the buried dragon palace to find his mother and sister, Pingan Chen came to Dragon City alone. This was because the 2nd and 3rd golden needles were in the hands of the old master of the Mu family, a newly emerged powerful family in Dragon City. Thinking of this, Chen Pingan walked out of the moving station and waved his hand to stop a car. Little brother, where to? The driver was very enthusiastic. Mu family manor. That driver froze for a moment after hearing Chen Pingan's words and continued. Sir is going to pay homage to old Mr. Mu Xinbo Mu, right? Tribute? Mu Xinbo is dead? Chen Pingan froze, then asked with an ugly face. The 2nd and 3rd golden needles were in Mu Xinbo's hands. If he died, where would he go to find the golden needles? Yes, it was just said on the radio that Long City's newest magnate, Mu Xinbo, the founder of the Mu Group, Master Mu, had died the day before yesterday, and the funeral was held at 2 p.m. sharp today. According to the grapevine, Mr. Mu was poisoned to death because of a big project they were competing for with an established powerhouse, and even the world-famous national doctor Dr. Who was unable to do anything about it. The Mu family also built a super low-temperature frozen coffin to freeze Master Mu's body. The driver told Pingan Chen the news he had heard from the trail. Drive immediately and arrive at the Mu family manor by 2 o'clock. This money is yours, Pingan Chen said as he shoved a bunch of money into the driver's hand. This money was what he had earned from giving medical attention to the guards when he was in prison. It wasn't much, just a few $1,000s. Brother, don't worry, I promise to deliver you to the Mu family by 2 o'clock, so that you and Elder Mu can see each other one last time. The driver glanced at the pile of money, and immediately changed his address to Pingan Chen from the previous little brother to brother. After saying that, he stepped on the gas, and the cab sped along, stopping steadily at 1:59 p.m. in front of a manor covering several acres of land. On the plaque on the door Mu Fu 2 big words flying color. White silk hung from the door beams, and a burst of sad mourning and crying came from inside. With that, Pingan Chen walked in. At a glance, several direct Mu family members were kneeling in front of the spirit hall in mourning, and several servants were about to seal the coffin and carry it to the burial. You can't seal the coffin. Pingan Chen's voice was not loud, but it seemed to have a kind of magical power, and it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. It immediately drew the gazes of everyone in the spiritual hall. Even the Mu family members who had been crying in mourning stopped crying at this moment and looked towards Pingan Chen, who had walked in from outside. a head of short hair, carrying an old canvas bag on his back. The clothes looked clean but washed white. At a glance it was clear that he had been wearing them for several years. Elder Mu's eldest son, Mu Jiannan, stood out and shouted, "Who is it? Condolence time is over. Go away and don't delay my father's burial. I'm not here to offer my condolences. I'm here to find Mu Xinbo to collect a debt. He can't die before he returns what I want." When Pingan Shen said this, everyone present was stunned. The market value of Mu Group was billions of dollars, and Mu Xinbo was the founder of Mu Group. How could he possibly owe a young man a debt? This kid is clearly an enemy sent to cause trouble. One by one, the Mu family members revealed a look of anger towards Pingan Shen. "Kid, my father has no grudge against you. You even came to cause trouble on the day of his old man's funeral. Do you really think our Mu family is easy to mess with? Someone come, blast this bastard out to break both legs." With a command from Mu Jiannan, some of the surrounding family members immediately rushed towards Pingan Shen, each of them with a wave of anger on their faces. Elder Mu had treated them well in his lifetime. If they didn't give this bastard an unforgettable lesson, they would all be sorry for the kindness that Elder Mu had shown them in his lifetime. Pingan Shen stood his ground fearlessly. Before those people could rush to him, he flung a few coins in his hand, and those houseguests suddenly fell to the ground en masse. This scene shocked everyone's jaws off. By the time the crowd reacted, Pingan Shen had already arrived in front of Elder Mu's coffin. "You want to die before handing over what I want? It's not that easy," Pingan Shen muttered softly as he looked at Elder Mu, who was lying in the ultra-low temperature frozen coffin. Then he pulled out the only golden needle he had in his hand from the burial dragon ring in his hand, and without hesitation, inserted it into Elder Mu's forehead on the Tianting point. The other hand tapped rhythmically on Elder Mu's chest. "Asshole, how dare you mess with my father's remains? I will kill you." The dead were the greatest. As the Mu family members saw Pingan Shen's actions one by one, they all revealed their anger, wanting to go forward to get Pingan Shen killed. Cough. But just at this time, a cough suddenly came from the coffin. Chapter 2. Is your granddaughter ugly? Who was coughing just now? Mu Jiannan asked in a deep voice to the crowd. Everyone all shook their heads, since no one coughed. What was that cough just now? The Mu family's crowd couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Elder Mu inside the coffin. In the next second, everyone gasped in shock, because they realized that the old master's face seemed to have regained a hint of redness. "What did you do to my father?" Old Master Mu's second son, Mu Jiandong, stammered and asked. "I said that Mu Xinbo still owes something I want. He's not qualified to die yet." When Pingan Shen said this, even the little cutie all knew that he was trying to save Elder Mu. "Brother, why don't we let him try? If this kid can't save Dad, then we won't be late to break him into pieces." The coffin just now had ignited a glimmer of hope in Mu Jiantong's heart, willing to gamble on letting this stranger in front of him give it a try, and persuaded his brother, Mu Jiannan. All the people in the Mu family thought the same way. Chen Pingan ignored the crowd and kept his right hand slowly rotating the golden needles at Master Mu's Tianting point with the golden needles, while his left hand tapped on Master Mu's heart position. Not long after, a trace of black gas slowly emerged from the old man who had been dead for 2 days. That was the poisonous and cold chi in Elder Mu's body that was produced by him using the golden needle to force it out of his body. Moreover, his heart miraculously followed the beat, and old Master Mu's pale face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the next second, Elder Mu violently coughed out a large mouthful of black blood, then slowly opened his eyes. "Dad came alive? Elder, he's really come alive." Everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene. Those servants in the Mu family thought that old Master Mu had swindled his corpse, and one by one, they were scared and took several steps back. The newly awakened Elder Mu was a bit confused when he saw himself lying in a cold coffin, with his children in mourning looking at him. "What's happening to me?" Old Master Mu asked with a bewildered look on his face. "You were dead, but were brought back by me." Seeing that everyone had yet to recover from the shock, Pingan Shen had to answer Elder Mu's question for the Mu family. "I remember. I lost consciousness after I heard Divine Doctor who announced my death earlier. It turned out that it was the young Divine Doctor who pulled the old man back from the hands of the King of Hades. Please accept the old man's obeisance." After Pingan Shen's reminder, Elder Mu remembered what had happened earlier and immediately struggled to come out of the coffin to pay his respects to Pingan Shen. It was only then that the Mu family members came back to their senses from their state of shock and hurriedly helped the old master out of the coffin. "There's no need to thank me. I'm here to collect a debt. You can't die before the debt is recovered." Pingan Shen reached out to stop Elder Mu from paying his respects. In fact, the reason why Elder Mu, who had already been dead for 2 days, was able to wake up, the special frozen coffin lying underneath him played a big role. Because of this pair of ultra-low temperature freezing coffins, it could preserve Elder Mu's body very well, and the cells in his body were quickly frozen without dying before he died. Western medicine also had a similar technique. freezing people who had just died or were about to die with a specialized freezing device, waiting for medicine to develop later before thawing the person and then resuscitating them back. And Ping and Shen's 9 Dragons Medical Codex and Golden Needle had the magical effect of resuscitating people who had just gone into shock. Those black qi on Elder Mu's body just now were produced by him using the golden needles to force out the cold and poisonous qi in Fang's body. Wanting a debt? Everyone looked curiously at Elder Mu, but they realized that even the old master was at a loss at the moment. Elder Mu had borrowed money from people when he first started his business in the past, but those debts had all been paid back after he succeeded in his business. And those who had lent him money, he had given generous returns, and now they had all become shareholders of their Mu group. I wonder if Elder Mu still remembers this ring. Pingon Shen didn't beat around the bush and directly revealed the burial dragon ring on his left index finger. Burial dragon ring. So the young divine doctor is actually the successor of the burial dragon ring. No wonder he was able to snatch the man from the king of hell and pull the old immortal back from the king of hell's hands. Elder Mu revealed a look of excitement when he saw the ring on Chen Pingon's hand. Since Elder Mu knows about this burial dragon ring, then he should know what debt I have come to claim today, right? Seeing that Elder Mu recognized the ring on his hand, Pingon Shen faintly asked, "Of course I know, but if you want those 2 things back you have to promise me a condition." After the excitement, Elder Mu said to Pingon Shen with a mysterious face. Chen Pingon frowned deeply, but thinking that the whereabouts of his mother and sister were unknown, and that he had to get back the stray golden needles no matter what means were used, he had to hold back the unhappiness in his heart. As long as I can do it, and it doesn't violate morals, ethics, laws and regulations, the conditions are yours. My conditions are very simple, neither against morals and ethics, nor against laws and regulations. As long as you marry my granddaughter Mu Orange, I will return the item to you. Just when Pingon Shen thought that Elder Mu would make some conditions that would be very difficult for him to fulfill, Elder Mu said something that stunned everyone present. The condition was actually to marry his granddaughter. Mu Orange? This old master woke up with a confused head after dying once, right? How could he marry Mu Orange, the Mu family's most outstanding granddaughter, to a strange man? You have to know that Mu Orange is known as one of the 4 great beauties of Dragon City, and she is also the beautiful president of the Mu clan group, a proper rich white beauty. In Dragon City, the young talents pursuing Mu Orange added up to at least a lengthened company. There was no need to worry about marrying. How about it? This condition of mine is very simple, right? As long as you get the license with my granddaughter Mu Orange today, come back and I'll give you those 2 things. When Elder Mu saw the disbelieving look on Chen Pingon's face, he was happy in his heart and liked the effect. Once again smiling, he asked Chen Pingon, "I'll take the liberty of asking, is that granddaughter of yours?" Mu Orange, short, fat and full of pimples, just like Ruohua in the movie? Pingon Shen asked with an odd face. When he said this, Elder Mu froze. The Mu family's crowd also froze. Only Mu Orange, who stood behind the crowd, had frost on her face, and her eyes were filled with a murderous aura as she looked at Pingon Shen. This president is naturally beautiful, tall, graceful, and knowledgeable, and is the dream girl of every man in Dragon City from 80 years old down to 8 years old. How come in this kid's mouth became short and fat, also full of pimples, ugly as a flower? If not for the sake of you saved grandpa's sake, this lady will certainly to beat you to your mother. Do not recognize you for this. Chapter 3, A Twisted Melon is not sweet, but it quenches your thirst. Seeing is believing, hearing is not. Elder Mu didn't bother to explain, directly pulling his granddaughter Mu Orange, who was standing behind the crowd, to come in front of him. "Little divine doctor, this is my granddaughter Mu Orange. Whether she looks just like Ruwa or not is up to you." Seeing the girl that Elder Mu pushed in front of him, Chen Pingon's eyes almost went round. The woman in front of him was in her early 20s. She could see that she had no makeup and was purely vegan, with bright white teeth, a dainty cherry mouth, and a small golden round earring on both sides of her ears. Even if the body is still wearing hemp, morning can also see her body convex and curved, height at least 1.75 m or more. The skin is fair and delicate with milk-like. This is a proper goddess. His previous girlfriend is also considered a beauty, but compared to Mu Orange, whether it is temperament or features or body is not a grade. If his former girlfriend Lin Duer was a 3rd-line star level, then Mu Orange in front of him is a super 1st-line level. Even if it's a plain face, it's like a fairy coming down to earth, which makes one's heart flutter. Chen Pingon's mind was even more puzzled. With such a granddaughter, and the Mu family being the newest powerhouse in Dragon City, the young talents pursuing Mu Orange should have stepped over the threshold of the Mu family, so it's impossible that she can't get married. Instead, Elder Mu had pushed his granddaughter to himself like a piece of trash. There was definitely a problem here. Elder Mu noticed the look of amazement in Chen Pingon's eyes and instantly felt that there was something going on. "How's that? This granddaughter of mine is still in your eyes, little divine doctor. As long as you nod your head, she'll be your daughter-in-law from now on, Elder Mu said and pulled up the hands of the two, wanting to put his granddaughter Mu-Wan Orange's hand into Chin Pingan's hand, so that the two could hold hands. I will not marry. I will not marry. Seeing the old man's action, Chen Pingan and Mu-Wan Orange subconsciously retracted their hands and refused in unison. After saying this, both of them froze. Neither side had expected them to act so tacitly. Dad, Wan Er and this little divine doctor don't even know each other by name yet. Both sides don't know each other either. How can you let the two of them get married? Even if they get married they won't be happy. I'm against this marriage. At this time Mu-Wan Orange's father, Mu Jiannan, also came back to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward to state his position. What's wrong with not knowing each other? Won't the two of them know each other when they go to register and get a license in a little while? Think back when your mother and I did not know before we got married. Until the time of the cave only two people met for the first time. We two are still not in love for life. The two of them have met before the cave. Still do not know enough? As long as the little divine doctor is willing to nod, this matter is settled. Whoever opposes it is useless. As long as I'm still alive, this family is still my say. Ahem. Elder Mu cursed angrily at the Mu-Wan Orange father and daughter, then coughed non-stop. The father and daughter originally wanted to resist, but when they saw the old master coughing so much that his face turned white and he looked shaky, for the sake of the old master's body, the two of them could only shut up and didn't dare to say anything else. The rest of the Mu family hurriedly came up to pat the old master's back and smooth his hair. Elder Mu, even if your granddaughter is willing to marry me, I won't marry her. You'd better change your terms. After Elder Mu returned to normal, Pingan Chen once again made his attitude clear to the Mu family. The moment his words came out, the faces of both Elder Mu and Mu-Wan Orange's grandparents and grandchildren became very ugly. Kid, what do you mean? Do you think that this young lady is not worthy of you? Hearing Chin Pingan's public refusal to marry himself, Mu-Wan Orange always felt very uncomfortable in her heart. It was as if she had to marry him and then was still disliked by him. She questioned Chin Pingan with a dissatisfied face. Orange, don't be rude. Seeing his granddaughter questioning Pingan Chen like this, Elder Mu hurriedly scolded his granddaughter. Grandpa, why do you always turn towards him, as if he is your own grandson and I am an outsider? Humph. After Mu-Wan Orange was reprimanded by her grandfather, she beamed with an unhappy face and scolded her grandfather. But Elder Mu ignored her and once again looked at Pingan Chen. Let's do it this way. I'll change this condition, as long as you're willing to marry this granddaughter of mine for 3 months. After 3 months if you think she's not suitable to be your daughter-in-law then you'll divorce again. So it's always okay, right? Elder Mu retreated and only asked Chin Pingan to marry his granddaughter Mu-Wan Orange for 3 months. He believed in his granddaughter's beauty and ability. As long as it took 3 months, the little divine doctor in front of him would definitely accept his granddaughter. As for whether or not his granddaughter Mu-Wan Orange would be attracted to the little divine doctor in front of him and fall in love with the other party within these 3 months, he wasn't worried at all. As far as he knew, every successor of the burial dragon ring practiced the wind harnessing skill, and after practicing it, in addition to having all sorts of miraculous effects, it also had a special attraction to women. He had the golden needle engraved with the wind harnessing skill in his hand. As long as the two of them got married, he would give the golden needle to the little divine doctor, and his attraction to the opposite sex would increase greatly after practicing it, and by the time they were allowed to get divorced it was estimated that his granddaughter wouldn't be willing to get divorced. Moreover, every heir of the dragon burial ring can achieve some dominance. His granddaughter married to the heir of the dragon burial ring, whether it is for the granddaughter or their Mu family, are great benefits. All the benefits and no harm. That was why Elder Mu was trying his best to bring his granddaughter and Pingan Chen together. Alas, as the ancient saying goes, a melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. Why are you so bitter, Elder Mu? Pingan Chen sighed and said, a strongly twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches your thirst. Elder Mu answered, and even winked at Pingan Chen when he finished. His look of disrespect for the old man caused everyone present to be shocked. For this old master to say such disrespectful words for the sake of old age in order to marry his granddaughter to this stranger simply refreshed their perception of old masters. Was this still the old master of their family? It couldn't be someone borrowing a corpse and returning to life, could it? Regardless of whether it was the Mu family's children or the household servants, each and every one of them looked at Elder Mu with dumbfounded eyes. But, since Elder Mu has said his words to this point, it would be ungrateful of me not to agree, but I have a word in advance. If your granddaughter and I divorce after 3 months of getting a license, you can't get in the way. Pingan Chen thought about it, although he still felt that this Mu-Wan Orange might not be a normal girl, but in order to get the 2 golden needles in Elder Mu's hand, he could only choose to compromise. The big deal was that he would divorce the other party as soon as the 3-month period was up. Good, then we have a deal. In order to be able to put your mind at ease, we can make a note and write down all of your requirements, so you can always rest assured, right? Jiannan, go to the study and get a pen and paper. The rest of you hurry up and take off your morning clothes, and remove all these white damasks in the house and replace them with festive red lanterns and red double happiness. Seeing that Chen Pingon finally agreed, Elder Mu, with an excited look on his face, asked his son to go get a pen and paper to make a note to Chen Pingon on the spot. Chapter 4, Wedding on Purpose. In order to prevent the two of them from playing tricks and casually getting a fake marriage license back to fool themselves, after ordering his two sons to clean up the house, Master Mu let his driver drive him to personally take Muon Orange and Chen Pingon, who had changed their clothes and looked even more beautiful, to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register. The old man's this move directly let Muon Orange's fake marriage plan is dead in the water. With a bitter face, very reluctant to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register. However, a beautiful person's face was not ugly even if she was bitter, but rather made people feel cute. Chen Pingon had always wondered, such a beautiful Muon Orange was not at all worried about getting married. Why did Elder Mu have to force him to marry Muon Orange? The group quickly arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Both of them were cold-faced while taking the wedding photos and stood especially far away with a reluctant look on their faces. No, you guys are not getting married. It's clearly an enemy meeting with a murderous face. Start over, you guys have to smile. Overflowing with happiness, no? Getting married is a big happy event. You two practice how to smile face to face first. Elder Mu didn't even look like a person who had just come back from the dead. Energetic and disgruntled as he commanded the two to take a wedding photo from the sidelines. Muon Orange and Chen Pingon could only follow the old master's instructions and face each other with awkward smiles. But just at this time, the old master standing aside suddenly stumbled and crashed into his granddaughter Muon Orange's body, and the defenseless Muon Orange directly pounced on Ping and Chen's body, and very skillfully, she kissed Ping and Chen mouth to mouth. When the two lips came into contact, it was as if the two were electrocuted. Both of them looked at each other with wide eyes and forgot to separate. Good granddaughter. Would you believe me if Grandpa said that it was just an accident? Elder Mu's words brought the two back to their senses, as if someone had installed a strong spring between the two of them, bouncing them apart quickly. Grandpa, do you think I would believe your words? Muon Orange was so angry that she stomped her foot, turning to glare angrily at her grandfather with an expression that almost made her cry. Grandpa hasn't been normal since he woke up. Not only did he force himself to marry this strange man, but he also deliberately created an opportunity for himself to kiss this man. That was his first kiss. Facing her grandfather who was playing the rogue, Muon Orange had a feeling that she was going to go crazy. Ha, you two will be husband and wife in a while. What's wrong with a kiss? No shame. Elder Mu laughed out loud when he saw his granddaughter's straight stomping face. Elder Mu, you're going a bit too far. Our marriage license hasn't even been issued yet. You're messing up. If you mess up again this marriage we're not getting married. Seeing Muon Orange's puffed up look, Chen Pingon said to Elder Mu with a serious face. This Elder Mu was a good man. His heart was not old. Obviously he had misunderstood Elder Mu as well. If the Muon Orange in front of him was a normal person, so beautiful, really not bad to be a daughter-in-law. But seeing how Elder Mu was so anxious to marry his granddaughter to himself, even going so far as to use such tactics to make him have skin-to-skin contact with Muon Orange, he was convinced that there must be something wrong with this Muon Orange, and it was still a big problem that he couldn't get married. Right, Grandpa, if you keep messing up, we won't get married this time. This time Muon Orange and Chen Pingon stood on the same front, cheeks puffing out as she threatened her grandfather. Fine, Grandpa won't mess up. You guys hurry up and take a picture to get a marriage license. Seeing that he couldn't explain it, Elder Mu simply stopped explaining and said with some depression, afraid that Grandpa will continue to make any mess. The next two people are very hard to cooperate. In the photo trying to make themselves smile happy look. Soon the two of them received a marriage license and walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Muon Orange looked at the hand of the marriage certificate a little out of focus. How she did not think that she was so confused to get married. Elder Mu, now that the marriage license has been collected, can you give me the stuff? Just after walking out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Pingon couldn't wait to ask Elder Mu for the golden needle. Still calling Elder Mu? Call me Grandpa and I'll give you the item. Elder Mu said with some dissatisfaction. Master. Pingon Chen could only shout stiffly. Well, that's more like it. Elder Mu responded with a happy face, then turned his head to look at Muon Orange. Granddaughter, you go back first. I have something to talk to my granddaughter-in-law about. Che, I don't care to hear about your matters. And making it mysterious, Muon Orange disgruntledly gave the two of them a blank look and left. Did you see the pair of golden earrings on your daughter-in-law's ears? That's what you're looking for. It was made into earrings and given to her by her grandmother while she was alive. This girl treats these earrings as a relic left to her by her grandmother, and doesn't give them to anyone, just sell them at night in the bridal chamber, and sneakily remove the earrings while she's tired and asleep. Elder Mu pointed at Muon Orange's back and said with a bad smile on his face, Only then did Pingan Chen notice that the color of the pair of round earrings on Muon Orange's ears was very similar to the gold pin on his hand. Pingan Chen instantly felt that he had been tricked by this Mu Xinhua. I wouldn't have saved you if I had known that the golden needle was on your granddaughter's ear, Pingan Chen said through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, thousands of gold can't buy you knowing earlier. This just shows that you two are destined for each other. Elder Mu very happily flirted with Pingan Chen. When they returned to the Mu family manor, the entire Mu family manor had changed drastically. The original scene of a mournful moment with white silk hanging all around had turned into a joyous scene with lights and colors everywhere. I'll order it down. Have someone look at a good day and book a hotel to organize your wedding. Seeing the joyous scene, Elder Mu said with a wave of his hand and a face of excitement. There's no rush to do the wedding. It's not too late to do it after 3 months if we're not divorced. Pingan Chen hurriedly stopped the other party. That's fine. Then we'll wait for 3 months before organizing the wedding. But that doesn't stop you from cavorting. You're cavorting tonight. And if you're afraid that having a child will affect your divorce in 3 months, you can do a little safety measure, Elder Mu said very generously to Pingan Chen. Pingan Chen listened with a sweaty face. However, since it was a cave-in by decree, then he himself would not be polite tonight. Anyway, the two of them had already been licensed. At most, it would be fine to take safety measures when doing things like her grandfather said. I'm going out to buy something, Chen Pingan said and turned around to leave Mu's house, fearing that if he didn't leave again what words of tiger and wolf would come out of this old man's mouth. Get ready for dinner time. Remember to come back early for dinner, Elder Mu instructed behind him. Chen Pingan didn't even return his head. He just raised his hand and made an okay gesture. Chapter 5 Pointers. Pingan Chen took a car and arrived at the entrance of a Chinese medicine center called Pajitang. This was because in addition to purchasing the condoms for tonight's cave-in, he also had to dispense some medicine for Elder Mu to recuperate his body. That kid in front, get out of my way right now. Before Pingan Chen could walk into the Pajitang, he suddenly heard a chirpy cry from behind him. Pingan Chen turned his head to see a luxury car with a license plate full of zeros parked behind him, and a powerfully dressed beauty commanding two big men holding an unconscious old man in tang suit anxiously walking towards the medical hall. On the principle of patient priority, Pingan Chen immediately dodged to the side to make way for the patient. When the group of people walked past Pingan Chen glanced at the unconscious old man, feeling a bit familiar, but for a moment he could not recall where he had seen him. Boss, hurry up and call your divine doctor who ought to save me. Hurry, 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 the young girl shouted as soon as she entered. The shopkeeper seemed to know that the young girl in front of him was not to be messed with, and immediately put down the work in his hands and ran into the inner hall to look for their boss, Divine Dr. Hu Qingyou, who was known as the Sage of National Medicine. Dr. Hu. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 50s with an 8-pointed beard walked out from the inner hall. He was the famous national medical sage, Divine Dr. Hu Qingyou. When Hu Qingyou saw the unconscious old man, his face instantly changed dramatically. Quickly, lay the person flat on the ground. The others spread out a bit to let the air circulate around them. Boss, fetch the needle. Divine Doctor Hu immediately shouted to that shopkeeper after taking the old man's pulse. The shopkeeper was still quite perceptive. When Divine Doctor Hu Qingyou was taking the old man's pulse, he had already brought the silver needle bag and alcohol lamp over to wait, and when he heard Divine Doctor Hu's command, he immediately handed over the silver needle bag and alcohol lamp. Divine Doctor Hu sterilized the silver needles with the alcohol lamp and then stuck a few needles in the old man's body. Pingan Chen couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Dr. Hu's needles. Sure enough, after Dr. Hu's needles went down, not only did the old man not get better, but his lips started to dry up and his whole body shivered with cold. Hu Qingyou, can you do it? If you can't, you should have said earlier. If anything happens to my grandfather because of your delay, killing your entire family will not absolve you of the blame. That young girl saw the change in her grandfather and coldly threatened Divine Doctor Hu. Divine Doctor Hu, who was already nervous because his condition had not improved, was so frightened that his hands directly shook when he heard the other party's words. Although Pingan Chen was a bit disgusted by the way that young girl was threatening people, but now that what's her name Divine Doctor Hu had already been disorganized by the young girl's threat, if he or she didn't make a move, the old man would have to be accounted for here today. You started from the second needle on the wrong needle. After the Shinting point, the second and third needles should fall on the left and right any Iguan points. The fourth and fifth needles fall on the Chiaosu 2 points. Pingan Chen couldn't help but instruct the other party. Ignorant child, what are you talking nonsense? The patient's internal organs have a share of the evil spirit. Once according to what you say the needle, the patient's internal organs will be destroyed. In the end, what do you have in mind? Dr. Hu was already sweating profusely, and when he heard Pingan Chen's words, he was furious and rebuked Pingan Chen. Divine Doctor Hu's words caused that young girl to listen to look at Chen Pingan's eyes instantly filled with a murderous aura. Ah da, ah air, You two drag this ill-intentioned person who wants to murder my grandfather out to cut out his tongue and then gouge out his eyes. As soon as the young girl's words fell, two ferocious and strong men immediately came out from behind her, and that heir walked towards Chen Pingon with a vicious face, then grabbed with vigor. It was so fast and vicious that even a subtle sound of breaking air could be heard. As a result, when the grab went down, Ping and Chen just slightly dodged and that person's claw fell short, leaving both of those two people stunned. You are not my opponent. Ping and Chen flashed behind that heir and said indifferently. Although he had yet to learn the Burial Dragon Hall's Town Hall Mastery, the Phoenix control skill, he had a thick internal force in his body that had been passed on to him by his master, so an ordinary expert could not possibly be a match for him. Seek death. Ada saw that his companion had missed and knew that Pingon Chen was a practiced fighter. He directly shouted out violently and struck a palm at Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen didn't dodge or evade, and that Ada met with a palm. Ada only had time to say bad before his body was sent flying to the outside of the medical center and fell heavily on the ground. Before anyone else could react, the fight was already over. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. That young girl saw the being sent flying with a slap. She subconsciously felt for the weapon at her waist. Ping Chen's true chi was running in his body, and his body was like a ghost in the blink of an eye before the young girl. In the next second, the weapon at the young girl's waist had already landed in Ping Chen's hand, and then pressed against the young girl's head. You dare to point a weapon at my head? Do you know who this young lady is? That young girl was also bold. Bai Qin Pingon took the weapon and pointed it at her head. She was not only not afraid, but instead asked to Qin Pingon with a furious face. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch me, then I can only return the favor. Pingon Chen said coldly. He was only saving people with good intentions, but he was treated like this by these people, reminding him of those who framed him 5 years ago. Why was it that good intentions were always not rewarded? A cold murderous aura sprang up in his heart. What do you want? The young girl was enraged by Pingon Chen's words, but with her life in someone else's hands, she did not dare to act rashly. Your grandfather is not poisoned. He is just suffering from a recurrence of internal injuries. His internal organs are being eroded by the furious qi. He will only exacerbate the old man's injuries by practicing acupuncture like that. In order to cure the old man's injuries, he will have to perform acupuncture according to what I just said. Ping and Chen did not answer the young girl's words, but said in reply, because at this time, the situation of the old man lying on the ground began to deteriorate again. Even in a coma, his face showed the color of pain. Seeing the old man's appearance, Dr. Who didn't dare to delay any longer, but could only treat the dead horse as a living horse, and immediately followed the words of Ping and Chen. Sure enough, after changing to follow Pingon Chen's instructions and applying the needle, the old man's originally painful face slowly eased up, and he woke up leisurely in a short while. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa, you finally woke up. That young girl didn't care about the weapon that Chen Pingon had placed on her head, and yelled out as she pounced on her grandfather. Thank you for your guidance, or else if anything happened to Elder Zhao here in my place, Mr. Hu would not be able to absolve himself of the blame even if he died 10,000 deaths. After stabilizing the old man's injuries, Divine Doctor Hu walked over to Ping and Chen and bowed deeply in gratitude. At this moment, there were quite a number of ordinary patients in the Chinese medicine center. Seeing that the so-called sage of national medicine, Divine Doctor Hu, was actually bowing in gratitude to Pingon Chen, each and every one of them were shocked with their mouths wide open. Chapter 6, The Old God of War is shocked. You're welcome, Divine Doctor Hu. The reason why you didn't get the right needle just now is because the patient's situation is rather special, and you didn't find the cause of the disease for a while. By the way, please ask Divine Doctor Hu to grab me 2 pairs of medicines according to this prescription for me to take back to my elders. After a few polite words, Chen Pingon handed Dr. Hu the prescription he had prepared earlier for the other party to grab the medicine. When the payment was made, Dr. Hu refused to accept the money for the medicine from Pingon Chen, and Pingon Chen didn't make an issue of it, taking the medicine and leaving. After Pingon Chen left, the old man came to Divine Doctor Hu in front of his granddaughter. Divine Doctor Hu was worthy of being a national medical saint. If it wasn't for Divine Doctor Hu's help, I would have to go down and report to the King of Hell today. The old man arched his hand and bowed to Divine Doctor Hu and said heartily. Although his face was still a bit pale, his tone was still neutral. Seeing how domineering the other party was under normal circumstances, Elder Zhao is polite. In fact, the one who pulled your old man back from the hands of Hades was not under me, but a little brother who came to grab the medicine. I was only able to save your old man under the guidance of that little brother. There were so many people watching at the scene, Divine Doctor Hu didn't dare to take credit for it, and honestly said to the old man, wow, is there actually such a thing? Divine Doctor Hu's words made the old man look suspicious and then looked at his granddaughter. Knowing that Divine Doctor Hu had been famous for a long time, and his name resounded throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River, it was obvious that he did not believe that a young man had the ability to instruct Divine Doctor Hu. That young girl nodded her head, indicating that what Divine Doctor Who said was true. There are truly talents coming out of the rivers and mountains, and the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. When I have the chance, old me must personally thank that little brother. After receiving his granddaughter's confirmation, the old man said with a face of sentimentality, "Grandpa, although that bastard saved you back, he also injured Du with a slap and pointed a weapon at my head. We're considered even. There's no need to thank him." The young girl beamed with an indignant face. "What? That little brother injured Ada with a single slap?" The old man exclaimed in shock, turning his head to look at the injured Ada, realizing that Ada's face was pale at the moment, and one of his arms was pulling loose vertically. "Master, I am incompetent. I failed to protect Miss Sun. Please punish me." "Master." Ada and Air both came in front of the old man and lowered their heads, saying with ashamed faces. The old man lifted Ada's hand up. "Wasted?" The results of the examination caused a shocked look to appear in the old man's eyes. Although Ada and Air were not the strongest people under his hand, they were also an existence that could fight 1 against 100 on the battlefield back then. He, Zhao Wuji, was known as the god of war of the northern border. Even at his peak he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to disable Ada with a single move. Divine Doctor Who, where is that little brother? Old war god Zhao Wuji hurriedly turned to Divine Doctor Who and asked, "Elder Zhao." That little brother grabbed the medicine and left. Divine Doctor Who replied respectfully, "Gone? Can there be a way to find him?" Zhao Wuji grabbed Divine Doctor Who's hand and asked with an anxious expression. "This little friend didn't leave any contact information. It's probably a bit difficult to find him." Divine Doctor Who had a difficult look on his face. "Then do you guys remember what he looks like?" Zhao Wuji was still undeterred. "Grandpa, there's surveillance here. We can pull up the surveillance and put out a citywide manhunt for him." The young girl thought that her war god grandfather was shaken up because of the matter of Ada's hand being ruined, and wanted to settle the score with that bastard, and immediately gave her grandfather an idea as a military advisor. The injured Ada also thought the same way as the young girl and was so moved that he almost shed tears. Yes, yes, yes. Divine Doctor Who hurriedly pulled up the surveillance to take a look. After his granddaughter reminded him, Zhao Wuji immediately asked Divine Doctor Who to pull up the surveillance. Well, you guys wait a bit. Divine Doctor Who had the same idea as the others, thinking that the old god of war, Zhao Wuji, was going to make things difficult for Chen Pingan. Although he wanted to help Pingan Chen, who had benefited him, he could only do as he was told because Zhao Wuji's identity was too big and honorable. Soon, Zhao Wuji saw Pingan Chen's appearance on the monitor, and when he saw the burial dragon ring that Pingan Chen wore on his finger, he was so excited that he trembled. Stop, stop, stop. Return the image to where he was palming against Ada and zoom in. In order to confirm whether Pingan Chen was wearing the burial dragon ring on his hand or not, Zhao Wuji kept directing the people who were tuning the surveillance. After they zoomed in on the image of Pingan Chen and Ada clapping, the old god of war, Zhao Wuji, finally confirmed that what Pingan Chen was wearing on his hand was none other than the burial dragon ring that he had the honor of seeing once when he was young. It really is the heir to the buried dragon ring. No wonder it's so powerful. Not only was he able to instruct Divine Doctor Who, but he also lightly injured Ada with a single slap. I think the other party was just teaching Dee a lesson and wasn't angry. Otherwise that slap would have killed Dee. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but murmur after confirming that Pingan Chen was the successor of the burial dragon ring. He was able to achieve such a high level of success in his life because he had received guidance from the 8th generation of the buried dragon ring heir when he was young, and was able to be invincible on the battlefield, accomplishing his reputation as the northern border god of war. Zhao Wuji, pass the order down. I want to get all the information on this person within 10 minutes. Zhao Wuji ordered seriously to the still uninjured heir. Yes, master. After receiving the order, heir immediately took out a laptop from the car and started investigating Pingan Chen's identity on the spot. On the side, Divine Doctor Who's face changed drastically, feeling that he was the one who had dragged Pingan Chen into trouble, and was deeply disturbed inwardly. Elder Zhao, although that little brother injured your men, but he also pulled you back from the Ghost Gate. Why don't we look at the fact that he didn't know your identity before he took a shot at your men only? The one who doesn't know is not guilty. How about letting him off the hook? Divine Doctor Who gritted his teeth and risked offending old war god Zhao and the old war god's men by stepping forward to plead on behalf of Pingan Chen. The old man froze when he heard Divine Doctor Who's words. I'm going to find this little brother because I intend to thank him in person. Where are you all thinking? The old man cried and laughed as he explained. His words caused his granddaughter and his men to look at each other in disbelief. This is me misunderstanding Elder Zhao. Divine Doctor Who was stunned. Then an embarrassed face rose. With a figure like Zhao Wuji who was a man of his word, if he said he was thanking that little brother then he was definitely thanking the other party and wouldn't play those tricks. At this time, Heir utilized the War God Mansion's powerful intelligence network to investigate Pingan Chen's information. Master, This person's information has been investigated clearly. Originally a chief physician of the Jiangzhou People's Hospital, medical skills and reputation are good. 8 years ago funded 7 female college students for 3 years, and in the end, it was countered by those 7 female college students who wrongfully accused them of violating them, and then was sentenced to 10 years in prison, and was released early due to excellent performance and received a reduction in sentence. According to the Civil Affairs Bureau's side of the record, Ping Shen today. According to the records of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ping Shen has just registered his marriage with Muan Orange, the eldest daughter of the Mu family in Longcheng. Air made a brief return of Ping Shen's information to old war god Zhao. Chapter 7, Ragdolls have become fairy. Sponsoring 7 poor female college students backfired and was sentenced to 10 years? Old war god Zhao muttered to himself before turning his head to look at his granddaughter. Speaking of which, that Mu family's old man and I are still classmates. Min, didn't you say before that you're going to organize a birthday banquet for Grandpa 3 days from now? Let's choose the location at Dragon City's Imperial Grand Hotel. Send an invitation to the Mu family and invite the Mu family to attend together. I want to thank Ping Shen's little benefactor face to face. The old man thought about it and said to his granddaughter, his days were numbered at this age, and once he passed away, the Zhao family would definitely face dismantling. If that young man was really the successor of the dragon burial ring, those forces that wanted to touch the Zhao family would have to weigh the consequences if they befriended him. From ancient times to the present, no matter if it was the first emperor who unified the world, or the empress of Great Zhou who ascended to the throne, or the Qing soldiers who entered the customs, all of these great events had the figure of the successor of the dragon burial ring behind them. Okay, Grandpa, I'll have someone send the invitation to the Mu family later. Seeing that her grandfather had agreed to hold a birthday banquet, Zhao Min had a happy smile on her face and replied sweetly. On the side, Divine Doctor who was shocked up when he heard this conversation between the grandparents and grandchildren. This in front of him was the northern border war god, Zhao Wuji. Although he had retired from the battlefield for many years, his influence had not diminished. For the other party to even organize a birthday banquet specifically to thank that little brother was enough to see how much he valued that little brother. Divine Doctor who will come along to liven things up when the time comes. Elder War God Zhao noticed Divine Doctor whose expression and also extended an invitation to him in passing. Elder Zhao's invitation. I am honored. I will definitely be on time then. Divine Doctor who said respectfully. Next, Divine Doctor who dispensed some medicines to regulate the old war god's internal injuries for the old war god to take back and take. Only then did the old god of war leave the Chinese medicine center with his granddaughter. Grandpa, that bastard is just an egomaniac who knows a little bit about medicine. Why do you think so highly of that bastard and even held a special birthday banquet for him? After returning to the car, the young girl asked her grandfather with some confusion. Previously, she had said that she wanted to organize a big birthday for her grandfather, but in the end, her grandfather had refused to agree on the grounds that he didn't want to spread out and waste money. Now her grandfather had suddenly changed his mind, which was obviously to find an excuse to host that bastard. You dead girl, when will you be able to have some vision? Even Grandpa at his peak wasn't sure that he could waste Ada in one move. Do you think he's an ordinary person? Old god of war Zhao Wuji kindly asked his granddaughter Zhaomin rhetorically. This could it be that Grandpa you suspect him to be the high disciple of those hermits? Zhaomin asked with some disbelief after her grandfather's reminder. It's not just as simple as being a high disciple of a hermit. Have you seen that ring on his hand? Grandpa saw it when he was young. It should be the legendary burial dragon ring. What? Could it be that he is not the 9th generation of the burial dragon ring? Zhao Min was completely shocked. She had heard from her grandfather since she was a little girl that the reason why her grandfather was able to have today's achievements was entirely because he was fortunate enough to have spent some time with the dragon burial ring successor when he was young. And that dragon burial ring successor passed on a set of kung fu to her grandfather. And only then did her grandfather achieve the achievements and status that he has today. That dragon ring transmitter also disliked his qualifications and refused to accept him as his disciple. If the other party was really the burial dragon ring transmitter, then Grandpa's actions would not be strange at all. Whether it's true or not, we'll know on the day of the birthday banquet. You go back and prepare for it. Invite all those people in Dragon City who are on top of their game to accompany them. Grandpa wants to personally vindicate Chen Pingon in public and clear his name of the charges that he's been wrongly accused of. Alright, let's go back. The old man finished speaking before the driver started the car and left. Pingon Chan returned to the Mu family just in time for dinner. My good granddaughter-in-law is back. Prepare to start dinner. Seeing Pingon Chen enter, the old master cheerfully ordered dinner to begin. Under the old master's orders, the Mu family had cooked a very sumptuous dinner tonight to entertain Chen Pingon, the new aunt. Although Muan Orange and her parents were not happy in their hearts, but the old master had just woken up and his body had not fully recovered yet. No one dared to go against the old master at this time, so it was treated as a celebration of the old master's return from the dead. Halfway through dinner, Muon Orange hurriedly put down her chopsticks and went out after answering a call from her best friend. After dinner, Pingon Chen handed the medicine he had just bought back to Mu's family and had it decocted for the old master before coming to the door of a room under the guidance of the maid. Mrs. Wu, Auntie, you will be staying in this room from now on, Wu Ma said and took out the key to unlock the door, handed the key to Pingon Chen and left. Chen Pingon curiously walked in, and a faint fragrance hit his nose, refreshing one's mind. This is a room of roughly 30 square meters. The decor inside is surprisingly light pink. There is also an oversized bathroom. The vanity table is also placed with a variety of brand-name cosmetics. On the snow-white bed a full one-person high ragdoll. The bedside is also plastered with a large red double happiness. At this glance, he knew that it was Muon Orange's boudoir. The old master had actually arranged for himself to stay in Muon Orange's boudoir. However, thinking about the way old master Mu forced himself to marry his granddaughter, arranging for himself to stay in Muon Orange's room was not surprising. Muon Orange is not yet back. Chen Pingon is not polite, took a towel and went into the bathroom to take a hot shower, because he didn't intend to be a long-lasting couple with Muon Orange. After 3 months, he divorced Muon Orange when the agreement expired, so Chen Pingon didn't have to worry about any image at all. After coming out from the bathroom, habitually wearing a pair of pants to throw that one-person high rag doll to the sofa, lying in Muon Orange that exudes the fragrance of the girl's snow-white bed. It's been a long time since I slept in such a comfortable bed, and it also smells so good. Chen Pingon quickly fell asleep comfortably. I don't know how long it took. A tired Muon Orange came back from outside, pushed open the door of her room, and without even turning on the lights, she walked over towards her big snow-white comfortable bed, put her shoes on, stockings were not taken off and directly collapsed on the bed, and habitually rolled over to hug her big rag doll. Ha! Why is it smooth and sleek? Where's the rag doll's fur? How come my rag doll still has a heartbeat and is still warm? Could it be that my rag doll has become a spirit? Feeling out of place, Muon Orange muttered a few words to herself. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and immediately turned on the bedside lamp. Ah! In the next second, Muon Orange let out a scream. She realized that her rag doll was gone, and the person she was hugging was actually a man who was wearing only a pair of big pants and was bare-chested. Chapter 8 Golden Needle arrives. In this silent night, Muon Orange's screams seemed very ear-piercing. Chen Pingon, who had long been awakened by Muon Orange's movements, immediately covered Muon Orange's mouth. Oh! Muon Orange, who had her mouth covered, could only let out a whimpering sound from her mouth. At a glance, Pingon Chen noticed the pair of gold earrings on Muon Orange's ears. He directly flipped Muon Orange over and pressed her underneath him. Then his hands went to take off Muon Orange's earrings. Pingon Chen's actions reminded Muon Orange of the information given to her by her best friend. After separating from Pingon Chen at the Civil Affairs Bureau earlier, she went to her best friend, Qin Shiyu, and spilled her guts about what happened to her today to her best friend. Her best friend was so shocked that her mouth was wide open, feeling like she was listening to a fantasy. Not only did her grandfather, who had been dead for 2 or 3 days, come back from the dead, but when he woke up, he forced his granddaughter to get a license to marry a strange man? This was also too ridiculous. If Muon Orange hadn't taken out all the marriage certificates, Qin Shiyu would never have believed such a ridiculous thing. Qin Shiyu was filled with curiosity about Ping and Chen, and she immediately used hacking techniques to investigate Ping and Chen's information after Muon Orange left. The results of the investigation surprised her. The one who had gotten a license to marry her best friend was actually a human devil who had violated 7 female college students. Qin Shiyu immediately called over Muon Orange, who was still eating dinner, and put the information on Chen Pingon from childhood to adulthood, and then to before he entered prison in front of Muon Orange. Muon Orange was also shocked after reading the information, and discussed with her girlfriends until midnight before going home. Because her grandfather had just come back from the dead today, she didn't dare to disturb his rest in the middle of the night, and planned to give all of this information to her grandfather tomorrow, so that he could drive this earthly demon away. As a result, before dawn, she had already fallen into the hands of this earthly devil. Thinking of the terrible thing, Muon Orange struggled hard. Ping and Chen was taking off the earrings on Muon Orange's ears. When Muon Orange suddenly struggled like crazy, Ping and Chen accidentally pulled Muon Orange's ears, which bled, and it hurt so much that Muon Orange's tears almost flowed down. It hurts. You devil, let go of me. You've made me bleed. Muon Orange turned her head and angrily rebuked Ping and Chen. When Pingon Chen heard someone coming outside the door, he immediately covered Muon Orange's mouth again. Muon Orange's screams just now alarmed the entire Mu family manor. Muon Orange's parents were still awake and were discussing about their daughter's affairs in their room. When they heard the screams, they thought that Chen Pingon had used force on their daughter. They immediately rushed over to the door wanting to break it and go in to teach Chen Pingon a lesson. The child is in the bridal chamber. What are you two doing here? Just when Mr. and Mrs. Mu Jiannan were about to break the door to save their daughter. Elder Mu's voice sounded behind the two of them, startling them. Dad, didn't you hear Wan Er scream just now? That bastard, he forced Wan Er. I'm going to go in and break him into pieces. Mu Jiannan said with an angry face and was about to act again after saying that. Nonsense. The two of them have already received a license. They are a legal couple. The cave-in that is their obligation is husband and wife. You guys hurry up and go back to me? Don't disturb the young couple here. Elder Mu reprimanded his eldest son with a righteous face, but Wan Er Mu Jiannan wanted to say something more, but was quickly interrupted by Elder Mu. Are my words useless? Don't blame my family law for serving you if you don't leave. Elder Mu even brought out the family law, and both Mu Jiannan and his wife trembled in fear. In the end, Mu Jiannan could only pull his unwilling wife away. Elder Mu was afraid that the two would come back to cause trouble again, and he directly stood guard not far from the door of his granddaughter's room. Pinggan Chen in the room heard no more movement outside before he let go of Muon Orange. At this time, he realized that Muon Orange had tear stains at the corners of her eyes, glaring at him with those ICU eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Chen Pinggan was a bit weak and apologized in a small voice. Who let you into my room? Get the hell out. After Muon Orange regained her freedom, she immediately picked up a pillow and smashed it full of anger on Pinggan Chen's body. This was arranged by your grandfather. Do you think I'm willing to share a room with a woman like you who can't marry? Muon Orange's pillow was not at all offensive to Pinggan Chen, and she directly said with a straight face. Pinggan Chen got down from Muon Orange's bed when he finished speaking. The most important golden needle was already in his hands. It didn't matter to him whether he caved or not. Stop! Give me back my earrings! Chen Pinggan had just gotten off the bed when Mu Wanzong's cold voice came from behind him. I didn't take your earrings, Pinggan Chen replied without blushing, then walked to the sofa to lie down. I don't believe it. Just now it's obvious that you pulled off my earring and made one side of my ear bleed. If you don't give me back my earring, I'll directly call the police to arrest you and squat in jail for a few more years. Muon Orange didn't believe Chen Pingyan's words at all and directly threatened. This was a relic left to her by her grandmother and was very precious to her. Muon Orange's words gave Chen Pingyan a huge headache. This golden needle was originally a relic of his division, and in order to find his mother and little sister, he all had to get the golden needle back. But he also knew that reasoning with a woman was not going to work. He could only deny it and said, I really didn't take your earrings. Pinggan Chen pretended to be calm and said, he planned to go to the gold store tomorrow to have someone build a pair of identical earrings to fool the other party. I don't believe you. I'm going to search you. You, Chen Pinggan, for the gas nut. Earrings are now in his hands. He was on a big pants. There is no place to hide. Once the body search was found is not a slap in the face? Weak-hearted? Seeing Chen Pinggan's look of exasperation, Muon Orange was even more sure that the earrings were taken by Chen Pinggan and sneered. Fine. I can let you search, but what if you can't search it? Pinggan Chen secretly hid the earring in the only pants on his body, then said with a calm face, Humph, you less pretend to be calm. If you can't search it out, this lady is at your disposal. But if it's searched out, besides returning my earrings, you're not allowed to touch me in the future until we get divorced in 3 months. Muon Orange also had a confident look on her face, as she had just seen Pinggan Chen take her earrings with her own eyes. Deal. Pinggan Chen agreed without even thinking, causing Muon Orange to freeze for a moment. Thinking to herself, could it be that he was pretending to be calm? Muon Orange walked confidently to Pinggan Chen and searched Pinggan Chen's hands, ears, hair, and even his mouth, but none of them found any trace of the earrings. It made her frown slightly. Could it be? With a red face, Muon Orange's eyes glanced at the only large pair of pants on Chen Pinggan's body. Take it off for me as well. Muon Orange pointed at Zhang San's big pants and stammered out an order to Pinggan Chen. Chapter 9. Do you belong to the dogs? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're too tigerish, aren't you? Pinggan Chen couldn't help but burst out a nationalist. The pair of gold needles that had been made into earrings were hidden inside. Once they were taken off, wouldn't they be exposed? You're vain? Muon Orange was even more certain that Pinggan Chen had hidden the earrings inside. Who said I'm vain? I'm just a little embarrassed. Since you want to see it, then I'll fulfill you. Pinggan Chen pulled down the only pants on his body as soon as he gritted his teeth. Ah, you stinking rascal. Letting you take them off, and you're really taking them off? Muon Orange was so shocked by Pinggan Chen's action that she hurriedly turned around and covered her eyes, not daring to look. She was certain before that Chen Pinggan didn't dare to take off. As long as Chen Pinggan refused, then he had a ghost in his heart. Who knew that Chen Pinggan didn't hesitate and caught her off guard? She had no idea that Chen Pinggan had no hesitation and caught her off guard. Chen Pinggan was confused. Obviously you told me to take it off. Okay, how did it become me being a hooligan? What kind of logic is this? Chen Pinggan was wronged. Feeling more wronged than Doi, Muon Orange turned her back to Chen Pinggan, furious and annoyed. I was just testing to see if you have a ghost in your heart. Who let you come true? Stinking hooligan. Chen Pingan finally learned about the brutality of women today. No wonder her grandfather was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get married and had to force himself to marry her. Which man would dare to marry such a woman? He had something in his own hands and had to bow down to marry this kind of woman with a license. That old man Mu even set himself up to make a note. So it's true that Ginger is still old and hot. Luckily it was only for 3 months. Since he was already in this mess, Chen Pingan could only deal with it head on. Cut the crap. I'll just ask you if you're still searching or not. If you're not, don't say anything about me taking your earrings. I see. You looking for earrings is fake. Finding excuses to take advantage of me and looking at my crotch is your real purpose, right? I can't believe that you are such a human-faced and beastly person. Chen Pingan directly backtracked and accused Muon Orange with an angry face. As he spoke his hands were not idle, taking out the earring and hiding it in his mouth. You're talking nonsense. Who cares about taking advantage of you, devil? Hurry up and lift your pants up for me. This time it was Muon Orange's turn to be furious, turning her back to Ping and Chan and gritting her teeth. This asshole even hit her backwards, so angry that her liver hurt. Who cares to look at that ugly thing of yours? Really pissed off this auntie. What was even more infuriating was that since Chen Pingan dared to take it off, it proved that the earring was not inside. That meant that he had lost. Muon Orange angrily stomped her feet and walked back to the bedside at the edge of the bed, pretending to be calm as she rummaged around. Seeing Muon Orange's stifled look, Ping and Chen's heart was secretly happy, but to do the show must do the full set. Thinking of this, Chen Pingan walked over to Muon Orange with a bad smile on his face. What do you want to do? Don't you come over. Again. Muon Orange, who was rummaging through the earrings on the bed, noticed Chen Pingan approaching. She was so scared that she fell on the bed and asked in panic, "You just said that if you can't search for the earrings on me, then you'll let me do whatever I want. What do you think I'm going to do?" Pingan Chan looked at Muon Orange's pretty face and said with a look of a big bad wolf, "Don't you mess around, or I'll yell molestation." Muon Orange panicked, sitting on the bed and constantly shrinking over to the corner of the bed, her mouth constantly warning Chen Pingan, "We have already received a license. We are a legal couple, and your grandpa can't wait for something to happen between the two of us. As long as your grandpa is still around, you won't be able to do anything even if you scream your throat out." Ping and Chen had a bad smile on his face. After saying that, he leaned down and reached out to lift Muon Orange's small and cute chin slightly. At this moment, Muon Orange was wearing a set of casual clothes, the upper half of her white lady's t-shirt, with a cartoon pattern printed on the chest of her clothes. Very cute. The lower half of her body was tight jeans, which sketched out her perfect body shape, and paired with her stunningly beautiful face, it made people look at her with a thumping heart. It was a pity that this woman had problems. Otherwise such a beautiful woman as a wife would really be a great fortune for a man. Chen Pingan's words caused Muon Orange to fall into despair and couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. "Don't come this way. Women's tears are of no use to me. Alright, I won't move you is all. Put your tears away." Chen Pingan first scared Muon Orange, but the result was not only without any effect. Instead, Muon Orange was scared to the point that her tears rolled out like a torrent that had broken the dike. It was just right for Pingan Chen to take this step down and end the entanglement between the two tonight. However, just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Mu Wanzong opened her mouth and bit on his thumb. "Ah, are you a dog?" Pingan Chen's hand was bitten by Muon Orange and bled, causing his face to change slightly in pain. "I'll let you go if you promise me 3 conditions. Muon Orange's mouth bit Chen Pingan's hand and said vaguely. Pingan Chen didn't even know how she managed to bite and still talk. If she didn't agree herself, her thumb might have to be bitten off. So Pingan Chen had no choice but to nod his head and agree with the other party. Only then did Muon Orange release her mouth. Immediately, Pingan Chen took a few steps back and away from the biting Muon Orange. "My first condition is that you are not allowed to get into my bed in the future. Second, you are not allowed to touch me. Third, you may not find any reason to rely on not getting a divorce after the 3 months expire. If you can't do these 3 conditions, I'll even bite you, and bite off everything I can all over your body." Muon Orange wiped away her tears, stated her 3 conditions, and warned Chen Pingan. Moreover, her eyes intentionally or unintentionally aimed at Chen Pingan's pants. The warning was obvious. "Who cares to touch a woman like you? I agree to all 3 conditions. It's fine, I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me anymore." Pingan Chen noticed Muon Orange's eyes aiming at his pants. He shivered in fear and agreed to the other party without even thinking about it. Holding his bleeding thumb, he walked over to the sofa and lay down. Muon Orange couldn't imagine that Pingan Chen would agree to his conditions so quickly, making her somewhat unable to react. It wasn't until Pingan Chen walked over to the sofa and lay down that she came back to her senses. Hearing the sound of Chen Pingan grimacing in pain from the other side of the sofa, the corner of her mouth rose slightly. "Little fellow, this auntie doesn't believe that she can't cure you." Smugly muttering 2 sentences, Muon Orange hurriedly wrapped herself up tightly with the quilt, only revealing a head outside. until she heard Chin Pingan snoring. She couldn't help but feel sleepy before she drifted off to sleep. After Muwan Orange fell asleep, Pingan Chen, who had already made snoring sounds, suddenly opened his eyes. Getting up, he tiptoed towards the bathroom and unlocked the door from the inside, taking the pair of earrings out of his mouth before dabbing some blood from his injured thumb and applying it to the pair of earrings. The earrings suddenly emitted an intense golden light, and a few lines of words shone from the earrings onto the wall. This was the second layer of the wind harnessing technique's mantra. There was also the password to the vault that existed in the bank of the Burial Dragon Palace. Muwan Orange was originally on guard because of the extra man inside the room and slept shallowly. She was soon awakened by the golden light shining out from the glass door of the bathroom. Chapter 10, The Most Honored Client. See a ghost? Muwan Orange subconsciously rubbed her eyes before looking again, and realized that the golden light had disappeared. There was only light in the bathroom, and Muwan Orange thought that she had blurred her eyes. Not long after, Pingan Shan walked out of the bathroom, and Muwan Orange immediately pretended to be asleep. Pingan Shan didn't reveal her either, and returned to the sofa to go back to sleep. The first night of the two passed in this way. At 7 in the morning, Muwan Orange got up and went to find her grandfather. It was only at 8:30 that Pingan Shan stretched his lazy back and got up, washed up and left the Mu family. Today, he had two important things to do. The first was to receive the rich and powerful wealth of the Burial Dragon Palace that existed in the bank, as well as to copy the 2 gold earrings and return them to Muwan Orange. After going outside to have a breakfast at a roadside stall, Chen Pingan took a car to the Dragon City branch of Rishi Bank. Ruisi Bank was positioned as a high-end bank that served the rich and powerful around the world. 1/10 of the Burial Dragon Palace's wealth that rivaled the country's own existed in the Rishi Bank's vault. When Pingan Shan arrived at the Rishi Bank, there were a dozen or so people lined up in the banking hall to conduct business. When Pingan Shan instantly attracted everyone's attention. The men who came to Ruisi Bank to do business were all dressed in suits, while the set of clothes that Pingan Shan was wearing that he had worn when he went to prison 5 years ago not only looked old-fashioned, but had also been washed to the point of whitening and discoloration, which made him look out of place in contrast to those people in the crowd in the bank hall. In the eyes of the crowd, Chen Pingan's outfit was either a poor man or a hick, and the crowd looked at him with either a look of contempt or a face of ridicule, keeping a far distance from him for fear that Chen Pingan would infect them with the disease of poverty. Little hick, do you know what bank this is? This is Ruishi International Bank. It only accepts large sums of money. If you want to withdraw money, go to another small bank. This place doesn't receive country bumpkins. A young woman covered her mouth and nose and kindly reminded Pingan Shan. Thank you for the reminder. I just want to withdraw large sums of money. Pingan Shan politely replied back. Put, the huge amount of money in this little hick's mouth wouldn't be $100, would it? The crowd was amused by Pingan Shan's words, treating the huge amount of money in his mouth as a joke. Pingan Shan had gotten used to these jeers and cold words over the years, and without any ripples on his face, he just waited in line for more than half an hour for his turn. It's you? The beautiful teller who received Chen Pingan directly exclaimed in shock when she saw him. She was none other than Muwan Orange's best friend, Qin Shiyu, who had been arranged by her family to practice at Rishi Bank last month. Yesterday, she had seen Pingan Shen's photo when she helped Muwan Orange investigate Pingan Shen's information, and was deeply impressed by Pingan Shen's appearance. And now that she saw that Pingan Shen had actually appeared in front of her, she could not help but exclaim in shock. You recognize me? Pingan Shen looked at the beautiful teller in front of him whose looks were completely not inferior to Muwan Orange's, and even appeared to have a kind of intellectual beauty because she was wearing the bank's work uniform, and asked with a surprised face, I'm Muwan Orange's best friend. She showed me your picture yesterday. May I ask what kind of business you want to handle? Let me remind you, we are a high-end international bank here. We only handle business above $100 million. If it's a small business of a few hundred or a few $1,000s, please go to another bank to handle it, Qin Shiyu said to Pingan Shan with a look of contempt. As soon as this bastard was released from prison, he set his sights on his own best friend Mu Wanxiang, and used evil magic to control Wanxiang's grandfather to force Wanxiang to marry him, wanting to get both money and people. In order to make things difficult for Pingan Shan, she intentionally said that their bank only handled businesses over $100 million. Sure enough, Pingan Shan froze directly after hearing Qin Shiyu's words. Isn't it true that all businesses above $1 million can be handled by your Rishi International Bank? When did it become $100 million? Pingan Shan asked with a puzzled face. He had already checked online on his way here. Ruisi International Bank only handles large amount of business above $1 million. There is no provision that under $100 million cannot be handled. I said 100 million below can't be handled. You ask so much for what? Say as if you have a million like. No money, hurry to me out. Don't hinder other people for business. Qin Shiyu was originally intentional, directly said to Chen Pingan in a bad mood. Alright, since you can only handle business over $100 million, then fetch me $100 million in cash. Pingon Chen said somewhat helplessly. Master had previously told him that although the money that the Burial Dragon Palace existed in the Rishi International Bank was only 0.1%, that 1/10 also amounted to hundreds of billions of dollars. He had only wanted to withdraw $1 million or so, and when he heard Qin Shiyu's words, he had no choice but to withdraw $100 million. You want to withdraw 100 million? Where's the card? Qin Shiyu looked at Chen Pingon with a surprised face. I don't have a card. Use this ring to withdraw money. Pingon Chen took off the burial dragon ring on his hand and handed it to Qin Shiyu. Master had told him that as long as he took the burial dragon ring to the bank, the people from the bank would naturally bring him in front of the vault where the burial dragon hall existed in the bank, and then use the second gold pin and the password on it to open the door of the vault. But Qin Shiyu, a newcomer who had just arrived at Ruisi Bank not long after practicing, where did she understand all this? And when she saw that Chen Pingon had even taken a black and ugly ring to tell her that she wanted to withdraw $100 million, she was so angry that her face turned green. Surname Chen, you're playing with me, aren't you? Get the hell out of here or I'll call security to blast you right away. Qin Shiyu was so angry that she forgot that there was a tempered glass blocking between the two of them, and angrily picked up Chen Pingon's burial dragon ring and threw it back at Chen Pingon's body. As a result, the dragon ring hit the glass and bounced back, just hitting the manager who had just come out of the office. The middle-aged manager in a suit with a big back comb instinctively reached out and caught the burial dragon ring that smashed into his face. Burial dragon ring? Just when the manager wanted to curse, he noticed that the ring on his hand was a bit familiar, and after looking at it for a couple of seconds with a shocked face, he muttered to himself. When he just took over the manager's position, the previous predecessor had specially explained the matter of this burial dragon ring. This burial dragon ring could open the door of the vault with the highest security level in the world's top 10 banks. The person who holds the dragon ring is an invisible tycoon with more than $1 trillion in assets. Now the burial dragon ring had actually appeared. Whose ring is this? The manager asked the several tellers with an excited face. Manager, this tie ring is his. This asshole even came here to cause trouble, saying something about using this tie ring to fetch him $100 million in cash. I'm going to call the security guards to come over and blast him out right now. Qin Shiyu pointed at Pingon Chen with an indignant face and said to their manager. After that she picked up the phone and was about to call the security to come over and blast Pingon Chen out. Asshole, this is our bank's most honored customer. How dare you be so rude? I'll clean you up later. The manager finished his sentence and hurriedly ran out to receive Pingon Chen. This scene confused Qin Shiyu. The most honored customer? Chapter 11 Assets of the Dragon Burial Palace. Sir, please follow me. The manager came to Pingon Chen and humbly invited him into his office. This scene not only shocked Qin Shiyu and the other staff, even the customers in the hall were all shocked. It was important to realize that Rishi International Bank had received too many tycoons, which had also made the employees of Rishi International Bank arrogant. Many of the people who were queuing up to do business had done business for more than $10 million, but they had never been personally received by the manager. What kind of person was this country bumpkin that he could make the manager personally come out to receive him? The manager had no idea how much of a psychological impact his actions had given to the other people. After he invited Pingon Chen into his office, he immediately brought out the best tea leaves to make tea for Pingon Chen. Sir, I'm Shin Jiliang, the general manager of the Longcheng branch of Ruisi International Bank. I'm glad to be of service to you. May I ask what's your name? Sir, the manager first declared his name before he dared to ask what Pingon Chen called him. Chen Pingon. I came over today because I want to transfer the funds of the Burial Dragon Palace that existed in your bank to my personal name. I don't know if it's possible? Pingon Chen inquired after taking a sip of tea. Sir, as long as you hold the Burial Dragon ring and have the vault code to open the vault where the assets are stored, the funds of the Burial Dragon Palace can be arranged however you like. Shall I first bring Mr. To the vault to take a look? The manager's meaning was obvious. Bring Pingon Chen to the vault rented by the Burial Dragon Palace. As long as the verification of this burial dragon ring was real and the password was right, the funds inside could only be freely deployed by Pingon Chen. This was what was agreed upon in black and white when the Burial Dragon Palace deposited the funds into their bank's vault. Well, take me to the vault to take a look. Pingon Chen nodded. The manager did not talk nonsense and operated on the office computer for a while. The wall behind them suddenly opened a door. A passageway leading to the vault appeared in front of them. Inside it was densely packed with infrared rays interlocking with each other. If you touch one of the infrared rays, it will trigger the mechanism and alarm device inside. The manager turned off the infrared rays before leading Chen Pingon inside to an elevator door. Mr. Chen, the vault is 99 meters deep underground. Let's take the elevator down. After exiting the elevator, the two arrived at an underground world full of technology, with rows of room doors in front of them, each made of the most advanced alloy materials. The manager brought Pingon Chen to the door in the very center. Pingon Shan placed the burial dragon ring in his hand into the tiny groove in the center of the door, and a virtual projection screen appeared on the alloy door, allowing Pingon Shan to enter the password. Pingon Shan quickly entered the password that he had gotten from the golden needle last night. The originally tightly closed high-tech alloy door opened noiselessly. An intense golden light shone out from inside. Both of them were stunned by the scene inside as they squinted their eyes to see clearly. It was a space of 50 to 60 square meters, divided into 3 zones: the gold zone, the cash zone and the antique zone. The dazzling golden light was reflected from the mountains of gold in the center under the illumination of the light. After adapting to those golden lights, Pingon Shan walked in with the manager. Pingon Shan first checked out the gold area. All that gold was molded into a strip of brick-sized gold bricks, which were then piled up into the shape of 5 pyramids. Each gold brick on it was labeled with grams, and the 5 pyramid-shaped gold was worth a total of $100 billion. The area on the right was cash. There were US dollars, euros, pounds, and of course RMB. These cash added up to $100 billion. The left is a variety of antiques, paintings, watches and other valuable things. The price of these things have fluctuations cannot be calculated for the time being, but Pingon estimated that the value of these things will not be less than $100 billion US dollars. It turns out that the master said that there is $100 billion of wealth in the Dragon Burial Hall is just cash, not counting the gold, antiques and those things. If the gold and antiques are also counted, at least $300 billion US dollars. And this is only 1/10 of the wealth of the Burial Dragon Palace. That is not to say that the Burial Dragon Palace has about 3 trillion US dollars in assets. This was a truly rich country. Shin Pingon was so shocked that his mouth opened wide, and he could not calm his heart for a long time. Mr. Chen, the assets of the Burial Dragon Palace are all here. Are you planning to withdraw the cash? The manager walked over to Pingon Shen's side after recovering from the shock and humbly inquired. Open an account for me and deposit this $100 billion US dollars into it. As for the gold and antiques, let's leave these things for now. Pingon Shan said to Manager Shin while looking at the antique paintings and calligraphy. He estimated that $100 million in cash would require at least a few large boxes to contain. After thinking about it, he gave up the idea of withdrawing the cash. Alright Mr. Chen, I'll have someone move this cash to our bank's vault and open an account for you, the manager said respectfully, and after getting Chen Pingon's consent, the manager immediately called for someone to come down and move the $100 billion US dollars in cash. The Burial Dragon Palace had only rented their vault to store these funds before. They did not have any authority to deploy them. Now that Pingon Shan wanted to open an account to deposit this $100 billion US dollars into their bank, then they could deploy this cash at will in the future. This was definitely a good thing for their bank. When the staff came to the underground vault, they were all shocked to open their mouths when they saw the piles of cash and gold inside the vault. After moving the cash and counting it clearly, the manager invited Chen Pingon back to the first floor, and in the manager's office Manager Shin took Chen Pingon's ID card and personally opened an account for Chen Pingon. Mr. Chen, your account has been opened. This is the Supreme Black Card jointly issued by our Ruisi Bank and Union Pay. In addition to the cardholder enjoying an unlimited amount of credit, our Ruisi Bank and all banks around the globe have a cooperation. The cardholder can withdraw cash and other benefits free of charge from any bank around the globe. Manager Shin handed Pingon Shen a black gold piece before introducing the benefits of this black card. Well, not bad. Then I'll go back first. Pingon Shen nodded after receiving the black card before getting up to leave. The manager personally sent Pingon Shen to the door. Qin Shiyu, who was helping customers with their business, saw that the manager had sent out Pingon Shen and immediately paused the business transaction and ran to an unoccupied corner to call Muon Orange. Orange, I just saw your demon husband come to our bank to handle business, and our general manager respectfully invited him into an office to personally receive him after seeing him. Qin Shiyu told Muon Orange about the fact that Qin Pingon was personally received by the general manager at their bank. Chapter 12, You Don't Deserve My Daughter. Pingon Shen had just exited the bank's entrance when he received a call from Elder Mu asking him to come back for lunch. Pingon Shen could only go back in the afternoon to return the replica earrings to Muon Orange. When Pingon Shen returned to Mu's house, he found Muon Orange, who was dressed in a casual outfit and looked playful and cute, was actually standing in front of his house waiting for him. Stop, surname Chen, you honestly explain. Where have you been this morning? Seeing Pingon Shen just walk past his body without even looking at himself, Muon Orange was so angry that her nose almost went askew, stopping Pingon Shen's path to question him. Just now, Qin Shiyu had called and told her that she had seen Pingon Shen go to the bank, and that he had been personally received by the general manager of Rishi International Bank. As far as she knows, the people of Ruisi International Bank are all proud to death. Even for $100 million of business, the general manager has not personally received, but will personally receive Chen Pingon, this kind of just out of the jail of the poor? But Qin Shiyu, that swear look, and does not seem to joke with her. Driven by curiosity, she stood at the door to stop Chen Pingan. Who am I to tell you? Looking at Muon Orange, who inexplicably stopped herself, Chen Pingan asked back with a strange face. On the basis of the fact that we are licensed and married and I am your wife, is this reason always okay? In the heat of the moment, Muon Orange brought out the matter of the two being a legitimate husband and wife. After answering, she was still smug in her heart. It's only natural for a wife to ask about her husband's whereabouts. Let's see what other reasons you have not to say. Che, we are just a famous but not real couple. If you want to know my whereabouts you can. I'll tell you tonight after you finish the cave with me. How about it? Ping and Chen backhanded Muon Orange. Muon Orange was completely speechless by Ping and Chen's counterattack, but she kept her arms stubbornly open not to give Ping and Chen a pass. Just at this time, Wuma walked over to the two of them and said to Chen Pingan, Auntie, the eldest young master has ordered for you to go to his study when you return. Wuma said and turned around to lead the way in front. This time Muon Orange could only reluctantly get out of the way. Ping and Chen bared his teeth at Muon Orange and left with a triumphant smile. Looking at Ping and Chen's cheap smile, Muon Orange became angry, but there was nothing she could do. She could only angrily stomp her feet in place. Soon after, Mrs. Wu brought Pingan Chen to a simple and spacious study. With a gloomy face, Mu Jiannan stood by the window with his back to the door looking out the window. Just as Pingan Chen walked into the study, Wuma closed the study door from the outside. I don't know what father-in-law has asked for me to come here for. Chen Pingan was the first to ask. Chen Pingan. 8 years ago he was employed at the Jiangzhou People's Hospital, chief physician, with a monthly salary of 30,000. But every month he took out 2/3 of his income to subsidize poor students. And he was also on TV and in the newspaper. He was a great benefactor in the eyes of everyone. But 5 years ago he was outed as committing a crime against 7 female college students who were subsidized, and then was sentenced to 10 years. His medical license was revoked, and his fiancée who was ready to get married was also broke up. And because of his good behavior in prison, he was released early the day before yesterday. I wonder if I've missed anything in this information. Mu Jiannan turned around and coldly told Pingan Chen's previous affairs one by one. That's right, it's been checked in great detail. I wonder what Mr. Mu is trying to convey? Pingan Chen calmly acknowledged with a nod of his head, and did not explain the fact that he had been wrongfully imprisoned. Even the title had changed from the original father-in-law to Mr. Mu. Since people didn't even give him a good face, why should he put a hot face on someone's cold ass? It was just a 3-month relationship of a famous but not real couple anyway. I'm grateful for you saving my father's life. You can make a price for how much you want, but my daughter is not worthy of a jailed demon like you. I don't know what exactly you used to make my father obediently listen to you, but I'd like to advise you one thing, don't have any delusional thoughts about my daughter. You can't afford to bear the wrath of our Mu family. Seeing that Pingan Chen did not deny the information he had found out, Mu Jiannan put a blank check on the table and pushed it to Pingan Chen, letting Chen Pingan fill it out himself as to how much he wanted. He issued a stern warning to Chen Pingan. I don't mean a thing to your daughter. It was your father who forced me to marry your daughter. After 3 months when my agreement with your father expires, I will naturally divorce her and leave. Pingan Chen reiterated his position. If there's nothing else for Mr. Mu, I'll leave first. After finishing his speech, Pingan Chen was about to turn around and leave. After he had eaten his meal, he still had to go to the gold store in the afternoon to imitate a pair of gold earrings for Muon Orange. He didn't have the time to dwell on these boring things with Mu Jiannan here. Stop. You used evil magic to control my father, making my father follow your orders, pretending to force you guys to get married for 3 months. During those 3 months you knocked up my daughter. By then with the child tied to her, my daughter won't agree to divorce you, and by then you'll have 2 gains in terms of people and money. I, Mr. Mu, have eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. Do you think I can't see this trick of yours? If you know what's good for you, take the money and leave quickly, or else you'll blame me for being impolite to you, and you won't get a penny of benefit at that time. Mu Jiannan thought that he had seen Pingan Chen's plot, shouting Pingan Chen, who had already walked to the door, to stop, coldly revealing Pingan Chen's plot. Pingan Chen was made to cry and laugh by the other party's words. He had inherited several $1 trillion of assets from the funeral hall, and the black card he had on him contained $100 billion. So the Mu family's assets really didn't look good in his eyes. Moreover, if he really loves money so much and will do anything for it, he wouldn't have taken most of his income to do charity and subsidize poor students. Just his selfless payment, in exchange for a merciless trap. Let him see the world of human warmth and coldness, but also let him become disillusioned with women. If I want all of your Mu family's assets, will you give them as well? Pingan Chen knew that he couldn't explain with this kind of self-righteous person, so he had to plug the other party's mouth in a different way. You seek death. Mu Jiannan was furious. The eyes that looked at Chen Pingan revealed a strong killing intent. He had people investigate Pingon Shen's details overnight last night and got the results of the investigation this morning. After reading Pingon Shen's previous information, he, like everyone else, felt that Pingon Shen was a demon on earth. This devil came after their Mu family right after he was released from prison. It must be because his daughter's reputation as one of the 4 beauties of Dragon City was too great and he was targeted by him. Now, listening to what Pingon Shen meant, his goal was not only as simple as his daughter Muon Orange, but he also wanted to take their entire Mu family into his pocket. Chapter 13 Actually I'm already married. Since you can't give it up, don't play B in front of me. After finishing his speech, Pingon Shen turned around and left the study without paying any attention to his temporary father-in-law who was still chattering. During lunch, the entire Mu family was present except for the father-in-law who was still angry in the study. My good grandson-in-law, come, sit next to your daughter-in-law. I've had someone boil up the 10 complete tonic soup for the 2 of you for the whole morning, absolutely tonifying the kidneys and benefiting the chi. Seeing that Pingon Shen had arrived, Elder Mu pressed him to sit beside Muon Orange. Last night, when he heard his granddaughter cry out in pain and bleeding, he thought that the 2 of them had consummated their marriage last night, and specially asked someone to boil the 10 complete complimentary soup for the 2 of them. Looking at the 10 perfect mending soup in front of him, Chen Pingon directly smothered a bowl in one gulp. This kind of treatment was not available in the prison. Muon Orange in front of so many people cannot explain last night's things. Can only Red face her bowl of tonic soup? A bowl of 10 complete tonic soup down. Muon Orange was almost made up to nosebleed. Not bad. How about Grandpa give you another bowl? The old man's words scared Muon Orange. The bowl just now already almost gave her a nosebleed. Another bowl would be better. No need Grandpa. I'm already full. If there's nothing else I'll go to the company first. Muon Orange was so scared that she immediately made an excuse to bolt. Stop. There's still your father in the company. Your task in these few days is to accompany Pingon for a stroll, cultivate feelings, and by the way, bring him to familiarize himself with our Dragon City. Seeing that his granddaughter was about to escape, Elder Mu hurriedly shouted her down and gave her a task. Grandpa, Muon Orange just wanted to resist, but was pulled back by her mother who was sitting next to her, then shook her head at her. The old master's body wasn't fully healed yet, and none of them dared to upset the old master. Got it. I'm going to get the car. It's always okay to take him out for a ride, right? Muon Orange stomped her foot at her grandfather and left the restaurant. My grandpa is forcing me to go shopping with that demon. You quickly give me some tips. Leaving the restaurant, Muon Orange immediately called her best friend for help. My missy, isn't it simple? That Lin Xiaofeng who has been chasing after you before is a provincial sparring champion. We can lend him a hand to teach Chen Pingon a lesson, and in the meantime, force him to tell us exactly what his relationship is with the general manager of our bank. Qin Siyu's words directly made Muon Orange's eyes light up. That's a good idea. Make an appointment for me with that Lin Xiaofeng. We'll meet at the boxing gym in a little while. Just say that I have someone here who wants to challenge him. Muon Orange said to her best friend with a bad smile on her face. Let you bully me last night based on your strength. Let's see how I'll clean you up today. With anticipation, Muon Orange drove her Lamborghini out of the garage. Under the gaze of Elder Mu with a smile on his face, Muon Orange drove the Lamborghini and pulled Pingon Shen out of the Mu household. Half an hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of a boxing club. What are we doing here? Pingon Shen asked with a puzzled expression. In a moment, I'll introduce some friends to you. They've arranged to meet here, so get out of the car and wait here first. I'll go pick up my girlfriends and come over. Okay. Pingon Shen didn't say anything and let Muon Orange make the arrangements. After Pingon Shen got out of the car, Muon Orange drove off. Pingon Shen looked around and found that next to the boxing club was a large jewelry store. He was planning on imitating a pair of earrings to return to Muon Orange, so he walked into the jewelry store next to it. Half an hour later, he walked out of the jewelry store. The goldsmith of this jewelry store had good craftsmanship. The imitation pair of earrings was almost impossible for even him to tell if they were real or fake, and Muon Orange definitely wouldn't be able to recognize them. At this time a BMW 3 Series stopped in front of the jewelry store. A tall girl in a dress and a middle-aged woman came down from the car. Seeing this girl, Chen Pingon froze for a moment. How could he not expect to meet his ex-girlfriend Lin Duor and her mother even here? When he went to college, Lin Duor chased him for a year before the two together. The result is that he was wrongly convicted of sentencing Lin Duor immediately and he proposed a breakup, flip-flopping faster than a book. Lin Duor also saw Pingon Shen. She first froze for a moment, then her face showed a color of disgust. Pingon Shen, our Duor has already broken up with you. Why are you still running here to find her? Let me tell you, our family Duor now has a new boyfriend. The general manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel, Zhao Wuji, the old god of war, will have a big birthday in 2 days. The venue will be located in the Imperial Grand Hotel. Our family duo, her new boyfriend, is the general manager of the birthday banquet. Is the man who has a chance to speak with the old god of war? You weigh the consequences of continuing to pester our family duo or yourself. Lin Duo and her mother both thought that Chen Pingan had inquired about them in Dragon City after he was released from prison and had come all the way here to find Duo to get back together. Duo's mother questioned Chen Pingan with a disgusted look on her face. Pingan Chen furrowed his brows, but he was too lazy to argue, directly raising the pair of gold earrings in his hands, saying, "Actually, I've already gotten married, and I'm here today to buy gold earrings for my wife. But, if I'm not mistaken, you just recently got out of prison, right? Which ugly is so hungry to choose to marry a scum like you who just got out of prison? Could it be that you married a female inmate in prison?" At Chen Pingan's words, Lin Duo directly erupted in laughter and asked back with a mocking face. This scum came to buy her favorite gold earrings as soon as he was released from prison, and said that he didn't come to find her to get back together, beating her to death. She didn't believe it. "Mom, let's go in and pick out the jewelry we're going to wear to the old war god's birthday banquet tomorrow. My fiancé is the chief person in charge of this birthday banquet. I can't afford to disgrace him," Lin Duo said to Pingan Chen with a disgusted look on her face, not giving Pingan Chen a chance to explain at all. At this time a Lamborghini and a Ferrari pulled up beside them, instantly attracting the attention of Lin Duo and her mom. The two of them, Muwan Orange and her best friend Chin Siyu, got down from the Lamborghini. "Look, Mom, isn't that the two of the four great beauties of Dragon City, Muwan Orange and Chin Siyu? I can't believe that I can meet both of their beauties even here." Seeing Muwan Orange and her best friend Chin Siyu getting out of the car, Lin Duo immediately exclaimed in shock. What shocked them even more was that Muwan Orange walked directly towards them after getting out of the car, and then took Chen Pingan's hand and walked towards that one Ferrari. "Lin Xiaoer, let me introduce you. This is my new husband Pingan Chen. He's the one who wants to challenge you." Looking at Lin Xiaofeng who came down from the Ferrari, Muwan Orange had a sweet smile on her face as she introduced Pingan Chen to Lin Xiaofeng. This was her ploy, to show love with Pingan Chen in front of Lin Xiaofeng who liked her, to provoke this provincial Sanzhou champion in front of her, so that this Lin Xiaofeng would be infuriated to strike and teach Pingan Chen a lesson. Anyway, both of them were not good people. Letting them bite the dog was the most exciting. When she said this, Pingan Chen froze. When had he said that he would challenge this man in front of him? The most shocked ones were still the mother and daughter Lin Duo who were standing next to each other. This just out of jail punk was really married? And he was still married to Muwan Orange, one of the four most beautiful women in Dragon City? How could this be possible? But just now when Muwan Orange introduced Chen Ping and she heard it clearly, and the fact that it was right in front of her eyes made them have to believe it. Chapter 14, Those who dare to fight Lin Xiaofeng one-on-one are warriors. The Lin Xiaofeng who just got down from the car, once he heard the introduction of Muwan Orange, his face turned green. "Your girl is married to an adult wife, but also asked me out for what? In front of the old man show love to humiliate the old man?" Thinking of this, Lin Xiaofeng glared fiercely at Chen Pingan and Muwan Orange and immediately drilled back into the car intending to leave. Lin Xiaofeng's action seemed to be expected by Muwan Orange. She didn't panic and gave a wink to her best friend Chin Shiyu behind her. Chin Shiyu stepped forward and pulled open Lin Xiaofeng's co-pilot and sat in. "Lin Xiao, don't leave in a hurry." "Humph, if I don't leave do I have to stay and watch them spread dog food and show love?" Lin Xiaofeng was so angry that his face almost distorted. "Lin Xiao, you're mistaken." Although Orange registered, but it was all forced on her by her grandfather. Her grandfather was rescued by Chin Pingan that toad and then had to force her to give it to that toad. She had no choice but to agree to it. But the two of them, what didn't happen? "Today we're asking you out because we want you to help teach that toad a lesson, so that which one of them knows what's wrong with Orange and gets divorced." Divorce. Chin Shiyu hurriedly explained the relationship between Muwan Orange and Chen Pingan to Lin Xiaofeng. "Really?" Chin Shiyu's words made Lin Xiaofeng look lonely. "Really didn't lie to you. Look at that toad's hairstyle. At a glance you can tell that he just got out of jail. Do you think Orange would look at this kind of man who has been in jail?" Chin Shiyu pointed at Pingan Chen through the car window and asked Lin Xiaofeng rhetorically. "I told you, this kid's pie in the face knows that he just came out of it. Orange is one of our four great beauties in Dragon City. How could she possibly look at this kind of man? Then if I help Orange teach this kid a lesson, will Orange promise to be with me after the divorce?" Lin Xiaofeng asked a very important question. He had cut off all those unsavory women in order to chase Muwan Orange, but after chasing her for 2 months with no progress at all, it made him very annoyed. "It all depends on your performance," Chin Shiyu said unhurriedly. "Alright, leave this kid to me to clean up. I guarantee to make Orange happy." After knowing what happened, Lin Xiaofeng swept away his previous irritation and once again got down from the car. With a cold smile on his face, he walked to Pingan Chen's face. "Pingan Chen, right, didn't you say you wanted to challenge me? Then I'll see you in the ring." Lin Xiaofeng finished without waiting for Pingan Chen to explain, and led his followers into the boxing club. Seeing Lin Xiaofeng's appearance, Muwan Orange turned her head to look at Ping and Chen. Muwan Orange, don't say anything in the dark. I like a man who is a man of the top. You can be with me if you want to be with me. That Lin Xiaofeng often harasses me. If you are capable of doing so, you can help me teach him a lesson. If you don't even have the courage to teach Lin Xiaofeng a lesson, I advise you to divorce me before it's too late, or else you will have a lot of my suitors looking for trouble from you in the future. Muwan Orange brought her mouth to Chen Ping'an's ear and whispered, not shying away from her plot at all. Ping and Chen could have originally not gone on Muwan Orange's bait to challenge some Lin Xiaofeng, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his ex-girlfriend Lin Duor, who was still standing in front of the jewelry store, and he changed his mind. It's not just a Lin Xiaofeng. I'll help you teach him a lesson, that's all. As for the divorce, I've already signed your grandfather's agreement. I'll naturally get a divorce in 3 months. Go in. Don't want to keep people waiting for a long time for Lin Xiao. Pinggan Chen finished speaking and also walked into that boxing club. Yay! It worked! Muwan Orange looked at Chen Pinggan's back and said to her best friend with an excited face. She had previously thought that it would take a lot of effort to get Chen Pinggan to agree to a one-on-one fight with Lin Xiaofeng, but she never imagined that Chen Pinggan didn't even refuse. It's done! Qin Shiyu also said in surprise, reaching out and high-fiving Muwan Orange. Lin Xiaofeng was the provincial Sanshou champion. When he got into the ring in a while, he would definitely beat this devil, Chen Pinggan, to death. The two of them walked into the boxing club with an excited face following behind Ping and Chen. This scene fell in the eyes of Lin Duor, who was not far away, and thought that Muwan Orange had just put her face to Chen Pinggan's ear and talked to him as a public kiss on his cheeks, causing her face to turn red. Just now, she herself had taunted whether people were marrying ugly people who couldn't get married or female criminals, and now Muwan Orange, one of the 4 great beauties, was kissing Chen Pinggan in the street. Her face was slapped. Mom, do you think this Muwan Orange is blind? How do you say she is also one of the 4 great beauties of Dragon City? So many men chasing after her. How come she chose this loser Ping and Chen? After Pinggan Chen and the others entered the boxing club, Lin Duor turned her head to her mom with a puzzled face and asked, what's so strange about this? I heard that Master Mu was seriously ill a few days ago. It must be that the Mu family recruited a door-to-door son-in-law in order to give Master Mu a flush. This kind of thing is generally very taboo. No one is willing to go to the door. So that this waste picks up a big bargain is also very normal. Lin mother thought about it and said, besides this reason, she really couldn't think of any reason why the newly promoted Miss Mu family would marry this trash who just got out of jail. Mom, you're right. This loser must have joined the Mu family to give the Mu elder a flush. Otherwise on his terms how could Muwan Orange marry him? This loser really got lucky. After I attend the old war god's birthday banquet in a few days, maybe the Mu family will have to come to fawn over me. I'll let him know how powerful I am at that time. Come on, let's go inside and pick the necklace we're going to bring on the day we attend the old war god's birthday banquet. After being sure that Pingdan Shen had married a beautiful wife like Muwan Orange by joining the Mu family to give Elder Mu a chance to celebrate his birthday, Lin Duor regained her confidence and dragged her mother into the jewelry store. By this time, Ping and Shen and Lin Xiaofeng had already arrived at the ring of the boxing club, and after Lin Xiaofeng took off his jacket to reveal his 8-pack abs and the explosive bodybuilding muscles, Lin Xiaofeng's father is the chairman of the Dragon City Imperial Hotel, the proper big young man, plus he himself is the provincial sparring champion. Lin Xiaofeng can be said to be one of the most talked about teenagers in Dragon City. Almost all of the people who came to the boxing club to play were Lin Xiaofeng's fans, and when Lin Xiaofeng stood up to the ring, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the boxing club. Isn't that our provincial sparring champion Lin Xiaofeng? Who's the guy he's facing off with? How dare he challenge champion Lin? This guy is looking for death, right? I seem to have seen the two of our 4 great beauties of Dragon City, Muwan Orange and Qin Shiyu. I heard that Lin Xiaofeng has been chasing Muwan Orange for 2 months now. That kid in the ring couldn't have been chasing Muwan Orange as well, and then been pulled into the ring by Lin Xiao for a one-on-one fight, right? Anyone who dares to steal a woman from Lin Xiaofeng in this part of Dragon City is a warrior. Although I admire his courage, I still want to say that this kid is simply looking for death. More and more people surged towards the ring around where both Lin Xiaofeng and Ping and Chen were. Many people showed admiration for Ping and Chen. Anyone who dared to confront Lin Xiaofeng in the ring was a warrior, but none of them looked favorably on Ping and Chen, because there had been countless warriors who had stood in the ring and confronted Lin Xiaofeng in the past, but in the end, all of them were beaten up badly, and some of them were even directly crippled. So everyone felt that Ping and Chen in the ring would definitely be the next person to be crippled. Chapter 15 Scratching is not even worthy. Kid, I admire your courage, but in front of absolute strength, courage is worthless. It's not too late for you to kneel down and admit defeat. Otherwise in a moment when your fists and feet have no eyes, I can't guarantee that you will still be able to take care of yourself in the future. Let's put it this way, I'll let you have 3 moves first, lest people say I'm bullying you, Lin Xiaofeng said with his hands on his arms, looking at Chen Pingan with a contemptuous face. No need. Whatever skills you have in a while, feel free to use them. I'll just stand still and count me as a loser if you can force me back a step. Pingan Chen yo-yoed his head and uttered a sentence that made everyone think that they had misheard. You, did you hear what this toad said clearly? He even pretended in front of Lin Xiaofeng, saying that he'll just stand still and he'll lose if Lin Xiaofeng can force him back one step? Muan Orange asked her best friend Qin Shiyu beside her with some uncertainty. That's what he seems to have said. Qin Shiyu replied with some uncertainty as she stared at Chen Pingan in the ring with big eyes. Those fans of Lin Xiaofeng even pointed at Chen Pingan and talked amongst themselves. This kid should be a foreigner. He doesn't know that Lin Xiao is the provincial sparring champion before he dares to say such big words, right? A fan asked suspiciously. He should be a foreigner without a doubt. If he's a local from Longchang, there's no way he'd dare to say such big words in front of the prestigious Lin Xiao. Then there will be this kid crying in a while. How arrogant he is now. How tragic he will be in a while. Everyone thought that Pingan Chen dared to be so arrogant because he didn't know Lin Xiaofeng's strength, and they all waited to see Pingan Chen's joke. Kid, what did you just say? Can you say it again? Lin Xiaofeng on the stage was more surprised than anyone else and asked Pingan Chen with a stunned face, looking up and down at the Pingan Chen in front of him, with a labor hairstyle and a body that looked quite burly, but it wasn't even on the same level as him. This kid was bluffing. It's useless. In front of absolute strength, everything else is futile. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were full of teasing as he looked at Pingan Chen. I said I'll stand right in the middle of the ring. As long as you can force me back one step, it's considered that I'll lose. Do you hear me clearly now? Pingan Chen repeated what he had just said with a helpless face. He had his life's work passed down to him by his master in his possession. Plus last night he had obtained the Burial Dragon Palace's town hall martial art of phoenix harnessing. He was looking for someone to test the power. This Lin Xiaofeng could just be used as his first test stone. Now not only did Lin Xiaofeng hear clearly, but Muan Orange, Qin Shiyu and Lin Xiaofeng's fans under the ring all heard clearly. The eyes they looked at Chen Pingan with were all teasing colors. Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. Seeing Pingan Chen's pretense of calmness, Lin Xiaofeng was no longer polite and quickly rushed to Pingan Chen's face, slamming a simple and effective straight punch into Pingan Chen's face. He wanted to break Pingan Chen's nose with one punch. Seeing Lin Xiaofeng's fist blasted towards his face, not only did Chen Pingan not show any panic, but he instead shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. Just now he vaguely heard the crowd talking about what Lin Xiaofeng was a provincial sparring champion, and thought that the other party's strength was good and wanted to use it to practice. But seeing that the other party's punch was flimsy and did not have any force at all, he was disappointed. What provincial sparring champion really do not qualify to become his test stone? Even if he stood still and let the other side hit, the other side of this force even give him scratching is not enough. Lin Xiaofeng, who had already thrown a punch, saw Chen Pingan shaking his head, looking down on him. He was furious, and his fist, which was already halfway down the road, increased its force by a few more points. Just when Lin Xiaofeng thought that he could punch Pingan Chen so hard that his nose would break and he would beg for mercy, Pingan Chen dodged his opponent's punch with a slight tilt of his head. This scene not only froze Lin Xiaofeng in the ring, even those fans under the ring froze for a moment when they saw this scene. This kid's luck was good. It actually allowed him to dodge this powerful punch from Lin Xiao. Again, seeing that the first punch had fallen short, Lin Xiao was not discouraged and another side punch blasted at the side of Chen Pingan's face. In his mind the only martial art under the sun was fast, although Pingan Chen had just dodged his first straight punch, but this was a series of combinations. One punch missed and the second punch immediately followed, continuous and unceasing, not giving anyone any chance to catch their breath at all. Lin Xiaofeng's idea was not wrong. His mistake was underestimating Pingan Chen's strength, thinking that Pingan Chen was just an ordinary person. And at the moment, in Pingan Chen's mind, Lin Xiaofeng was no longer even qualified to serve as his trial stone. He didn't want to waste time on Lin Xiaofeng, and when Lin Xiaofeng threw his second punch, Pingan Chen kicked Lin Xiaofeng in the chest. The old god of war Zhao Wuji had been taught a set of ordinary feats by Pingan Chen's master when he was young, and was able to be invincible on the battlefield, and was honored as the god of war of the northern border. So it could be imagined just how powerful Pingan Chen's master was. And now that Pingan Chen had been given a lifetime's worth of his master's feats, even if he had absorbed only half of it, it would not be something an ordinary expert could compare to. Lin Xiaofeng was kicked off the ring by Pingan Chen, and ruthlessly smashed on a chair screaming miserably in pain, causing him to be starry-eyed. This was still the result of Chen Pingan being merciful and only using one power. Otherwise Lin Xiaofeng would have gone to see King of Hell immediately. What? Lin Xiao lost and was kicked off the ring by this unnamed kid? This can't be possible. Lin Xiao is the provincial sparring champion, undefeated amongst his peers. How could he lose to this unnamed kid in front of him? After Lin Xiaofeng was kicked off the ring by Chen Pingan, Those watching under the stage all stood up with disbelief, looking at Chen Pingan, who was still standing on the ring in a calm and relaxed manner, with eyes like a monster. Muan Orange and Qin Shiyu even had big question marks on their faces. Originally, they had wanted to use Lin Xiaofeng, the provincial Sanzhou champion, to teach Ping and Chen, a toad, a lesson, but the result was completely out of their expectation. The two had only just begun when Ping and Chen kicked Lin Xiaofeng off the ring, and it looked like he was not badly hurt. This scared Muan Orange and Qin Shiyu. They knew that Lin Xiaofeng's identity wasn't just the son of the chairman of the Empire Hotel. Lin Xiaofeng's grandfather was the king of the underground forces, known as one of the three terrifying devil kings of the southwest, Wu Xingjie. It is said that Wu Xingjie is a very protective person. Lin Xiaofeng's grandson is even more loving. Lin Xiaofeng's sparring is learned from his grandfather Wu Xingjie. If Lin Xiaofeng had anything bad happen to him, Wu Xingjie would definitely be furious, and the whole southwest would have an earthquake at that time. Lin Xiaofeng, are you alright? Thinking of the serious consequences, Muan Orange and Qin Shiyu panicked and went forward to help Lin Xiaofeng, who had already vomited blood, up and asked nervously. Chapter 16 Jumping into the Yellow River can't be washed away. Joke, I'm a provincial sparring champion. My physical quality is strong. How can I be okay? Do you guys see me like I'm not okay? I was just kicked by this kid because I was careless and didn't dodge. Nothing happened at all. Lin Xiaofeng looked at the two beauties and said with forced composure after he stood up with the help of Muan Orange and Qin Shiyu. Although the bones in his entire body hurt terribly, but for the sake of face, he had to endure even more pain. But you have so much blood coming out of your mouth and nose. It looks so horrible. Qin Shiyu stammered as she pointed at Lin Xiaofeng's mouth. Muan Orange also nodded, indicating that Lin Xiaofeng looked horrible right now. Is it? It's probably because I ate too much tonic at lunch today. You guys know, as an athlete, especially a sparring athlete, you're more particular in this aspect of eating. You usually eat more tonic foods, and if you overdo it, you'll bleed from your mouth and nose. It's quite a normal phenomenon. In order not to lose face in front of a beautiful woman, Lin Xiaofeng endured the pain and forced an explanation. Lin Xiao, that kid is going to bolt. Just at this time, the follower who came with Lin Xiaofeng ran over and warned Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng looked up at his words and saw that Ping and Chen had already stepped down from the ring and was heading in the direction of the door. Chen Pingan had originally agreed to Muan Orange to challenge this what's-her-name Lin Xiaofeng. Firstly because he wanted to put on a show in front of his ex-girlfriend Lin Duor, and secondly because he hadn't formally fought against anyone after receiving his master's power inheritance and phoenix harnessing skill, so he wanted to look for someone to practice on. As a result, Lin Xiaofeng's strength was too low, making him a bit disappointed. Now that he had defeated Lin Xiaofeng, there was no need for him to linger here. Hurrying back to Mu's house to sneakily hide the pair of imitation earrings in Muan Orange's bed to return them to the other party was important. Seeing that Pingan Chen was about to leave, Lin Xiaofeng forced himself to endure the pain and ran over to stop Pingan Chen. Kid, I was just careless just now and was sneak attacked by you. We haven't really split the winners and losers yet. You want to leave? Not even a door. After Lin Xiaofeng stopped Chen Pingan, he gritted his teeth and said to Chen Pingan with an unwilling face, then what do you want? Seeing Lin Xiaofeng blocking his way, Chen Pingan frowned. It's simple. Let's get in the ring and fight seriously again. This time I won't be careless. Lin Xiaofeng turned his head and pointed at the ring and said to Pingan Chen. Hearing this, Pingan Chen yo-yoed his head and said, even if we go to the ring again, you are not my opponent. I don't think there is a need for that. After Pingan Chen finished speaking, he wanted to go around his opponent's side and leave the boxing club. Humph, sneak attacking this young master and want to walk away like this. Not even a door. If this young master doesn't teach you a lesson today, how can I still mix in this acre of Dragon City in the future? Look at the punch. Seeing that Pingan Chen obviously did not put himself in his eyes, coupled with the two beauties and so many local fans watching from behind, if he just let Pingan Chen go, he would not have to mix in Longcheng in the future. After saying that, regardless of Pingan Chen's answer to continue to fight again, he directly threw a punch at Pingan Chen's heart position. Seeing that the other party actually punched his heart, Pingan Chen's face changed dramatically. If an ordinary person was hit by the other party's punch, his heart would surely rupture and die on the spot. The other party clearly wanted to take his own life. Thinking about this, Pingan Chen was also enraged. Facing this kind of people who could not afford to lose, Pingan Chen had no need to be merciful. He directly reached out and grabbed the other party's fist and gently twisted it. Ka-ching sound. Ah, my hand. How dare you twist my hand? The sound of bones breaking and Lin Xiaofeng's miserable screams traveled into the ears of everyone present at the same time, leaving everyone stunned once again. Pingan Chen, hurry up and stop. Lin Xiao's grandfather is Wu Xingjie, one of the three terrifying demon kings of the Southwest Underground forces. Do you not want to die? Seeing that Pingon Shen had actually twisted off one of Lin Xiaofeng's hands, Muon Orange was so shocked that her face turned white. Shouting in shock, she ran forward to pull Pingon Shen away. I don't care what kind of terror demon king or terror saint king he is, since he wants my life, today even if the heavenly king comes I will waste him. After Pingon Shen finished speaking he once again exerted a slight force. Lin Xiaofeng knelt on the ground in pain. A miserable scream once again came from his mouth. Ah, my hand. It hurts so much. Lin Xiaofeng's right hand was completely ruined. Even if it could be cured, it would be impossible to continue boxing in the future. This was definitely the deadliest blow to a boxer. Only then did Pingon Shen release Lin Xiaofeng's hand, and Lin Xiaofeng lay on the ground in pain as he screamed and rolled around. The miserable screams made people hear goosebumps. You are finished. Pingon Shen, you are really finished this time. Seeing Lin Xiaofeng having one of his hands wasted by Pingon Shen, Muon Orange was so frightened that she kept backing up, and if it wasn't for Qin Shiyu holding her up in time, she would have probably fallen to the ground long ago. With Terror Demon King Wu Xingjie's protective character, Pingon Shen would definitely die this time. The Heavenly King would not be able to save him, and it would also involve their Mu family. Now with Chen Pingon registered marriage, Chen Pingon is her nominal husband, and this thing is still because she caused. Really want to pursue the words. Not only Chen Pingon death without a burial place, even their Mu family will be a horror of the Great Demon King overriding retaliation. Although the Mu family was the newest family in Dragon City, they were not even a fart in the eyes of the terrorist Demon King, Wu Xingjie. When the people inside the boxing club heard Muon Orange say that Lin Xiaofeng was the grandson of Wu Xingjie, one of the three great demon king of terror in the underground forces of the three southwestern provinces, everyone was stunned. That is a real devil, hands stained with blood of the devil. Some people home children crying. The old man, as long as you cry again the terror of the devil king Wu Xingjie will come. The child was immediately scared to cry, did not dare to cry again. You can imagine that the horror of this Wu Xingjie has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Some of the timid and fearful immediately turn around and sneak away, lest a moment to get into trouble. Those who were bold enough to stay and watch the fun looked at Pingon Shen with eyes filled with pity. This kid was finished. He even dared to waste the hand of the precious grandson of the terrorist demon king Wu Xingjie. No one could save this kid. Muon Orange wanted to help Lin Xiaofeng, who was still groveling and rolling on the ground. Up, get out of the way. No need for you to pretend to be sympathetic. This kid is clearly the two of you deliberately looking to backstab Lin Xiaofeng. You'll just wait for the retaliation of the terrorist demon king. Not one of you will be able to escape. That follower of Lin Xiaofeng pushed Muon Orange out of the way and sent Lin Xiaofeng to the hospital after taking pictures of the three of them with his cell phone. Listening to his words, he decided that Pingon Shen was the one that Muon Orange and Qin Shiyu had deliberately found to clean up Lin Xiaofeng. This scared Muon Orange and Qin Shiyu. They obviously wanted Lin Xiao to teach Pingon Shen a lesson. Now it was Lin Xiaofeng who was injured instead. They couldn't even jump into the Yellow River to wash it away. Chapter 17, The Great Demon King comes to apologize. Orange, what do we do now? Qin Shiyu asked with an anxious face. What else can we do? First go home and see if my grandpa has a way to settle this matter before making plans. Muon Orange forced herself to calm down and finished pulling Qin Shiyu away from the boxing club. Muon Orange's sports car could only seat 2 people, so Pingon Shen could only take a taxi back. After Lin Xiaofeng's follower sent Lin Xiaofeng to the orthopedic hospital, he immediately called Lin Xiaofeng's grandfather Wu Xingjie, the terrorist demon who was known as one of the 3 demons of the Southwest Underground Forces. Dragon City Orthopedic Hospital, in Da's hospital room. Good disciple, who on earth is so bold as to even dare to waste your hand? An old man wearing a tang suit and holding a dragon head walking stick looked at Ada on the hospital bed and asked with a shocked expression. He was the terrifying great demon king Wu Xingjie, who was known as one of the 3 great demon kings of the underground forces in the 3 southwestern provinces. His 2 disciples, Ada and Air, were both working as guards beside the old god of battle, Zhao Wuji, and he, as a master, followed suit, and in one fell swoop, he sat on the throne as the leader of the province's underground forces, and no one dared to mess with him. Master, the one who injured me is a young man called Chen Pingon. This person is not only strong in martial arts, but also has a mysterious identity. The old god of war specially organized a birthday banquet in Dragon City this time just to feast on him. This is the surveillance video of when I fought with him. Master, take a look at it. When you encounter this person, don't clash with him, or else you are afraid of extinction. Ada handed over his cell phone to his master, Wu Xingjie, which contained the surveillance video of his fight with Pingon Shen. What? Old war god Zhao wants to organize a birthday banquet in Dragon City actually because of a young man? Wu Xingjie hurriedly took the phone. He was shocked when he saw that Pingon Shen had injured Ada with a slap. Ada had already received his true transmission, and this teenager called Pingon Shen had easily injured Ada? I heard the old god of war say that this young man is the heir of some burial dragon ring. I was shocked after checking this burial dragon ring. The burial dragon ring is a token of an ancient organization, the burial dragon palace. According to historical records, the celestial dynasty from ancient times to the present day, no matter whether it is the first emperor who united the six kingdoms or the queen who ascended to the throne or the Qing soldiers who entered the customs and so on, these major events have the figure of the heir of the burial dragon ring. Ah Da's words made Wu Xingjia's eyes round. This young man's origin was so great that even the old god of war had to flatter him. He secretly admonished himself in his mind that if he encountered this young man called Chen Pingon he must avoid it. Even if he couldn't avoid it then he couldn't offend it and try to flatter it as much as possible. Just at this time, Wu Xingjia's henchman hurriedly ran into the ward with a cell phone. Master, something bad has happened. Your grandson Lin Xiaofeng has just had his right hand twisted off at the boxing club, and is now being treated at the orthopedic hospital. The henchman reported to Wu Xingjie with a panicked face. Who's so bold? Even my Wu Xingjie's grandson dares to be bullied. Bring me over to take a look at once. Wu Xingjie was instantly thunderstruck when he heard his men's words. Lin Xiaofeng was going to inherit his mantle in the future. How could he inherit his mantle now that his hand had been twisted off? To have someone dare to break his grandson's hand on his turf was a naked provocation. A humiliation. The henchman beside young Master Lin said that young Master Lin's life is not in danger. He's in the operating room in the middle of receiving his bones. It was done by the expert that young Master Lin recently chased after that Mu family's girl. Here's a picture of that person. The henchman followed behind Wu Xingjie and left Da's hospital room. Wu Xingjie's face was grim as he received his cell phone. He froze for a moment when he saw the picture of Pingon Chen. Why did it feel a bit familiar? What's this asshole's name? Wu Xingjie paused to ask his men behind him. Pingon Chen. The henchman replied respectfully. Pingon Chen? Wu Xingjie exclaimed. The person who had wasted one of Da's hands was also called Pingon Chen. No wonder it looked so familiar. Wasn't this Pingon Chen, the heir to the burial dragon ring, who had wasted Da's hand with a slap, and whom even the old god of war had to flatter by all means? How did his grandson get into trouble with this great god? This was the rhythm of sending his old bones away. I'll go to the Mu family first, and have Xiaofeng rush to the Mu family as soon as he comes out of the bone grafting. Wu Xingjie's face was ugly as he left the hospital to head to the Mu family. He had to go first to stabilize the Mu family and that great god, Pingon Chen, and have his men notify his grandson to go over to the other party to make amends and apologize as soon as he had recovered his bones. He hoped that the other party would look at their grandparents' and grandchildren's sincere attitude and sincere apology and let the Wu and Lin families off the hook. Lin Xiaofeng received his grandfather's notice after he came out from the operating room. He thought that his grandfather had gone to the Mu family to teach Chen Pingon a lesson. He also immediately followed him to the Mu family. He wanted Chen Pingon to kneel down in front of him and break his own limbs, in order to solve the hatred in his heart. At this time Muon Orange returned to the Mu family. What? That demon actually broke the hand of the grandson of Terror Demon King Wu Xingjie. He's trying to get all of our Mu family killed. Muon Orange returned home only to realize that her grandfather had been sent back to his rural home by her dad to recuperate. When Muon Orange's mom and dad found out what happened at the boxing club, they were scared white. Although their Mu family was among the most powerful families, they were nothing in front of the Terror Demon King Wu Xingjie. Once the terrifying Great Demon King blamed their Mu family for this matter, then there was only one end for their Mu family, and that was to be destroyed in an instant. Don't worry guys, I'll do it alone. I won't involve your Mu family. Chen Pingon had just returned to the Mu family when he saw the Mu family members whose faces were scared 6 ways to death by what had happened to him. He spoke faintly, trying to calm them down. You scum demon. You caused so much trouble for our Mu family you still dare to come back. Wu Ma, quickly go and get the rope. Today we must tie this demon to the Wu Lin families to apologize, so that the Wu and Lin families can rest their anger. The old man went back to his hometown, and his mother-in-law became reckless with Pingon Chen. Something big is wrong. The great demon king of terror has killed in front of the house with many people. Just at this time, the housekeeper ran back outside in a panic. What? The terror demon king came to the door so quickly? It's over. It's all over now. A look of despair appeared on the faces of the Mu family. Terror Demon King Wu Xingjie had come so quickly, so one could imagine how angry he was over the matter of Chen Pingon twisting Lin Xiaofeng. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and tie up this demon and escort him out to the great demon king of terror for punishment. Mu Jiannan immediately yelled at the houseguests, but as soon as his words fell, the imposing terror demon king, Wu Xingjie, came barging into their Mu family hall with a group of people. Upon seeing Pingon Chen in the crowd, Wu Xingjie walked over to Pingon Chen with quick steps in fear and trepidation. Everyone in the Mu family had a look of horror on their faces as their bodies involuntarily stepped back. Just when everyone in the Mu family thought that Wu Xingjie was going to break Chen Pingon into pieces, Wu Xingjie made a move that was unbelievable to everyone present. Terrifying Great Demon King Wu Xingjie came to Pingon Chen's face in fear and knelt down with a thud. Chapter 18 The Most Humble Gesture. Mr. Chen, I've already known about the matter of my unfilial grandson Lin Xiaofeng offending you at the boxing club. It's because of my unfilial grandson's poor teaching. I apologize on his behalf. I hope that you'll forgive him once for the sake of him being young and uneducated. And I guarantee that such a thing won't come back in the future next time. At the same time, I would like to thank Mr. Chen for teaching my old immortal's ungrateful grandson, letting him know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there is a man beyond the man, and that you cannot be too arrogant as a human being. With a terrified face, Wu Xingjie knelt on the ground and apologized to Pingon Chen on behalf of his grandson Lin Xiaofeng, and described the matter of Pingon Chen twisting off Lin Xiaofeng's right hand as a teaching to Lin Xiaofeng. This was the most humble gesture he could think of. Rituals were not to be blamed, and after kneeling down like this himself, the other party wouldn't be so bad as to look for trouble from their Wu Lin families again, would they? He had managed to build the Wu family into one of the three great families in the southwest by relying on the relationship of his two disciples being the old war god's guards, but he couldn't ruin the Wu family because of this. The scene in front of him dumbfounded everyone in the Wu family. What is this situation? This picture style is not right. Wasn't the terrorist demon king Wu Xingjie here to settle the score with Pingon Chen and to break him into pieces? How did he turn into apologizing to this scum of the earth? Could it be that this scum demon was even more evil than the terrorist demon king Wu Xingjie? And even Wu Xingjie was so hurtful when he met him? Regardless of whether it was Muwan Orange's parents, or Qin Shiyu as well as the servants of the Mu family, each and every one of them were stunned by this abnormal scene in front of them, thinking that they had misread it. Many people rubbed their eyes and looked again, and the terrorist demon king Wu Xingjie was still kneeling in front of Chen Pingon. The gazes of the crowd shifted from Wu Xingjie's body to Pingon Chen's body, realizing that Pingon Chen was just as dumbfounded as they were at the moment. At this time, Pingon Chen was really even more confused than the Mu family crowd behind him, not understanding what was going on. Although he wasn't afraid of the terrifying demon king Wu Xingjie, he was mentally prepared to fight with the demon king. But this old man directly knelt down to himself when he entered the door, and in addition to apologizing, he also thanked himself for helping him educate his grandson. What the hell kind of operation is this? Are you really Lin Xiaofeng's grandfather? That is known as one of the Southwest underground forces of the three great evil king of the horror of the great evil king Wu Xingjie? Chen Pingon asked with some uncertainty. This person in front of him was a bit different from the legend. My name is Wu Xingjie. As for the terrorist demon king, these are just friends on the road casually joking. These little people of ours are not even a fart in front of you, Mr. Chen. Wu Xingjie replied with a humble face. You get up first before you say anything. I always feel weird with you kneeling like this, Pingon Chen said and helped Wu Xingjie up. Although he didn't understand what exactly happened, he remembered clearly the matter of him hitting someone's grandson by himself, and now an old man of such a great age was kneeling in front of him and apologizing, making it seem as if he was a devil who was bullying others. It was weird in his heart. Mr. Chen is magnanimous. I am grateful. Hearing that Pingon Chen let himself up, that meant that the other party had forgiven his grandson. Wu Xingjie breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and got up from trembling on his dragon head cane, bowing to Pingon Chen again. Only then did he walk to Muwan Orange and Muwan Orange's mom and dad and the others. Mr. Mu, Mrs. Mu. Before, the old man's ungrateful grandson unknowingly pestered Miss Mu and brought a lot of trouble to Miss Mu and the Mu family. The old man also apologized to you on behalf of that brat and promised to go back to be sure to keep a strict housekeeping eye on that brat and won't allow him to harass Miss Mu again. Wu Xingjie finished with a deep bow to the Mu family's crowd. On his way here, he had already had someone find out about the fact that Pingon Chen had already registered his marriage with Muwan Orange yesterday. Chen Pingon was now the Mu family's son-in-law. He had done all the courtesies in front of Mr. Chen's in-laws, and then Mr. Chen would have no reason to find trouble with the Wu and Lin families. However, these actions of his fell in the eyes of the uninformed Mu family, and scared the Mu family to the point where their legs went limp. Not only did the terrifying great devil Wu Xingjie not look for trouble from their Mu family, he also bowed and apologized to their family? This was also too bizarre. Old Mr. Wu, no need to be polite. Your grandson didn't cause any trouble for our Mu family. Mu Jiannan, Muwan Orange's father, helped Wu Xingjie up and stammered. Mr. Chen and Mr. Mu's family are all reasonable people. I can't thank you enough, Wu Xingjie said with a sincere face. Just at this time, Lin Xiaofeng, who had followed him from the orthopedic hospital, also arrived, only to see his right hand tied in a cast. He rushed into the Mu family with a resentful face, just in time to see his most beloved grandpa standing in front of the Mu family. A group of grandpa's men stood on the left and right sides in a semi-surrounding position towards the Mu family and Pingon Chen. He thought grandpa was negotiating with the Mu family to have them hand over Pingon Chen for him to deal with. Grandpa, directly break the limbs of that brat Pingon Chen for me. Let him taste a life worse than death. Lin Xiaofeng yelled loudly to his grandpa before rushing towards him. The moment he said this, not only did he scare the Mu family, even his maternal grandfather, Wu Xingjie, was terrified. His heart thumping as he secretly screamed that it was bad, just now, because he was in a hurry. He had forgotten to have someone tell this bastard that he was told to come over and apologize to Mr. Chen. As soon as this bastard came in, he yelled that he wanted to break Mr. Chen's limbs, so he must have thought that he was here to help him take revenge. Wu Xingjie noticed that Chen Pinggan's face was gloomy, and his heart sank. I used the humble act of kneeling down to exchange for Mr. Chen's forgiveness, and this bastard ruined it all with a single word. Wu Xingjie was panicked and at the same time, he was inwardly furious at this ungrateful grandson. Asshole, if you're going to die, die yourself. Don't drag others into it. Snap. When Lin Xiaofeng walked up to his grandpa Wu Xingjie directly slapped Lin Xiaofeng in the face, directly knocking Lin Xiaofeng out of his mind. Chapter 19, Who the hell are you? Wu Xingjie's actions had not only dumbfounded Lin Xiaofeng, even Pinggan Chen and the Mu family members were all dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that apart from protecting his shortcomings, terrorist demon king Wu Xingjie also loved his grandson very much? Why did he hit Lin Xiaofeng? Grandpa, did you hit the wrong person? That's Pinggan Chen. I'm your grandson Lin Xiaofeng. Pinggan Chen, this asshole broke my hand. Look, Lin Xiaofeng received a fiery slap. With an aggrieved face, he covered his face with his left hand and raised his right hand, which was tied with a plasterboard, to show his grandpa. I'm not old enough to hit the wrong person. Today I'm hitting you, you bastard. Mr. Chen was teaching you to be a good person, and you still want to take revenge on people. I'm going to kill you today, you ungrateful bastard. Wu Xingjie saw that Lin Xiaofeng still couldn't see the situation in front of him clearly. He was so angry that he swung the dragon head cane in his hand and struck down. Grandpa, spare my life. Lin Xiaofeng was being beaten by his grandpa with his walking stick and wailed. Shut up, if you don't apologize to Mr. Chen and Miss Mu, I won't have a grandson like you in the future. Seeing that Lin Xiaofeng still didn't know where he was wrong, Wu Xingjie hit while speaking out to remind him. What? Grandpa, you're not senile, are you? You're actually asking me to apologize to that bastard who went to Pinggan? Wu Xingjie's words dumbfounded Lin Xiaofeng and asked with a look of disbelief. That bastard Pinggan Chen broke his own hand. The grandpa who has always loved himself doesn't help himself to avenge his own hatred. Even if it's not enough, he even asked himself to apologize to Pinggan Chen, and even said that the other party is teaching himself to be a human being, so that he has to know how to be thankful? You want to be grateful to the person who crippled you after you were crippled? What kind of bull asterisk logic is this? Grandpa must be crazy. Even if he wasn't crazy, he must be old and out of his mind. Maybe he doesn't even remember himself as his grandson. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaofeng didn't dare to say anything else and immediately ran away, faced with a grandfather who was already out of his mind. If he didn't leave, he would be killed without even knowing what was going on. What are you running for? If Mr. Chen doesn't forgive you, do you think you can run away? Hurry up and come back. You guys get him back. If you can't get Mr. Chen and Miss Mu to forgive you today, I'll beat him to death on the spot. Wu Xingjie also didn't expect Lin Xiaofeng would rather run away than bow his head and apologize to Pinggan Chen and Mu's family. He was so angry that his liver hurt. He immediately asked his men to arrest Lin Xiaofeng and come back. If he couldn't get Pinggan Chen to forgive today, then all of his efforts just now would be for nothing. He really regretted that he was too negligent just now and didn't have someone clear things up with this bastard before he came. Old Mr. Wu, there's no need to bring him back. Although he went a bit overboard at the boxing club, he's been punished accordingly now. Let's leave this matter at that. I won't bother with him again in the future, that's all. Seeing that Lin Xiaofeng had run away, and Wu Xingjie was going to send someone to capture the other party back to apologize to him, Pinggan Chen hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Hearing these words from Pinggan Chen, Wu Xingjie's heart rejoiced. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell, and he hurriedly turned around to thank Pinggan Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for being magnanimous. How about this? In order to show my gratitude, how about tonight my old man hosts a banquet for Mr. Chen and Miss Mu's family at the Imperial Palace Hotel? Wu Xingjie asked cautiously. A banquet is not necessary. I'm a person who doesn't like these lively scenes. If there's nothing else, old Mr. Wu, please go back. Chen Pinggan refused Wu Xingjie's invitation to the dinner. Since Mr. Chen doesn't like lively scenes, then if Mr. Chen needs to use the old man's place in the future, please feel free to ask. The old man will never excuse himself. Hearing Pinggan Chen reject his dinner invitation, Wu Xingjie was disappointed. However, thinking about it, he was relieved. Even the old god of war wanted to invite the other party. He had to be invited in the name of his birthday. Isn't it normal for the other party to reject himself? Today's purpose has been achieved. Wu Xingjie did not dare to have any complaints. After leaving a few polite words with his men, hurriedly left the Mu family. Until Wu Xingjie left with his men, The people of the Mu family were still not able to come back to their senses from the shock, and even forgot to send Wu Xingjie and the others out the door. After making sure that the terrorist demon king Wu Xingjie had really left with his people, Mu Wan Orange, her parents and Qin Shiyu, several people walked to Pingon Chen with odd faces. Surnamed Chen, what special identity have you not told us? Why is the terrifying great demon king Wu Xingjie, one of the 3 great demon kings of the southwest underground world, so afraid of you? And not only did he not dare to hold you accountable for you twisting the hand of his most beloved grandson Lin Xiaofeng, but he also knelt down and apologized to you with a horrified look on his face? Muwan Orange stared at Chen Pingon's face and questioned him with an odd expression. Qin Shiyu and Muwan Orange's parents and the others also all looked at Chen Pingon with an expectant face, quietly waiting for his answer. Chapter 20 Old War God's Invitation. Didn't you Mu family already find out everything about my identity a long time ago? Do you still need to come and ask me? Pingon Shan recalled what Mu Jiannan had said to him in the study and replied with some displeasure. If you don't have any special identity to hide from us, why is it that the terrifying demon king Wu Xingjie, one of the 3 great demon kings of the southwest underground world, is like a mouse seeing a cat when he sees you? Muwan Orange didn't give up because Qin Pingon didn't give her a good face and continued to question Qin Pingon. How should I know? I was already mentally prepared to compete with the other party. Who knows, that old thing inexplicably knelt down for me as soon as he entered the door. I'm still in a daze. This time, Qin Pingon did not complain anymore and replied honestly. Really? Muwan Orange was skeptical. It was obvious that she didn't believe Pingon Shan's answer. It's truer than a pearl. That old thing and I haven't even met. I can swear to the heavens that if I have half a lie, I will be struck by the heavens and not be allowed to die. In order to prove his innocence, Qin Pingon directly swore to heaven, looking at Qin Pingon's oath of faith. Not at all like a lie. Muwan Orange and her parents looked at each other with a puzzled face. Could it be that Wu Shengjie's old man was getting old and his brain was messed up? Just at this time, the butler who had originally gone out to send off the terrifying great demon king Wu Xingjie ran back with a panicked face. Eldest young master, eldest young grandmother, the general manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel is coming towards our Mu family with many people. The Mu family members who had just breathed a sigh of relief had their hearts raised in their throats once again by the old butler's words. The Imperial Grand Hotel was the property of the Lin family, and now that the youngest master of the Lin family, Lin Xiaofeng, had his hand broken by Qin Pingon, the people from the Imperial Grand Hotel under the Lin family had come to say that they weren't looking for trouble with Qin Pingon and their Mu family. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Lin Dishao is the only heir of Wu and Lin families. Only Lin Xiaofeng's grandfather Wu Shengjie doesn't know what reason somehow doesn't dare to pursue their responsibility. But it doesn't mean that Lin family is also the same as Wu family to let go of Ping and Chen and their Mu family. Before the Mu family was ready to respond, a group of men in suits barged into the Mu family, and the leader of the group was none other than the general manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel, Mr. Ren Tianxing. Manager Ren, what brings you here? When Mu Jiannan saw that the leader of the group was Ren Tianxing, the general manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel, he decided that the other party had come on behalf of the Lin family to find trouble for Qin Pingon and their Mu family, and hurriedly greeted them with a smile on his face. The Imperial Grand Hotel was the property of the Lin family, and the Lin family and the Wu family were in-laws, so the Imperial Grand Hotel could be said to have a special status in Dragon City. Because of the Lin family and Wu family's backing, the general manager of this Imperial Grand Hotel also had a special position in Dragon City's high society. Even when a rich kid like Mu Jiannan saw the other party, he was polite and courteous, trying not to offend if he could. Congratulations Mr. Mu. Congratulations Mr. Mu. Run Mao is sending an invitation to Mr. Mu today, and by the way, I want to get acquainted with Mr. Mu, so I'll ask Mr. Mu to take care of me more in Dragon City in the future. When Ren Tianxing saw Mu Jiannan welcoming him, he hurriedly piled up a smile on his face and said to Mu Jiannan with a bashful face, "Sending me an invitation?" Mu Jiannan was confused by Ren Tianxing's words. The rest of the Mu family was also confused. What was going on here? Was this Ren Tianxing not here to trouble Qin Pingon and their Mu family for the Lin family? Yes, I'm here today specifically to send invitations to your Mu family. It's unexpected that your Mu family has such a deep relationship with Zhao Wuji, Zhao Old God of War. Zhao Wuji, Old God of War, is passing through Dragon City, and intends to hold a birthday banquet at our Imperial Hotel 2 days from now, and has named your Mu family as the one to be invited, and has personally instructed that we must personally send the invitations to your Mu family. And amongst all of Dragon City's powerful families, only your Mu family has this honor. Of all the powerful families in Dragon City, only your Mu family has this honor. It's really enviable. The Old God of War is so vigorously promoting your Mu family. It's just around the corner for the Mu family to become the top powerful family in Dragon City. When the time comes, Mr. Mu can't forget about us, those who work hard to run errands. After Ren Tianxing finished speaking, He handed over a gold-stamped invitation card to the hands of Mu Jiannan, who had a dumbfounded look on his face. Chapter 21, Too Unusual. Until all the people from the Imperial Grand Hotel had left, the Mu family members were still in a daze. After realizing that Pingon Chen had broken the hand of the Lin family's youngest master, the Mu family had thought that the Mu family would be doomed today, especially when the terrorist demon king Wu Xingjie, one of the 3 great demons of the Southwest Underground, had hurriedly come with his men, which had scared them even more. Who knew that in the end there was a big reversal? The terrorist great demon king Wu Xingjie came to their house not to ask for punishment, but to apologize. Stunned everyone, terrorist great demon king Wu Xingjie had just left their Mu family, when old god of war Zhao Wuji sent someone to send an invitation for the birthday banquet. According to reason, with the old god of war's identity and status, there was no need to send invitations to anyone for his old man to hold a birthday banquet. There were plenty of people who would automatically come to his door in order to fawn over his old man to wish him a happy birthday. But the old god of war had sent invitations to their Mu family, and listened to the general manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel, the entire Dragon City. Only their Mu family can get the old god of war personally accounted for, to send invitations to the Mu family's honor. What the hell is going on? It was too abnormal, too fishy. I know what's going on. Right at this moment, Qin Shiyu, who was standing next to Mu Wan Orange, seemed to have suddenly figured out something, pulling Mu Wan Orange's hand with an agitated face. Shiyu, what do you know? Mu Wan Orange turned her head and asked with a seductive face, and all of Mu's family members also turned their gazes onto Qin Shiyu. Even Pingon Shan looked at Qin Shiyu with a curious expression, curious as to what things the other party knew. I know why Lin Xiaofeng had his right hand twisted off by Chen Pingon, and not only did his terrifying archdemon grandfather Wu Xingjie not dare to find trouble with us, he even personally ran over to kneel down and apologize. It must have been because the other party knew in advance that the old god of battle was going to invite your Mu family to attend the old man's big birthday, and felt that your Mu family and the old god of battle had a great relationship, and didn't dare to offend your Mu family before they obediently came to apologize. Qin Shiyu's words caused the Mu family's eyes to light up. Shiyu is right. The Imperial Grand Hotel is the property of the Lin family. The old god of war is going to hold his birthday banquet at their hotel. Then they, the Wu and Lin families, must have been the first to know about this matter. Knowing that the old god of war had sent an invitation sticker specifically to our Mu family, they felt that we, the Mu family, and the old god of war had a very shallow relationship. That's why they rushed to come over and apologize. And that's a very good reason. Mu Jiannan thought about it and analyzed it with an excited face as well. And besides this reason, he really couldn't think of any other reason that could explain all these strange things that happened today. Great! If that's really the case, with the old god of war's influence, after the birthday banquet our Mu family's status in Dragon City will definitely increase drastically, and it won't take long for us to become the top most powerful family in Dragon City. After listening to the analysis of both Qin Shiyu and Mu Jiannan, Mu Wan Orange's mother also rose up with a look of excitement. Even Mu Wan Orange was influenced by her family and girlfriends and felt that this reason was very strong, following suit with a happy face. But, just as the Mu family members were so excited and complacent about being able to climb the tree of old war god Zhao Wuji, Pingon Chen, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but laugh out, causing the Mu family members to hear it with a nauseating unpleasantness like they had eaten a fly. Surname Chen, what do you mean? You can't see our Mu family is good, right? I'll tell you, if it wasn't for our Mu family's relationship with the old god of war saving you, you would have already been killed by the terrorist great demon king Wu Xingjie I don't know how many times. Where would you still have the chance to stand here? It's even if you don't know how to be thankful. You even made a mocking comment. You're worthy of it, aren't you? Mu Wan Orange's mom walked up to Pingon Shan and used her finger to point at Pingon Shan's nose with a disgusted face and cursed. Chapter 22, Master Mu and the old god of war are classmates. I'm sorry, I just thought that the people from the Imperial Grand Hotel would be the wrong person. I haven't heard that your Mu family and the old god of war have any relationship? Pingon Shan hurriedly explained. His words were not unprovoked, because when the crowd mentioned the old god of war Zhao Wuji, he finally understood why the tang-suited patient he encountered when he was in the Baoji Hall looked so familiar. It turned out that the other party was the old god of war Zhao Wuji of the northern border who was admired by everyone, and when he was a child, he himself had seen him several times on the TV. This time the old war god had someone send the invitation here. It should be because he had instructed Dr. Zhao to save the old war god's life. After all, with the old god of war's ability, finding out that he was in the Mu family wasn't a difficult task. However, this was only his own speculation, so he was not in a position to tell anyone else about it, lest he end up being embarrassed if he wasn't. However, his words caused the entire Mu family to freeze. Yes, it seemed like their Mu family didn't have any friendship with the old war god. Why would the old god of war take such good care of their Mu family? Moreover, They were the only ones in the entire Dragon City who had gotten an invitation from the old god of war to have the general manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel personally send it over. This was unreasonable. Orange, your family's old man and the old god of war are about the same age. Maybe your family's old man and the old god of war have some kind of friendship, but didn't tell you about it. Qin Shiyu, who had been standing with Mu Wanxiang, was somewhat unconvinced by Ping Donchen's words and said loudly to Mu Wanxiang. Qin Shiyu's words once again brightened up the Mu family's eyes. Shiyu's words are really possible. I'll call the old master to ask about the situation. After Mu Jiannan finished speaking, he hurriedly dialed the old master's number who had already returned to his hometown. Because their Mu family suspected that the old master's last accident was secretly poisoned by their Mu family's rivals. For the sake of the old master's safety, coupled with the fact that they didn't want to let the old master support Chen Pingon here, all of the people in the Mu family had discussed and persuaded the old master to go back to the countryside for a few days to recuperate and go back to his hometown. And for the fear that the old master would be bored in the countryside all by himself, the family of Mu on Orange's uncle had followed along and went back to the countryside, and it would be only for 2 days anyway, and so on. Anyway, it's only for 2 days. After the competition between their Mu family and their rivals has come to an end, then they'll let the old master come back. The old master's cell phone was quickly connected. Dad, let me ask you something. Do you know the old god of war, Zhao Wuji? Mu Jiannan asked with a nervous expression. When I was in college, I went to the same school as Zhao Wuji, and was still in the same class. It's just that he ended up making such a big name for himself, and was known as the god of war of the northern border and a pillar of the country. So I didn't have the good sense to get in touch with him. So why are you asking this? Elder Mu on the other end of the phone froze for a moment when he heard his eldest son Mu Jiannan's words, and then said with a face of shame. Among his many classmates, Zhao Wuji was the most accomplished. He was considered to be at the bottom of the list, and he was still embarrassed to say that Zhao Wuji was his classmate. It's nothing. I just heard that the old god of war is passing through our Dragon City and will be holding a birthday banquet at the Imperial Grand Hotel in Dragon City 2 days from now. And just now the side of the Imperial Grand Hotel also sent an invitation to our family, so we are a bit puzzled before we look for your old man to confirm it. Facing the old man's doubts, Mu Jiannan didn't dare to hide anything and truthfully said to the old man, I can't believe that Zhao Wargod still remembers this old classmate of mine, holding a birthday banquet in Dragon City and specially sending an invitation to our Mu family. How about this? You guys resolve the matter of the West City renovation project as soon as possible. 2 days later I'm going back to attend the birthday banquet of this old classmate of mine, the war god. Elder Mu on the other end of the phone looked very happy and said cheerfully, Good. The day after tomorrow is the bidding conference. Success or failure lies in the day after tomorrow. No matter what the result is, I'll let Jian Dong return to the city with you in the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Mu Jiannan hung up the old master's phone happily after saying that. From the old master's reply, it was confirmed that the old god of war had sent an invitation to their Mu family solely because the old master and the old god of war were once classmates. Chapter 23, Driven Out of the Mu Family. After determining that the reason why the old god of war specifically had people send invitations to their Mu family was because the old master and the old god of war were classmates, Mu on Orange's mother immediately pulled the two of them, Mu on Orange and Qin Shiyu, into a corner to whisper, and did not know what they were discussing, and the three of them even glanced over to Ping and Chen's side from time to time. A few minutes later the three left the hall. Although Zhang San noticed their unusual behavior, he was too lazy to pay attention to them, and after going to the bathroom, he planned to go back to his room to put the 2 imitation gold earrings under Mu on Orange's pillow. But before he could return to the door of Mu on Orange's room, Mu on Orange, her mother and Qin Shiyu walked towards him carrying Ping and Chen's bag and the clothes that Ping and Chen had changed out of yesterday. Are you guys planning to change my room? Ping Don Chen asked the trio with a strange look on his face. You don't look good, but you think quite beautifully, and you still want us to change your room for you? Our Mu family's old master and the old god of war are friends from the same school. Our Mu family can't take in trashy scum like you, lest you disgrace our family's old master and the old god of war. From now on you'll just sleep in a bridge hole by yourself, and if you're still angry after 3 months, remember to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce our family's Orange. Mu on Orange's mom said with a cold smile on her face, then threw Ping and Chen's bag to Ping and Chen. Mu on Orange also threw Ping and Chen's change of clothes from yesterday to Ping and Chen and directly drove Ping and Chen out of the Mu family. Aren't you guys afraid that your family's old man won't spare you when he comes back and finds out? After being kicked out of the Mu family, Chen Pingon stood at the entrance of the Mu family and asked curiously to the Mu on Orange trio, That's our business, there's no need for you to worry about us, get lost. With a disgusted face, Mu mother drove Pingon Chen away and then closed the gate with a bang, leaving Pingon Chen with a closed door. Pingon Chen looked at the door of Mu's house and let out a bitter smile. That pair of imitation earrings hadn't been put back in Mu on Orange's room yet. It seemed that he could only find another opportunity later. Ping Shan put the clothes he changed out of yesterday into his bag and left the Mu family. He now had hundreds of billions of US dollars in his card. Was he still afraid of not having a place to live? Ping Shan threw the canvas bag over his shoulder and left Mu's house in large strides, stopping a car to go to the real estate agency to see if there were any good houses, buying a villa to live in for a few months, and then leaving Dragon City when he had cultivated the Phoenix mastery and the whereabouts of the fourth silver needle became apparent. I've never felt what it's like to live in a villa. Now that he has money, he must enjoy himself, and will not be foolish enough to take the money to do any charity. Soon Ping Shan took a car to the street of real estate agents in Dragon City and casually walked into a real estate agency. Gu, isn't this the dragon son-in-law of the luxurious Mu family? Ping Shan had just walked into the real estate agency when his ex-girlfriend Lin Duer's voice entered his ears. Ping Shan looked up and realized that his ex-girlfriend Lin Duer and her mother were also here looking at houses. Ping Shan couldn't help but frown and subconsciously tried to turn his head away. It wasn't that he was afraid of his ex-girlfriend, but he didn't want to have any more entanglements with her. Why are you still carrying a broken bag? It can't be that you were kicked out after giving a wedding shower, right? That's right. The Mu family is the newest powerhouse in Longchang. The Mu family's daughter must be married to the right man in the right family. Like you, a laborer with a criminal record. You're only worthy of being used for people's wedding ceremonies, and you'll definitely be swept away after the ceremonies. Chen Pingan didn't want to get entangled with his ex-girlfriend, but his ex-girlfriend didn't want to let Chen Pingan off like this, especially when she saw that Chen Pingan was even carrying an old canvas bag, looking like he was living on the street. She immediately took a quicker step to stop in front of Chen Pingan, and mocked at Chen Pingan with a gloating face. Previously, she thought that Chen Pingan was a member of the Mu family to give the Mu family's old man a wedding ceremony. Now look at Chen Pingan's appearance. It must be the end of the wedding ceremony by the Mu family to be blown out, or else Chen Pingan's good Mu family manner does not live. Run here to rent a house for what? According to her fiancé, who is the general manager of the Imperial Hotel, the Mu family has a great relationship with the old god of war, and is the only family in Dragon City that has been personally invited by the old god of war to attend the birthday banquet. Such a powerful family. It would be strange for this kid not to be kicked out after rushing to the wedding. Chapter 24, I'm here to buy a house. Ping Shan did not want to talk to Duer Lin and intended to go around. Lin Duer seemed to be at loggerheads with Ping Shan, once again stopping in front of him. Don't go. There are many houses for rent here. Don't you want to take a look before you go? Lin Duer said with a coquettish smile after stopping Chen Pingan. The positioning of this real estate agency is to serve the high-end home buying and renting crowd. So the houses listed for sale or rent in this real estate agency are all high-end neighborhoods or luxury villas. Lin Duer's fiancé said that he would buy her a high-grade flat after the old war god's birthday banquet, and she came to see the house in advance. Unexpectedly, she met Pingan Chen here again, so she wanted to pit Pingan Chen once, to avenge her previous public beating by Pingan Chen in front of the jewelry store. Even if it was just to make Chen Pingan embarrassed once in front of people by the high price of the house here, she would still feel good in her heart. Sorry, I'm not here to rent a house. I'm here to buy a house. Pingan Chen saw through the little bit of Lin Duer's heart at a glance and simply stopped walking. Don't you just want to see me being scared by the high property prices here? I'll let you see how rich I am now today. You're here to buy a house? Pingan Chen's words caused Lin Duer to freeze for a moment and looked at Pingan Chen from the top and bottom once again. A pair of old, whitewashed clothes, and that backpack on his back was also bought when he was with her 5 years ago. In a place like Longchang with high real estate prices, a house would cost at least $1 or $2 million to start with. How could Chen Pingan afford to buy a house with such a poor appearance? On the other hand, Pingan Chen no longer paid attention to Lin Duer, and waved to a beautiful salesperson of the real estate agency. Although that beautiful saleswoman saw Chen Pingan dressed in poor clothes, but stood together with Lin Duer who was wearing a famous brand and carrying a famous brand bag in her hand, she thought that she came with Lin Duer and immediately greeted her. Hello sir, may I ask what you need? The beautiful saleswoman asked enthusiastically. Do you have any luxury villas here? Introduce them to me. I want to get my hands on a set. Pingan Chen didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the point. But when he said this, both the beautiful salesperson and his ex-girlfriend, Lin Duer, froze. Put. Pingan Chen, do you know what the average price of a house in Dragon City is? For you to buy a villa in your condition, you couldn't even afford a square meter of toilet in a villa if you were sold. Lin Duer thought that Pingan Chen was trying to bluff in front of her, and was directly amused by Pingan Chen's words. Sir, we have a lot of luxury villas here, but the minimum price is more than 10 million. The expensive ones are as high as billions, and the minimum down payment has to start with a few million. Are you sure you want to look at other villas? That beautiful salesman's words had not finished. Chen Pingan had already lit up his black card of Ruisi International Bank, and that beautiful woman stuttered when she saw it. Their real estate agency was positioned to serve high-end people, and almost all of the customers they contacted were rich people. And that beautiful saleswoman had been fortunate enough to have seen a black card of this kind from Rishi International Bank before. As far as she knew, the holder of this kind of card was worth at least $100 billion. It shouldn't be a problem for me to buy a set of villas here from you guys with this card, right? Pingon Chen asked as he handed over the black card in his hand to the beautiful saleswoman. Can. We still have 5 sets of luxury villas here that we haven't sold yet, and one of them is even known as the most expensive and luxurious villa ever built in Dragon City. The Longquan Villa that sells for $8 billion. It is said that there is a dragon spring well in the courtyard of that villa, and the water from that well cooks things with a great flavor. Why don't I take you over there now to take a look? After that beautiful saleswoman recognized the authenticity of that Swiss bank black card, she was so excited that she said 3 words in a row that she could, and immediately wanted to take Chin Pingon to see that most luxurious villa in Dragon City. Take me to see it now. If it's suitable, I'll buy that villa today, Pingon Chen said with a nod. The beautiful salesperson led Chin Pingon away from the agency to look at the villa. This scene directly made Lin Duer look dumbfounded until her mother came out of the restroom and saw her daughter standing dumbfounded at the door of the agency looking outside. Silly daughter, what are you doing standing here at the doorway all alone and stupid? Lin mother walked up and looked outside as if there was nothing. She asked with a strange face. Chapter 25, Where is the money so good to earn? Mom, I just saw Chin Pingon come to see the house, and the one he was looking at was still a villa. Lin Duer foolishly said to her mom. Originally when she saw Chin Pingon's wretched appearance, she wanted to make Chin Pingon make a fool of himself for once. Who knew that at the end of the day the clown was actually herself? Moreover, Chin Pingon had already slapped her face in public twice today. It made her extremely embarrassed. What was even more unacceptable to her was that Chin Pingon, who was originally supposed to be so poor that he couldn't even afford to eat, had taken out a black card representing a symbol of identity, status and wealth as soon as he did so, and was also going to buy a luxury villa. Pingon Chen came to buy a villa? How is this possible? Don't joke with me. Mother Lin was also dumbfounded when she heard her daughter's words. As far as Pingon Chen's poor look was concerned, one could tell that he had just been released from prison. The most he had on him was the $1,000 or $2,000 in travel expenses that the prison had sent him, and I'm afraid that he had spent almost all of it on buying gold earrings at the jewelry store earlier to please Miss Moo's family. Right? Mom, what I said is true. Just now he entered the door and directly pulled out a black card to let the agency's salesman take him to see the villa. Seeing that her mom didn't believe her words, Lin Duer told her mom exactly what had just happened. The moment she saw Chin Pingon pull out the black card, she was shocked, and in her heart she had a feeling of regretting her previous impulsive decision to break up with Chin Pingon. To know that now find this fiancé although as the general manager of the Imperial Palace Hotel, but that is only called a good sound. In the end, or for others to work for the luxury family, a lifetime may not be able to afford to buy a villa, and now this fiancé is still a second marriage. Although Chin Pingon has been in jail, but with her understanding of Chin Pingon, he was most likely framed and wrongly accused in that year's incident, and in this era of poverty, as long as there is money, not to mention sitting in jail for a few years, even if he sits in jail for decades, there are still a lot of women who are eager to marry. Put. Lin mother couldn't help but burst out laughing after hearing her daughter's story. Lin Duer spoke with an unhappy face. Mom, what are you laughing at? After glancing at her daughter who was full of unhappiness, Lin mother then opened her mouth to explain. You've been tricked by that loser again. Lin Duer's face became even more puzzled by her mother's words. Seeing this expression on her daughter's face, Lin mother continued to explain. A punk who just got out of jail, and listening to your description of him just now, he must have just been kicked out of the Mu family. How could such a person have the money to buy a villa? Must be this kid to the Mu family. As a door-to-door son-in-law punch completed, the Mu family gave him a small amount of money to blow him out. He casually find a place to do a fake card to spend money to get a fake black card, tracking you to find an opportunity to act in front of you. The purpose is to let you think he is now rich people. Want you to make up with him? As long as you have his child, he will use the child to threaten you. Back then, your father is this way to trick your mommy. You cannot be stupid to repeat the same mistake of your mommy. Lin mother looked like a person who had been there before, and persuaded her daughter bitterly. Right, why didn't I think of this? This kid must be following me, then looking for a chance to act in front of me. When the agency's salesman brought him to the villa, he found all sorts of reasons to say that the villa wasn't to his liking and left. I told you, how can money in this world be so good? Just got out of jail and can afford to buy a villa. Cheating little cutie. What? I was almost fooled by this asshole again. In the future this waste say anything, I will not believe him again. These beggars cannot marry a wife to make all kinds of means to cheat girls with them. Too unethical. Lin Duer, after her mom's reminder, The more she thought about it, the more she felt that what had just happened was unreasonable, and felt that she must have been cheated by Pinggan Chen. Didn't that salesman from the agency take him to see the most expensive Longquan villa in Longcheng? Let's go! Let's go to Longquan Villa now to expose this beggar's trick. When the agency's people know that they have been made a monkey's play by this beggar, they will surely find someone to beat him up. Seeing that her daughter finally saw the scam of that beggar Pinggan Chen, Lin mother immediately pulled her daughter to go and expose Pinggan Chen's trick, so that Pinggan Chen would make a fool of himself in front of the people of the intermediary company. Chapter 26, One Step Too Late. Mom, your son-in-law-to-be just called over to ask me to have dinner with him. I don't want this kind of loser to affect the mood of my date, so I'll just let him off the hook for now this time. It's not too late to teach him a lesson next time. Lin Duor looked at the time and shook her head as she said to her mom, since my son-in-law-to-be has asked you out for dinner, it must be important to eat. Let's hurry up and go, so as not to make my son-in-law-to-be wait in a hurry. As soon as Lin mother heard Lin Duor's words, she hurriedly pulled her away from the agency. On the other hand, the beautiful saleswoman from the agency drove Chen Pinggan to the Longquan Villa at the top of Longquan Mountain. This is the most luxurious villa in Longcheng. Get up in the morning and pull open the curtains at home to see the sunrise. Evening can also see the sunset, and the air is very fresh. Ride to the top of Longquan Mountain as if returning to the feeling of nature. In Longcheng, Longquan Villa is the best place for rich people to recuperate. The owner of Longquan Villa, because of business failure, in urgent need of capital turnover, 3 days ago to the villa hung in the major intermediary company out. Just by looking at the surrounding environment, Pinggan Chen felt that this Longquan Villa was very suitable for people like him who practiced kung fu to live. However, when the two of them walked to the entrance of the Longquan Villa, they found a car parked in front of the entrance of the Longquan Villa, and the person from another agency brought a young man dressed up in a very trendy fashion with a famous brand out from the inside. Isn't this the gold medal salesman from IKEA Real Estate? I'm sorry, the $8 billion Longquan Villa has been reserved by Mr. Zhao beside me. You can look elsewhere. When the employee of another agency saw the beautiful salesman bring Pinggan Chen to the entrance of the Dragon Spring Villa, he said to the two with a smug look on his face, because Pinggan Chen was not dressed like a person who came to buy a villa. The two people who came out from the Dragon Spring Villa thought that Pinggan Chen was a new employee of the agency where the beautiful saleswoman was working, and was following the beautiful saleswoman to familiarize himself with the market. Zhao Shikai, who was wearing a brand name, glanced at Chen Pinggan. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then got into the car and left with the salesman who took him to see the house. Zhao Shikai received a phone call from his grandfather Zhao Wuji yesterday, saying that he was going to hold a birthday banquet in Dragon City 2 days later, asking him to hurry over, and that his war god grandfather had a big shot to introduce to him at the birthday banquet, asking him to get closer to that big shot in the future. Receiving his grandfather's call, Zhao Shikai was shocked. Grandpa's meaning was very obvious, letting himself go to tie up with a big shot. Knowing that his grandfather is one of the most powerful people in the world, even his grandfather wants him to go to the figure. It can be seen that the status of the big man is how honorable. Zhao Shikai rushed to Longcheng yesterday night, and after meeting with his grandfather, according to his grandfather, said that the big man should live in Longcheng, let him buy a house in Longcheng to live. Today he went to the agency, looked at the day down this set of Longquan Villa. No matter the location, decoration, environment is the most satisfactory to him, but this set of Longquan Villa he is not to buy to their own living, but intends to wait for Grandpa to introduce the big man to him to know when. This set of Longquan Villa as a gift to the big man. Instead, he himself bought an ordinary villa at the foot of Longquan Mountain to live in. Chen Pinggan and that beautiful salesman could only watch as the two left the top of Longquan Mountain. Mr. Chen, we are 1 step too late. This Longquan Villa has already been booked. Why don't we look at others? After Zhao Shikai left, the beautiful salesperson said to Pinggan Chen with an apologetic face. Yes, Pinggan Chen was not the kind of person who was unreasonable and nodded his head in agreement. However, after seeing the environment of the Longquan Villa, and then looking at the other villas, Pinggan Chen always felt unsatisfied, and looked at several sets in a row without reaching a deal. Mr. Chen, it's almost dark now. Why don't you find a hotel to stay in first tonight, and we'll look at the rest of the other sets in the morning, can we? After looking at 3 sets of villas consecutively, seeing that it was about to get dark, the beautiful saleswoman had no choice but to say to Pinggan Chen, okay, then you can just drive me to the city. Pinggan Chen nodded and said, and only then did the two of them get in the car and leave the Longquan Mountain Villa area. Having just arrived in the city center, the beauty from the agency was about to send Pinggan Chen to a nearby high-end hotel when she suddenly came to a sharp break at the road, waking up Pinggan Chen, who had his eyes closed. What's wrong? Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and asked suspiciously. We seem to have encountered a bumper car, the beautiful saleswoman from the agency said with some panic, getting out of the car immediately after finishing. Chapter 27, Old Classmates Porcelain. Touching porcelain? Hearing these two words, Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of a female friend in high school, Li Runan. Because of the difficulties of her family, she often touched porcelain outside the school on weekends to earn money for her old father to see a doctor. After graduating from high school, she came out to work, and then gradually lost contact with the two. And now I don't know how the other side is? Goo, you broke my leg. You don't want to go without 1,000 or 8,000 today. Chen Pingan got off the car and saw a small donkey collapsed in front of the front end of the car. A long-haired beauty sitting on the ground holding her leg and wailing loudly. The agency's beautiful salesperson was terrified. The surrounding passers-by were pointing at them and talking. Chen Pingan heard the voice of the other side, felt a little familiar, carefully looked at two eyes. This sitting on the ground wailing beauty is not his high school female buddy Li Runan? I can't imagine that the other side has become so beautiful after leaving long hair. The difference between short hair and long hair is really too big. Especially the temperament of this piece of a sea change. If not carefully look at it, really do not necessarily recognize it. What makes Chen Pingan even more unexpected is that after so many years, the other party is still doing things like touching porcelain. You've broken this leg no less than 100 times, right? Pingan Shan asked without any good humor to Li Runan, who was sitting on the ground and wailing. The other party had taught her these lines back in the day, and it was unexpected that she was now touching the body of this old classmate of his. Li Runan, who was sitting on the ground and wailing loudly, looked up and directly froze. Chen Pingan, how come it's you? The original loud wailing Li Runan forgot to continue pretending and directly jumped up from the ground, looking at Chen Pingan with a surprised face. This young lady, is your leg okay? The beautiful salesman from the agency was stunned by the scene in front of her, pointing at Li Runan's leg and asking, is this your friend? Li Ruat ignored the other party and asked Pingan Chen. Can't talk about it, she's from the agency. I've just arrived in Longcheng. I haven't found a place to settle down yet. She's showing me a house today. Pingan Chen answered honestly. So coincidentally, I shared a 3-room, 2-bedroom apartment with someone else. There's still 1 room left. You don't need to look for any house. Go to my place. The one who shared the apartment with me is a big beauty, and she's still single. Whether or not you can pick her up will depend on your ability. As soon as Li Runan heard that Chen Pingan hadn't landed a place yet, she immediately pulled Chen Pingan to live at her place. That's not too good, is it? Pingan Shan responded in embarrassment while helping Li Runan pick up the small electric donkey that had fallen to the ground. We've been buddies for so many years. What are you pretending to be embarrassed about in front of me? Hurry up and get on. Li Runan straddled her small electric donkey and urged Chen Pingan. So you're not going to do this business? Pingan Shan asked Li Runan, pointing at the beautiful salesperson of the agency. I just saw that there are still more than half an hour before I go to work, and thought of doing a single on the way. But I never thought that the target customer actually knows you. So how can I still have the nerve to do it? Li Runan said while pulling a breathless Chen Pingan to sit on her small donkey. In the agency, that beautiful saleswoman dumbfounded in the long go, sitting behind Li Runan. A gust of young girl's body fragrance came with the wind, making Chen Pingan a little apathetic. How did Chen Pingan not think that the woman Li Runan would one day also keep long hair? And kept long hair, she became so beautiful. The whole person's temperament has changed. The body is even better. Even as a good buddy, Chen Pingan could not help but be stunned. More than 20 minutes later, Li Runan brought Chen Pingan back to the apartment she shared with others. I'm going to the restroom first. Just entering the door, Chen Pingan, whose stomach was a bit uncomfortable, went straight to the bathroom. As a result, when he pushed open the bathroom door, a stunning beauty appeared in Pingan Shan's line of sight. Qin Shiyu, why are you here? Chen Pingan, why are you here? Pingan Shan and the stunning beauty in the bathroom asked in unison. Qin Shiyu, who had just finished her shower and hadn't even had time to put on her clothes, saw someone break in, and at first she thought it was her co-tenant roommate, Li Runan, but then she looked up and realized that the one who had broken in was actually a man, and it was also the scum demon Pingan Shen who had just been driven out of the Mu family. Both were frozen in place with wide eyes. Chapter 28, Beautiful Roommate. Shiyu, your clothes are still on. Li Runan came behind Chen Pingan, and seeing Qin Shiyu's perfect golden proportioned body, she hurriedly reminded Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu subconsciously looked down. Ah! Qin Shiyu reacted the same way as most girls, screaming with all her strength before covering her chest with both hands. However, she was able to block the top, but not the bottom, and appeared to be in a very sorry state. Pingan Shan was startled by the other party's scream and hurriedly turned around, not daring to look again. Li Runan pulled Chen Pingan out and casually closed the bathroom door. How about it? Is this roommate of mine pretty? Just her body, where it should be concave, where it should be convex. I almost drooled when I saw it. Honestly, did you have a heart attack? I'm telling you, you just saw her naked. She must have a deep impression on you. Love often starts from these ripples of ambiguity. If you are thicker skinned and put in more effort, You might really be able to capture the heart of a beauty. Chen Pingan had thought that Li Runin would teach him a lesson, but who knew that she would teach him how to pick up Qin Shiyu with a lewd face. This womanizer was still as tigerish as before. I'm not interested in her. Moreover, she's not even as pretty as you in my mind. Chen Pingan shook his head and answered honestly. The femme fatale Li Runin unexpectedly blushed in an unprecedented manner. Che, mouth smeared with honey, why didn't I realize before that you were so good at coaxing people? Suddenly being praised by her former iron brother for being beautiful, Li Runin was unable to adapt for a while, and rolled her eyes at Chen Pingan with a red face. At this time the bathroom door opened from inside. Qin Shiyu wrapped in a bath towel walked out from the bathroom. Chen Pingan, you scum, why are you here? Qin Shiyu questioned as she looked at Chen Ping with icy cold eyes. You guys know each other? Seeing Qin Shiyu call out Chen Pingan's name in one breath, Li Runin looked at the two with a surprised face and asked, sort of, we met at the bank this morning, and then something unpleasant happened. Chen Pingan replied in a depressed manner. How could he not have thought that Li Runin's shared roommate was actually Qin Shiyu? Runin, didn't you go to work? Why did you bring this kind of scum back? Qin Shiyu averted her gaze from Pingan Chen's body and asked Li Runin with a puzzled expression. Originally, she had thought that after Chen Pingan was blown out by the Mu family, he would go live in a bridge hole tonight. Unexpectedly, this scum demon even had acquaintances in Longqing several, and was also his own shared roommate. It was really a narrow road between enemies. I just want to go to work. Halfway just met the high school classmate Chen Pingan. He just arrived in Longqing, still have no place to live. We hear is not there is a vacant room. I will bring him back. After he with us together with the shared rent, you will not have any comments, right? After Li Runin explained her relationship with Chen Pingan, she asked Qin Shiyu in an inquiring tone. You rented this house first. What opinion can I have? But I'll say the ugly words up front. You brought this person back. If he dares to make any mischievous attempts on this girl or do anything out of the ordinary, you'll have to take responsibility for that as well. Qin Shiyu remembered Chen Pingan's black history and warned Li Runin with a serious face. No problem. I can still guarantee my old classmate's character. I guarantee that I won't make any misbehavioral attempts on you. What do you say, Pingan Chen? Li Runin hurriedly assured Qin Shiyu, and after saying that, she even pulled the corner of Chen Pingan's coat, so that Chen Pingan would take a stand. I have no interest in her. Pingan Chen just responded indifferently. At this time, Li Runin's cell phone alarm went off. Groovy, I'm late for work. My full attendance award. Shiyu, you show him his room. I'll go to work first. Li Runin finished leaving behind the two of them, Chen Pingan and Qin Shiyu, and breezed out to go to the night shift. Chapter 29. Are you her boyfriend? Which room am I staying in? Li Runin went to work, so Chen Pingan had to ask Qin Shiyu, the one next to the toilet. Qin Shiyu used her luxuriant jade finger to point to the room separated by a wall from the toilet and said to Chen Pingan in a bad mood. Then with a nervous face, she ran back to her room and locked the door behind her. Thanks. Pingan Chen took his simple luggage and walked towards the empty room next to the toilet. Entering the room and looking, Chen Pingan swept the room. It was a small room of about only 12 or 13 square feet. Not big, but the bed, closet, air conditioner and all these things were there. Handbag can be moved in. Not bad. Chen Pingan found a mop and mopped the floor of the room. Qin Shiyu went back to her room and unlocked the door, immediately changed her clothes, and then called her best friend Mu on Orange to meet at the KTV. Pingan Chen, who was tidying up his room, heard the sound of the door opening and poked his head out of the room to find that Qin Shiyu had changed into a set of coffee-colored halter dress at some point and opened the door to go out while talking on the phone. Chen Pingan also left the apartment after cleaning up the room and went out to buy some daily necessities. When he came back, it was already 11 o'clock at night, and when he returned to the door, he sadly realized that he didn't have a key. Two of his roommates, one had gone to work and the other had gone out for a night on the town. In the end, Pingan Chen could only go to Li Runin's place of work and ask her for the key. Fortunately, Li Runin had told him the address of the company she worked for, the 9 Stars KTV on Sunshine Road. When Pingan Chen came to the door of 9 Stars KTV, the welcoming lady at the door immediately warmly came forward to greet him. May I ask, Mr. Several, have you booked a box yet? I'm here to find your welcome foreman Li Runin. Is she inside? Pingan Chen asked to the welcome lady. Are you our foreman's boyfriend? The welcoming lady asked Pingan Chen with an odd expression on her face. I'm her buddy. Did something happen to her? Seeing the odd expression on the welcome lady's face, Pingan Chen suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and asked with a gloomy face. Places like KTV were crowded, and it was easy for a girl to get into trouble working in such a place. 2 hours ago, Li Runin went to our manager to help arrange for a friend to work for us here, and then was taken by our manager to the 888 box to accompany the guests for a drink, and has not yet come out. Before the welcoming lady finished her words, Chen Pingan had already rushed into the KTV. He asked the KTV attendants along the way, and soon came to the most luxurious box 888 of 9 stars KTV. Without hesitation, Pingon Chen pushed open the door of box 888, and a deafening wave of sound instantly traveled out from the box. In the large dimly lit box, 3 large men were pouring alcohol into the already drunken Lee Runen. One of the men had a badge with the words 9 stars KTV manager pinned to his chest. The other 2 were none other than the one who had bought the Longquan Villa ahead of Pingon Chen this afternoon, Duke Xiao Shikai Zhao, as well as the salesman from the agency. Duke Xiao, manager, I already drank a bottle of foreign wine tonight. I really can't drink anymore. Lee Runen drunkenly refused those 3 men's pouring of wine, because the music was too loud. They didn't even notice when Pingon Chen pushed the door and walked in. Runen, Mr. Zhao is not someone who can afford to offend anyone. If you can't let Mr. Zhao have his fun tonight, don't even mention asking me to arrange a job for your friend. Even you don't have to come to work tomorrow. The manager of 9 stars KTV opened his mouth and threatened Lee Runen. Lee Runen's face went white with fear when she heard this. Her dad's body had been maintained by medication, and once he was out of work, her dad would have to go off his medication. Moreover, her good buddy, Pingon Chen, had just arrived in Longchang, and having been in jail, it was almost impossible for him to find a job in Longchang if he didn't rely on connections through the back door. After weighing the gains and losses, she could only bite her lip and silently accept the wine that Mr. Zhao handed over. But right at this moment, a big strong and powerful hand grabbed her wrist. Chapter 30 Dogma Plot. Chen Pingon, why are you here? Seeing someone stopping her, Lee Runen looked back and it was Pingon Chen. She asked with a surprised look on her face. If I didn't come, you would have been eaten by these 3 wolves tonight. Look at your breath of alcohol. You can't drink anymore. Pingon Chen said, snatching the wineglass from Lee Runen's hand. Give me back my wine. If I don't drink it I'm going to lose my job. It's not like you don't know about my dad's situation. I don't have a choice, Lee Runen said with an ugly face, then reached out to snatch back the glass of foreign wine that had been snatched away by Chen Pingon. Understanding Lee Runen's character, Chen Pingon did not say anything else and directly slashed Lee Runen on the back of her neck. Lee Runen instantly fainted and fell softly into Pingon Chen's arms. Pingon Chen picked up Lee Runen from the waist and was about to leave the box. Kid, do you think this is your home? Come when you want and leave when you want? The manager of 9 stars KTV stopped in front of Pingon Chen and said with a sneer. That agency salesman and the manager of 9 stars KTV were cousins. The manager had already learned from his cousin's mouth about the fact that this Mr. Zhao had spent more than $9 billion on 2 villas today in one breath, one of which was also the Dragon Spring Villa that was priced at $8 billion. He immediately asked his cousin to find a way to bring the tycoon to the KTV to play, so that he could have a chance to get to know him. It just so happened that Lee Runen wanted the manager to help Pingon Chen, who had just arrived in Dragon City, arrange a job. The manager then thought of letting the beautiful Lee Runen go along with him to accompany Mr. Zhao, but it turned out that Mr. Zhao took an immediate liking to Lee Runen and wanted to get Lee Runen drunk and bring her to the hotel. The manager, in order to flatter the tycoon Zhao Gongzi, also put up a fight, together with his cousin, as well as Zhao Gongzi, 3 together to Lee Runen to pour wine. C is about to be a great success. Suddenly kill the Chengbian to take away their prey tonight. How can the manager let Chen Pingon so easy to leave? Although this is not my home, but as long as I want, this can become my home anytime. Get out of my way right now or suffer the consequences. Pingon Chen looked at the manager who stopped in front of him and said coldly. The intentions of these few people were very obvious. They wanted to get Lee Runen drunk and then molest Lee Runen. If he wasn't holding Lee Runen in his arms, he would have to teach these people a good lesson. Conceited your mom. Seeing that Pingon Chen not only didn't put down Lee Runen, but also threatened himself, the manager also got angry and ate up a bottle from the table and smashed it towards Pingon Chen's head without saying a word. But before the manager's bottle could hit Chen Pingon's head, Chen Pingon had already kicked out, and directly kicked the manager, who hadn't even finished swearing, off and slammed into the wall. The manager fainted without completing a sentence. Snap! The music of the box stopped abruptly, and the sound of crisp clapping rang out. So it's a practitioner. No wonder he's so arrogant. When the tycoon Zhao Shikai saw that Pingon Chen had knocked the manager out with a single kick, not only was he not afraid, he also clapped and said to Pingon Chen with a playful face. He had practiced martial arts with his war god grandfather Zhao Wuji since he was a child, and now he was already a small master. He had no problem beating 5 people one by one when facing ordinary people, and he could even walk under the hands of 2 of his grandfather's strongest guards. Air. 410 moves now. After saying that, he directly used his grappling hand to charge towards Pingon Chen. He was confident that he could take down the Pingon Chen in front of him within 3 moves. Holding Lee Runen in his arms, Chen Pingon was too lazy to fight with the other party and directly swept a shadowless leg onto the coffee table. The wine bottles on the coffee table were all sent flying by his kick and ruthlessly crashed into Zhao Shikai's chest. Zhao Shikai, who had not yet arrived in front of Ping and Chen, was unable to dodge in time and was smashed by 2 wine bottles on his chest, instantly causing him to feel a huge pain coming from his chest, and his body was also knocked away by the powerful force and fell on the sofa, causing him to grimace in pain, if not for the fact that he practiced martial arts since he was a child, and his physical quality was much stronger than ordinary people. It was estimated that he would have been a dead man lying on the ground by now. The remaining agency salesman was stunned by the scene in front of him and stood still, not daring to move. Chapter 31 Acquisition. I'll send the person back to rest first before I come back to clean you guys up. Pingon Chen dropped a sentence and left 9 stars KTV with the unconsciously Runin in his arms. Halfway there, Chen Pingon made a call to Shin Jiliang, the general manager of Rishi International Bank. Mr. Chen, what can I do for you? Just as the call was connected, Manager Shen's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Manager Shen, can you help me get in touch with the owner of 9 Stars KTV? I want to acquire their KTV. Pingon Chen did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Too coincidental, Mr. Chen. 9 Star Group's general manager Liang is with me right now. Where are you right now? I'll bring him over to meet you right away. Manager Shin on the other end of the phone froze for a moment when he heard Mr. Chen Pingan being so direct, then surprisingly said to Mr. Chen Pingan, then you guys wait for me at 9 Star KTV. I'll be there in 40 minutes. Chen Pingan instructed 2 sentences with Manager Shin on the other end of the phone before hanging up. Returning to the entrance of the apartment, Pingon Shan retrieved the key from Li Runin's body and carried the still unconscious Li Runin back to her room to settle down before immediately returning to 9 Stars KTV. In addition to realizing his words, as long as I want to, this place can become my home at any time, there is another reason for him to acquire 9 Stars KTV, and that is to help Li Runin. Just now, the lady at the door said that Li Runin went to their manager to let the manager arrange a job for her friend, and that friend of Li Runin's in their mouth must be herself. She must have felt that she had just come out of prison and found it difficult to find a job, so she went to beg their manager to arrange a job for herself, just for the sake of Li Runin's brotherly love. He also want to help Li Runin a hand. However, he knows that Li Runin has to be strong since she was a child, and if he gives her money directly, she will definitely not want it. The KTV acquisition over, secretly give her a promotion and pay raise, so that not only can help her, but also let her feel as after their own efforts to get everything, a sense of accomplishment. Soon Pingon Chen once again returned to the 9 Stars KTV, that Zhao Gongzi and the manager had already been sent to the hospital. The general manager of Ruisi Bank, Shin Jiliang, accompanied that pot-bellied Mr. Liang and a tall beautiful secretary standing at the entrance of the KTV looking around. Mr. Chen is here. When Pingon Chen just got off the bus, Manager Shin immediately said to the owner of 9 Stars KTV and then greeted Pingon Chen. The pot-bellied Mr. Liang and his secretary followed Manager Shin to Pingon Chen's face, and both of them looked puzzled when they saw Pingon Chen in that outfit. Didn't Mr. Shin say that this buyer was a big shot with a few $100 billion? But in front of this kid, this dress, the whole body together less than $500, and that a dress although dry and clean but all washed white. Could it be that rich people nowadays are so frugal that even a set of clothes have to be worn for several years? Mr. Shin, is this the big shot you said would buy my 9 Stars KTV? Mr. Liang pulled on Mr. Shin's clothes and asked in a small voice with a look of disbelief. Although the voice was small, it was still heard by Pingon Chen. Pingon Chen naturally understood what was in the other party's mind, which was nothing more than thinking that his clothes did not look like a rich man. However, he didn't bother to explain to the other party, and directly pulled out his Rishi Bank's black card from his pocket. Rishi Bank's limited edition Supreme Black Card? Seeing the black card that Pingon Chen pulled out, that Mr. Liang immediately exclaimed in shock. With his status, he naturally knew what the Rishi International Bank's Supreme Black Card represented, and with a shocked face, he turned his head to look at Manager Shin, wanting to ask the other party whether this black card was real or fake. This limited edition Supreme Black Card is what I just gave Mr. Chen this morning. It's as good as fake. Manager Shin contacted the inquiring eyes of the owner of 9 Stars KTV, and he smugly spoke. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. We were rude just now. Let's sit down in my office first and talk over a cup of tea. Having received Manager Shin's assurance, the owner of 9 Stars KTV no longer had any doubts, and immediately piled on the smiles to welcome Chen Pingon into 9 Stars KTV. Muon Orange and Qin Shiyu also happened to have an appointment to meet at 9 Stars KTV tonight, and when the two of them went to the restroom and came out, Muon Orange just happened to see the scene of the boss of 9 Stars KTV respectfully inviting Ping and Shen into his office. Chapter 32, You really dare to come back? Orange, why did you stop? Qin Shiyu, who was walking behind her, bumped into Muon Orange and asked with a strange look on her face. Shiyu, I seem to have just seen the owner of 9 Stars KTV very respectfully invite that scum Ping and Chen into his office. Muon Orange turned to her best friend Shin Shiyu behind her and said with a shocked expression, "Put. Orange, you're blind. The boss of 9 Stars is personally worth billions of dollars, even more than your Mu family. How could that scum Ping and Chen know such a big boss and respectfully invite him into his office? If he really has the ability to make the boss of 9 Stars respectfully invite him into his office, why would he need to be so desperate as to turn to his high school classmates? It must be because we just finished talking about that scum. You just feel like that scum when you see anyone." Shin Shiyu, who was walking behind, was amused by Muon Orange's words and analyzed them with reason. Then it might really be that I'm looking at it wrong. Hearing her best friend's reasoned analysis, Muon Orange also thought that she was mistaken. Shaking her head, the two of them once again returned to the box to continue singing. And at this time in the office of the owner of 9 Stars KTV, Chen Pingon had already started to talk to the owner of 9 Stars KTV about the acquisition. With the guarantee of Shin Jiliang, the general manager of the Longcheng branch of the Ruisi International Bank, coupled with the fact that Pingon Chen was rich and powerful, and the owner of 9 Stars KTV was in a hurry to cash out and save the other businesses under his name, the deal was finalized in less than an hour. Pingon Chen took the 9 Stars KTV chain, which had a total of 99 stores in the 3 southwestern provinces, for $300 million, and the money was transferred on-site to settle the payment. Mr. Liang of the 9 Stars Group sent a notice to the executives of 9 Stars KTV in the senior group, stating the notice that 9 Stars KTV had been transferred out, and asked all the senior executives of the Longcheng branch to come to his office to meet the new boss. When the executives of 9 Stars KTV received the news in the group, they all felt very sudden. However, thinking of the troubles in the real estate business under the boss's name, they weren't surprised, and all the executives in Dragon City immediately rushed towards the boss's office. Even those who worked day shifts and were already ready to sleep immediately went out to rush to the KTV to meet the new boss. The night manager, who had been kicked unconscious by Pingon Chen, was now lying in a hospital bed, hanging water. After receiving the message from the group and knowing that 9 Stars KTV had changed ownership, he immediately pulled the needle out of his hand and rushed back to the KTV. If the new boss is left with a bad impression because he is late, even if the new boss does not open him, he may give him all kinds of small shoes to wear in the future. As a result, he rushed back to the KTV, and just met Pingon Chen, who came out from the boss's office to use the restroom, and almost bumped into Pingon Chen. "The new boss, do you walk without eyes? It's you, kid. I can't believe you really dared to come back. Security guards, arrest this kid immediately." The manager, who almost bumped into someone, cursed angrily. When he saw that the person he almost bumped into was actually Pingon Chen, he remembered that when Pingon Chen took Run and Li away, he left behind harsh words, saying that he would come back to clean them up in a while. Originally, he thought that this kid was just talking big, but never thought that Pingon Chen really dared to come back again. He suddenly became furious and immediately greeted the patrolling security guards to clean up Pingon Chen. Several patrolling security guards heard the manager's command and immediately surrounded Ping and Chen with sneers. There were also some curious guests around to see what was going on. Seeing that Ping and Chen had actually clashed with the manager of 9 Stars KTV and the security guards, those people looked at Ping and Chen with eyes filled with pity. Which of these nightclubs' bosses didn't have deep backgrounds or connections with the bigwigs on the road? This kid dared to cause trouble here, simply looking for death. Chapter 33, He's your new boss. Kid, immediately kneel down and apologize to me. Then bring Li Runin back together with me to the hospital to apologize to Mr. Zhao, or else even if the God of Heaven comes today, he won't be able to save you. Seeing that Pingon Chen had already gotten his wings, that manager threatened Pingon Chen with a cold smile on his face. The security guards of their 9 Stars KTV were all veterans of the special forces, and it was no big deal for one of them to beat up 5 or 6 ordinary people. Although this kid is powerful, but they have several special forces veteran security guards. He does not believe that he cannot clean up one of you. Just a few of them? Pingon Chen didn't even look at the security guards and said to the manager with a contemptuous face, "Humph, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you today. Get on me. I'll be responsible for any maiming." Seeing the contemptuous look on Pingon Chen's face, the manager was enraged and immediately ordered the few special forces retired security guards. The boss had once told them that they must not be soft when dealing with these people who dared to cause trouble in their venue. Otherwise people would think that their venue was easy to bully. Those few security guards looked at each other, and with batons in their hands, they directly greeted Pingon Chen's body. "Stop! How dare you guys be so rude to your new boss? Do you guys still want to mix?" Right at this moment, the furious roar of that Mr. Liang came from behind him. For the boss's voice, the security guards are still very easy to distinguish. Hurriedly retrieve the baton in hand, turn around to see their boss hurriedly rush to, and a look of panic on his face. Seeing the boss's behavior, the few security guards' heart secretly bad. immediately make away. That manager even rushed to welcome him. Boss, this kid doesn't know the sky and the earth. Just now in our KTV trouble, but also me as well as our guests injured. I just came back from the hospital, hands still inserted with needles I am letting the security guards teach that kid a lesson. That manager pointed at Chen Pingon and explained to Mr. Liang, who knew that before he could even finish his words. Mr. Liang directly slapped that manager in the face, directly confusing the manager. Boss, it's this kid who came to cause trouble. Are you not hitting the wrong person? The manager asked with an aggrieved face. Put away this pig's hoof of yours, and keep your mouth clean. This is Mr. Chen. From now on all the 99 stores of the 9 Stars KTV chain will be Mr. Chen's property. Your new boss. Don't call me boss from now on. Mr. Liang coldly said to that manager. What that? This kid is our new boss? That manager looked at Mr. Liang in shock and asked with a face of disbelief. Even those security guards were shocked, and at the same time, their hearts were celebrating. Fortunately, their hands were a step slow just now. If they were more than 10 seconds faster, it was estimated that they had already crippled the new boss. If they had been faster than 10 seconds, they would have crippled the new boss. If they had crippled the new boss, they would have lost their jobs, and they would have had to lose all their money. The few security guards were sweating coldly just thinking about it. Sorry, you've been fired. I'm not your new boss. Immediately go to the finance to get your salary for this month and leave right away. I don't allow people like you here who let their female employees to accompany guests to drink and sleep with them, and then seek personal gain. Chen Pingon didn't wait for that Mr. Liang to say anything else. He directly announced that he fired that manager on the spot. Once that manager heard the words of Ping and Chen, he directly fell to the ground. It had taken him several years to climb to the position of manager, and it had taken him countless hours of effort and energy as well as money to sit there, but as a result of one wrong step, it had all come to nothing. Secretary, you help me do 2 things now. First, help me draw up a termination agreement to fire this manager. Second, draw up another appointment letter for me. Appoint Li Runan, the foreman of the welcome department, as the general manager of 9 Stars KTV, and from now on, she will be fully responsible for the daily management and operation of the 99 stores of the 9 Stars KTV chain. And tomorrow, you will personally deliver the appointment letter to her residence to give her a surprise. Chen Pingon ignored the manager who fell softly to the ground and turned to the tall and beautiful secretary and instructed her. Chapter 34 Revenge. After dealing with the manager's matter, Chen Pingon had a simple meeting with the executives of 9 Stars KTV and the time was already 1 in the morning. This point is not a big deal for people who work in nightclubs, but for ordinary people, they have basically gone to bed. After leaving 9 Stars KTV, Chen Pingon found a shared bicycle and rode back to Li Runan's apartment. At 1 in the morning in Dragon City, other than the late-night snack stalls, all other places were quiet, and not a single person was seen for half a day. After Pingon Chen turned a corner at the intersection, a bright flashlight shone on his face, illuminating his eyes, and no matter how he dodged, the bright light kept following him. Pingon Chen knew that this was intentional, and he stopped before the light disappeared. In front of him appeared a man with a flashlight in his hand and a hungry wolf mask on his face blocking his way. Who are you? What do you want to do by stopping my way? Pingon Chen asked in a deep voice with a frown. Go to the king of hell to find the answer. The man with the hungry wolf mask sneered, then raised his right hand and a silencer-equipped, powerful M500 revolver was aimed at Pingon Chen's head. The moment he saw the other party raise his gun, Pingon Chen's face suddenly changed and immediately raised his right hand as well, shooting out a golden needle from the burial dragon ring, hitting the other party's wrist before they could shoot. In addition to being a token of the burial dragon palace, his burial dragon ring was used to store the golden needle, but it also had a greater role, that of a concealed weapon. A buried dragon ring heir could rely on this concealed weapon to save his life before he was powerful. The man with the hungry wolf mask suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his wrist, and the powerful M500 revolver fell to the ground before he could even pull the trigger. The masked man was shocked, subconsciously endured the pain and bent down to pick up the pistol in his hand. The result was that just after bending down, Chen Pingon had already come in front of him as if he were a ghost. A foot stepped on the M500 revolver, and a knee smashed fiercely into the head of the other party. The man with the hungry wolf mask didn't even have the ability to resist. He was knocked out like this and fell softly to the ground. Pingon Chen retrieved his golden needles and then picked up that M500 revolver before slowly uncovering the mask on the other's face, which turned out to be the former manager of the 9 Stars KTV who had just been fired by him. After this guy was fired by himself, he even hated him so deeply that he directly ambushed himself with a gun to put himself to death. Chen Pingon's brows wrinkled once again, and for a while he really didn't know what to do with the other party. A shot to death is obviously impossible. There are cameras in many places on this street. If he kills the other party, it will be easy for the police to slowly line up their own body, and will be very troublesome at that time, if not killed. This bastard hates himself so much that he will ambush himself every day in the future. It will also give him a headache. In the end, Chin Pingan's mind produced a plan, using a golden needle to gently stab a few needles on the other party's head. These few needles were very mysterious, because when the other party woke up after these few needles, the whole person would become mentally deranged, and the previous things would also be forgotten, and then someone would definitely send him to the mental hospital. This will avoid the other party always come to ambush their own trouble in the future. At the same time as also his ambush his punishment, the best of both worlds. After getting these done, Ping and Chen took away the other party's M500 revolver and the Hungry Wolf mask. However, not long after he left, he once again ran into a problem, because he found that Muon Orange's sports car was forced to stop in the middle of the road by a van, and the two of them, Muon Orange and Qin Shiyu, were being pulled out of the car by a group of hunks with stockings over their heads and pushed into the van that was blocking the road. Ah, help! What are you doing? Let go of us. Chapter 35, The Warrior. Chen Pingan originally did not want to meddle in the matter, but he could not bear to hear the terrified and helpless screams of Muon Orange and Qin Shiyu. Moreover, it looks like Muon Orange and Qin Shiyu will not have a good ending if they are taken away by these people. No matter how to say that Muon Orange is now his nominal wife and Qin Shiyu is his roommate, just based on these relationships, he has to make a move. However, in order to avoid the two knowing that he had saved them and then falling in love with himself, Chen Pingan put that Hungry Wolf mask that he had gotten from the original manager of 9 Stars KTV on his face. Stop! Seeing that those stocking-covered hunks were about to push Muon Orange into the van, Ping and Chen, who was wearing the Hungry Wolf mask, roared out and rushed up. He kicked the stocking-covered hunks to the ground. Damn it, there's someone who wants to heroically save a beauty. Brothers, cop out. Let this warrior know the price of being a warrior. That leader was also enraged after being kicked to the ground by Pingan Chen and immediately roared at his stalking minions. A few of the juniors immediately drew out the steel pipes that came with the van from the van. However, the next second, they instantly goaded. When a few immediately put the hands of the steel pipe all thrown on the ground, because Chin Pingan took out the M500 revolver seized from the hands of the former 9 Stars KTV manager. All of them were on the road and had some knowledge of handguns. One look at this and they knew that this gun was immensely powerful. Brothers, we can discuss anything. We know it's wrong. Those big men with stockings over their heads raised their hands. Their voices trembled as they said to Pingan Chen. The two of them, Muon Orange and Qin Shiyu, were also so frightened that they did not dare to make a sound, much less move around. What are you two still waiting for? Go! A girl's family. In the future, let's come out to play so late at night. This time luckily you ran into me. Next time you guys won't necessarily be that lucky. Chen Pingan educated the two girls in a deep voice. We know it. Thank you, warrior. Muon Orange replied with a nervous expression. The moment her words came out, Ping and Chen's face underneath the mask suddenly twitched. The moment the word warrior came out of the other party's mouth, it made Chen Pingan's mind recall those beggars wandering the streets bare-chested and wearing pants. He was directly speechless. When the two saw that Chen Pingan did not speak, Qin Shiyu hurriedly pulled Muon Orange and ran towards their car. Just now they sang out from the 9 Stars KTV. Back to the halfway point, suddenly was used with a strong flashlight to break the eyes. Mu Wanqian had to stop the car. The result is that they just parked the car. Someone came over to smash their windows, in the two of them and the screams to pull down the car. At this point, there was not a single pedestrian on the road, and there was no surveillance nearby. Just when the two of them thought that they would not be able to escape tonight, Pingan Chen, who was wearing a Hungry Wolf mask, appeared. In 3 or 2 clicks, he scared the thugs into a frenzy and let them go. Muon Orange, who was about to get on the car and leave, suddenly stopped, bit her red lips, and bravely ran back to Ping and Chen. Big warrior, can I add your WeChat, so we can repay you in the future? Muon Orange nervously asked to Chen Pingan. Originally being addressed by the other party as a warrior was already depressing enough for Pingan Chen. Now the other party came with a second sentence, almost making Pingan Chen storm out. Scram! If you don't scram I'll shoot you. Chen Pingan originally did not have much goodwill towards this Muon Orange, and now the other party's 2 times of calling him a warrior even made his goodwill towards Muon Orange drop to the lowest point, directly turning his gun towards Muon Orange's head. I'm sorry, I just want your contact information to repay you later. I don't mean anything else. If you don't give it, forget it, we're leaving right now. Muon Orange was so scared that her legs almost went soft. After explaining a bunch of nonsense, she immediately ran back to the car, not daring to stay a moment longer, starting the car and running away in a puff of smoke. After Muon Orange's sports car had gone far away, Chen Pingan turned his head to look at the several big men with stockings on their heads. Say, why did you guys hijack those 2 girls just now? Pingan Chen pointed his gun at the leader and asked coldly. Chapter 36, This is the Devil on Earth. Warrior, spare your life. We are just collecting money to do our job. We don't have any grudges with those two girls. Please spare us once. We won't dare to do it again. That leader fearfully begged for mercy from Pingon Chen. Whose money did you take? Pingon Chen ripped the stockings off the heads of several people, revealing the faces of several people, and once again coldly asked, We. The few people who had their stockings ripped off immediately blocked their faces with their hands, stuttering and not daring to say who the person who had bribed them actually was. Without saying a word, Pingon Chen directly aimed his gun at that leader's thigh and pulled the trigger. Ah! That leader screamed miserably and crouched on the ground with his hand covering his bleeding thigh. In this silent night, his miserable scream was very loud and oozing, scaring all those of his accomplices into trembling. If you don't give an honest explanation, the next shot won't be as simple as hitting your thigh. It could be your heart or your head. Pingon Chen played with the M500 revolver in his hand and threatened in a deep voice. I'll say it, can't I say it? We received $1 million from Mr. Lu Jianxiong of the old and powerful Lu family. He asked us to kidnap Miss Mu. That leader was so frightened that he hurriedly told the mastermind behind the kidnapping. Why did the Lu family want to kidnap Miss Mu? Pingon Chen asked with a puzzled look on his face. Because the Mu family and the Lu family are competing for that project in the western city. The Lu family first poisoned Master Mu a few days ago to try to get the Mu family to withdraw. But Master Mu was so blessed with a great life that he was able to come back from the dead after dying for 2 or 3 days. So they wanted to kidnap Miss Mu to threaten the Mu family to get the Mu family to withdraw. And we've already told you, Warrior, what we know. And we're giving Warrior the $1 million we received, and begging the Warrior to spare our lives. That leader no longer dared to hide anything this time, and told all he knew, and wanted to use the $1 million they received to buy the lives of the few of them. I don't want that $1 million, you guys keep it to treat your leg injuries. I want you guys to secretly protect MS. Mu from now on, you can't let her get hurt by anyone. If anything happens to MS, Mu, you guys will end up like this van. After Pingon Chen finished speaking, he slapped his palm with all his might on that van of theirs from top to bottom. The van, which had not been bought for a few days, was directly flattened into a piece of scrap metal by Pingon Chen's slap. Even the 4 tires could not withstand the force of Pingon Chen's palm and blew out directly. Bang sound. The original good van instantly turned into a piece of scrap metal. The few robbers were directly stunned, staring round eyes with a face of disbelief. Several robbers thought their eyes were blurred, rubbed their eyes and looked again. The van was still flat. Their newly purchased van was really slapped into a piece of scrap metal by this masked man. This is still manpower can do? If not see with their own eyes, they cannot believe this scene in front of them. Just now that palm, if it is shot in their body, this body plate will certainly be people a palm to clap into the meat mud cannot. The leader was directly scared to the point of pissing his pants, and a foul odor filled the air. In his heart, he was secretly glad that Chen Pingon had only fired a shot at him just now. If he had been directly slapped on his body, he would have been a pile of mush by now. Say something. When Pingon Chen saw that these few people were only trembling and not answering him, he once again said in a deep voice, Yes, 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 we will definitely protect MS. Mu's safety secretly in the future, and will definitely not let MS. Mu be harmed by anyone. That leader was startled by Chen Pingon's voice and hurriedly knelt on the ground to assure Chen Pingon. This person in front of him was not a human being at all. He was a demon, a devil with a ruthless heart, and also an earthly demon who had already seen the true colors of several of them. With the popularity of the few of them in Dragon City, it was easy to find them, and if anything happened to MS. Mu, he could now imagine what would happen to them. Chapter 37 Nymphomaniac Muwan Orange. When the two of them, Muwan Orange and Qin Shiyu, escaped back to Mu's house, both of Muwan Orange's parents had already gone to sleep. Qin Shiyu was too scared by what had just happened to go back to the apartment she shared with Li Runan, so she spent the night at Muwan Orange's house. The two beauties still had palpitations until they were lying in bed. Shiyu, what on earth do you think the person who wanted to kidnap us just now was? It seems like the two of us haven't offended anyone either. Muwan Orange asked to her best friend who was lying beside her and whose chest was constantly heaving out of fear. Does it even need to be said? It must be the Lu family who was competing with your Mu family for that project on the west side of the city sent someone to kidnap us. Your two families are going to participate in the bidding tomorrow. They must be trying to threaten your Mu group after kidnapping us tonight, so that your Mu group will give up competing with them for the project on the west side of the city. What I'm curious about is what kind of person saved us just now. Was it someone your father or your grandfather secretly arranged to protect us? Or was it someone who just happened to be passing by? Qin Shiyu guessed the identities of those robbers in a single word, and became curious about the identity of Pingon Chen, who had saved their lives. From the tone of the other party's speech to the two of us, it does not look like my father or my grandfather secretly arranged bodyguards for me. It should just happen to be passing by. A person just dry overturned several of those robbers. That posture is too handsome. This kind of is a real man. At that time my heart thumped straight up. There is a kind of feeling of heart, but unfortunately did not want to ask for his contact information. Muon Orange analyzed the previous things. At the end of her words the palpitating expression on her face disappeared. A hint of redness slowly crept up on her face, and finally a face of disappointment rose up again. No way. My Miss Orange, you wouldn't be falling in love with someone without even having met them yet, right? Noticing the change of expression on Muon Orange's face, Qin Shiyu got up with a look of surprise. The two of them had been bosom friends since college, and she hadn't seen this good bosom friend of hers show such a look to any boy in all these years. This was obviously in love, which I have fallen in love with people, Besides, since ancient times beautiful women love heroes. In the face of so many physically much stronger than him robbers he dared to stand up. That man is very chivalrous. In the face of such a chivalrous heroes this young lady, even if she fell in love with him, that's also a very normal thing, Muon Orange hurriedly explained. Originally, she hadn't thought about it that much. She just felt that the man with the mask who dealt with so many robbers alone felt very handsome, but as a result of being told by her best friend, she really felt in her heart that she hadn't even seen the face of the warrior, and the more she thought about it, the more uncontrollable it became. Look at you with this face of philandering, and still say that you are not in love with someone else? I can remind you, you're already a married woman now. If you fall in love with someone at this time that's cheating, you're screwed. Qin Shiyu looked at Muon Orange's flamboyant expression and joked with Muon Orange. However, once she said this, Muon Orange's face, who originally had a face of infatuation, instantly changed in color. Right, she was still legally married to that scumbag Ping and Chen. It would take at least 3 months before they could get a divorce. No, in order to pursue her own happiness, she had to divorce that scum as soon as possible and regain her freedom. I'm going to divorce that scum Chen Ping and immediately restore my free body, then pursue my own happiness, Muon Orange said to her best friend with a firm face. But, Miss Orange, wake up. You haven't even seen the real face of the other person. Whether the other person is ugly or handsome, how is his character is not yet known, and you will still have interactions in the future are not yet known. The pursuit of a line of happiness, Qin Shiyu was amused by Muon Orange's appearance, and gave Muon Orange a fierce blank look and said without any good humor, it was unthinkable that her normally high-minded BFF would be as terrifying as this once she became a nymphomaniac. He was able to appear in front of us when we were in danger and saved us. That proves that we are destined to be together. This thing called fate is very marvelous. I have a premonition that we will definitely meet again in the future. Muon Orange seems to be possessed. No matter what Qin Shiyu says, she just feels that tonight's events were purposely arranged by God to make her find her love. Chapter 38 Mother Door to Drive People. Row row row. Tonight's matter is God intentionally arranged romantic chance encounter for you, got it? Hurry up and go to sleep. Tomorrow you still have to go with your dad to participate in the bidding of the City West renovation project, and fall asleep dreaming of anything. Qin Shiyu really can't stand to watch. Don't want to continue to dwell on this issue with Mu Wanxiang, said, rolled over and closed her eyes to sleep. Muon Orange was girlfriend that a dream of anything words to remind. Also hurry to sleep. Maybe fall asleep in the dream can really dream of that with a hungry wolf mask warrior. And the object of their chat, Pingon Shen, did not know that he took a mask to go up to save Muon Orange and Qin Shiyu, two people, instead of making a mistake. Muon Orange with a hungry wolf mask on him to produce a good feeling. At this moment, Pingon Shen just returned to the apartment shared by Li Runen and Qin Shiyu, and found that Li Runen had not yet woken up, and Qin Shiyu had not yet returned. Looking at the time, it was already past 2 o'clock. He simply didn't sleep. After taking a shower, he returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed to practice the phoenix harnessing technique that he had obtained from the third golden needle. Qin Pingon now only possessed the muddy power that his master had imparted to him on his deathbed, although that muddy power allowed him to have unlimited strength and much better reflexes than ordinary people. These were only instinctive reactions, but he did not know how to utilize these powerful forces. When facing an enemy, he could only slap against someone or hammer a car with one fist like before and other rough behaviors. It was like a brute bull. But after practicing the skill of harnessing the phoenix, he can know how to use the power in his body. According to the master said that as long as he learns the skill of harnessing the phoenix, there will be a big surprise. As for what surprise in the end, but did not tell him, so that he can find out by himself. There are 9 layers of the phoenix mastery. The first layer is to follow the mind method of the phoenix mastery to feel the qi, and then gather the qi in the dantian. Ping and Chen, because he had received his master's power inheritance, his internal force was already immensely powerful. This first step could be directly omitted, casually running some internal force in his body according to the heart method to reach the second layer. The second level was to guide the chi and the dantian to open up the 8 meridians in the whole body according to the heart method's instructions. This step had already been completed by Pinggan Chen under his master's powerful internal force, and he would enter the third layer by running his internal force through the 8 veins in accordance with the heart method of the Phoenix Mastery. The third layer is more critical. Under normal circumstances it is to guide the cultivated bit of internal energy to impact the Ren Tong air chakra. As long as the Ren Tong air chakra is opened it will be able to enter the fourth layer. For ordinary people, this layer was difficult to break through, but for Pinggan Chen it was a breeze, because he had received the inheritance of his master's thick internal force. That powerful internal force casually impacted the Ren Tong air vein of his body. However, the internal force that his master had passed on to him could only help him up to this point, because his master had only cultivated the Phoenix harnessing technique to the 6th layer only, and he had only absorbed half of the power after receiving his master's internal force inheritance, and half of it had been wasted. The realm after the 4th layer would have to rely on him to cultivate up step by step. Time passes very fast for people in cultivation. By the time he stabilized the 4th level of the Phoenix Mastery realm, it was already more than 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, and still, he was woken up by the sounds of Li Runen and the others in the living room. Otherwise, he might have remained in meditation until the night. Qin Pinggan curiously opened the door to his room and found that in addition to Li Runen and Qin Shiyu in the living room, Muwan Orange's mother, that is, his temporary mother-in-law, was also here. Moreover, his temporary mother-in-law had pushed $1 million in cash in front of Li Runen. Miss Li, I have some understanding of your family's situation from Shiyu's mouth. Your father's body has been maintained by medication since you were in high school. Your family's life is not very good. Now there is a chance to get rich in front of you. If you are willing to drive that Pinggan Chen away and not let him live in your place, this 1 million will be yours in the future. And in the future, you don't have to worry about your father's medication costs anymore. Your father's medicine expenses. Muwan Orange's mother said and pushed the $1 million in cash in front of Li Runen. Chapter 39, I won't abandon him. Seeing Muwan Orange's mother acting in such a manner, Qin Pinggan took advantage of the fact that none of the three had noticed him and hurriedly closed the door back quietly. He wanted to see exactly how Li Runen should choose between facing money and her friendship with him. As for why this temporary mother-in-law would appear here, Qin Pinggan guessed with his ass that it must be because Qin Shiyu thought that she couldn't afford to rent an apartment, and told the Mu family about her old classmate Li Runen's acceptance of her, and at the same time told the Mu family about Li Runen's family's situation, and the Mu family tried to buy Li Runen with money to blow herself out of the house. When they are desperate, they then take a sum of money and divorce agreement to their front to let themselves sign early divorce with Muwan Orange. Qin Pinggan has seen a lot of this kind of bloodshed on TV. Don't say. Mu mother came here today's cause and effect was really guessed by Pinggan Chen. This morning, Muwan Orange got up early in the morning and her dad went to participate in the bidding for the old city renovation project in the west of the city. Qin Shiyu woke up late and talked about Pinggan Chen becoming her roommate while having breakfast with Muwan Orange's mom. Muwan Orange's mom thought that Pinggan Chen was desperate and that Li Runen had taken him in. After learning from Qin Shiyu that Li Runen's family was in a difficult situation, she came up with the current scheme. As long as Pinggan Chen was kicked out onto the streets by Li Ruanan, they could take a few tens of thousands of dollars in the divorce agreement to get Pinggan Chen to sign an early divorce from Muwan Orange without their family's old man's knowledge. Li Runen had just woken up from her nap and was still trying to remember last night's events when Qin Shiyu came back with Muwan Orange's mother. They all thought that Qin Pinggan was not at home, and Mu's mother directly explained to Li Runen in the living room the purpose of her visit. Opening the bag containing $1 million in cash, piles of reddish $100 bills appeared in front of Li Ruanan. Li Runen's last night's wine is still not quite awake. Instantly by the eyes of this million cash to wake up, she graduated from high school and went out to work to support her family as a working girl. Worked for so many years to become a small foreman, with a monthly salary of 7,000, and every month, she also had to send 2/3 of the money home to her father to buy medication. When did she ever see so much money? What did you guys just say? As long as I kick out my good buddy Pinggan Chen and don't let him live here, you'll give me the $1 million? Li Runen asked Qin Shiyu and Mu with a look of disbelief. The two of them, Qin Shiyu and Mother Mu, looked at each other and smiled before nodding their heads vigorously. No, what kind of enmity or grudge do you guys have with Pinggan Chen? To think that you're willing to spend $1 million just to have me kick him out and let him live on the streets? Aren't you guys not afraid that after I take the money, I'll just split it in half and let him rent a better house to live in on his own? Li Runen asked with a confused look on her face. She thought that she hadn't woken up from sleep and was dreaming, and after she finished, she pinched her face hard and felt the pain before she dared to believe that all of this in front of her was actually true. There really is a good thing under the sky that falls out of the pie. Qin Shiyu and Mother Mu saw the shocked, excited look on Li Runen's face after seeing the money, and they immediately felt something in their hearts. Your family's situation is in great need of this money. and I know you wouldn't do something like taking the money and then sharing half of it with him. You also don't need to care what grudge we have with Ping and Chen. As long as you follow our words, this money is yours, Mother Mu said with a smirk on her face, and finished pushing the $1 million in cash herself in front of Li Runen. She felt that it was worth it to spend $1 million to get that scum to divorce her daughter. Besides, this $1 million was originally prepared for Chen Pingan. It was a reward for Chen Pingan to save the life of their old man. They wanted Chen Pingan to divorce his daughter Mu Wan Orange after taking the money. But Chen Pingan, that scum, was so greedy that he wanted their entire Mu family. Then don't blame their Mu family for being ruthless and letting that scum not get a single penny. Mother Mu could already visualize Chen Pingan's face of chagrin and regret after being kicked out by Li Runen and living on the streets. I'm sorry, ma'am, although I, Li Runen, am poor and in need of this money, but Ping and Chen is my buddy. Our friendship can't be measured by money. He's in trouble right now. As a buddy, I won't abandon him and let him live on the streets just for the sake of money. You'd better take this money back. Just when Qin Shiyu and Mu's mother thought that things were going smoothly and successfully, Li Runen made a decision that stunned them. She actually pushed back the $1 million and righteously rejected their request. Chapter 40, Congratulations on your honor of being promoted to general manager. What did you just say? Repeat it again? Mother Mu thought that she had misheard and subconsciously asked Li Runen to repeat it again. I said that my friendship with Chen Pingan is not something that money can measure. You don't say take $1 million to come. Even if you take 10 million or 100 million to me now, I won't kick him out. This money, you'd better take it back. Li Runen wanted to get up and go back to her room after she finished speaking. She had already recalled the events of last night. After she went to work last night, she wanted to go to the manager to see if she could arrange a job for Ping and Chen, but it turned out that the manager asked her to go and drink with a guest, saying that as long as she accompanied this guest well tonight, not only would she be able to arrange a job for Ping and Chen, but even she would be able to get a promotion and a pay raise. As a result, that Mr. Zhao wanted to get her drunk as soon as he saw her, and as for what was in his heart, she could figure it out with her toes. If it wasn't for Pingan Chen's timely appearance, she would have been in the clutches of the manager and that Mr. Zhao by now. The fact that she was able to return to her rented apartment in one piece was definitely due to Pingan Chen saving her. The background of 9 Stars KTV was not simple, and I didn't know how Ping and Chen was doing now. Li Runen had just stood up to go back to her room when Mother Mu immediately gave a wink to Qin Shiyu. Qin Shiyu understood, reached out and pulled back Li Runen, who was about to leave, saying, Runen, won't you consider it anymore? This kind of chance of heavenly fortune doesn't necessarily come again for a second time in a lifetime, so if you miss it, you might really miss it forever. That's right, after this village, there won't be this store anymore. Think about your old father who has been bedridden for many years. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about your old father, right? Mother Mu also once again persuaded Li Runen bitterly. Those who didn't know thought that she was really that kind to think about Li Runen. I am very short of money, but I don't earn this kind of money against my conscience. I will earn my father's medication with my own efforts. I don't need you guys to worry about me. Li Runen was already a little impatient in her heart, and her voice was also a little cold. If this woman wasn't brought back by her roommate Qin Shiyu, she would have directly kicked her out. Humph, just this pattern of yours. No wonder you're just a foreman even after so many years in 9 Stars KTV. You have to have a bigger pattern of being a person in order to make a lot of money, you know, girl? Mother Mu also lost her patience and didn't speak so politely to Li Runen. As her words fell, the door of the apartment Li Runen and Qin Shiyu shared was knocked on from outside. Hearing the knock, the crowd's subconscious reaction was that Chen Pingan had returned. Li Runen walked over and opened the door. May I ask if Ms. Li Runen lives here? A beautiful woman stood outside the door and asked politely. I am Li Runen. May I ask what you are looking for me for? Hearing that it was looking for her, Li Runen fixed her eyes and realized that it was actually the personnel department manager of 9 Stars KTV, and she couldn't help but thump in her heart. The manager of the personnel department had personally come to the door? It couldn't be that the manager was angry about last night's incident and wanted to fire himself, right? Last night, the manager had said that if she couldn't satisfy Mr. Zhao, not only would she not be able to arrange a job for Ping and Chen, even she herself wouldn't have to come back to work. The manager and that Mr. Zhao must have been very angry when Pingan Chen took himself away in the middle of last night. Thinking of this, Li Runen's face became very ugly. Hello Ms. Li Runen. I am our 9 Stars KTV's personnel manager Zhao Mansi. Last night our 9 Stars KTV's boss officially appointed you as our 9 Stars KTV's general manager. And in the future, you will be fully responsible for the day-to-day management and operation of the 9 Stars KTV, with a salary of $3 million per year. The boss also took into consideration that Mr. Li's family is in a difficult situation, and specially gave you an advance of half a year of annual salary. And I officially came over to submit the letter of appointment to you today. I officially came over to submit the appointment letter to you. Congratulations to Mr. Li. In the future please Mr. Lee more care. After finishing his speech, the personnel manager of 9 Stars KTV handed over a letter of appointment that had just been rushed out this morning and a $1.5 million check to the dumbfounded Lee Runen. These were what Ping-Gon Chen had explained to the personnel department last night. Chapter 41, he doesn't seem so annoying anymore. The two of them, Mother Mu and Qin Shiyu, who originally wanted to persuade Lee Runen again, were confused by the words of 9 Stars KTV's personnel department manager, thinking that they were really blinkered this time around. But after they confirmed that the scene in front of their eyes was real, the two of them instantly stood in place in embarrassment. Just now they also said that people have a small pattern, just a few $1,000s a month, can never earn big money. Who knew that the face came so fast? He was directly promoted to general manager, with an annual salary of $3 million. The $1 million in cash that they had brought didn't smell good at once, and it also seemed petty. I was honored to be promoted to the general manager of 9 Star KTV, Manager Zhao. Are you mistaken? Lee Runen didn't dare to reach out to pick up the appointment letter and check, asking with a confused face. Last night she had made the lobby manager and Mr. Zhao angry. Shouldn't she have been fired? How come she was promoted to be a manager instead? Although being a manager had always been her dream was only to be the lobby manager of a store. But now, listening to the other party's meaning, the boss was directly letting her become the general manager, managing almost hundreds of stores under 9 Stars KTV. This must be a mistake. Or dreaming is also possible. Yes, it must be a dream. Otherwise how would I encounter such a strange thing today? First my roommate brought a woman back and said to give himself 1 million cash to let himself kick out Chin Pingon. And then he was somehow honored to be the general manager. This kind of thing can only be found in a dream, right? Manager Zhao, can you slap me and see? Lee Runen looked at Manager Zhao of the personnel department and uttered a sentence that caused Manager Zhao to have a question mark on his face. This thing you said is too dreamy. Lee Runen is just a small foreman of the welcome department. How could the boss promote me to be a manager for good reason, and still be a general manager? Can you slap me to see if this is all just a dream? This slap surely won't hurt. Seeing the personnel manager's questioning expression, Lee Runen hurriedly explained to the other party. But, Manager Zhao of the personnel department was instantly amused by Lee Runen's words. President Lee, you are really humorous. I've already delivered the appointment letter. My task has been completed, so I'll go back to work first. The manager of the HR department still thought that Lee Runen was joking with her with those words, and after saying that, she handed over the appointment letter and the check to Lee Runen's hand and went back to work. Until the HR manager left, Lee Runen still hadn't recovered from her confusion. Lee Runen opened the letter of employment, which was indeed her name, and the check for $1.5 million was also real. In order to confirm the authenticity of this matter, Lee Runen pinched her face fiercely until she felt the pain coming from her face. Then she believed that it was true. It was just that what she couldn't understand even if she thought about it was, how did the boss suddenly promote himself to general manager for no reason at all? Just at this time, Chen Pingon opened the door and walked out of the room. When Qin Shiyu and Mother Mu both saw Pingon Chen come out, their faces changed slightly. It turned out that this brat had been in the room the whole time and had not gone out. Looking at the other party's spirited appearance, it did not look like he had just gotten up. Then wouldn't both of them have been overheard by this brat in their conversation with Lee Runen just now? Qin Shiyu stared at Chen Pingon for a while, wanting to see something from the other party's face. The phoenix harnessing skill, as the name implied, had a great attraction to women after practicing it. Chen Pingon, who had already cultivated the phoenix harnessing skill to the 4th level, exuded an aura of special attraction to the opposite sex. Qin Shiyu, who looked at Chen Pingon for a couple of moments, suddenly felt that Chen Pingon, who had a sharp-edged face and resolute eyes, didn't seem to be as annoying as he used to be, and she couldn't help but recall in her mind that last night Chen Pingon had intruded into the bathroom and looked at her naked, and her face couldn't help but fly up in a pair of flushes of redness. That feeling of her heart beating faster made her not help but feel a little flustered. Auntie, Orange should be back soon. Why don't I send you back first? Inexplicably flustered, Qin Shiyu subconsciously wanted to escape from this place, and finished by pulling Muon Orange's mother away without a second thought. But, our purpose hasn't been accomplished yet. Mu's mother was pulled away by Qin Shiyu before she could even finish her sentence. Chapter 42, Clueless Lee Runen. Pingon Chen, what exactly happened in the KTV last night after I got drunk? Did the manager and that Mr. Zhao not give you a hard time? Lee Runen turned her head full of curiosity and asked Pingon Chen. They were trying to make things difficult for me, but I've learned a lot of skills in prison over the past few years. I kicked them one by one and took care of them in 3 or 2. In the end they could only watch as I took you away. Chen Pingon did not hide Lee Runen, and simply told Lee Runen what happened in the box last night. Che, just blow it off. Lee Runen obviously did not believe in Pingon Chen's words. To say that Pingon Chen could save her from 9 Stars KTV she believed. After all, Pingan Shen had spent so many years inside the prison. As long as an individual knew that people who came out of prison were tougher. But if Pingan said that Chen Pingan easily saved her from the 9 stars KTV death, she would not believe. 9 stars KTV security guards are not oil lamps. Almost all of them are special forces retired masters. She does not think that Chen Pingan has the ability to fight with those retired special forces. What's even stranger is that the manager of the personnel department woke up early this morning and ran directly to his home to announce that he had become the general manager. Forget it if you don't believe me. Pingan Shen shrugged his shoulders and did not force the other party to believe his words. Seeing that Li Runan had just rejected the Mu family's bribe, Chen Pingan's heart warmed, feeling that what he did last night was worth it. Right, there's bread and milk in the fridge. You deal with it for breakfast. I have something to go out first. Li Runan didn't even put on makeup, went back to her room and changed into a set of clothes and ran out. Seeing Li Runan go out in a flurry, Pingan Shen guessed that she must have gone to 9 stars KTV to find someone to verify the authenticity of her identity as the general manager. Chen Pingan immediately made a call to his secretary. Secretary Lu, make arrangements to assign a car to the newly appointed general manager Li Runan. Something a bit more upscale. And in a moment, if general manager Li inquires about me as the new boss, help me conceal my identity. Don't let her know that I'm the new boss. And by the way, also say hello to those executives from last night. After calling his secretary, Chen Pingan instructed his secretary. As a good buddy, he knew Li Runan's character better than anyone else. She was a woman who was stronger than a man. If she let the other party know that she was the new boss, she would definitely feel that she was being mean to her and handing her out, and she definitely wouldn't accept this highly paid position. Another thing is, if Li Runan knows that he is now her boss, even if she reluctantly accepts this position for the sake of her dad at home, the two of them will become superior and subordinate, and in the future, she will become coy in front of him, and won't dare to treat him as if he's her buddy anymore. Okay, boss. The secretary on the other end of the phone was a very qualified secretary, only doing what she was told, never asking why Pingan Shen did what he did. The secretary's performance made Pingan Shen very satisfied. Then you go ahead and get busy. I'll call you when I have something to do. Pingan Shen hung up the phone with satisfaction, ate breakfast and continued to go back to his room to practice his phoenix harnessing technique. Not long after, Li Runan arrived at 9 stars KTV in a flurry of wind. Hello, Mr. Li, you're here. The employees on the day shift had already received the matter that the KTV had changed to a new boss, and that Li Runan, the foreman of the night shift in the welcome department, was the general manager when the morning meeting was held, and one by one, they all respectfully greeted Li Runan. With a heart full of questions, Li Runan went straight to the boss's office. 20 minutes later, Li Runan walked out from the boss's office with a Mercedes key in her hand. From the secretary's mouth, she knew that not only she was inexplicably promoted to general manager by her boss, but even the KTV had changed its owner last night, and the lobby manager was fired by the new boss because she had bumped into him. The secretary also gave her a luxury car key, saying that the boss gave it to her. Who exactly is the new boss? Why did he promote himself to general manager? She tried to recall what happened last night. Could that Mr. Zhao be the new boss of their KTV? Chapter 43, I don't want to be your henchman. Who cares who the new boss is? Since I've been promoted to be the general manager, let's give my buddies a benefit first, and arrange for Pingan Shen to work as a second-in-command for my old lady at the KTV. Li Runan returned to the apartment in the limousine that the company assigned to her. Pingan Shen, bring your documents and follow me. Just returning to the apartment, Li Runan shouted to Pingan Shen who was practicing inside the room. You became the general manager. Shouldn't you be buying me a drink to celebrate? What's the point of bringing documents? Pingan Shen asked with a puzzled face as he came out of his room. Of course it is to help you arrange a job. You just came out to find a job is not easy. Buddy, I became the general manager. Naturally I want to arrange a good job for you to do to celebrate things such as put your work arrangements together after the celebration. Li Runan or consistent heartless, cannot figure out who in the end is the new boss. She directly do not want to. First to seek benefits for buddy say, what kind of work are you going to arrange for me? Chen Pingan was even more curious. My assistant or vice captain of security. Annual salary of $500,000. Your choice. Li Runan said very generously to Pingan Shen. The purpose of her doing this was not only to seek a high-paying job for her buddy, but she also wanted to force the new boss out to meet with her. By directly offering her buddy a $500,000 annual salary, she didn't believe that that new boss wouldn't be heartbroken and then come out to stop her. If he didn't come out, then her own buddy would get a high-paying job with $500,000 a year for nothing. Upon hearing Li Runan's words, Chen Pingan, who was drinking water, almost sprayed it out. Your assistant or security lieutenant can earn $500,000 a year? I am now the general manager, fully responsible for the management and operation of 9 stars KTV. I can pay you $500,000 a year if I want to. What? You don't want it? Lee Runen replied with a domineering face. Chen Pingon yo-yoed his head. What do you mean? You don't want this high-paying job? Seeing Chen Pingon shaking his head, Lee Runen was not happy and questioned with dissatisfaction. I don't want to be your henchman. Pingon Chen finished without further explanation, got up and walked towards the door. Once he went to the KTV to be Lee Runen's assistant or vice captain. Wouldn't the fact that he was the new owner of 9 Stars KTV be revealed very quickly? And when Lee Runen knew that he was the behind-the-scenes boss, she would definitely get tangled up. Pingon Chen's words made Lee Runen look dumbfounded, surprisingly unable to refute Pingon Chen. Where are you going? Seeing that Pingon Chen was going out, Lee Runen hurriedly asked. Of course I'm going to find a job. Otherwise you're supporting me? Chen Pingon, who had already walked to the door, turned back with a classic dialogue, then left without looking back. Behind her, Lee Runen wanted to say I can support you now, but she couldn't say such words. She knew that Chen Pingon was also the same kind of person who couldn't eat soft food like her. After Pingon Chen left the apartment, he immediately called manager Shen from last night and asked him to help introduce a job, because with his current resume, it was harder to find a decent job, and if he couldn't find one, Lee Runen would definitely force him to work at 9 Stars KTV. What? Mr. Chen, you want me to introduce you to a job? Manager Shin on the other end of the phone was confused by Pingon Chen's maneuver, thinking that Pingon Chen was joking with him. That's right, any job will do. The work is easy and the salary doesn't matter. Pingon Chen replied with an affirmative face. In that case, I'll help you ask your friends in the circle and give you the information in a while. Chen Pingon's assets Shen manager is the most clear person. The cash alone is hundreds of billions of US dollars, equivalent RMB hundreds of billions of it. There are also hundreds of billions of dollars worth of gold and antiques and so on. He thought that Chen Pingon was too bored to find a job to pass the time, especially Chen Pingons that work to be a little bit easier. The salary does not matter, the words is to let him be sure of his own ideas. Chapter 44, Haters Meet. Soon manager Shen called Pingon Chen back. The beautiful president of 4C's group happened to be recruiting a male assistant. Manager Shen had already greeted the beautiful president of 4C's group and told Pingon Chen to just go to 4C's group directly. And manager Shen also specially explained that the 4C's group is an existence that is on par with the Wu group. The recently deceased boss of 4C's group, Chen Changsheng, along with Wu Xingjie and Li Qiushui of Li's group, were known as the 3 great devils of southwest China. And after Chen Changsheng's death, his righteous daughter managed 4C's group. Chen Pingon didn't care about the 3 devils. He just wanted to find a good job without Lee Runen having to worry about his job anymore. Of course, the strength and background of the company must be the stronger the better. At least you don't have to worry about unemployment. After Pingon Chen received the call from manager Shen, he directly took a car to the headquarters building of 4C's group. 4C's group is one of the top groups in Dragon City. The headquarters building alone is more than 30 stories high and covers several acres of land. When Pingon Chen arrived at the 4C's group headquarters, he was stopped by the receptionist just as he walked in the front door of the company. Sir, may I ask who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? The 2 pretty receptionists asked politely after stopping Chen Pingon when they saw that he did not have a work license. I'm looking for your president. Someone has already contacted her just now. You can make a call and ask. Pingon Chen did not barge in and said politely, but his heart was a bit beat back. Such a big company, even going in requires an appointment. Going to work and whatnot must be very strict. The work can't be easy. Hello sir, the president. She is not seeing guests today. Please go back. That beautiful receptionist said something that made Chen Pingon look stunned. Didn't manager Shen say that he had already greeted the 4C's group and told himself to just come to the 4C's group directly? This manager Shen is also too reliable, right? How humiliating to be kicked out. Ping and Chen happened to want to try out the power of his 4-layer Phoenix mastery, only to see that he took a few steps outside, and when he found that the 2 receptionists lowered their heads to organize the work on their hands, he transported his internal energy to his feet and ran in with all his might. One of the receptionists happened to look up, only to see a virtual image float past them like a gust of wind. Shan, I think I just saw a silhouette float past us. That receptionist hurriedly pulled on her colleague's clothes and said with a face of uncertainty, Put, you're blind. Even if there's something unclean this daytime wouldn't dare to come out. Please next time you scare me wait until it's dark at night, okay? The other receptionist called Shan thought that her colleague was joking with her, and gave her colleague a blank look before continuing her work. The receptionist also thought she was blinded by her co-worker's comment. At this time, Chen Pingon had already boarded the elevator on the 30th floor. The 30th floor has the president's office and the president's rest area, gym, meeting room and so on. Chen Pingon directly pushed the door into the president's office. A huge office inside only a set of leather sofas and 2 desks. Looks very simple. Inside the office, 2 beautiful women were working with their heads down. The The beauty sitting on the secretary's seat was wearing a white shirt, wrap-around skirt, long hair pulled behind her head. No matter the body or skin can be described as a beauty. But after Pingon Chen entered the president's office, his eyes only stayed on that secretary's body for just 1 or 2 seconds. When his eyes came into contact with that beautiful president of the 4Cs group, he looked stunned, and then burst out a brilliant light, vaguely with a wave of hatred in it, only to see the beautiful president of 4C's group sitting behind the president's desk with her head bowed down. The upper half of her body was wearing a beige-blue high-grade women's shirt. Her long hair was pulled up and tied at the back of her head, appearing to be very capable and sensible. Even if the other party did not look up, Chen Pingon could immediately recognize that the beautiful president in front of him was one of the female college students that he had sponsored at the beginning, Gao Weiwei. He was framed for imprisonment by Gao Weiwei in conjunction with several other female university students. 5 years later, she had become the president of a multi-billion-dollar group. Gao Weiwei, who was busy, felt that someone was watching her. She looked up suspiciously, and when she saw Chen Pingon's appearance she froze, and a look of panic appeared on her stunningly beautiful features. Chapter 45 As You Wish. The secretary at this time also discovered Pingon Chen, who appeared at an unknown time. She was shocked and violently stood up from her seat to scold Pingon Chen. Who are you and when did you break into the president's office? Please leave immediately, otherwise I'll call security right away. After that secretary finished speaking, she was going to pick up the phone on her desk to call security. Xiao Ran, there's no need to call security. I know him, you go out first. Just at this time, President Gao Weiwei spoke out to stop her and told her to go out. That secretary looked surprised to hear Gao Weiwei's words, but the president had said so. She could only put down the phone and got up to leave the office. After the secretary left, Gao Weiwei hurriedly left her desk and walked towards the gloomy-looking Chen Pingon. Senior Chen, when will you? Gao Weiwei had just opened her mouth when the grim-faced Chen Pingon suddenly reached out and pinched her neck and violently pushed her towards the sofa, pushing the beautiful CEO Gao Weiwei down onto that high-grade leather sofa. Why? I was kind enough to take out 2/3 of my income every month to subsidize your schooling back then. Why are you framing me? Why? Tell me. Chen Pingon could no longer control his emotions. His eyes turned scarlet, and he roared as if he was possessed as he pinched Gao Weiwei's neck as hard as he could. The 2 things he wanted to do most after he was released from prison were to see his mother and sister, and then to find the 7 ungrateful women who had framed him for imprisonment and ask them why they had treated him this way. Originally thought to find his mother and sister and then look for those 7 unsympathetic and unrighteous women, but I can't imagine that his mother and sister have not yet found. First met Gao Weiwei. When he went back to his alma mater, he knew that there were a few schoolgirls who were in difficult circumstances, because he himself was also in difficult circumstances, and he empathized with the situation. And then he chose a few schoolgirls who were more hardworking and motivated, and he took out 2/3 of his monthly income to subsidize them, so that they could go to school without worrying about the situation. Who knew that in the end, not their gratitude, but mercilessly framed. He hated his heart. He hated himself for being so stupid. He hated them for being so heartless. If it was not for their framing, he would not have been imprisoned, and his mother and sister would have been happy under his care. Now his life is not only ruined, even his mother and sister are nowhere to be found. Life and death unknown. He really wanted to strangle this woman in front of him, but he was not willing to strangle her like this. He also wanted to know where the other 6 ungrateful women who had framed him together were. He wanted everyone who had set him up to pay a terrible price. Senior Chen, you let go of me first. Gao Weiwei was viciously choked by Chen Pingon, and because of the lack of blood circulation, her face slowly turned purple, and she had difficulty breathing, struggling hard. Not only did Pingon Chen not let go of the other party, he instead pushed up even harder. Didn't you guys say that I forcibly violated you back then? Well then, today, I will do as you wish. Pingon Chen said, one hand choking the neck of the beautiful CEO Gao Weiwei. Lu, don't. Gao Weiwei was so shocked by Chen Pingon's actions that she lost her color and struggled even harder. But what she didn't realize was that the more she struggled, the more desperate she became in the face of the ungrateful person who had ruined her life. Not only did Pingon Chen not show mercy and let her go because of the other party's struggles, I don't know whether she was feeling desperate or had no strength left. The beautiful president who had always been high and mighty gradually gave up struggling, closed her eyes, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 46. This misunderstanding is a little big. Just as Chen Pingon was about to rip off the piece of high-grade underwear on Gao Weiwei, a commotion outside the office door caused Chen Pingon to stop. Mr. Chen, the president is meeting other guests inside. You can't go in. Get lost. I'll kill whoever dares to stop me today. The sound of a secretary and a man arguing came from outside the office door. The next second the door to Gao Weiwei's office was kicked open from outside with a bang. A young man around 30 years old with a group of ferocious hulks barged into Gao Weiwei's office. upon seeing Gao Weiwei being pressed on the sofa by Pingan Chen while Gao Weiwei was unclothed. Pingan Chen's hand made a gesture to rip off Gao Weiwei's last line of defense. That man and the big men behind him were all frozen by the luscious scene in front of them, and that secretary of Gao Weiwei's was also frozen. When Pingan Chen saw a group of people angrily barging in, obviously with a grudge against Gao Weiwei, he subconsciously let go of Gao Weiwei. Gao Weiwei, who regained her freedom, pulled her clothes to cover her snow-white body in a panic, and only then did the group of men who barged in from outside recover. Didn't you say that this surname Gao is meeting guests? Staging a living spring palace with a man in an office is what you call meeting guests? The man turned his head and pointed at Gao Weiwei's secretary and questioned. He clearly misunderstood Pingan Chen as a gigolo raised by Gao Weiwei. That secretary was asked and didn't know how to answer for a moment, as she hadn't expected the president to be messing around with this man who suddenly appeared in the office. No wonder the president was never interested in any man all these years. It turned out that there was someone in her heart long ago, and it was still such a handsome, charming man. Because of Pingan Chen's cultivation of the phoenix harnessing skill, the pretty female secretary felt that Pingan Chen exuded a charming aura when she looked at him, and could secretly mesmerize people with just one or two glances. Suddenly, the secretary felt that the Pingan Chen in front of her seemed a bit familiar. There was a photo of this man in front of her in the president's desk drawer. The president usually always held that photo when he was not doing anything. Chen Shiren, what are you doing barging into my office with so many people? Do you want to revolt? Gao Weiwei stood up from the sofa after straightening her clothes and covering the leaked spring light, looking at the man who barged into her office with a frosty face and questioned. You guessed right. I'm here to rebel today. The man that Gao Weiwei called Chen Shiren did not hide his purpose at all, and after saying that, he directly pulled out a gun from his pocket and put it against Chen Pingan's head. The 4Cs Organization and the 4Cs Group. The 4Cs Organization and the 4Cs Group were originally set up by my eldest uncle. They are the property of our Chen family. You are nothing more than my eldest uncle's righteous daughter, an outsider, and now that he's dead, the power of the 4Cs Organization and the 4Cs Group should rightfully be held by me, a direct descendant of the Chen family. So what right do you have to be in charge of the 4Cs Organization and the 4Cs Group as an outsider? Today I'm here to take over the 4Cs Organization and 4Cs Group. Hurry up and hand over the power or I'll kill your lover first then you. Chen Shiren pointed a gun at Chen Pingan's head and threatened Gao Weiwei. His actions caused everyone present to freeze. Chen Pingan's face was even more somber. It was thought that the other party should have misunderstood the scene they had just seen when they came in, and even more so, they had misunderstood themselves as Gao Weiwei's lover. So they threatened Gao Weiwei by pointing a gun at his head. It seems that this misunderstanding is a bit big. Chen Shiren, he's not my lover. If there's anything you want to do, just come at me alone. Don't involve other innocent people. Gao Weiwei explained with a panicked look on her face when she saw that Chen Pingan was having a gun pointed at his head. Chapter 47 Unexpected Joy. Since he is not your lover, why are you so nervous? Chen Shiren asked back with a sneer on his face. Gao Weiwei was dumbfounded by the question. Gao Weiwei's actions made Chen Shiren even more certain that the Chen Pingan in front of him was undoubtedly Gao Weiwei's adopted lover. Even Gao Weiwei's secretary, Fang Xiaoran, was shocked by Gao Weiwei's speechlessness. President Gao Weiwei is usually such a thunderous and decisive woman who never drags her feet. But today, in order to defend this man who suddenly came to her door, she even became disoriented? She had been with Gao Weiwei for quite some time, and it was the first time she had seen President Gao Weiwei so flustered. Even in the past, when Gao Weiwei was in deep trouble with the old chairman of the board, Gao Weiwei didn't frown for a moment, much less show such a panicked look. This was also the reason why the childless old chairman did not hand over the group to his own nephew Chen Shiren before his death, instead handing it over to Gao Weiwei, his righteous daughter, to manage. Chen Shiren, if you dare to touch a single hair on his head, I'll make all of you Chen family members, young and old, bury him with him. Gao Weiwei, will do what I say. After Gao Weiwei calmed down, she resumed her usual coldness and threatened Chen Shiren in an eerie tone. 5 years ago, she and the other 6 sisters had been coerced by others and had already hurt him once, causing him to sit in jail for so many years, and she had felt guilty until now. If he had another accident today because of herself, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Gao Weiwei's cold as ice words scared Chen Shiren so much that he couldn't help but take a small step backward. However, Chen Shiren quickly realized that he had a gun in his hand, and he had brought so many people here today. Even if Gao Weiwei was strong and capable of fighting, she alone could not be his opponent. Chen Shiren's expression slowly calmed down. Less giving me posturing here. I advise you to obediently hand over the 4C's demon order. Otherwise I don't mind killing you and your lover first before slowly searching for the 4C's demon order. After Chen Shiren finished speaking, the gun that was pointing at Chen Pingan was even directly pressed against Chen Pingan's head. The 4Cs organization was a very strict organization, by the 4 great demon generals in charge of the 4Cs organization's 4 departments of combat, logistics, finance, and personnel, and only by getting the 4Cs demon order could he command the 4Cs organization's 4 great demon generals. Otherwise, even if he took down the 4Cs group now, it would not be of much use. His uncle, known as one of the Southwest 3 Great Devil King Chen Changsheng in his deathbed handed over the 4Cs group to Gao Weiwei management outside. Even the 4Cs Devil Order also handed over to Gao Weiwei. There were 2 ways for the 4Cs Demon King to be created. The first was to be appointed by the old generation 4Cs Demon King himself, handing over the 4Cs Demon Order to the other party. If the old generation 4Cs Demon King did not appoint a candidate, then it would be generated by the 4Cs organization's internal competition. Some time ago, the 4Cs Demon King Chen Changsheng passed away unexpectedly, and only Gao Weiwei was just by his side on his deathbed, and the 4Cs Demon Order fell into Gao Weiwei's hands. Chen Shernyan had plotted for a few days before today's usurpation drama. He had long ago forged the evidence that his eldest uncle had appointed him to take over the 4Cs Demon Order before he died, and now all that was missing was the 4Cs Demon Order in Gao Weiwei's hands. As long as he got the 4Cs Demon Order, he would be in charge of the 4Cs organization from now on. It was just that what he didn't expect was that today, he actually found that Gao Weiwei, who had always not shown any color to men, was actually engaging in coloring with men in the office. This was definitely an unexpected pleasure for him. Like Gao Weiwei, this kind of high and cold woman, but would even mess around with a man in the office. That proves that she loves this man very much. This is her soft underbelly. He can use this man to threaten Gao Weiwei. Chapter 48, Chen Shinian begs for mercy. I can give you the 4Cs Demon Order, but the prerequisite is that you must release him first. Otherwise you won't be able to get the 4Cs Demon Order even if you kill me, Gao Weiwei said without hesitation. Her words once again shocked the secretary Fang Xiaoran. One must know that the 4Cs Demon Order was the president's talisman. Once she was without the 4Cs Demon Order, then the Chen family would not be afraid of her. Once the Chen family got the 4Cs Magic Order, in order to completely control the 4Cs group and the 4Cs organization, they would definitely find a way to get rid of her. However, the president now agreed to hand over the 4Cs Demon Order for this man, putting herself in danger without a care in the world. One could imagine how much this man weighed in the president's heart. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me right now. Hand over the 4Cs Demon Order right now and I can let you leave together. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. After 10 seconds, if you don't hand over the 4Cs Demon Order, I'll shoot a hole in your lover's body. If you hesitate for 1 minute, I'll shoot 1. If you hesitate for 10 minutes, I'll shoot 10. Starting from the thigh first all the way up, Chen Shernyan said, moving the muzzle of the gun from Chen Pingyan's head to his thigh. You picked the wrong person. Just as Chen Shernyan moved the muzzle of his gun, a cold and piercing voice came out from inside Ping and Chen's mouth. As Chen Pingan opened his mouth, his body followed suit, only to see that as Chen Shernyan was moving the gun in his hand, Chen Pingan took the opportunity to pinch the other party's wrist, and with a slight force a stinging pain came from Chen Shernyan's wrist. Ah, my hand hurts. Chen Shernyan screamed miserably. The gun in his hand suddenly fell to the ground unsteadily. With a smooth kick, Chen Pingan kicked the gun that had fallen to the ground to Gao Weiwei's feet. This scene happened in a flash, before everyone could react. Chen Shernyan's gun came to Gao Weiwei's feet. Gao Weiwei, who had been looking for an opportunity to save Chen Pingan, saw this scene. Her eyes exploded with a flash of color, and she hurriedly bent down to pick up Chen Shernyan's gun and put it on Chen Shernyan's head. Chen Shernyan was stunned. How did the situation that was already under his control suddenly change? The people Chen Shernyan brought with him subconsciously took out their weapons and surrounded Chen Pingan and Gao Weiwei. Nobody move. Back off or I'll shoot him. With a gun in her hand, Gao Weiwei immediately resumed her previous thunderous style and threatened those who surrounded her and Pingan Chen with a gun pointed at Chen Shernyan's head. You must not act rashly. All of you back off. Chen Shernyan, who had a gun pressed against his head, panicked in his heart and hurriedly told those people he had brought with him to back off. He knew better than anyone what kind of woman Gao Weiwei was in front of him. Gao Weiwei had climbed step by step from a small secretary by the side of his eldest uncle to the current position, followed his uncle Chen Changsheng into death several times. Several even as Chen Shernyan previously did not dare to mess with the enemy or folded in her hands. If they do not let them back, Chen Shernyan know that Gao Weiwei absolutely dare to a gunshot his own. Even Pingan Chen was surprised by Gao Weiwei's sharp reaction. If it was an ordinary girl who encountered this kind of scene, she would have been scared to the point of weakness. How could she still be so strong? The Gao Weiwei in front of her seemed to be no longer the weak female college student she knew 5 years ago. Mr. Gao, just now I was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. I'll take my men and leave, and I won't come back to trouble you again. After dismissing his men, Chen Shinian piled up a smile worse than tears on his face and begged Gao Weiwei for forgiveness. I won't take what you just did as a joke. Since you dare to threaten me, Gao Weiwei, then you must pay the price. Gao Weiwei replied coldly. Chen Shinian was so frightened that his legs and feet went weak and he fell to his knees with a thud. Chapter 49, Gao Weiwei lies. Mr. Gao, I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't be obsessed. I beg you to spare me once for the sake of my eldest uncle, Chen Chongsheng. I promise that I'll never again have any improper thoughts about the Demon King's position. I beg Mr. Gao to give me a chance. Chen Shinian hugged Gao Weiwei's leg and begged with a panicked face, take away your piggy hands. I, Gao Weiwei, am a person who has always been true to her word. Having said that I will make you pay, then you must pay. Gao Weiwei kicked the kneeling and begging Chen Shinian away. After saying that, the gun aimed at Chen Shinian's thigh and fired a shot. Ah, my leg. After a shot, a bunch of blood splashed out from Chen Shinian's thigh, accompanied by Chen Shinian's miserable scream. The originally arrogant Chen Shinian sat on the ground with his hands covering his bleeding thighs, screaming miserably, "Carry him out, so as not to dirty the floor of my office." Gao Weiwei coldly ordered to those people that Chen Shinian had brought with him. Gao Weiwei's cold expression, her ruthlessness, subdued all those people Chen Shinian brought with her. No one dared to make a sound. A few people panicked and went forward to carry Chen Shinian, who was still wailing continuously, out of Gao Weiwei's office. Secretary, immediately fire all the security guards, managers and receptionists on the day shift today. After Chen Shinian was taken away, Gao Weiwei immediately turned her head to the secretary behind her, Fang Xiaoran, and ordered. Chen Shinian was able to waltz into her office as the president with so many people, while she and her secretary hadn't received any news before, which meant that the security guards and receptionist on the day shift today had already been bribed by Chen Shinian. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening again, she could only change all the security guards and receptionists on the day shift today. Even the manager of the security department was not spared. It was better to kill 1,000 mistakes than to spare one. Yes, President, I'll go make arrangements right away. The secretary also knew the seriousness of the matter after receiving Gao Weiwei's order, and immediately went out to make arrangements after answering. After the secretary left, only Gao Weiwei and Chen Pingan were left in Gao Weiwei's office. Gao Weiwei walked over and closed and unlocked the office door before walking back to Pingan Chen. When Gao Weiwei, who originally had a frosty face, was faced with Chen Pingan, the frosty expression on her face, which was unchanging for years, instantly melted and she became nervous and at a loss for words. Senior Chen, you weren't hurt just now, were you? Gao Weiwei was somewhat at a loss for words as she inquired to Pingan Chen. Why did you do this back then? Who instructed you? Pingan Chen did not answer Gao Weiwei's question and directly questioned about what happened back then. He did not believe that the 7 of them would come to frame themselves, the benefactor who had sponsored them, for no reason back then. The only explanation was that someone had bribed or intimidated the 7 of them with money or other means to do so. Gao Weiwei and the other 6 ungrateful people he wouldn't let go. The person behind the scenes who directed him to do so he would likewise find out to settle scores. Back then there was no one instructing us. It was just the personal behavior of the 7 of us. If you feel that retaliating against us can make up for the harm we did to you back then, you can come as you please. I won't fight back and I won't blame you even more. If you want compensation, you just go ahead and ask. No matter if it's money, or power or something else. As long as it's something I can do, I'll fulfill you. As for the other 6 at the beginning, we parted ways after we graduated from university and didn't contact each other again. I don't know where they are now. Gao Weiwei's answer made Chen Pingan look surprised, but soon Chen Pingan noticed that Gao Weiwei's eyes kept dodging and quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at herself. There was only one possibility for this situation, and that was that Gao Weiwei was lying. Chapter 50, Gao Weiwei's conditions. Your eyes clearly tell me that you're lying. Honestly explain, who exactly was behind instructing you to do this back then, and what was the purpose? Chen Pingan bluntly exposed Gao Weiwei's lie and aggressively questioned again. Yes, we were coerced to frame you back then, but the energy of this person who instructed us is just too great. Telling you his identity won't do you any good, and it will even harm you. So just take it as if it's the 7 of us who were wolfish and ungrateful back then, and intentionally framed you. Can you? Count me as begging you to stop asking. Gao Weiwei seemed to know that she couldn't hide her lies from Ping and Chen. She didn't continue to lie, but refused to tell Ping and Chen who the person behind the scene was who instructed them back then. Much less did she say the purpose of the person behind that person. Gao Weiwei's actions caused Chen Pingan's brows to tighten. Gao Weiwei was now the president of the 4Cs Group, and according to Rishi Bank's manager Shen, the backer of the 4Cs Group was the 4Cs organization, one of the 3 major underground forces in southwest China, and the market value of the 4Cs Group was almost $10 billion. But even if this is the case, Gao Weiwei talked about that year instructed them to frame their own person behind the scenes. The face is still very ugly. From these subtle points, Chen Pingan can see that year instructed them to frame their own person. How much power, Even if Gao Weiwei now when the president of the 4Cs group cannot fight against that person. But he was just an ordinary chief physician in the hospital back then, and hadn't offended any big shots. What big shot is trying to frame him? Why would he do that? Gao Weiwei's behavior made Chen Pingdan even more puzzled, and in his heart, he wanted to know who the person behind the scene was in the end. Tell me, what will it take for you to tell me the information about the person behind the curtain? Pingdan Chen suppressed the impatience in his heart, walked over to Gao Weiwei's boss chair and sat down, crossed his legs and calmly asked Gao Weiwei, if you must know the person who was the mastermind back then I can tell you, but you have to promise me a condition. Surprisingly to Pingdan Chen, Gao Weiwei did not insist as she did before, but loosened up to Pingdan Chen. You're not qualified to talk to about conditions. It's your duty to confess everything in front of me. Pingdan Chen responded coldly. I'm doing this for your own good. If you don't agree to my conditions, I'll beat you to death and not say anything. You're on your own. Gao Weiwei gritted her teeth and said to Pingdan Chen with the look that the initiative is in my hands. Alright, what conditions do you say? As long as it's something I can do, something that's not illegal, something that doesn't violate morality I can promise you. Seeing Gao Weiwei being so insistent, Chen Pingdan was a bit helpless. In order to be able to know who the person behind the scenes was, he could only compromise with Gao Weiwei in the end. My condition is that I want you to take over the 4Cs organization and become the new 4Cs Demon King. Take over the 4Cs Demon King order. Then I will find a way to help you subdue the other two major underground forces of the Southwest, and support you to become the king of the Southwest Underground. When you have the power to fight against that person, then I'll tell you the information about the person who was behind that year, so that you can go and seek revenge on him. Gao Weiwei uttered a condition that made Chen Pingdan look stunned. Surprisingly, he was allowed to take over the 4Cs organization and become the new 4Cs Demon King of whatever, and was to support him to become the biggest Demon King of the Southwest Underground power. Are you sure about letting take over the what 4Cs organization? Chen Pingdan thought that he had heard wrong and asked back with an incredulous face. That's right. My condition is that I want you to take over the 4Cs Demon King order and become the new 4Cs Demon King. Only when your power is strong will you have the ability to defend yourself and even take revenge after I tell you the identity of that person. Chapter 51, Taking over the position of Security Department Manager. My righteous father Chen Shangsheng was the previous generation of the 4Cs Demon King. He passed away in an accident some time ago. Before he died he handed over the 4Cs Demon King order that can command the 4Cs organization to me for safekeeping. As long as you nod my head I'll hand over the 4Cs Demon King order to you right now, so that you can become the new 4Cs Demon King that everyone will respect and fear. Gao Weiwei said and walked to her desk fumbling underneath it. The wall behind her chair slowly opened up revealing a secret compartment inside from which she took out a small box made of an unknown material. After using the secret code to open the box, inside the box lay a baby's palm-sized, dark gold-colored token, also made of unknown material. Gao Weiwei took out the token and handed it over to Pingdan Chen. Pingdan Chen saw that the token had some ancient patterns carved around it, and on both sides were engraved the four large and powerful characters 4Cs in Demon Order. Is this the 4Cs Demon Order that Chen Shiyan asked you to hand over just now? Pingdan Chen asked curiously as he surveyed the token in his hand. That's right, this is the 4Cs Demon King Order. As long as you have it in your hand, you will be the new generation of 4Cs Demon King in the future. A week later the Southwest Underground Forces will hold a martial arts convention to elect the Southwest King and unify the underground forces in the 3 Southwest provinces. At that time, I'll help you to subdue the other 2 major demon kings to push you to the throne of the Southwest Underground King, and command the 3 Southwest provinces. Gao Weiwei briefly told Chen Pingdan about her plan. Although the matter of letting Chen Pingdan take over the 4Cs Demon King order and supporting Chen Pingdan to become the Southwest King would have many people jumping out to stop it, especially those within the 4Cs organization. It could be said that it would be difficult to say the least, but this was what she owed to him, and she would overcome any more difficulties one by one. I hope you'll be true to your word when the time comes. Pingdan Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, putting that 4Cs Demon King order back into the box. Although he didn't care about this whatsoever 4Cs organization, but Gao Weiwei had to ask him to take over the 4Cs organization before she would tell him who was behind it back then, so he could only accept it helplessly. Right, I need a job that is a bit freer and pays a decent salary right now, so arrange it for me. After Pingdan Chen put back that 4Cs demon order, he turned to Gao Weiwei and said, he had come out to look for a job this time. If he went back without finding a job, Li Runan would definitely bring up the matter of letting him work at 9 Stars KTV again. A job that is a bit free and has a decent salary. How about this? The security manager of the 4Cs group has just been sacked by me. Why don't you temporarily take up the position of the 4Cs group security manager, and arrange other things after the 4Cs organization's matters are finalized? How about that? Gao Weiwei said to Chen Pingdan in a consultative tone. Back then, she was secretly in love with the senior who was kind enough to sponsor them, but after the incident 5 years ago, Even if she was now successful and managed a group of companies with almost tens of billions of assets, she did not dare to have an unspoken intention towards her senior. She now only wanted to do her best to make up for the harm she had done to her senior back then. That's fine. Then have someone take me to familiarize myself with the 4Cs group, as well as the group's security department. Chen Pingan agreed to take up the position of manager of the 4Cs group's security department after a little thought. Wait a moment. I'll immediately have my secretary take you to familiarize you with the group's environment. Gao Weiwei immediately opened the door after saying that and asked the secretary to arrange an office for Chen Pingan, handle the entry procedures and so on. Manager Chen, this will be your office from now on, but I have to remind Manager Chen, if you don't want to die it's best to stay away from our president. Our president has been internalized by Young Li. You can't afford to mess with Young Li. After arranging everything, the president's secretary Fang Xiaoran suddenly warned Pingan Chen in a meaningful way. The secretary's words caused Chen Pingan to freeze. Chapter 52 Hostility. Who is Young Li? Chen Pingan subconsciously asked. Although he hated Gao Weiwei very much, there was no denying that the current Gao Weiwei was a cold and beautiful creature that was very appealing to men. Gao Weiwei didn't even blink when she shot at Chen Shernyan just now, but now that she had become so ruthless, Chen Pingan was curious as to what kind of saint was it that didn't fear Gao Weiwei's ruthless tactics and dared to pursue her, and even threatened to the public that he had settled for Gao Weiwei internally, not giving anyone else the slightest opportunity to do so. Li Xiao's name is Li Jingkong. He is the younger brother of Li Qiushui, one of the 3 great demon kings of the southwest. If you don't listen to advice, don't blame no one for reminding you if you get cleaned up at that time. Fang Xiaoran reported Li Xiao's identity offhandedly. How much did that Li Jingkong spend to bribe you? Pingan Chen asked Fang Xiaoran with a curious look on his face. What do you mean? As soon as Fang Xiaoran heard Pingan Chen's words, her face instantly clouded over, and she looked at Pingan Chen with eyes filled with ill will. Literally, if that what's his name Li Jingkong didn't bribe you, why do you care so much about me getting too close to the president? Could it be that you were originally that what's his name Li Jingkong arranging a mole around Gao Weiwei? Chen Pingan asked Fang Xiaoran again with a smirk. Manager Chen, please pay attention to your words. I'm just kindly reminding you. You don't appreciate it even if you still spit blood. Do you really think that my Fang Xiaoran is something to be messed with? If you slander this young lady again, don't blame this young lady for being impolite to you. Fang Xiaoran was infuriated by Pingan Chen's words and directly threatened Pingan Chen. Pingan Chen shrugged his shoulders, not bothering to pay any more attention to the other party, and directly turned around to leave the office. Where are you going? Pingan Chen's reaction gave Fang Xiaoran the feeling of a punch on cotton with no point of impact. Her heart was very stifled and she could only stomp her feet behind her and ask Pingan Chen, I am now the manager of the security department. Of course I am going to the security department to meet those subordinates of mine. Pingan Chen didn't even turn his head back and casually answered. In the end, Fang Xiaoran could only follow behind and go together, calling the security department to gather at the security department to wait for their arrival as they walked. Just now, the president had instructed her to lead Pingan Chen to familiarize himself with the group's situation, and now that Pingan Chen was going to the security department, she naturally had to follow him over and introduce him to those people in the security department. As a result, when Fang Xiaoran and Pingan Chen arrived at the security department, the people in the security department all glared at Pingan Chen angrily. You guys know me? Seeing that the security guards in the security department were all glaring at him, Pingan Chen curiously asked the nearest security guard. That security guard did not answer Pingan Chen. He just kept staring at him like this. Before Fang Xiaoran brought Pingan Chen to the security department, someone in the security department had already gotten the news from the personnel department, knowing that Pingan Chen was the manager of the security department appointed by the president himself. In addition, their original manager had just been fired, and under the circumstances that some people had intentionally brought up the tempo, they all thought that their original manager had been fired because the president wanted to make room for the new manager, and that was why he had fired the original manager. As a result, some of the people brought out by the original manager in the security department were full of hostility towards the newly appointed Chen Pingan. Let me introduce to you. This is the manager of the security department appointed by the president himself, Chen Pingan, Manager Chen. From now on, he will be in full charge of the security department. Everyone applaud. Fang Xiaoran introduced Chen Pingan to the people in the security department. Although she was dissatisfied with Chen Pingan and was relieved that the security guards were hostile to Chen Pingan, the surface work still had to be done. In front of the president's secretary, the numerous security guards applauded with a reluctant face, looking as if they hadn't eaten. With a powerful and breathless look, Manager Chen, I'll leave this place to you. Call me again if there's anything. I'll go back to the president first to resume my orders. After introducing Pingon Chen to the people in the security department, Fang Xiaoran held back the dark joy in her heart and greeted Pingon Chen before hurriedly leaving the security department. Only Pingon Chen and a dozen security guards remained in the entire security department. Hello everyone, I'm your new manager. My name is Pingon Chen. Now on my command, the captains of the morning, noon and night shifts will step out. After Pingon Chen introduced himself, he wanted the captains of each shift to come out to understand the current situation of the security department, but as a result, none of them stepped forward when his words fell. Chapter 53, Waiting for the Joke. At this moment, in a cafe opposite the 4Cs Group's headquarters, a man in a suit and a few security guards in security uniforms were drinking coffee while watching the video surveillance with their cell phones. And the picture in the surveillance was exactly the scene between Ping and Chen and the security department of 4Cs Group. This man in a leather suit was none other than Qin Jigang, the former security department manager of 4Cs Group who had just been fired. He was the one who had been bribed by Chen Shinian earlier to sidetrack the security guards at the gate of the 4Cs Group's headquarters, allowing Chen Shinian to bring someone in to find trouble with Gao Weiwei. At the same time, he was also the one who instructed the front desk not to allow anyone to go up to Gao Weiwei. This was also the reason why Shen Zhiliang, the general manager of Ruish Bank, had obviously already greeted Gao Weiwei, and when Chen Pingon arrived at the 4Cs Group, he was still stopped by the front desk. Who knew that Chen Shilian had failed in the end, causing Qin Jigang to not only fail to reap the benefits, but even lose his job. 4Cs Group's benefits were notoriously good in the industry, and after being fired it would be hard for him to find another job with such good benefits in Longcheng, even because the background of the 4Cs Group was too powerful. After he was fired by the 4Cs Group, almost no company in Longcheng dared to hire him again. In other words, after being fired by 4Cs Group, he was directly unemployed. In a fit of anger, he wanted to make things difficult for the newly appointed security manager, calling all the captains of the several shifts that he had previously promoted up to the cafe for coffee. And in the meantime, looking at the embarrassing scene of Chen Pingon, the newly appointed security manager, who had no one to use him. Those few security captains also wanted to give the newly appointed Pingon Chen a kick in the pants and gladly accepted the original manager's invitation for coffee. Look guys, no one answered that kid. That kid's face has become as ugly as a pig's liver color. I bet this kid will call a few of us later and beg us to go to work. The security chief from the morning shift pointed at Pingon Chen in the surveillance and said to a few other colleagues with a smug look on his face, even if he calls, the few of us will collectively call in sick. Right. Let's air him out for a few days. Give him a kick in the pants. Let him know that we have the final say in the security department of 4Cs Group. And when the time comes that he can't get his work off the ground, Mr. Kiao will surely open him up to invite Boss Qin back. The other two captains of the other two shifts also clamored to give Chen Pingon a hard time. Qin Jigang finally revealed a satisfied smile when he saw the appearance of the several captains. If these security captains disobeyed the new security manager, and the security work of the 4Cs Group couldn't start normally, then that Gao Weiwei would realize that she couldn't do it without him, and she would definitely call him back to continue to serve as the security department manager. At that time, he can use this to blackmail Gao Weiwei to give himself a wage increase, doubled, or beat him to death. Will not go back. You guys have done a good job. By the time that Gao Weiwei calls to ask me to go back, I will definitely ask her to give you guys a raise. If she doesn't agree, I won't go back. Let their 4Cs Group's security work be in a mess. Qin Jigang drew a big pie for those security chiefs with a smile on his face. Manager CA. As soon as the several captains heard Qin Jigang's words, an excited look appeared on their faces, and they thanked Qin Jigang with an excited expression to said. They all thought the same as Qin Jigang. As long as no one in the security department listens to this kid, Mr. Gao will definitely call and ask their boss Qin to go back to preside over the situation, and then the conditions will be opened by them. Also paying attention to the security department were Gao Weiwei and Secretary Fang Xiaoran from the president's office. President Gao. Manager Chen seems unable to subdue those people in the security department. Looking at the situation in the monitor, Fang Xiaoran suppressed the dark joy in her heart and put on a serious face as she spoke to Gao Weiwei. I have confidence in him. Gao Weiwei looked at Chen Pingon in the computer monitor and responded indifferently. In fact, the reason why the people in the security department had such a reaction, apart from the fact that the former manager of the security department had been fired, there was also a large part of the reason why Gao Weiwei had called the security department to make arrangements in advance before Fang Xiaoran brought Chen Pingon to the security department. She wanted to exercise Pingon Chen's ability in this way so that he could manage the more difficult to handle 4C's organization in the future. Chapter 54, Ping and Chen's Means. On the security department's side, Pingon Chen saw that no one had stepped forward as he scanned the room. Anyone who knows where the captain of each of your classes has gone and tells me. I will immediately rise him to be the deputy manager of the security department. When Pingan Chen said this, many security guards' faces showed surprise, disbelief or a leap of faith. That's an assistant manager. The salary is 3 times more than what they have now. One by one, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you. It didn't take long for a somewhat thieving-looking security guard to step forward. Manager, I know where they went. Before you came, our captain was called by the previous manager to go to the coffee shop across the street for coffee. The thieving security guard pointed at the opposite cafe from the window and said playfully to Pingan Chen. Although just now, when their few security chiefs left, they had instructed them that if the new manager asked about their whereabouts, just have them answer that they didn't know. If anyone dared to betray them, they would ruthlessly clean him up later. But now the situation was different. If he became the assistant manager, his position was even higher than those captains. Those captains would have to nod their heads to him when they passed in front of him, not to mention cleaning him up later. He decided to take a gamble. When the others saw that the thieving security guard was really stupid enough to come out and answer Chen Pingan's question, the crowd looked at him with eyes full of ridicule and pity. Those captains were not something to be messed with. Each one of them was very capable of fighting. If this new manager in front of him went back on his word and didn't promote him to be the assistant manager, then he would just wait for the retaliation of those captains. What's your name? Pingan Chen nodded, then asked the thieving security guard. My name is Zhang Xiaobo. Manager, you can just call me Xiaobo from now on. You just said in front of the big guys that whoever answers your questions as the manager will be promoted to be the assistant manager. Do your words count? The security guard hurriedly gave his name and asked if Pingan Chen's words counted. I, Pingan Chen, always keep my words. From today onwards, Zhang Xiaobo will be the deputy manager of the security department of 4C's group. I just came to the security department and I don't know the situation very well. In the future, I will leave all the work of the security department of the 4C's group to you to be in charge of it. In a moment, I'll have the personnel department issue the appointment letter. Chen Pingan directly promoted that Zhang Xiaobo as the deputy manager in front of everyone, and delegated most of the power of the security department to him. He only wanted to be a hands-off manager. The moment Chen Pingan said this, the many security guards who were originally hostile to Chen Pingan and compassionate towards Zhang Xiaobo all opened their eyes wide one by one. They did not expect that the new manager would be so generous as to promote Zhang Xiaobo as the assistant manager. He also let Zhang Xiaobo take full responsibility for the daily management of the security department. At this moment, many people regretted in their hearts. If they had known, they would have answered first, or else the position of deputy manager would have been theirs. That was the highest position besides the manager. It wasn't just the promotion of the position. In terms of salary, the salary of the assistant manager was 3 times higher than the salary of ordinary security guards like them. Zhang Xiaobo had realized a big jump by answering one question. You guys don't have to envy Zhang Xiaobo. I have other questions below. As long as you guys answer me properly, I will also give you a promotion or a raise. Pingan Chen was very satisfied when he saw the envious eyes of the crowd as they looked at Zhang Xiaobo. Then he continued to say to the crowd, Manager, just ask if you have anything to say. We'll tell you everything we know. Because of this precedent of Zhang Xiaobo, as Chen Pingan's words fell, immediately another person stepped forward and said to Chen Pingan, when it was a matter of interest, they definitely had to fight for it as much as possible. Although they had lost the first opportunity, and even if they answered positively now, it was no longer possible for them to be directly promoted to deputy manager like Zhang Xiaobo, but it was not bad to get a pay raise. The purpose of them coming out to work is to make money to support their families. Who would refuse to get a raise? Chapter 55, Regret. Which one of you has the phone numbers of those captains? Make a call to them and tell them to come back to work within 10 minutes, or else they will suffer the consequences. Pingan Chen once again said to the crowd, Manager, I have the phone number of the morning shift captain. I'll call him and tell him to come back. Manager, I have the evening shift captain's phone number. I'll call him right away as well. I have the middle shift captain's phone number. As Chen Pingan's words fell, several people stepped forward to grab the first call to those captains. Those who couldn't grab it could only be envious. Manager, the captain of the morning shift said he's not feeling well and won't be coming to work today. Manager, the captain of the middle shift also said he's not feeling well and is now recuperating at home. Manager, the captain of the evening shift said that his girlfriend's great aunt came. He has to stay home to take care of his girlfriend for a few days, and he said that if you personally call and beg them to come back to work, they can consider thinking about it. It didn't take long for those few security guards to put down their cell phones to report the results to Pingan Chen. The results reported by the few people not only frowned when Pingan Chen heard them, even the other security guards couldn't help but laugh, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. Even his girlfriend had to take time off to take care of her aunt. The captains were clearly trying to give the new manager a hard time. The three captains of the opposite cafe saw on the monitor that Ping and Chen had made his originally hostile subordinates rush to answer questions with just one move, a situation that caught them by surprise. In their hearts, they were envious of Zhang Xiaobo. Originally, Zhang Xiaobo was just an ordinary security guard in their middle class, but now he had jumped to become their superior. However, when they finally saw that Ping and Chen had someone call them back to work, their hearts finally balanced out a bit. In their opinion, Ping and Chen was begging them to go back to work. They all revealed cold smiles and then deliberately found excuses not to go back to work. Let Chen Pingan, the new manager, feel the consequences of not having a few of their backbones. The captain of the evening shift even said outright that he would let Ping and Chen beg them to go back, because they are the most capable people in the security department of the 4Cs group. The 4Cs group security department left them. If someone comes to make trouble, they simply can't suppress the scene. This was also the reason why they dared to give Chen Pingan a hard time. However, just when they thought that Chen Pingan had heard the reports from his subordinates and would personally call and beg them to come back, Chen Pingan's actions left them completely dumbfounded. Since they are unwilling to come back to work, then in the future they don't need to return. You three will take over the position of morning, midday and evening shift captains. In a moment, you three inform them to come back within 3 days to remove their personal belongings. Otherwise they will all be disposed of as garbage. Seeing that those captains were giving face, Ping and Chen did not hesitate and directly fired those 3 security captains who wanted to give him a hard time. Manager Xie. As soon as those 3 security guards heard what Ping and Chen said, each of them thanked Ping and Chen with an excited face. Seeing that the 3 were promoted to captain in this way, the remaining people's intestines almost turned green with remorse. They hated themselves for not being more proactive just now. Even if they couldn't be promoted to assistant manager, it would be nice to be promoted to captain. As a result, they all missed out. At this moment, where in their hearts would they still remember the words of the security chiefs who had been fired by Ping and Chen earlier? There was only remorse in their hearts. The 3 security captains who were fired by Ping and immediately rushed out of the cafe and ran back to the 4C's group headquarters. They had only wanted to give Chen Pingan a hard time before. They didn't want to leave 4C's group. The 4C's group's benefits are notoriously good in Dragon City. Cootie. Only then did they want to leave. Chapter 56, Subjugation. Come back. Those 3 security leaders who were fired by Pingan Chen had just gotten up when they were shouted at by Qin Jigang. Boss Qin, that Yakuza even fired the 3 of us as well. We have to go back, or else we'll really lose our jobs. The 3 of them said with an anxious face after being shouted down by Qin Jigang. With 4C's group's influence in Dragon City, once they were fired by 4C's group, there would be few companies that would dare to hire them again, and then they would really be completely unemployed. Confused. Qin Jigang yelled at the trio for being confused. Confusing them. What did Boss Qin say? The 3 were confused. That Yakuza has already appointed others to take your place in front of everyone. Even if you guys go back now, he won't be able to return the captain's position to you. Otherwise, where will he put his face? Qin Jigang's words made the 3 people's faces become very ugly. Yes, that new manager had already publicly announced the promotion of the others to captain. That new manager, for the sake of face, even if they went back now, the most they could do was to retract their decision to fire them and let them start from an ordinary security guard again. One more thing, if they start from scratch, the salary is not that high, not to mention that they still have to accept the management of their former subordinates, which is something they can't accept. Then, what should we do now? A few people looked at Qin Jigang, a face at a loss for words. That's a good problem to solve. You guys find a way to let him know that your value is more important than his face. So not only will he not fire you guys, but he will also return the captain's position to you. Qin Jigang said with a smirk on his face. He's fired us. How can we still reflect in front of him that our value is more important than his face? Although the 3 felt that Qin Jigang's words made sense, they still looked dejected. You guys are silly. You 3 were originally the most capable in the 4C's group's security department. As long as someone goes to the 4C's group to cause trouble, such as Young Li, who has appointed Mr. Gao, and so on, when the 4C's group's security department doesn't have any characters that can hold their own, they will naturally think of you and know your value. Qin Jigang's words brightened up the trio's eyes. It's still you, Boss Qin. Who's great? We'll contact Mr. Li. As long as Mr. Li comes to make a mess, it will reflect our value. At that time, maybe Mr. Gao will have to personally come out to invite us back. At that time, we'll say that we won't go back if Boss Qin doesn't go back. And Mr. Gao will surely fire that kid, and hire you back to preside over the 4C's group's security department with a high salary. A few people thought of the excitement, and their faces showed a look of excitement. All of their worries had just vanished. Good brothers, as long as I can return to the 4C's group, you'll all be rewarded. Qin Jigang also said with a smug look on his face, feeling that Gao Weiwei would soon have to lower her voice and personally invite them back. while Qin Jigang and the others were contacting Li Xiao. Chen Pingan had already used the means of promoting Zhang Xiaobo and the others to win over the goodwill of all the people in the security department, making everyone in the security department obediently listen to him. When Fang Xiaoran in the president's office saw that Pingan Chen had taken care of the security department just like that, she had a secret hatred in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it in front of Gao Weiwei. And Gao Weiwei nodded with satisfaction when she saw that Chen Pingan had taken care of those pricks in the security department so quickly, thinking to herself that she was worthy of being senior Chen. Even if she hadn't been in management before, she was still able to straighten out a department. Secretary. According to Manager Chen's intention, have the personnel department promote and raise the salary of Zhang Xiaobo and a few others in the security department. Only after Chen Pingan left the security department did Gao Weiwei remove her gaze from the monitor and turn to the secretary behind her, Fang Xiaoran, and instructed, "Yes, President, I'll go make arrangements." Fang Xiaoran left the president's office, and on her way to the personnel department, she looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to her before taking out her cell phone and sending a Weibo message to Li Xiao, reporting the matter of Ping and Chen and Gao Weiwei. Chapter 57 Miss Mu, what do you want? Chen Pingan delegated the management of the security department to Zhang Xiaobo and went home from work. That Zhang Xiaobo looks like a thief and a bit of a wallflower. But this kind of person is very intelligent, but also a little smart, is a double-edged sword. If the use of good can save people a lot of things, just like the ancient treacherous ministers know who is their backer, digging to please the emperor, to help the emperor to share their worries. As long as the emperor is strong enough, he can deter the treacherous ministers to use for themselves. Therefore, in history, the most powerful officials in times of peace and prosperity were often treacherous ministers. Chen Pingan was confident that he could handle a thieving wallflower like Zhang Xiaobo. Anyway, he doesn't care about the salary. He just wants to have a serious job to show Li Runin, so that she doesn't have to worry about arranging a job for herself all day long. When Pingan Chen returned to his apartment after work, Li Runin had already left for work, but Mu Wanxiang and Qin Shiyu were waiting for him in the living room. Pingan Chen thought that Mu Wan Orange had come to look for Qin Shiyu, so he didn't care and didn't greet the two of them when he entered the door and went straight to his room. He and Mu Wan Orange were just a fake couple for 3 months. Once the time was up they would be divorced and each would not be related to each other. And there was no need for him to give Mu Wan Orange a good face when the Mu family was so heartless to kick him out. Chen Pingan, stop right there. Just as Pingan Chen was about to open his room door to go back to his room, Mu Wan Orange shouted him down from behind. What's the matter, Miss Mu? Pingan Chen stopped and turned his head to look at the huffing and puffing Mu Wan Orange and asked. When Mu Wan Orange saw Chen Pingan turn his head back, she suddenly felt that the Chen Pingan in front of her seemed to have changed a bit. There seemed to be a special aura about her. What? Can't I call out to you for nothing? Mu Wan Orange shook her head, shook out some of the messy things in her head, and flirted with Pingan Chen with a smile on her face. This morning, Mu Wan Orange went with her dad to participate in the bidding of the west side of the city renovation project, probably because the matter of the old god of war personally sending someone to the door to invite to the birthday banquet had spread out, giving their Mu family extra points for this bidding, and their Mu family defeated their family's rival, the Lu family, and succeeded in taking down the west side of the city's renovation project in one fell swoop, so her mood was good, and she couldn't help but tease Pingan Chen about it. Sick. Pingan Chen only responded to Mu Wan Orange's flirting with 2 words and turned his head to open his room and go back to his room, but just these 2 words angered Mu Wan Orange. Surname Chen, who are you calling sick? You come out. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, I, Mu Wan Orange, am not done with you. Mu Wan Orange with a furious face walked over and kicked the door of Chen Pingan's room angrily. Orange, I have the key to his room. Should I open the door and go in to teach him a lesson? Seeing her best friend so angry, Qin Shiyu asked from the side. Before Pingan Chen had moved in, she had lived in this room, only to move to another one later, but the key to this room was still in her hand. Bring it. Without saying a word, Mu Wan Orange asked her best friend to bring the key herself. Here's the key. Open it yourself. I'm going to the restroom first. Qin Shiyu, whose stomach was a bit uncomfortable, ran to the restroom after handing over the key to Mu Wan Orange. As for Chen Pingan, who had been running around outside for most of the day today, he felt sticky on his body and just entered his room and took off his clothes and pants. As a result, as soon as he finished undressing, Mu Wan Orange took the key and opened the door and angrily barged in. Standing behind the door, Chen Pingan was pressed behind the door by Mu Wan Orange, who suddenly opened the door and came in. Where is everyone? Mu Wan Orange, who had entered the door, did not find Pingan Chen and muttered with a puzzled face. I say Missy, what exactly do you want? Pingan Chen, who was pressed behind the door, reached out and pushed Mu Wan Orange out of the way, and asked Mu Wan Orange, who had barged in, with a face that was not in a good mood. Hearing Chen Pingan's voice with a grudging face, Mu Wan Orange, who had been pushed away, turned around and realized that Chen Pingon had already stripped naked at some point and was standing behind himself, looking at himself with an obscene gaze. "Ah, you don't come over." Muon Orange was so frightened by Ping and Chen's appearance that she screamed and subconsciously wanted to run out. Under the panic, her foot accidentally stepped on her skirt, and her body fell uncontrollably into Chen Pingon's sturdy arms. Chapter 58 Muon Orange gets defeated. Muon Orange's hands were propped up on Chen Pingon's sturdy chest. Muon Orange just stepped on her skirt. The set of skirt that relied on elastic contraction to not slide down was instantly ripped off a large part of her. Even the underwear was ripped by the skirt and flipped down a bit from the top to the bottom, revealing Muon Orange's voluptuous and full of body collapsed in Chen Pingan's arms, and Ping and Chen saw the other side to his arms to jump. He subconsciously reached out to help. The result of the hands coincidentally rested on Muon Orange's chest. The feeling of the hand so that Ping and Chen the blood of the man instantly blood surge. Feeling the rigid yang breath coming from Chen Pingan's hands, Muon Orange's whole body seemed to be electrocuted. Numbly, her body was soft, and she couldn't use her strength at all. Muon Orange once again felt that the Ping and Chen in front of her exuded a special aura that made her very comfortable. His chest is so secure. The thought that made herself feel shy suddenly popped up in the back of Muon Orange's mind. Muon Orange couldn't help but raise her head to look at Chen Pingan, who was looking down at her. The two of them looked at each other with their eyes facing each other, suddenly having a feeling that time had stood still. As for Qin Shiyu, who was in the next toilet, when she heard Muon Orange's screams coming from Ping and Chen's room, she directly lifted her pants and rushed out from the toilet. When she came to the doorway of Chen Pingan's room, she happened to see the scene where the two of them were looking at each other with four eyes, gazing at each other in fascination. "What are you doing?" Qin Shiyu asked the two with a shocked expression. Qin Shiyu's voice instantly pulled the two back from that ambiguous atmosphere. "Ah, Pingon Chen, you stinking rascal, why don't you take your salty piggy hands away?" After Muon Orange was pulled back to reality by her best friend's voice, she finally realized that the two of them were now in a very inappropriate appearance, especially since Ping and Chen's hands were still holding his own voluptuous and full breasts. Muon Orange instinctively screamed and lifted her hand to fling a slap at the left side of Ping and Chen's face. If hit, a clear slap mark would definitely appear on the left side of Ping and Chen's face. Pingon Chen instinctively reached out and grabbed Muon Orange's wrist. "Miss Mu, it was clearly you who barged into my room. Seeing me, you couldn't help but pounce on me and molest me. You also deliberately pulled down your skirt to seduce me. In the end, who is the hooligan? You are to give me a clear explanation." Chen Pingon grabbed Muon Orange's wrist and accused Muon Orange with an angry face. When Pingon Chen said this, Qin Shiyu was directly stunned. "Orange, what he said can't be true, right?" Chen Pingon's accusation was justified, and Qin Shiyu, who was by the side, subconsciously asked Muon Orange after hearing it. "Shiyu, how could you believe his bull ************************************* I just opened the door to come in and saw him standing behind the door without clothes. I was shocked and wanted to run out, but I accidentally stepped on my own skirt before I pounced on him. How could I be a female hooligan? You are pissed off at me," Muon Orange hurriedly explained to her girlfriend. "Did you hear that? She is now admitting to herself that it was she who stepped on her own skirt before pouncing on me. And in the end, she also turned around and hit me backwards, saying that I am a hooligan. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'll sue you for breaking into my room and molesting me." Pingon Chen held back the laughter in his heart and put on a look of exasperation to threaten Muon Orange. "You are a scoundrel. It was clearly you who took off your clothes to scare me. I panicked and stepped on my own skirt. It's your full responsibility." Muon Orange had a feeling of jumping into the Yellow River and couldn't wash it away. Her lungs were almost blown up. She could only blame Chen Pingon for taking off his clothes indiscriminately. "Put, my missy, I was changing clothes inside my own room. It was you who barged in. Do I not have the right to undress inside my room?" Pingon Chen's words left Muon Orange stupefied and speechless. "Humph, it's your fault anyway," Muon Orange said as she fought to break her wrist out of Chen Pingon's grasp, stubbornly returning a sentence immediately running out of Chen Pingon's room. Even the purpose of her coming to find Chen Pingon this time was thrown into the air. Chapter 59, who says he doesn't have an invitation. Orange came over today to inform you to gather at the entrance of the Imperial Palace Hotel at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and go to the old war god's birthday banquet together. Remember not to be late. Qin Shiyu saw her best friend running away. After she dropped a sentence to Chen Pingon, she also shyly followed and ran out. Pingon Chen was still bare-chested at the moment, and remembering all the devilish things Pingon Chen had done in the past, she wouldn't dare to be alone in a room with Pingon Chen. "Got it." Pingon Chen nodded in response and unlocked the door before changing into a set of clothes before going out for dinner. The next day, after practicing the phoenix harnessing technique for the night, Chen Pingon felt that his power had gained a hint of refinement again, and remembering that the Mu family had asked him to attend the old war god's birthday banquet today, he collected his power and woke up at 8 o'clock. The Imperial Grand Hotel was the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Dragon City, and was also the leader of the hotel industry in Dragon City, because the old god of war, Zhao Wuji, was organizing a birthday banquet here today. The entire hotel had been chartered. When Pingan arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Grand Hotel at 9 o'clock on the dot, people were already coming and going at the entrance of the hotel, and all of them were well-dressed upper-class people, men and women, young and old, in an endless stream. Isn't this the rushing son-in-law who was just kicked out by the Mu family? What? A beggar like you who was booted out by the Mu family has also come to attend the old war god's birthday banquet? Just as Pingan was about to walk through the doors of the Imperial Palace Hotel, his ex-girlfriend Lin Duor's mocking voice came from behind him. Pingan turned around and saw a bejeweled Lin Duor mother and daughter strutting in front of him, accompanied by the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel, Ran Tianxing. How come I can meet you dead everywhere I go? What bad luck? Pingan responded in disgust. At first, he was still mindful of the two of them having been, and was quite polite to Lin Duor, but as Lin Duor became more and more excessive and shameless, the little bit of goodwill he had for her had already dropped to the freezing point. Duor? Who is this? Why do I feel a bit familiar? I seem to have met him once at the Mu family when I went to deliver the invitations to the Mu family a few days ago. Ran Tianxing asked Lin Duor as he pointed at Pingan. Honey, you're right if you feel familiar. This kid is that scum ex-boyfriend of mine that I told you about before. He was sentenced to jail for assaulting several female college students. He got out of jail a few days ago, because he didn't have the money to join the Mu family to give Master Mu a wedding shower. I don't know what kind of unethical things he did in the Mu family. He was blown out of the Mu family after Master Mu got well, and now he is furtively trying to blend into the scene of the old war god's birthday banquet, and he also doesn't know what ill intentions he has. This kind of treacherous scum, you must not let him mix into the old god of war's birthday banquet site. Otherwise, because he appeared, what moths if you this hotel manager to be responsible for? Lin Duor pointed at Chen Pingan with a look of contempt and introduced Chen Pingan's past to her fiancé and reminded him that his fiancé could not let Chen Pingan in. In her mind, Pingan wanted to blend into the Imperial Grand Hotel just to see if he had the chance to climb up to a certain bigwig who had come to celebrate the old god of war's birthday. She just wanted to go against Pingan. You do not want to go in to participate in the old god of war's birthday banquet. I will not let you go in. See what you can do to me. Lin Duor's words attracted the gazes of many guests entering and exiting the Imperial Grand Hotel, and many of them stopped to watch the fun. Kid, do you have an invitation? After hearing Lin Duor's introduction, the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel, Ran Tianxing, also felt that he couldn't let someone like Pingan in, otherwise he couldn't afford to be responsible for any problems. Even if there was nothing wrong with Pingan, just by the fact that his fiancée, Duor Lin, did not want to let the Pingan in front of him in, there was no way he could let Pingan in. I don't have an invitation, but it was the Mu family that called me to come here, and the Mu family has an invitation. Facing the inquiry from the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel, Chen Pingan answered honestly and calmly. But, as soon as Pingan words fell, Lin Duor couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Pingan, I really admire you more and more. You don't even blush when you lie now. The Mu family's crowd had already gone in 20 minutes ago. You said that the Mu family called you over. Please, can you make a draft when you lie? Disgraceful thing. Lin Duor's words caused Chen Pingan's brows to furrow. Yesterday, Qin Shiyu had clearly told herself that Muon Orange's visit to the apartment they shared was to notify him that he was coming over today to attend the old war god's birthday banquet. Could it be that Qin Shiyu had intentionally lied to herself yesterday to make fun of herself? Kid, we can't just go in here without an invitation. Please leave now. Security, please ask this gentleman to leave. Hearing that Pingan did not have an invitation sticker, Ren Tianxing immediately gave Pingan an expulsion order. The few security guards at the entrance saw that the manager had personally given the word and immediately wanted to drive Pingan away. The crowd of onlookers also pointed their fingers at Pingan, who said he doesn't have an invitation. Just as the security guards were about to chase Pingan away, an old man's majestic voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Chapter 60, Only He Cannot. Upon hearing the old man's voice, the crowd turned around to see an old man dressed in a tangsuit and holding a walking stick walking towards the entrance of the Imperial Grand Hotel accompanied by a middle-aged man. Old Mr. Mu, you're here. Seeing this old man in a tangsuit, the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel hurriedly piled up a smile to welcome him. This old man was none other than Elder Mu Xinbua, who had rushed back from his hometown to attend the old god of war's birthday banquet. Following Master Mu was his second son, Mu Jiandong, Mu Wanqian's uncle. Yesterday, Muon Orange had gone to find Qin Pingan to invite him to attend the old god of war's birthday banquet with him on his grandfather's orders. As a result, before the mission was completed, Muon Orange made a fool of herself in front of Qin Pingan and was eaten by Qin Pingan. She even disregarded the mission and ran away directly. Luckily, Her best friend Qin Shiyu had delivered the message for her and relayed the notice to Pingon Chen. And since old Mr. Mu was not able to make it back in time, Mu's family went in first without waiting for Pingon Chen, which was why what happened just now happened. Good day, old Mr. Mu. Old Mr. Mu is still looking radiant. The people who came to attend the old war god's birthday banquet today were all celebrities in Dragon City. So naturally, they all recognized Mu Xinhua, the founder of Dragon City's newest powerhouse, the Mu family, and the crowd greeted him one after another. Mu Xinhua waved his hand in response to the crowd before walking directly to Pingon Chen, Tianqing Rain and the others. Manager Ren, although this grandson-in-law of mine doesn't have an invitation, but I, Mu Xinhua, do, so it's always fine for me to bring him in, right? Elder Mu pointed at Chen Pingon and asked playfully to Ren Tianqing, the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel. Since Mr. Chen is your grandson-in-law, old Mr. Mu, he is naturally qualified to go in to attend the birthday banquet of the old god of war. Just now it was Ren's negligence. Ren apologizes to both old Mr. Mu and Mr. Chen. Please forgive him. After hearing Mu Xinhua's words, Ren Tianqing glared fiercely at his fiancée Lin Duor out of the corner of his eye. He apologized to Mu Xinhua and Chen Pingon in a cold sweat. In the beginning, old war god's granddaughter, Zhao Min, had asked him to personally deliver the invitation to the Mu family, and there was only one other Mu family in the entire Dragon City that could allow the old war god to take special care of them. One could imagine how deep the personal relationship between old Master Mu and the old god of war was, and Elder Mu's eyes were filled with appreciation when he looked at Ping Chen, and he even recognized Ping Chen as their Mu family's granddaughter-in-law in front of him and many of the upper class in Dragon City. From here, one could see how satisfied Elder Mu was with this granddaughter-in-law, whereas his fiancée had previously told him that this Ping Chen had already been blown out of the Mu family and told him to get rid of him. This had offended the Mu family to death. In a moment, when the old god of war's birthday banquet is held, if Master Mu casually mentions this matter in front of the old god of war, not to mention what benefits he can get from organizing the old god of war's birthday banquet this time, whether or not he can keep his current job is not even guaranteed. He was very panicked at the moment. This was only because he thought that Master Mu and the old god of war had a good personal relationship. If he knew that the old god of war's birthday banquet was specially organized for the Pingon Chen in front of him, I wonder if he would be scared to the point that his legs and feet would go weak. Hasn't this scum, Pingon Chen, already been booted out by your Mu family? I even saw him go to the agency to rent an apartment. Elder Mu, why are you still saying that he's your Mu family's granddaughter-in-law? What's going on here? The chesty Lin Duor hadn't yet realized how serious things were, and after being given a hard glare by Ren Tianqing, she was still questioning Elder Mu with a shocked face on the sidelines. The moment she said this, Ren Tianqing's face turned white with fear. If it wasn't in public, he really wanted to slap Lin Duor. This loser can't speak unless talk. Even give him the whole mouth. Not only was the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel's brow locked in a cold sweat, even Elder Mu looked at Pingon Chen with a puzzled expression after hearing Lin Duor's words. Elder Master, it's a long story. Let's go in first and I'll talk to you slowly. Coming into contact with Elder Mu's puzzled look, Pingon Chen said helplessly, Good, then let's talk while we walk. Elder Mu nodded and made a gesture of invitation to Pingon Chen with the support of his second son, Mu Jiandong. This time, no matter if it was Lin Duor's mother and daughter, the hotel manager or the security guards did not dare to bombard Pingon Chen anymore. Stop, everyone else can go in, only this kid can't. Just when Pingon Chen thought that he would be able to enter the Imperial Grand Hotel without any problems this time, a teenager's cold voice suddenly resounded behind them once again. Chapter 61, Difficulty. When they heard the voice, the crowd couldn't help but turn their heads curiously. Just now, the Mu family's old man had said that Chen Pingon was their Mu family's granddaughter-in-law. Even the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel didn't dare to say anything. This person still dared to come out and provoke at this time. Everyone was curious as to what kind of god this person was. The crowd turned their heads to see a youth dressed in a trendy brand, learning Nija's signature moves from the anime, hands in pockets, walking towards Chen Pingon with a playful face. Behind the youth was also a big man in a black suit, like an iron lump. This big man's temples were high and bulging, as long as a person who practiced martial arts knew at a glance that he was an expert. It's him? Pingon Chen muttered in a low voice when he saw the youth, because this youth who walked over was none other than Zhao Shikai and his bodyguard who had bought the Longquan villa earlier than him that day, and then tried to get Li Runan drunk at the KTV and take her to the hotel, and were taught a lesson by Ping Chen. After being kicked off by Chen Pingon last time, he finally realized that Dragon City had hidden tigers and dragons, so when he went out, he had to bring his bodyguard with him, and also the strongest bodyguard that his grandfather had assigned to him at the beginning, whose strength in the Battle Spirit Mansion was second only to D and Air, so as to prevent what happened last time in the KTV from happening again. As soon as Ren Tianqing, the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel, saw Zhao Shikai, he immediately revealed a respectful look. "This one is?" Elder Mu asked with a puzzled expression as he noticed Ren Tianqing's change in expression. Those surrounding Dragon City celebrities also had curious faces. "Elder Mu, this gentleman is not a small one. He is Elder Zhao Shikai Zhao, the eldest grandson of the old god of war Zhao Wuji." Ren Tianqing introduced to Elder Mu, then piled up a smile and quickly greeted him, regardless of whether it was Elder Mu or those Dragon City celebrities around him. Once they heard Ren Tianqing's introduction, each of them exclaimed in surprise. Elder Mu immediately turned his head to look at Pingon Chen and said, "Good grandson, son-in-law, how did you mess with this number of people?" Elder Mu's eyes revealed a worried look. "I happened to come across him trying to bully my buddies at the KTV 2 days ago, and I stepped in to teach him a lesson. I never thought that he had a bit of a reputation." Chen Pingon responded indifferently. The moment Pingon Chen's words came out, those surrounding Dragon City celebrities directly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This kid was also too arrogant. Even the grandson of the old god of war dared to teach him a lesson. Living out of his mind, right? No wonder people didn't let him in. Although you are the Mu family's granddaughter-in-law and have the Mu family's backing, you also have to look at who you are offending. Although the Mu family is considered a powerful family in Dragon City, compared to the noble status of the grandson of the old god of war, the Mu family is nothing. This kid is going to have to suffer for a while. This was the thought of those present after knowing Zhao Shikai's identity and the feud between Ping and Chen and Zhao Shikai. Lin Duo on the side was even so excited that her whole body trembled. Just now, she had been defeated in front of Ping and Chen and had been given a fierce glare by her fiancé, and because Ping and Chen had the backing of the Mu family, she had thought that there would be no chance for revenge. She never imagined that the present karma would come so quickly. Immediately, someone came out to clean up Pingon Chen, and it was also the grandson of the honorable old war god. Not only would Pingon Chen not be able to enter the Imperial Palace Hotel, he would also be severely humiliated by Mr. Zhao in front of many Dragon City celebrities. Facing the grandson of the honorable old war god Zhao, Elder Mu couldn't do anything to defend Pingon Chen even if he wanted to. And when Elder Mu saw the expressions of pity or gloating on the faces of the crowd looking at Qin Pingon, his expression instead calmed down. Not to mention that he and Zhao Wuji used to be classmates. For the sake of his old classmates, Zhao Wuji wouldn't make things difficult for his own grandson-in-law. Moreover, his own grandson-in-law wasn't a vegetarian. He was the heir to the dragon burial ring. Zhao Wuji should be clearer than himself about his grandson-in-law's weight. And thinking of this, he didn't worry about Pingon Chen at all. "Mr. Zhao, you are here. Did the old god of war not come with you?" The manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel nodded his head and came in front of Zhao Shikai, inquiring with a respectful face. "My grandfather and sister are still in the back. I came over to take a look first." "Step aside first. I have some personal grudges to settle with that kid." Zhao Shikai finished reaching out to push the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel out of the way as he walked directly towards Pingon Chen. "Pingon Chen, right. Introduce yourself. My name is Zhao Shikai. The old northern border god of war, Zhao Wuji, is my grandfather. That day you kicked me in the chest until now there is still a vague pain. How do you think I should settle this account with you?" A hipster Zhao Shikai came to Pingon Chen's front and asked Pingon Chen with a playful face. In his thought, the reason why Pingon Chen dared to beat him up that day was because he didn't know his identity. Now that he knew he was the grandson of the god of war, this kid would surely be scared less. "How do you want to settle with me, Mr. Zhao?" Facing Zhao Shikai, Chen Pingon kept his calm demeanor and asked back without being condescending. "Let's put it this way. Seeing as Elder Mu and my grandfather were classmates, I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you kneel down in front of everyone present and apologize to me and crawl over my crotch, this matter will be considered over," Zhao Shikai said to Pingon Chen in what he thought was a very intimidating tone. Chapter 62, The Old God of War Arrives. As soon as Zhao Shikai's words came out, all the people around him looked at Pingon Chen with eyes of a good show, waiting for Pingon Chen to kneel down like a dog to apologize to Zhao Shikai and go through Zhao Shikai's crotch. Moreover, as time passed, there were more and more people at the entrance of the Imperial Grand Hotel, and some of the ones who had just arrived whispered to ask the people they knew around them what was going on. Lin Duo was even waiting to watch the show with her two eyes shining. "Just with you, a dude who relies on his elders also wants me to kneel for you? Are you worthy?" Pingon Chen coldly disliked Zhao Shikai back. What Zhao Shikai hated the most was when people said that he relied on his elders, and when he heard Pingon Chen's words he burst into a rage. "Tying yo, let him know if this young master is worthy or not." Zhao Shikai didn't talk nonsense with Pingon Chen anymore and directly yelled at the iron pimple-like bodyguard behind him. He was a person who didn't like to bother talking to others and liked to speak from strength. The iron pimple-like bodyguard behind Zhao Shikai received Zhao Shikai's words and immediately walked out from behind Zhao Shikai with a mighty stride and walked towards Pingon Chen step by step. Because he was too strong, Every step he took was as if an elephant was walking, startling all those onlookers around him, each one of them involuntarily stepping back for fear of getting too close and hurting them later. Even Elder Mu knew that Chin Pingon was the heir to the burial dragon ring and had extraordinary strength, but seeing the domineering and overwhelming appearance of this iron lump, he still instinctively worried for Chin Pingon. Good grandson-in-law, do you have any confidence in this big lump? If not, let's bow down to the other side first, and then we'll find a chance to get the scene back later. Elder Mu approached Chin Pingon's ear and asked nervously, don't worry, it's just a brute, not enough to worry about. Chin Pingon looked like he was on cloud 9. And only then did Elder Mu put his heart back into his stomach. Kid, immediately kneel down and apologize to our young master and go through his crotch. Otherwise Iron Bull, I'll blast you into a meat cake with one punch. That Iron Pimple bodyguard came to Ping and Chen's front, took off his suit shirt, revealing his explosive 8-pack abs, and also intentionally compared the explosive muscles on his arms in front of Ping and Chen, and threatened Ping and Chen in a jarring voice. Every time their young master wrote before teaching someone a lesson, he was told to do this. First, show the power to deter the other party. If the other party is afraid to go soft, then no need to do it. If the other party is still tough after he shows his power, then he will directly do it to teach him a lesson and never spoil him. Anyway, if something happens, there is the war god's mansion to bear the burden. Everyone looked at Chen Pingon with pitying eyes. Not only was that Tainyo strong and powerful, but his entire body exuded an aura that shocked people's minds and spirits, and at a glance, he knew that he was an expert. And Pingon Chen was as insouciant in front of the other party as if he was a child confronting an adult. No one believed that Chin Pingon would be a match for Iron Bull. In the face of this iron lump's provocation, Ping and Chen didn't talk nonsense. Relying on his petite and flexible figure, he directly stomped on the other party's instep without saying a word. Ah, my foot! The Iron Pimple bodyguard who had been stepped on by Ping and Chen and suffered pain showed his teeth and grimaced, and then held his foot and let out a shocking scream, which directly stunned everyone. Ping and Chen even dared to fight back, and still preemptively attacked the Iron Pimple bodyguard? The crowd reacted to find that the leather shoes of the drop pimple had actually been trampled on by Ping and Chen, revealing his bloodied toes. Those toes were so rotten that even the bones were clearly visible. You actually stepped on my foot. I'm going to kill you. Seeing that his toes had been stomped on by Pingon Chen, Iron Bump was in pain and angry. Enduring the pain coming from his feet, he swung up his sledgehammer-like fist to smash Pingon Chen's head. The sound of breaking air came from the ears of the crowd. All of them were subdued by the breaking sound of the iron lump's fist, and a terrifying thought flashed through everyone's mind. If this fist smashed into Chen Pingon's head, it would definitely smash Chen Pingon's head to pieces. How could Chen Pingon, who possessed great skills, let the other party smash into him? When the other party's fist was about to hit his head, he slightly sidestepped and dodged the other party's fatal punch, and then once again raised his foot and ruthlessly stepped on the other party's other foot, which was still intact. Once again, he stomped the toes of the opponent's other foot. Ah! Both of that tall and majestic-looking iron lump's feet were stomped and burst. He could no longer stand unsteadily and sat on his butt on the ground, holding his feet and howling, almost completely losing his fighting ability. Iron Bull, you punk, you can't even clean up a yakuza. What's the point of me spending so much money to raise you? Seeing the strongest bodyguard by his side, Tainyo, fall down like this, Zhao Shikai was so angry that he jumped to his feet and cursed. Just at this time, there was a sudden commotion outside the crowd. Old War God's special car is here. The people in front hurry up and get out of the way. A loud shout came from the back of the crowd. Chapter 63 were no match for him either. When the crowd heard that it was the old God of War's special car coming, they automatically made a path out. Then they turned around and saw 3 luxury cars driving up behind them. The one in the center was none other than the special car of the old God of War of the Northern Territory, Zhao Wuji. The 3 cars stopped at the entrance of the Imperial Hotel. The hands are still tied to the plaster of the 2 people from the front and rear of the 2 cars down, standing on the left and right sides of the old God of War car on full alert. The old God of War driver only then get off to open the rear door to the car. The first thing to come out from the car was a straight snow-white high-heeled legs. The old God of War's granddaughter Zhao Min was the first to get off the car, and then the valiant Zhao Min helped her God of War grandfather down from the car. When the old God of War Zhao Wuji froze when he saw old man Mu Xinbua, he quickly recognized old man Mu, his old classmate from decades ago. However, Pingon Chen was currently crouching in front of the tall and powerful Iron Ox. His figure that appeared a bit petite was completely blocked by the Iron Ox's tall and powerful, the old God of War and his granddaughter, Zhao Min, as well as Da, Air and the others didn't spot Pingon Chen. When Zhao Shikai heard that his war god grandfather had come, his face was joyful. Although grandpa was old and would hardly ever fight people anymore, he had 2 major experts by his side, Da and Air. The 2 of them were the 2 strongest guards by grandpa's side. Although Master Ada had one of his arms wasted by that high-ranking person on Grandpa's phone, but Air was still fine. If Master Air was willing to step in and teach Chen Pingan a lesson, Chen Pingan would not be able to fly even if he had his wings today. However, the one who greeted on the old god of war Zhao Wuji before Zhao Shikai was old Master Mu Xinbo. Mu Xinbo pays his respects to the northern border war god lord. Elder Mu walked quickly to Zhao Wuji's front, clasping his hands and making a bow to give Zhao Wuji a salute. Although the two were of the same generation and were still classmates, Zhao Wuji had gone to war for his country, throwing his head into the battlefield and making great achievements. This bow was Mu Xinbo's respect for Zhao Wuji's outstanding contributions to the people. I say, old classmate, haven't seen you for so many years, goodbye. Zhao Wuji knew that the burial dragon ring transmitter was the Mu family's granddaughter-in-law, and he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Mu Xinbo, and with a courteous face, he stepped forward to help his old classmate, Mu Xinbo, to his feet. While the two old men were being polite to each other, Zhao Shikai walked briskly to the front of both Ada and Air. Air, two masters, I've just encountered an arrogant person who has disabled my bodyguard Tainyo. Please go up to the two masters and help me take down that brat, so that he will know the power of our northern border war god's mansion. Zhao Shikai pointed at Pingan Chen and said to both D and Air, who's so powerful that he's actually disabled the Iron Bull. As soon as Ada and Air both heard Zhao Shikai's words, they were instantly shocked. Although Iron Ox's qualifications were not good, but he was born with divine strength, and with the guidance of them and the old god of war, although his strength was not as strong as the two of them, it was still very terrifying, and it was no trouble at all to fight 10 or 20 against ordinary people. Now, he was ruined? This dragon city is really a hidden tiger in dragon. The two men's minds could not help but conjure up Pingan Chen, who had wasted one of Ada's arms with a light palm that day. It's him, an arrogant person called Pingan Chen. I implore the two masters to step in and help me teach him a lesson, so that he knows the might of our northern border war god's mansion. Zhao Shikai pulled the two of them, Ada and Air, to Tainyo's side, pointing at Pingan Chen, who had been blocked by Tainyo, and said to the two of them with righteous indignation. Hearing the voice, Pingan Chen looked up at Ada and Air and grinned, revealing his 8 large white teeth. Ada and Air were originally still wondering why there were so many powerful experts in Dragon City, wanting to go up and meet them to avenge young Master Sun. As a result, Pingan Chen looked up and grinned at the two brothers, and after seeing Pingan Chen's face clearly, the two brothers were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. Wasn't this the same teenager who had wasted one of Da's hands with a light slap that day? According to the old god of war, this teenager in front of them was not only an expert, but his identity was even more impressive, being the heir to the burial dragon ring, a figure that even the old god of war had to dig his heels in to flatter. Young master, the two of us brothers are not his match either. You hurry up and apologize to others, otherwise even the old god of war may not be able to save you today. Air, who was standing at the front, warned Zhao Shikai with a grave expression on his face. Chapter 64, Apologize to Mr. Chen at once. As soon as Air's words came out, Zhao Shikai's face was shocked up. The two guarding masters of the northern border war god's mansion even admitted defeat before the battle, stating that they were not opponents, and asking them to bow their heads and apologize. Zhao Shikai thought that he had misheard his ears. He turned his head to look at Ada, who still had a plaster tied on one hand. The other people around him also looked shocked. Many people had heard about the power of the two guards beside the old god of war, Ada and Air, who were capable of taking on 100 men, but as a result, the two of them directly wimped out in seconds after encountering Chen Pingan. This is also too incredible. While De and Air ignored the crowd, when De saw young Master Sun looking over, he nodded his head without hesitation, indicating that Zhao Shikai hadn't misheard. After determining that he hadn't heard wrong, Zhao Shikai turned his head to look at his grandfather. Since he was a child, no matter who was in front of his grandfather, they were all respectful and didn't dare to utter a single breath, and this was the first time he had seen this situation right now. He even thought that Ada and Air were saying this on purpose because they didn't dare to use martial arts with anyone anymore after Ada lost one of his hands to that high-ranking person that his grandfather talked about on the phone last time. At this moment, the old god of war, Zhao Wuji, was still being polite with Mu Laozi. Old classmate, why are you the only one here? Where are the other juniors of your Mu family? Zhao Wuji asked Mu Xinbo with a puzzled expression. He certainly wasn't concerned about those late generations of the Mu family, but rather wanted to inquire whether the Mu family's granddaughter-in-law, Chen Pingan, had come. Isn't it over there? My family boss and the others have already brought people into the hotel. My family's second and granddaughter-in-law are waiting for you at the entrance, Elder Mu said as he pointed at his second son, Mu Jiandong, and Pingan Chen, who had already stood up. Zhao Wuji instantly recognized that Pingan Chen was the same burying dragon ring successor that he had monitored at Divine Doctor Who's Pachitang, especially the burial dragon ring on Pingan Chen's hand. Although he was far away, he could still tell at a glance that it was undoubtedly the burial dragon ring. His entire skill and honor could almost be said to have been bestowed upon him by the previous generation's burial dragon ring successor, and seeing the burial dragon ring, he was so excited that he subconsciously walked over to it. Zhao Min also spotted Pingon Chen and hurriedly helped his grandfather forward together. "Grandfather, you're here. There's a pariah who tried to cause trouble at your birthday banquet and even injured Tainyo, my grandson's bodyguard. So have the two masters, De and Heir, come forward and teach him a lesson, or else he'll still think that our northern border battle god's mansion is easy to bully." Zhao Shikai saw his grandfather come forward and immediately greeted him, pointing at Chen Pingon and gritting his teeth. "Shikai, did you start a conflict with Mr. Chen?" The old god of war stopped as soon as he heard his grandson's words and asked in a deep voice to his grandson with an ugly face. "Grandpa, what Mr. Chen? This kid is a door-to-door son-in-law of the Mu family. Not only did he just mouth off to our war god's mansion, but he also injured my bodyguard. Where does this kind of pariah have the qualifications to be addressed as Mr. by your old man?" Zhao Shikai heard his grandfather address Pingon Chen as Mr. Chen. He thought that his grandfather was being polite to Pingon Chen for the sake of his old classmate Mu Xinhua, and said to his grandfather with a disbelieving face, "Asshole, who told you to speak out against Mr. Chen? Apologize to Mr. Chen immediately." When the old god of war heard his grandson's words, his face was as ugly as a pig's liver color as he subconsciously rebuked his grandson. "What? Grandpa, you are the northern border war god. You're asking me to apologize to a pariah?" Zhao Shikai thought that he had heard wrong and asked his grandfather with an unbelievable face. Not only him, but all the people around him who were watching were all shocked as if they were dumbfounded when they heard the old war god's words. They all thought their ears were hallucinating. Lin Duor and her mother on the side were even staring at this with their mouths wide open. Did I see or hear it right? The old war god of the northern border was actually asking his honorable grandson to apologize to Pingon Chen, the Mu family's son-in-law, for rushing the wedding? This is too outrageous, isn't it? In order to verify that she wasn't dreaming, Lin Duor's mother reached out and ruthlessly pinched her daughter Lin Duor, causing her to scream in pain. Her screams also startled those around her who were dumbfounded, pulling the crowd back to reality. Chapter 65, He's the higher man Grandpa talks about. Da, Heir, clear the area. Ask the irrelevant people to leave first. Zhao Wuji also seemed to have been awakened by Lin Duor's screams, feeling that having his grandson apologize to Chen Pingon in front of so many people was detrimental to the face of their northern border war god's mansion and his grandson. He directly ordered the two of them, Da and Heir, to drive away all of those people watching the spectacle in the surroundings. The old war god had spoken. Who dared not to listen? In less than 2 minutes, only Pingon Chen, Old Master Mu and the old war god's family were left in the originally lively scene. "Grandpa, on what grounds should I apologize to him?" After the insignificant people who were watching the scene had left, Zhao Shikai saw that his grandfather hadn't retracted his order to apologize to Pingon Chen, and he asked with a defiant look on his face, "Brother, the Mr. Chen in front of you is the high-ranking person that Grandpa mentioned to you on the phone earlier. Grandpa asked you to come over from the northern border so that you could make friends with Mr. Chen. Why did you clash with Mr. Chen, and cursed Mr. Chen?" Seeing that her brother still had a defiant look on his face, Zhao Min walked over to her brother Zhao Shikai's side and whispered to her brother, "What? He is the high person that Grandpa told me to befriend? Isn't the high person that Grandpa told me to befriend a white-bearded old grandpa who is 70 years old like Grandpa?" When Zhao Shikai heard his sister's words, he was so shocked that his mouth opened wide in disbelief. Although the Chen Pingon in front of him was very strong, kicking him off with a single kick and destroying his strongest bodyguard in 3 or 2 strokes, he was also too young, and didn't seem to have any connection at all with the word high man. At first, he thought that the high person that his grandfather had asked him to come over to befriend was an old man who was about the same age as his grandfather. Now that his sister was telling him that the man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, was the high person that Grandpa wanted him to befriend, he was simply unable to accept it for a moment. Where did you come up with all that nonsense? If the high person was an old grandpa who was as old as Grandpa, Grandpa would have just befriended him himself. Why would he have called you from the northern border to Dragon City? Seeing that his grandson was still unconvinced, old war god Zhao raised the cane in his hand in a gesture to strike. "Wait, can't I apologize to Mr. Chen?" Seeing his grandfather raise his cane to beat himself up, Zhao Shikai was frightened and hurriedly promised to apologize to Chen Pingon. "Mr. Chen." Before it was Shikai who offended Mr. Chen and Sir's friends with his eyesight. "I know it's wrong now. I beg for Mr. Chen's forgiveness. Didn't Mr. Chen have his eye on that Longquan villa on top of Longquan Mountain before? Shikai is willing to give that villa to Mr. Chen as a sincere gesture of apology. Please accept it." Zhao Shikai took out the key to the Longquan villa, which he had spent $8 billion on, from his arms and handed it to Chen Pingon. "Elder Zhao, what are you guys doing? Chen Pingon had been coldly watching the Zhao family's grandparents and grandchildren perform, not knowing what kind of medicine these grandparents and grandchildren were selling in their gourds. Mr. Chen. A few days ago at Divine Doctor who's Baoji Hall doctor who has already told the old man what happened. At first if it was not for Mr. Chen's helping hand, I'm afraid that the old man would have already passed away. Mr. Chen is considered as the old man's benefactor. The old man's this unfilial grandson doesn't know how to know the kindness and repayment even if it's not enough, and also so ungrateful to insult Mr. Chen. Please forgive me, please forgive me, please forgive me, please forgive me. When the old war god saw that Chen Pingon did not accept his grandson's apology, he immediately stood out to explain to Chen Pingon and bent down and bowed to Chen Pingon to express his gratitude for saving his life. Old war god, you flatter me. Elder Zhao has spent his entire military life fighting bloody battles for his country, protecting the safety of hundreds of millions of our heavenly dynasty's people, so that we can enjoy a peaceful and prosperous world. How can I, Ping Chen, dare to accept such a great gift from you? I forgive your grandson. Although Pingon Chen resented the powerful Zhao Shikai, he did not dare to accept the bow of thanks from the old war god who had fought for his country all his life. Chapter 66, Meet Senior Brother. The reason why he felt that the old war god looked familiar at Pachitang in the first place was because before the old war god retired, he often saw the old war god's figure on TV or in the media. The old war god had been the person he respected the most since he was a child. It was an honor for him to have the privilege of saving the old war god. Since Mr. Chen has forgiven me, then accept this Dragon Spring Villa. This Dragon Spring Villa is not only a sincere apology to Mr. Chen, but it is also a thank you to Mr. Chen for saving my grandfather's life. If Mr. Chen doesn't accept it, I will be disturbed inside for the rest of my life. Moreover, my villa is not far from the Dragon Spring Villa, so I can often ask Mr. Chen for advice in the future. Hearing that Ping Chen said he forgave him, Zhao Shikai once again offered the key to the Dragon Spring Villa, pleading with Ping Chen to accept it. This Dragon Spring Villa is too valuable. I can't accept it. Pingon Chen once again refused. He had asked about the price of this Dragon Spring Villa before. $88 billion. The most expensive house in Dragon City. Bar none. Mr. Chen's words are not something I like to hear. No matter how expensive this Dragon Spring Villa is it as valuable as my war god grandfather's life? Just as Zhao Shikai was once again rejected by Pingon Chen, Zhao Min on the side found an opportunity to interject. Her words caused both her grandfather and brother to give her a thumbs up. What she meant by this was, you saved my grandfather. I'm thanking you with the Dragon Spring Villa. If you don't accept it, it means that in your mind this Dragon Spring Villa is worth more gold than my grandfather. Since that's the case, then I'll accept it. Being rendered speechless by Zhao Min's sentence, Chen Pingon hesitated for a moment, and in the end, he could only reach out and take the Dragon Spring Villa. Otherwise, people would still think that they felt that the old war god's life was worthless. Mr. Chen, this ring on your hand is old Mr. Long Xiaotian Lon's burial dragon ring? Seeing Pingon Chen reaching out to take the key to Longquan Villa from Zhao Shikai's hand, the old god of war obediently pointed at the burial dragon ring on Pingon Chen's hand and asked, the old god of war knows my master? Hearing the old god of war mention his master's name, Pingon Chen squared his shoulders and said, so old Mr. Long is really Mr. Chen's master? Back then, it was by relying on the martial arts mind techniques taught by old Mr. Long that the old man was able to be invincible on the battlefield and fulfill his desire to protect his family and defend his country. The old man has always regarded old Mr. Long as a master teacher, and Mr. Chen is an heir to old Mr. Long, so if we count it like this, we are still master and brother, the old god of war said to Pingon Chen with an excited face, climbing into a relationship with Pingon Chen, the heir of the burial dragon ring, in just a few words. Back then, he himself couldn't get into old Mr. Long's eyes because of his poor qualifications and couldn't be the burial dragon ring successor, so it wouldn't be bad if he could become the current burial dragon ring successor's senior brother. I wonder if Mr. Chen recognizes this set of techniques? After the old god of war finished seeing that Pingon Chen did not seem to believe his words, he immediately used his power to make the set of gong methods that old Mr. Long had passed on to him back then, and blasted his palm at a small wigwam at the entrance of the Imperial Grand Hotel. Pingon Chen felt a dragon image-like force blast out from the old war god's palm. The wigwam boomed as if it had been blown apart by violent explosives, and the small wigwam was instantly shifted flat. Master's original dragon elephant prison suppression technique? Chen Pingon meets senior brother. Seeing the old god of war make a gong method that blew up the wigwam, Chen Pingon instantly exclaimed in shock. The opponent had made out the very same dragon elephant prison suppressing gong that his master had made out in front of him back then. This set of gong was uniquely created by his master and did not belong to the gong methods of the burial dragon palace, so Pingon Chen was particularly impressed. It was impossible for an outsider to know it except if it was passed down from his master's father. Thus, when the old war god made use of this dragon elephant prison suppressing kung fu, he instantly believed the old war god's words. Chapter 67 Honored to be promoted to senior uncle. Senior brother Chen. No need to be polite. The old god of war surprisingly helped Pingon Chen to his feet, although the expression on his face only revealed a flash of surprise. At this moment, his inner heart was thrilled beyond words. The Pingon Chen in front of him was the dragon burying ring successor. As long as he had a relationship with this person, no one in his northern border war god's mansion would dare to touch him even after 100 years. It was considered an insurance policy for their northern border war god. Pingon Chen was also overjoyed at this moment, picking up a vastly powerful war god's senior brother for nothing. After mixing well, he might even be able to use the other party's power to search for his mother and sister both. Both of them had their own minds, and both felt that the other could bring them what they wanted. Senior brother Chen, let me introduce you to these two ungrateful sons and grandsons of mine, Zhao Shikai, Zhao Min. In the future, I'll also ask senior brother to take care of these two juniors of theirs. The old god of war immediately pulled his grandson and granddaughter in front of Pingon Chen and introduced his grandson and granddaughter to him. Chen Pingon's young age, and old men like him were not expected to have much in common with him, but yet the two of them were about the same age as his own grandson and granddaughter, and they would be the ones to maintain the relationship with Chen Pingon in the future. You two hurry up and pay your respects to your senior uncle. Seeing that the two grandsons and granddaughters stood in front of Pingon Chen without any indication, old war god Zhao immediately reminded the two grandsons and granddaughters, and the two of them, Zhao Shikai and Zhao Min, were confused when they heard their grandfather's words. Grandpa had actually told them to call out to Chen Pingon, who was about the same age as them, as senior uncle? What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and shout. When Zhao Wuji saw his grandson and granddaughter standing frozen in place, he angrily raised the cane in his hand in a gesture to strike. Frightened, the two siblings hurriedly bent down to salute Pingon Chen. Zhao Shikai, Zhao Min pay their respects to master uncle. The actions of the two made Pingon Chen sweat. However, since he wanted to recognize Zhao Wuji as the old war god's senior brother, then he would have to be this senior uncle. Pingon Chen wasn't the pedantic type and quickly adjusted his mindset. Both of you, please excuse me, time is short and I don't have any meet and greet gifts on me. I'll help both of you to open up the Rentong's second chakra today, so that you can quickly become first-class experts in martial arts in the future. Pingon Chen said to the two siblings, Zhao Shikai and Zhao Min. After thinking about it, before he came, he did not think that he would be able to climb into a relationship with the old god of war Zhao, and he did not think that he would be able to get two more grandsons all of a sudden, and become someone else's granduncle, so he could only help the two of them open up their meridians with his medical skills and powerful internal force as a gift to meet them. Whether it was Zhao Shikai's siblings or Zhao Wuji's old war god, they instantly became excited once they heard Pingon Chen's words. Zhao Shikai and Zhao Min had grown up following their grandfather's martial arts training, so they naturally knew how important it was to open the Rentong 2 meridians, and Zhao Wuji understood even more. Back then, it was Pingon Chen's master, Long Xiaotian, who helped him to open the Rentong second chakra, so that he could practice the dragon image prison suppressing technique to a small degree of success and be invincible in the battlefield. Because once the Rentong second chakra was opened, the strength and the speed of cultivation would take a qualitative leap. However, the Rentong second chakra was very difficult to open. Even Zhao Wuji, who was known as the god of war of the northern border, did not have the ability to help his grandson and granddaughter both to open it, and now that Pingon Chen had even offered this as a meet and greet gift, it was definitely a great surprise to the Zhao siblings. From this, it could also be seen that Chen Pingon was even more powerful than their grandfather. Even to old war god Zhao it was a huge surprise. Once his grandson had opened the Rentong second chakra and then continued to learn the dragon elephant prison suppressing technique, he would later arrange for his grandson to train in the war ministry, and perhaps their Zhao family could produce another war god. Why don't you hurry up and thank your senior uncle? Zhao Wuji saw that the siblings Zhao Shikai and Zhao Min were dazed again and immediately reminded the two of them. Thank you, senior uncle. The two hurriedly bent down to give thanks to Pingon Chen, and this time, they were genuinely grateful to Pingon Chen. No need to be courteous, find a room now, it's just a matter of lifting a finger. Pingon Chen said with a disinterested face. It would be more difficult to use internal force alone to help someone to open the Rentong second chakra, but with his 9 dragons medical cannon's medical skills, it would be much simpler. Alright, I'll arrange a room right away. Old war god Zhao was more anxious than anyone else. After saying that, he immediately called Air over to arrange a room at the Imperial Grand Hotel for Pingon Chen. After Air went out to find the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel to arrange the room, he immediately led Pingon Chen and the others over. Not far away from the watching mother and daughter Lin Duer stared in amazement to see the old god of war flanking Chen Pingon into the hotel with a polite face, leaving her with a mixed feeling in her heart. Chapter 68, You mother and daughter almost got me killed. Ugh. It wasn't until long after Pingon Chen and the others had entered the hotel that Lin Duor sighed with a face of remorse. How could she not have thought that Chen Pingon, who had just been released from prison, knew the old god of war? The old war god was a powerful and respected national scholar. If Pingon Chen had a relationship with the old war god, it would be difficult for him not to prosper in the rest of his life. At the moment, she regretted breaking up with Pingon Chen. If she didn't break up with Chen Pingon at the beginning, but waited for him for 5 years, then she could also follow him in the future. But now it was too late to say anything. Duor don't need to sigh. This one you're looking for now is not bad. The manager of the most upscale hotel in Dragon City. And this time the old god of war's birthday banquet is still his arrangement. After the old god of war's birthday banquet he is surely famous in the hotel industry. And later on he will be able to do his own business in the hotel industry very soon to be big and strong. Then you can also follow the scenery. Not necessarily worse than to follow the Chen Pingon. How much worse? Lin Duor's mother saw her daughter sighing. No, her daughter is like a mother. She can see at a glance that her daughter is regretting to break up with Chen Pingon at the beginning, and hurriedly spoke out to comfort her daughter. She was afraid that her daughter would break up with her fiancé and go after Pingon Chen, and then she would be in trouble if she lost both her wealth and her money. That Pingon Chen was already the Mu family's son-in-law, and when the Mu family saw that Pingon Chen was appreciated by the old god of war, they would definitely not let him go. Mom, you're right. Although Tian Xing is a bit older, his ability isn't bad, especially after being in charge of the old god of war's birthday banquet. This time he might also soar. It's not a loss to follow him. I'm going to learn from this lesson. I won't break up with Tian Xing so easily again, or I'll regret it again in the future. After her mother's enlightenment, Lin Duor also thought about it and said to her mother with a look of great enlightenment. Lin's mother was very pleased after hearing this. It's very good that you can think like this. Tian Xing has come out. He should have come out to take us in for the old war god's birthday banquet. Let's hurry over there. Lin mother's eyes were sharp. She instantly saw Ren Tianqing, who came out after arranging the room, and immediately pulled her daughter to welcome him. Everyone around knew that this time the old war god's birthday banquet was the manager of the Imperial Grand Hotel, Ren Tianqing, in charge of it, and when they saw Ren Tianqing come out, many of them greeted him enthusiastically. Lin Duor, who went over to Ren Tianqing with her mom, saw this scene and became even more determined that she would not break up easily in the future. Honey, did you come out to pick us up to go in for the old war god's birthday banquet? Lin Duor gathered up her lost emotions and came in front of Ren Tianqing and asked sweetly. Pa! What responded to Lin Duor was a loud slap from Ren Tianqing. A red slap mark instantly appeared on Lin Duor's face, directly knocking Lin Duor out of her mind. Covering her hot face, incredulously looking at her fiancé Ren Tianqing, who was full of anger. Do not understand, fiancé just a moment ago is still good. At this moment how to get so angry, but also in front of so many people's face out to hit themselves. Surname Ren's, why did you hit my daughter? You do not give me a statement today, I'm not finished with you. Seeing her daughter being beaten, Lin's mother pushed Ren Tianqing to the side with a furious face and angrily questioned. Damn, you still have the nerve to ask me why I hit her. You mother and daughter almost got me killed. Me slapping her is already considered light. Ren Tianqing shouted angrily at mother and daughter Lin Duor. Just now, when he brought the crowd into the Imperial Grand Hotel, he heard the old god of war address that Pingon Chen is his senior brother, and the two grandsons and granddaughters of the old god of war addressed that Pingon Chen is master uncle, and he had just stopped that Pingon Chen in order to curry favor with his girlfriend and spoke out against that Pingon Chen, scaring him into a cold sweat. If that Pingon Chen blamed him, he might not even know what happened if he died, not to mention that he wouldn't be able to keep his job. Although that Chen Pingon hadn't said anything to him, he had just given him a meaningful look that made him tremble with fear. It was all Lin Duor's mother and daughter's fault. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble with this kind of big shot. Honey, I don't understand what you mean. Can you make it clearer? Lin Duor covered her face and asked with a puzzled expression. You don't need to know what you mean. You just need to know that from now on we broke up. We will no longer have any relationship in the future. Don't come back to me in the future. I still want to live for a few more years. Ren Tianqing turned around after saying that and went back to the Imperial Palace Hotel, leaving the two of them, Lin Duor and her mom, who were already sitting paralyzed on the ground, at a loss for words in the wind. Chapter 69, A Junior is a Junior. How could Lin Duor not have thought that she had just made up her mind to stop thinking about Chen Pingon and to be with Ren Tianqing properly, only to have Ren Tianqing come out and break up with her, and he even slapped her in public. Mom, why? Why did he suddenly want to break up with me? What did I do wrong? Lin Duor turned her head with a forlorn face to her mom and asked. I guess it must have been that Chen Pingon who felt that he had fallen into the lap of the old god of war and then threatened Ren Tianqing to make him break up with you. Mother Lin thought about it and said to her daughter with a certainty on her face. Yes, it must be that bastard Pingon Chen who threatened Ren Tianqing. I'll go find Pingon Shen to settle the score. Lin Duor also agreed with her mother's guess and got up to go find Pingon Shen to settle the score. Stop right there. Lin Duor had just gotten up when her mother pulled her back. Lin Duor turned around with a puzzled look at her mother. My silly daughter. That Rin Tianqing already broke up with you. Is a complete coward, eh? This kind of man, even if he came back to beg, you cannot make up with him. And have you ever wondered why the Chen Pingon threatened Rin Tianqing to break up with you? Lin mother belittled that Rin Tianqing and then asked a question that puzzled Lin Duor. Ping and Shen is just trying to get back at me and make things difficult for me. Lin Duor blurted out without even thinking. But as soon as her words came out, her mom shook her head. He's not trying to get back at me. Then why did he threaten Ren Tianqing to break up with me? Lin Duor was confused by her mom's actions and asked with a puzzled expression. That Qin Pingon came to Dragon City in the first place because he wanted to reconcile with you. He only joined the Mu family as a rushing son-in-law because of his shyness. Now that he's received the old god of war's appreciation, he immediately threatened Ren Tianqing to break up with you. It's obvious that he wanted to reconcile with you. That's why he threatened Ren Tianqing to break up with you. Lin mother analyzed rightfully. Mom, what are you thinking? He's now the Mu family's son-in-law. How could he still be thinking of making up with me? Lin Duor was stunned by her mom's magical thoughts and gave her mom a fierce blank look. You don't understand. Although he's the Mu family's son-in-law, but now that he's been appreciated by the old god of war, his status is different now. He definitely wants to be like those rich and powerful men who have red flags at home and colorful flags flying outside. With her experience of dealing with men for most of her life, Lin mother analyzed with her daughter with great certainty. Qin Pingon, he wants to adopt me and make me his underground lover? That's impossible. Thought I know Ping and Chen well. It's impossible for him to have such thoughts. After her mother's analysis, Lin Duor exclaimed. You just know him from 5 years ago. There's no cat under the sky that doesn't steal fish. A man will turn bad as long as he's rich and powerful. And it's not like you don't know what he's been through these past 5 years. His mindset has definitely changed. Lin mother still had a face of certainty. Then what should I do? Lin Duor was brainwashed by her mother's look of certainty, and also felt that Qin Pingon threatened Ren Tianqing to break up with her because he wanted to make up with her and then secretly develop something in secret. My silly daughter-in-law. Is that even something to think about? That Qin Pingon is now a person that the old god of war has brought up. His future is unlimited. His height in life is much higher than that Ren Tianqing. If he wants to make up with you, he should definitely say yes to him. Lin mother said to Lin Duor in a hateful manner. Pingon Shen was now appreciated by the old war god, if not for her own old age. Otherwise she would have personally taken up the fight. Where else would it have been her daughter's turn? But he already has a wife. Even if he wants to make up with me, he can only sneak around with me and let me be one of his underground lovers. To put it bluntly, he's asking me to be a mistress for him. Lin Duor beamed and whispered. What does it matter? In this era of laughing at the poor and not laughing at the whore, as long as we can live a life without food and clothing, what's wrong with Junior? Don't say Junior. Even if it's a junior, it's a deal. Let's go back and wait patiently. He'll surely contact us again in the future. As for that Ren Tianqing, just cut it off. After Lin mother finished speaking, she directly pulled Lin Duor to leave the Imperial Palace Hotel. Lin Duor was also moved by her mother's words, who asked herself to make a fool of herself and him to propose a breakup in the first place. Junior on Junior. It is considered to be the punishment for leaving him in the year of his own. Lin Duor secretly thought in her heart. Chen Pingon, who had already entered the Imperial Hotel, had no idea that he hadn't done anything, but the two of his ex-girlfriend and her mother had pushed everything onto him, and thought that he wanted to make up with his ex-girlfriend. Chapter 70, Must I Take Off My Clothes? In the luxurious room of the Imperial Hotel, Qin Pingon let Zhao Shikai take off his clothes, then took out 2 golden needles from the burial dragon ring, and used his energy to zap the other party at the beginning and end positions of the run and duta chakras respectively, and then appropriately tapped on the other party's several major acupoints. Chen Shirkai's body resounded with a snapping sound like fried soybeans. That was the sound of the major acupoints of the strange meridians and veins inside his body being punched through in turn. An agonizing look appeared on Zhao Shirkai's face. It felt like there was a force traveling through his meridians, and then when he encountered a blockage, he kept pounding harder and harder, and it was more violent than once. And it didn't take long for Zhao Shirkai's face to distort in pain. It's a bit painful. Endure for 20 minutes, Ping and Shan reminded in a deep voice. But the moment he said this, Zhao Shirkai almost collapsed. It had only been 2 minutes, and he was already in so much pain that he felt like his body wasn't his own. But as a result, his senior uncle was telling him that he still had to endure for another 18 minutes or so. However, thinking that as long as he opened up the Runwu second chakra he would have a chance to become an expert like his grandfather, he silently gritted his teeth and endured it. Time passed by, and old war god Zhao and old master Mu and the others waited anxiously outside the door of the room. 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, but these 20 minutes were as long as if 20 centuries had passed for the pain-ridden Zhao Shikai. Suddenly, Zhao Shikai's body, which had already endured to its limit, suddenly resounded with a click, as if something solid had cracked. Zhao Shikai felt that the pain that had originally hurt to the depths of his soul had disappeared in this instant, and all that remained was comfort. He had never felt such a comfortable sensation before, even when he was having sex with his sister. He couldn't compare it to this feeling right now. Senior uncle, is my Renwu 2 chakras being opened up? Zhao Shikai felt the changes in his body and asked Pingan Chen with a surprised look on his face. That's right, it's been opened. As long as you cultivate diligently, you will definitely become an expert like your grandfather in the future. Now you go out. It's your sister's turn. Pingan Chen nodded and said, thank you, Master Uncle. Hearing that his Renwu second chakra had really been opened, and that he also felt that his body had changed greatly from before, Zhao Shikai immediately thanked Pingan Chen on one knee before putting on his clothes to leave the room, allowing Pingan Chen to next open the Renwu second chakra of his sister, Zhao Min, as well. However, when Zhao Shikai reached the doorway, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Pingan Chen. What's wrong? Pingan Chen asked suspiciously. Senior uncle, I want to ask, in a moment, are you going to open my sister's Renwu second chakra like you did just now? Zhao Shikai asked Pingan Chen with an odd face. My sister was a girl, while Master Uncle Ancestor was a man. If in a while my sister had to take off her clothes like she did just now, I don't know if she would be able to accept it. Yes, what's the problem? Chen Pingan didn't react for a moment and asked in doubt. Know what? I'll go out first. Looking at his senior uncle's no-frills expression, Zhao Shikai didn't ask any further. In a moment he would go out and remind his sister to see her own choice. After saying that, Zhao Shikai opened his mouth and went out. It left Pingan Chen in a state of bewilderment. Not long after, Zhao Min also walked in from outside with an odd face before closing the door behind her. Just now, when her brother went out, he said something inexplicable to her. Don't force yourself if you can't stand it. What do you mean you can't stand it? You can stand it. Am I not worse than you? Zhao Min secretly resolved. In a moment, no matter what, she would have to open up her Ren Duo chakra, and she couldn't lose to her brother. Senior uncle, I'm in. What should I do next? Zhao Min asked curiously as she walked up to Pingan Chen. Just take off your clothes first, then sit on your knees on the bed and wait for me. Pingan Chen answered without even thinking, but just after he finished, he suddenly realized why Zhao Shikai had asked himself with that strange expression just now. Do you have to undress? Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Min heard Chen Pingan's words her body instantly burned. Her face directly reddened to the root of her neck, and she stammered to Chen Pingan and asked. Chapter 71, Zheng Xiaobo asking for help. No you can't. You know how difficult it is to open the Rendu vein. Even your grandfather who was known as the god of war of the northern border couldn't open the Rendu vein for anyone. I also had to combine acupuncture to help you guys open it. Pingan Chen replied honestly. He was not seeing Zhao Min's beauty and wanting to take advantage of the other party, but he really had to take off his clothes before acupuncture and his internal force could be combined together to help her open the Ren Dui air chakra. Then can I think about it for 2 minutes? Zhao Min bit her delicate red lips and asked Pingan Chen in a small voice. The current her completely lost her previous arrogance when facing Chen Pingan, fearing that Chen Pingan would get angry. Although Chen Pingan was her senior uncle, but he was also a big man with blood and vigor, himself a yellow blossom girl in front of a big man to take her clothes off. This is also too shy. Now she finally understood what her brother had just said. Chen Pingan hadn't even had time to answer it. His cell phone suddenly rang. Pingan Chen took it out and saw that it was Zhang Xiaobo, who had just been promoted to the position of deputy manager of 4C's Group's security department yesterday. Calling. Chen Pingan made a silent gesture to Zhao Min before answering the call. Manager, something big is wrong. Mr. Li brought a group of people to our company to cause trouble. Our security guards were basically ate over by his people. You come back quickly. Pa, beep beep beep. The cell phone was just connected. There was Zhang Xiaobo's panicked voice. Zhang Xiaobo's voice just fell. There was a miserable scream. Then the sound of the cell phone falling on the ground came. Then it turned into a busy tone. It was assumed that Zhang Xiaobo's cell phone was smashed and couldn't be used. Hey, Zhang Xiaobo, is everything alright on your side now? Hello? Chen Pingan shouted into his cell phone a few times but no one responded. His face revealed a gloomy color. He was only on his first day of work and someone came to cause trouble, and they even dared to beat up his men. It was simply outrageous. MS. Zhao, I have something urgent to take care of right now. Take your time to think about it first. I'm working at the 4C's Group. When you're done thinking about it, then go to the 4C's Group and look for me. After Pingan Chen finished speaking, he turned around and opened the door and walked out, leaving Zhao Min alone still tangled in the room. Senior brother Chen, you've helped my family Min to open the Ren Duo chakra so quickly? Zhao Wuji, Mu Xinbo, Zhao Shikai and the others who were waiting outside all looked puzzled when they saw Pingon Chen come out. Zhao Wuji even asked directly, "Elder brother, there is a situation in my company. I'll go back to deal with it first. Your granddaughter is still thinking about whether she wants me to help her open the second chakra or not. Wait for her to think it over and then go to 4C's group to look for me. As for elder brother's birthday banquet, I can't participate in it. I'm here to wish elder brother good fortune as the East Sea, longevity as South Mountain." After Chen Pingon hurriedly explained, he turned around and left the Imperial Grand Hotel, leaving Zhao Wuji and Mu Xinbo and the others in the cold. Minmin, what's wrong with this girl? Why does she still have to think about such a good thing? It's simply infuriating. Old war god Zhao stared at the doorway of that room and cursed angrily after he came back to his senses. Grandpa, senior uncle ancestor, he helps people to open the second chakra, needs people to take off their clothes and use a combination of acupuncture and internal force in order to help people to open the second chakra. Little sister, she guessed that she can't pass the barrier in her heart. So, Zhao Shikai saw that his grandfather was angry with his sister and hurriedly stood out to explain to his grandfather. The moment his grandson's words came out, Zhao Wuji's expression stagnated, and he also remembered the scene when he opened the second chakra of the Rundu vein back in the day. It seemed like it really needed acupuncture and a strong internal force to work together, and acupuncture did have to be accomplished by taking off his clothes. This was also the reason why he obviously had extraordinary strength, reaching the peak of the 9th grade, but because he did not know how to practice medicine, he was unable to help people open their Rin Dui air chakra. Do you guys realize how rare this opportunity is right now? What's wrong with taking off your clothes in front of your master uncle? It's not like there's a piece of meat missing. Tell her not to think about it. When she's free, immediately go to the 4C's group to find your master uncle to hurry up and open up the Rendu second chakra. Otherwise she won't even be able to regret it if your master ancestor backtracks on his decision. Old war god Zhao Wuji thought about it and sternly instructed his grandson before turning around to go to the banquet hall. Yes, Grandpa. When Zhao Shikai saw how angry his grandfather was, he could only reply respectfully, waiting for his grandfather to leave before he knocked on the door of his room to convey what his grandfather had just said to his sister. Chapter 72 Old War God's Little Scheme. Old classmate, your old Zhao family is going to produce another war god. I'm really envious of the others. On the way to the banquet hall, Mu Xinbo said to Zhao Wuji with an envious face. Although he wasn't a martial arts practitioner, because of his special status, he also knew how great the benefits of opening the Renwu second chakra were to a martial arts practitioner. Zhao Clan grandson's future achievements were estimated to be no less than his old classmate Zhao Wuji in front of him, and even because he had Zhao Wuji in front of him laying a good foundation for him, his future achievements might be able to surpass Zhao Wuji in front of him and reach a whole new level. Old classmate, are you being ironic? To say envy should be me envying your Mu family? Right. Your Mu family has my Master Chen as the grandson-in-law of the dragon burying ring successor. Why not worry about the family's prosperity? That's like me. I still have to look at other people's faces. Zhao Wuji said to Mu Xinbo with an unfavorable face. Alas, you don't know. This granddaughter-in-law of mine only has a 3-month period. After 3 months it's still not sure if he's my Mu family son-in-law. Mu Xinbo said with a bitter smile on his face, but his words instantly aroused Zhao Wuji's curiosity. What makes you say that, old classmate? Zhao Wuji asked with a strange face. The matter is like this. Mu Xinbo briefly told Zhao Wuji about the 3-month marriage between Chen Pingon and his granddaughter, Muwan Orange. In fact, he was only saying these words to deal with Zhao Wuji. In his heart, he was still very confident in the marriage between his granddaughter and Pingon Chen, especially after Pingon Chen got the golden needle from his granddaughter. He had learned the Phoenix Mastery and had a special aura that could attract women. He could guarantee that in less than 3 months his granddaughter would fall madly in love with Pingon Chen. If she was not married, this kind of thing was not necessarily a good thing, but because of his special status, he had long known the secret of the Phoenix harnessing skill, and had used a ploy to get the two of them married in advance. And this Phoenix harnessing skill would only be good for their Mu family, and there was no harm in it. But Zhao Wuji didn't know these secrets. As soon as he heard Mu Xinbo's words, he thought that Mu Xinbo was troubled by this, although his face didn't move, but inside he was already excited. According to Mu Xinbo's words, Mu Xinbo's granddaughter didn't like Ping and Chen. The two of them just agreed to get married for 3 months, and after 3 months they would get a divorce if they didn't find it suitable. At that time, if Pingon Chen and the Mu family's daughter divorced, then wouldn't his granddaughter, Zhao Min, have a chance? As long as Pingon Chen, the heir to the dragon burying ring, became the son-in-law of the Zhao family, then the Zhao family would definitely become one of the most honorable families in the world. Although it was a bit unethical to dig up an old classmate's corner, for the sake of the family's interests, what was that worth? Having made up his mind, Zhao Wuji gave up his decision to help Pingon Chen clear his name at the birthday banquet. He didn't even mention anything about Ping and Chen at the birthday banquet. Chen Pingon, who was on his way back to the 4C's group, had no idea that the old god of war was already calculating in his heart to marry his granddaughter to him. At the moment, outside the Four Seas Group's gate, a tall and thin young man is leading a group of people to block the entrance of the Four Seas Group's headquarters. This is the one who has been chasing after Gao Weiwei, and has made Gao Weiwei his own woman. Li Dingkong, Li Qiu Shui's younger brother, one of the three great Southwest Demon Kings, the Demon King Li Qiu Shui. The security guards of the Four Seas Group were all put down and trampled on the ground by the people brought by Li Xiao, and the employees of the Four Seas Group were trembling and hiding far away. No one dared to come near. How long will it take for your manager surnamed Chen to arrive at the company? Dare to steal a woman from me. He's not tired of living, is he? After Li Xiao let down the Four Seas Group's security guards, he grabbed Zhang Xiaobo, the deputy manager of Four Seas Group's security department, by the collar with an angry face and lifted Zhang Xiaobo up and roared angrily. Chapter 73, The next time you end it yourself. Yesterday, after he received a message from Fang Xiaoran, the secret agent who had been assigned to Gao Weiwei's side as a secretary, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, the Four Seas Group had a few very capable security guards, so he held back and didn't act rashly. But last night, those more capable security guards suddenly contacted him, saying that they had been fired by the Four Seas Group, so that he could feel at ease and go to look for trouble with the Four Seas Group. At first, he thought that it was just a few of the more capable security guards playing a trick on him. After he sent someone to investigate overnight and realized that it was true, he gathered the most capable followers of his men early in the morning and killed them at the Four Seas Group, to teach Chen Pingan a lesson. If he hadn't come in a hurry and brought few men with him, he would have sent his men straight in to search by now. Rest your anger. Young Li, I've just called our manager. He should be here soon. After Zhang Xiaobo was lifted up by Li Xiao, his face revealed a smile that was even worse than crying. At this moment, he regretted being the assistant manager, because Ping and Chen was not there, and Li Xiao directly sought trouble from him as the assistant manager. The security department manager Qin Jigang, who was fired yesterday, and the captains who were more capable of fighting were hiding in the dark, gloating and watching the scene in front of them. Also watching this scene was Gao Weiwei in the president's office on the top floor. Gao Weiwei was sitting in front of her desk, quietly watching the scene at the entrance of the first floor through the CCTV, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the desktop. President, after Qin Jigang took away those few security guards who can fight, no one in our security department can stop Young Li at all. What should we do now? Fang Xiaoran stood behind Gao Weiwei and asked Gao Weiwei somewhat anxiously. Isn't this the result you want to see the most? Gao Weiwei did not answer Fang Xiaoran, but inexplicably asked a rhetorical question. And when Fang Xiaoran heard Gao Weiwei's words, her face instantly became very ugly and she knelt in front of Gao Weiwei with a flutter. General Manager Gao, spare my life. I didn't mean to betray you. It's Li Xiao who threatened me with my family. I won't dare to do it again. Fang Xiaoran trembled as she knelt in front of Gao Weiwei and continuously kowtowed for mercy. She had seen Gao Weiwei personally kill off two of her cronies who betrayed the old chairman. She hated people who betrayed her the most. You admit your identity. Aren't you afraid that Li Xiao will take out your family? Gao Weiwei turned around and asked Fang Xiaoran with an expressionless face. Fang Xiaoran's face turned pale at the question. She just now only thought that Gao Weiwei hated others betraying her the most, but did not think that Li Xiao was also not to be messed with, and had also done quite a lot of things that hurt and harmed the heavens and the earth. But because of his sister Li Qiushui backing him up behind the scenes, he is still well up to now. No one dares to touch him. Li Young cannot backboard. The high general manager is not to be messed with. She is now offended at both ends, inside and outside of the person. At that time both sides might punish her. You get up first. From now on break contact with Li Xiao. As for your family, I will arrange for someone to protect them. If there is a next time, you end it yourself. To Fang Xiaoran's surprise, Gao Weiwei didn't move her, but let her get up and arranged for people to protect her family. Thank you, Mr. Gao. I promise there won't be a next time. Seeing that Gao Weiwei didn't chastise her, Fang Xiaoran hurriedly kowtowed to Gao Weiwei in thanks and gave her assurance. Young Li might be unfavorable to Manager Chen in a while. What should we do now? Fang Xiaoran asked with some worry after standing up. Mr. Gao cared so much about that Chen Pingan. If that Chen Pingan was badly handled by Xiaoli in a while, Mr. Gao might take it out on himself. I have my own arrangements. You go ahead and busy yourself. Gao Weiwei said expressionlessly. Chapter 74, Where did he get the courage? Yes, then I'll go out first. Fang Xiaoran didn't dare to ask anything else and respectfully exited Gao Weiwei's office. After Fang Xiaoran left, Gao Weiwei picked up the cell phone on her desk and dialed a number. Protect Manager Chen, don't let him get hurt a hair. After saying just one sentence, without even waiting for the other party to answer, Gao Weiwei hung up her cell phone. It was only after Gao Weiwei hung up the phone that Chen Pingan rushed back to the Four Seas Group's headquarters from the side of the Imperial Palace Hotel. When he got out of the car, He saw at a glance that the security guards of the Four Seas group were all trampled on the ground by a group of black-clothed thugs, wailing, and the only one standing was the assistant manager, Zhang Xiaobo, who had been grabbed by Li Xiao's collar and lifted up. "Let them go." Ping and Chen stood behind Li Xiao and the others and said in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear him clearly, as if his voice was ringing directly in everyone's ears. "Kid, there's nothing for you here. Don't mind your own business or I'll get you killed." Li Xiao turned his head to look at Chen Pingan. He thought that Chen Pingan was a passerby who was meddling in his own business. He threatened Chen Pingan with a gloomy face. "Aren't you guys looking for Pingan Chen? I'm the Ping and Chen you're looking for. Let me and them go. Just come at me if there's anything." Pingan Chen calmly said to that Li Xiao. "You are Pingan Chen. Quite bold. Since the rightful owner is here, let the others go and let's settle the score properly." Seeing Pingan Chen announce himself, Li Xiao froze and looked Pingan Chen up and down. He had always thought that the man Gao Weiwei liked was a genteel nobleman, but he could not imagine that it was a man who could tell that he was a beggar just by looking at his dress taste. Let him be very puzzled. He is rich and powerful. His looks are not bad, and he and Gao Weiwei door to door. Why does Gao Weiwei not like himself, but like a poor man? After Zhang Xiaobo and the others regained their freedom, they all ran behind Chen Pingan with a frightened face. "Are you guys okay?" Pingan Chen asked as he turned his head to look at the many men behind him with bruises and swollen noses. "Manager, we're fine. It's just that young Li brought all the experts today. The captains who could fight before are not here. We're no match. What should we do now?" Zhang Xiaobo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied in a low voice. The others did not answer Pingan Chen, and even some of them looked at Pingan Chen with some resentment in their eyes. As soon as Li Xiao came, he named the new manager, Chen Pingan, and they all felt that this matter was caused by Chen Pingan, and that they were dragged into it by Chen Pingan. Moreover, those few capable captains were fired by Chen Pingan. If Chen Pingan hadn't fired those capable captains and promoted a few incapable people to be captains, they wouldn't have been beaten up like this today. Combining a few points, they took all their grievances out on Ping and Chen, and many of them lowered their heads, squinted their eyes, and looked at Ping and Chen with spiteful eyes. "What else can we do? Others have bullied us to our doorstep. Of course we should fight back," Pingan Chen said without even thinking. "But manager, these brought by Young Li are all experts. Can you handle so many experts?" Zhang Xiaobo glanced at Pingan Chen in front of him and asked with some worry. In their eyes, Chen Pingan was quite sturdy looking, but didn't look like someone who could fight very well, whereas Young Li had brought so many people over today, and all of them were experts, so no matter how they looked at it, the Chen Pingan in front of them couldn't possibly be a match for them. They couldn't understand where Pingan Chen got the courage to say something like fight back. Chapter 75, Stunned. Not only Zhang Xiaobo, the others all looked at Pingan Chen with contempt. "Who said I'm going up to fight them?" Pingan Chen calmly asked back. "Did the manager even bring an expert over? Where are they?" Hearing Pingan Chen's words, Zhang Xiaobo and the others looked puzzled and looked around. "There's no need to look. I just came alone. I didn't bring anyone else," Pingan Chen said to Zhang Xiaobo and the others without any good humor. Once he said this, Zhang Xiaobo and the others became even more puzzled. "Then who will help us fight back?" Zhang Xiaobo asked suspiciously, and the others all looked at Pingan Chen with strange faces, wondering what this manager was thinking. "Of course it's you guys. As the company's security guards, protecting the company's life and property is your mission. Who else do you want to help you?" Chen Pingan reprimanded Zhang Xiaobo and the others without any good humor. Once Chen Pingan said this, whether it was Zhang Xiaobo, the captain or the other security guards all turned pale. "Manager, we are simply not their opponents. You let us on, that is not letting us go up to die?" Zhang Xiaobo cried and stammered in reply. Some of the more timid ones directly slipped away from the back. "Who said you guys are not their opponents? I know you guys were hiding your strength before. Facing this kind of situation you guys are hiding your strength again. That shouldn't be the case. The company gives you guys so much salary every month, you guys have to do your duty." Pingan Chen said with a meaningful face, making Zhang Xiaobo and the others look confused. When did they hide their strength? Could it be that they were all cuties, hiding their strength even after being beaten like this? Before they could figure out what the hell Ping and Chen was up to, Zhang Xiaobo was pushed towards Li Xiao's side by Ping and Chen. "As the assistant manager, you should take the lead. Just you go first, bring out your full strength and show them how powerful we are." After Pingan Chen finished speaking, he pulled out a golden needle from the burial dragon ring and flicked it. The needle disappeared into Zhang Xiaobo's back at an extremely fast speed when no one was looking. The opposite side of Li Xiao and those of his men heard the conversation between Ping and Chen and Zhang Xiaobo just now, and thought that Ping and Chen was going to push Zhang Xiaobo out to his death. He. "Since your manager wants you to be scapegoats for him, then I'll fulfill you. It's not too late to waste him after I waste you," Li Xiao said to Zhang Xiaobo, who was pushed over by Chen Pingan with a smile. After saying that, he took a baseball bat from his henchman's hand, and ruthlessly smashed Zhang Xiaobo's legs. Looking at his powerful moves, it seemed that he wanted to break Zhang Xiaobo's legs with a single bat. Zhang Xiaobo was already scared out of his wits by Li Xiao and the others, and when he saw Li Xiao swinging over with the baseball bat, he was even more scared out of his wits and almost peed. The only thought in his mind was to turn around and escape. However, he didn't know if he was scared by Li Xiao to the point that his legs went weak or what, but he found that his body couldn't even back up or turn around, as if there was a mysterious force pushing him forward to crash into Li Xiao's arms. Ah, don't! Seeing that the baseball bat in Li Xiao's hand was about to hit his legs, Zhang Xiaobo was so scared that he closed his eyes and screamed. Many of the surrounding people could not bear to see the scene of Zhang Xiaobo's legs being knocked off, and they all turned their heads to the side not daring to look. Only some of the more daring and curious people watched as the hard baseball bat in Li Xiao's hand smashed into Zhang Xiaobo's legs. Just when everyone thought that Zhang Xiaobo was going to be ruined this time, an incredible scene appeared. Zhang Xiaobo, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly jumped up the moment the baseball bat smashed into his legs, narrowly dodging that vicious bat, and as if Zhang Xiaobo was not affected by the Earth's attraction, while he was still in the air, he kicked the young man's chest directly, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters away, and smashing him heavily on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Could it be that the manager was right just now, and the assistant manager Zhang Xiaobo had hidden his strength before? Everyone's minds couldn't help but recall the words of Ping and Chen just now. Chapter 76, Kill These Grandsons. Not only were the surrounding spectators stunned by Zhang Xiaobo's action, even Zhang Xiaobo himself thought he had seen a ghost. He opened his eyes in surprise the moment his body jumped up, and watched as his body uncontrollably launched a sharp counterattack at Li Xiao. If his body wasn't him, he might have thought that he had hidden his strength before just like the others, but he knew very well that he had no strength at all before. Where did he hide his strength? It was not his intention to counterattack Li Xiao. His body was controlled by an inexplicable force, and he made a move that even he himself was horrified by. Of all the people on the scene, Chen Pingan was the only one who remained calm. This was because all of this was secretly manipulated by him. The reason why Zhang Xiaobo had instantly become so powerful was because he had used the puppetry technique inside the Nine Dragons medical classic, while other people's puppetry was secretly manipulated with thin threads. His puppetry was accomplished with superb internal force with the cooperation of golden needles. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary martial artists could not see it. Now Zhang Xiaobo's body had been controlled by him. Ouch ah, it hurts. This kid is even pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Let's all go together and get him killed. I, Li Dingkong, will be responsible for anything that happens. Li Xiao fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, he roared at those of his men. Even Li Xiao dares to move. This kid is impatient to live. Get him dead. Get him. Kam him. After those followers of Li Xiao heard the order, a group of people clamored and swarmed up to get Zhang Xiaobo killed. Zhang Xiaobo was stunned. Young Li, sorry, this really wasn't my doing. I swear. Young Li, spare my life. Zhang Xiaobo's mouth kept explaining to Li Xiao, but his body was not under his control and made a move completely opposite to what he thought in his heart, quickly rushing towards Li Xiao's followers. The follower who rushed at the front had not even had time to swing the steel pipe in his hand before he was already knocked out by Zhang Xiaobo's punch on the bridge of his nose. The second follower had raised the weapon in his hand, but before he could drop it, he was kicked away by Zhang Xiaobo, smashing into the bodies of those companions behind him, directly smashing a large number of people down. Zhang Xiaobo was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Wherever he went, no one was his one enemy and fell to the ground one after another. However, his mouth was still begging for mercy from Li Xiao. This scene scared Li Xiao silly. He thought that Zhang Xiaobo was teasing him in such a way. Good job, Zhang Xiaobo. Get these bastards killed. Pingan Chen led the chants, cheering Zhang Xiaobo up. The security guards also thought the same as Mr. Li, and thought that Zhang Xiaobo was really hiding his strength. But now that Ping and Chen, the manager, had arrived, he wanted to perform well in front of the manager, so he no longer hid his strength and showed his super strength. The security guards immediately felt that they raised their eyebrows, and after Ping and Chen took the lead, they also shouted at Zhang Xiaobo, cheering him up. Vice Shang is awesome. Vice Shang is mighty. Vice Shang, hit harder. Get these bastards to death. Zhang Xiaobo, who was still in shock, saw that he had knocked down so many people in 3 or 2 strokes. His heart gradually calmed down, and he stopped apologizing to Li Xiao, and just curiously watched as his own body inexplicably made all sorts of moves to put down those followers of Li Xiao. It was only until Li Xiao and the group of followers he brought with him could no longer stand up that his body stopped in front of Li Xiao. When Li Xiao saw Zhang Xiaobo standing in front of him, he was so scared that he kept retreating. Chapter 77, Don't Come Over Again. Qin Jigang and the 3 former captains of the 4C's group's security department, who were hiding in the corner and observing all this, were directly dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. They originally thought that Li Xiao had brought people to cause trouble, no one in the 4Cs group could clean up Li Xiao, and Gao Weiwei would personally call them back. At first, things went according to their expectations. Once Li Xiao came, he directly wiped out the people in the 4Cs group's security department, trampling all the security guards under his feet. They were so excited that they were waiting for Gao Weiwei to call them, and they had already thought of making a move after negotiating a good deal with Gao Weiwei. Who knew that the new security manager came at this time? And then things changed. What happened next was completely beyond their expectations. Zhang Xiaobo, who was originally in their eyes as a powerless and thieving man, suddenly went berserk, as if he had transformed into a martial arts master. In 3 or 2 strokes, he knocked down Li Xiao and all those experts Li Xiao had brought with him. The 3 of them together, not even dare to say so easily to Li Xiao and his followers to clean up. This Zhang Xiaobo was hiding too deep. All of their plans were lost. Even Gao Weiwei, who was in the president's office watching all of this through the CCTV, had a hint of surprise on her face, but she soon realized that something was wrong. This Zhang Xiaobo's demeanor from start to finish was highly tense. One could even say terrified. Not at all like a hidden expert. There was only one possibility for this situation, and that was that a high-level person was secretly controlling Zhang Xiaobo's body with a secret technique. Thinking of this, her mind recalled what she had just called Shadow. She also thought that it was Shadow who had controlled Zhang Xiaobo's body in the dark to clean up Li Xiao and the others. Other than her, Gao Weiwei could no longer think of anyone else with this kind of ability, and after Zhang Xiaobo, who was at the scene, stabilized, although he didn't know what was going on, when he saw that he actually cleaned up the arrogant Li Xiao and Li Xiao's followers all at once, he couldn't care about anything else, and walked over to Li Xiao with a smug look on his face. What do you want to do? Don't come over again. My sister is Li Qiushui, the chairman of Li's group, nicknamed one of the 3 demon kings of the southwest, the female demon king Li Qiushui. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my sister will not let you go. Seeing that the people he brought with him were no match for Zhang Xiaobo, Li Xiao could only bring out his sister to scare Zhang Xiaobo. In this place in southwest China, there were really not many people who dared not to give face to his sister, Li Qiushui. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Xiaobo, who wanted to fool around in front of Li Xiao, heard that Li Xiao brought out his sister Li Qiushui, Zhang Xiaobo was immediately abashed and stopped in his tracks. Li Xiao, don't misunderstand. I just want to come over and help you up to see where it hurts, Zhang Xiaobo said as he was about to bend down to help up Li Xiao, who was still lying on the ground looking at him in shock. But when Li Xiao saw Zhang Xiaobo's move, he remembered the scene just now when Zhang Xiaobo apologized to him with his mouth while furiously bombarding his men. He thought Zhang Xiaobo was coming back with this move, so scared that he immediately rolled over and got up. Don't come over. I don't need your help. I'll get up myself. Li Xiao got up and immediately hid behind those of his followers. Other than her sister, this was the first time he had seen someone so powerful. In less than 2 minutes, the group of experts he had brought with him had been annihilated. Terrifying as hell. At this time, Pingan Chen also stepped forward and came behind Zhang Xiaobo, reaching out and gently patting on Zhang Xiaobo's back. The golden needle flew out from Zhang Xiaobo's back and landed in his hand to be retrieved inside the burial dragon ring. Chapter 78, Li Xiao runs away in a wreck. Assistant Manager Zhang, you've done a good job this time. I'll apply for a bonus for you this month, Pingan Chen said to Zhang Xiaobo with a meaningful face. As soon as Zhang Xiaobo heard this from Pingan Chen, and then thought about Pingan Chen's previous actions and the miraculous change that he had just inexplicably become powerful, he instantly thought that it might be the manager, Pingan Chen, who was secretly messing things up. Otherwise, Chen Pingan wouldn't have just said these inexplicable words that he used to hide his strength. Manager, just now was it you? Zhang Xiaobo just wanted to ask Chen Pingan if it was you who secretly helped me, but as a result, before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Chen Pingan with his eyes. Before he was framed and imprisoned, Pingan Chen felt that he should have been framed because he was too high profile and offended people before. Although he had now learned a superior skill, who knew if there were more powerful people in this world? Having learned his lesson the hard way, Pingan Chen knew that a low profile was the way to go. Therefore, he didn't want to show his strength in front of the crowd if he didn't have to, and didn't want to make a spectacle of himself in front of the crowd. Zhang Xiaobo was originally a thieving wallflower who saw the wind and made the rudder. His reaction was still very strong. Seeing Chen Pingan's eyes, he immediately shut up. Thank you for manager's cultivation. Zhang Xiaobo hurriedly changed his words, bowed and thanked Chen Pingan. From the look in Chen Pingan's eyes as he stopped him, he had already understood that everything that had just happened was secretly done by the new manager in front of him, Chen Pingan. Originally, after work last night, his colleagues were still talking about how this new manager had become the manager of the security department by relying on his illicit relationship with Mr. Gao, and that he was an unapologetic soft rice man. Now it seems that things are not at all as rumored. The manager in front of you is a deep hidden master. It might even be possible that he was a strange person like those inside the novels. Only this could explain everything that happened just now. Aha! Pingon Chen nodded, satisfied with Zhang Xiaobo's quick response. It seemed that in the future, by handing over the security department to Zhang Xiaobo's management, and training 2 or 3 more experts to deal with situations like today's, there was still hope for him to be a shirker in the future. Then Pingon Chen walked up to Li Xiao. Who are you? Why have you come to trouble this manager? Pingon Chen walked up to Li Xiao and asked coldly. Young Li, because he was scared by Zhang Xiaobo, just looked at Pingon Chen coldly and did not answer. Our manager is asking you. Are you deaf or dumb? When Zhang Xiaobo saw that Li Xiao did not reply to Ping An's words, he had already decided that his new manager was a legendary man of extraordinary ability, and immediately shouted at Li Xiao. Only after being rebuked by Zhang Xiaobo did Li Xiao open his mouth to answer the question. How dare you touch my woman? And you still have the nerve to ask me why I'm looking for you? Gao Weiwei is the woman that I, Li Dingkong, have my eyes on. In the future, you'd better stay away from her. Don't let me know that you have any more indecent thoughts towards her. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death. I swear. Let's go. Li Xiao knew that with Zhang Xiaobo, an expert at Chen Pingan's side, the people he had brought with him could not gain any advantage at all, and continuing to entangle himself would only result in a further loss of face. So he glared at Chen Pingan fiercely, and after dropping a few harsh words, he greeted those of his followers who had already suffered from colorful injuries, and then left. Chen Pingan also did not stop the other party. After Li Xiao left with his men, the other security guards or some of the employees of 4C's group immediately surrounded them and greeted Zhang Xiaobo, who had beaten away Li Xiao and the others, with warmth and care. Those security guards who were severely beaten by Li Xiao and others before were even more grateful to Zhang Xiaobo for helping them to take revenge. Chapter 79. Can I go with you guys? Everyone, this is actually all the manager's credit. It was the manager's good management and encouragement that allowed me to fulfill my potential to drive Shaoli and the others away. If you guys want to thank the manager. Zhang Xiaobo knew that these credits were not his own, and responded to the crowd with a modest face. However, all the people in the security department knew that Zhang Xiaobo was a smooth person, and when they heard these words, they thought that Zhang Xiaobo didn't dare to take the credit, and pushed the credit to his boss, Chen Pingan's head, in order to curry favor with Chen Pingan as the manager. The crowd responded to Zhang Xiaobo's call and turned their heads to thank Pingan Chen. However, they could not hide the touch of contempt in their eyes, causing Chen Pingan to sweat for a while as he looked at them. Quiet everyone. In order to reward my colleagues in the security department for their responsible and heroic efforts today and for achieving a major victory, tonight I will privately treat everyone in the security department to a big dinner. The location will be chosen by you guys. You don't have to save money for me, Pingan Chen announced to the crowd. The moment he said this, the people present in the security department were first stunned, and then revealed a look of ecstasy. Manager, then is it okay if we pick the Hyatt Hotel? Upon hearing Pingan Chen's words that the location could be chosen at will and that there was no need to save money for him, a naive-looking co-worker suddenly asked tentatively. As soon as that person's words came out, everyone at the scene quieted down and looked at Chen Pingan with an odd expression. They wanted to see if Pingan Chen would feel pain after hearing that person's words, or would he even get angry. In Dragon City, the Hyatt Hotel was the second largest hotel under the Imperial Grand Hotel, and it was said that a casual meal would cost tens of thousands of dollars. The reason why that person didn't ask if he could go to the Imperial Palace Hotel was because he heard that the old god of war was holding a birthday banquet at the Imperial Palace Hotel today, and it had already been chartered, so he could only choose the Hyatt Hotel. Zhang Xiaobo even immediately walked to that co-worker's face and slapped the back of the other's head. Asshole thing, have you pitched the manager like this? You think the company is opened by the manager's family? Go to such an expensive hotel. We have a big group of people down here. There are also brothers on the evening and middle shifts. At least 4 or 5 tables. We have a meal down the manager's salary for a few months or gone. Zhang Xiaobo lectured that colleague. Because Chen Pingan came, he had the opportunity to become the assistant manager. And Chen Pingan just let him out of the limelight. He was very grateful to Chen Pingan, and could not help but defend Chen Pingan's interests. I was the manager himself who said the location was chosen by us. That coworker replied in a small voice with an aggrieved face. You still dare to talk back? When Zhang Xiaobo saw that this naive coworker still dared to talk back, Zhang Xiaobo wanted to slap the other party on the back of his head again. Xiaobo, what are you doing? It's not just the Hyatt Hotel. It's just a small thing. We'll celebrate tonight at the Hyatt Hotel. Those who have family members with them can bring their family members along, and make a lively scene together. Chen Pingan hurriedly stopped Zhang Xiaobo and said again. The moment he said this, Zhang Xiaobo sucked in a breath of cold air. This manager was also too generous. Many of them had family members with them, so wouldn't tonight eat up at least a year of the manager's salary? What he didn't know was that even if they were invited to eat at the Hyatt Hotel for a year, they wouldn't be able to eat up Ping and Chen. Long live the manager. Manager, I love you to death. Manager, we all love you. Hearing that tonight's meal was set at the Hyatt Hotel, and that they could also bring their families, all the security guards all cheered. They didn't care how much money they had to eat for this meal. They only knew that they could bring their families to the second largest upscale hotel and launching to dine tonight, enjoying the services of the upscale hotel, and fulfilling the slightest bit of vanity in their hearts. Some immediately called to inform their families that they did not have to cook tonight. Some called to inform their co-workers who worked the middle and evening shifts. Can I come with you guys? Just as the crowd was calling their families or co-workers, a somewhat cold voice came into the crowd's ears from behind them. The crowd turned around, and when they saw the person who spoke, all of them revealed an incredulous expression. This was because they realized that the one asking them was actually their 4Cs group's unattainable beauty, High Cold President Gao Weiwei. Chapter 80, Lying. The usually high and mighty cold and beautiful president wants to go to dinner with them? Is this the sun coming out of the west? Everyone stared blankly at Gao Weiwei, thinking they had heard wrong. What? Don't you welcome me to come along? Gao Weiwei smiled as she walked in front of Chen Pingan and looked at him as she asked mischievously. This smile of hers was as if the ice and snow melted. The spring breeze brushed her face, and 100 flowers blossomed, causing the crowd to look dumbfounded once again. She was truly worthy of being one of the 4 great beauties of Dragon City who were on par with Muon Orange, Qin Shiyu, and Li Qiushui. That smile was so charming and healing. You're the president. You can go if you want to. I didn't tie your legs. Pingan Chen's cold tone made the crowd sweat for Pingan Chen. This was the notorious dictatorial president in their 4Cs group. Manager Chen dared to speak to the other party in such a tone? The rumors were right. This manager Chen and Mr. Gao were really having an affair. Everyone looked at Chen Pingan with admiration. To capture the heart of such a cold and beautiful CEO, this is something that even Mr. Li couldn't do. Too strong. Then it's a deal. I'll go with you guys in the afternoon. But now you wait for me here. Gao Weiwei turned around and left after saying that. As soon as Gao Weiwei left, the scene immediately exploded. Just now when Gao Weiwei was here, although she wasn't as ice cold as usual, her powerful aura of rejecting others still made the crowd not dare to speak out loud. Now that she left, the crowd immediately surrounded in front of Chen Pingan. Boss, you are really awesome. Even Mr. Gao is submissive to you. My admiration for you is like the water of the Yangtze River flowing endlessly. Zhang Xiaobo walked to Chen Pingan's front with a shy face, patting Chen Pingan's ass with a face of adoration. Stop. I have nothing to do with Gao Weiwei. This kind of thing can't be said in the future, okay? Pingan Chen frowned and looked at Zhang Xiaobo faintly and said, yes. We won't say anything in the future. Although Zhang Xiaobo said yes with his mouth, disbelief was written all over his eyes, thinking to himself, if you guys are okay with it, how dare you call someone's name with a straight face? Moreover, if you have nothing to do with it, you talk to Mr. Gao like this. Mr. Gao not only not angry, but also the ice and snow melted generally smile at you? All these signs, to say that you have nothing to do with it, to death do not believe. Seeing the expression of Zhang Xiaobo and the crowd, Chen Pingan knew that they wouldn't believe what he said, and was a bit annoyed, but he didn't bother to explain anymore. Not long after, a pink Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of Pingan Chen. The car window slowly lowered, revealing Gao Weiwei's stunningly beautiful face. Get in! Gao Weiwei shouted gently to Pingan Chen. Get in the car for what? Chen Pingan was still as cold as before. Gao Weiwei knew that Chen Pingan hated herself in her heart, but she didn't care about Chen Pingan's attitude towards herself and still greeted him with a smile. Your clothes are rather old. I'll take you to buy some new clothes to go. Otherwise when you get to the Hyatt Hotel in the afternoon people will still think you're a beggar and won't give you in. Gao Weiwei pointed to the clothes on Chen Pingan and said, seeing Chen Pingan's clothes, she thought that Chen Pingan had just been released from prison and didn't have much money, so he was still wearing the clothes he had before he was imprisoned, and she was a little distressed by it. No need. I think my clothes are quite good. No need for Mr. Gao to worry. Without even thinking about it, Pingan Chen rejected Gao Weiwei's idea of taking herself to buy clothes. You are now the security department manager of our company. Wearing such shabby is detrimental to the image of our company. I'm thinking about the company. You don't have to go, or you don't have to do this job. I'll raise you in the future. Gao Weiwei's words were covered by Pingan Chen before he could finish. However, he was still one step too late. What should be said and what shouldn't be said were all heard by the surrounding crowd. All the people in the security department looked at Chen Pingan with odd eyes. He said that Mr. Gao had taken the initiative to support you, but you still said that it had nothing to do with him? Are you kidding me? Chapter 81, No Compromise. Looking at the crowd's odd eyes, Chen Pingan felt that he couldn't wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. And Gao Weiwei was just the opposite. The crowd kind of misunderstood her. In Chen Pingan's kind of eyes she not only didn't have any aversion, but seeing Chen Pingan's bitter face she couldn't help but smile in her heart, because she was blocking her mouth. She mischievously picked her eyebrows that had just been carefully trimmed. I'm scared of you. No more nonsense. Seeing Gao Weiwei's behavior, Pingan Chen warned the other party with a helpless face. Gao Weiwei couldn't open her mouth and could only nod her head, using her eyes to indicate to Pingan Chen that she heard him, and only then did Pingan Chen release the other party's unbelievably beautiful mouth. However, he did not thus compromise with Gao Weiwei to go clothes shopping with the other party, but instead turned his head to Zhang Xiaobo. Zhang Xiaobo, go fetch me a few sets of security uniforms. As the manager of the security department, I should set an example by wearing work clothes. Mr. Gao, this won't be detrimental to the company, right? Pingan Chen asked coldly as he turned to see Gao Weiwei in the car after instructing Zhang Xiaobo. Gao Weiwei still wanted to say something else, but at this time her cell phone rang. After looking at the caller number, her face instantly returned to its usual cold arrogance, and without hesitation, she answered the call. Wu Xingjie is dead, a mechanical voice came out from the cell phone. Although the voice was not loud, Pingan Chen, who was standing next to Gao Weiwei, still heard it clearly, and he could not help but frown. He had just met that Wu Xingjie, who was known as one of the 3 great demon kings of the Southwest, a few days ago, and at that time, his mental state was still very good, so how could he suddenly die in a few days' time? And Gao Weiwei, who was holding the cell phone, even changed her face drastically, then hurriedly hung up the phone. Since you don't like to dress so formally, then whatever. If there's anything you find my secretary to help you out. I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first. Seeing that Chen Pingan was not willing to go clothes shopping with her, Gao Weiwei was a bit disappointed, and with this sudden phone call, she finished and left as soon as she stepped on the gas. When Pingan Chen saw Gao Weiwei leaving, he didn't think about it anymore. People die every moment in this world. If it's sudden, it's sudden. It has nothing to do with him. Gathering his emotions, Chen Pingan turned around and saw that the people in the security department were still looking at him with odd eyes. His brows furrowed once again. Zhang Xiaobo, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go get me some clothes. Ah, in a moment take them directly to my office. Pingan Chen said in a good-natured manner. Yes, manager, I'll go get your clothes. Zhang Xiaobo hurriedly turned around to look for clothes for Pingan Chen. As Pingan Chen watched Zhang Xiaobo leave, he also took a big step back to his office. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Xiaobo knocked on the door of Pingan Chen's office holding 2 sets of security uniforms. After entering the door, Pingan Chen realized that Zhang Xiaobo was not the only one who came. The 3 people he had promoted to captain yesterday had also come with him, each holding a set of clothes in their hands. Manager, we sent over the clothes you asked for, a total of 4 sets. Zhang Xiaobo pointed at the clothes in their hands and said smilingly to Pingan Chen, just a few sets of clothes, why do you guys need to be so vocal and send over all 4 of them together? Pingan Chen asked as he cried and laughed at Zhang Xiaobo and the other 4 people. In addition to Zhang Xiaobo, the names of the other 3 people Pingan Chen had deliberately memorized yesterday. The tall and big one with an inch head was called Lu Hang. The one who was thin and tall with an inch hair was called Zhang Shixian. The other one with a naive face was called Wu Yong, but Pingan Chen didn't see him as brave at all. Hearing Pingan Chen's words, the 3 captains all looked at Zhang Xiaobo. None of them answered Pingan Chen's words. Zhang Xiaobo once again piled up a smile and walked to the front of Chen Pingan, and with an embarrassed face, he said, Manager, in addition to delivering clothes to the manager, we also want you to teach us a few kung fu skills, or else we won't be able to cope with this job right now. As soon as Zhang Xiaobo said this, Wu Yong and the others nodded their heads as if they were chicken pecking at rice. The 3 of them had a very good relationship with Zhang Xiaobo before. So yesterday, after seeing Zhang Xiaobo bravely step forward to answer the question to become the assistant manager, the 3 of them also bravely stepped forward to answer Chen Pingan's question, and in the end, they were all promoted to captain. All 4 people were happy. When Zhang Xiaobo went to find clothes for Pingan Chen just now, the 3 of them immediately chased after him and asked when Zhang Xiaobo became so powerful, how come they didn't realize it before, and so on and so forth. Zhang Xiaobo shook his head and denied that he had suddenly become powerful, and then told his 3 buddies about the situation and his suspicion that Pingan Chen was a legendary man of power. The 3 of them could be said to know Zhang Xiaobo well, and knew that Zhang Xiaobo used to be just an ordinary person like them, but just now he somehow became so brave and directly overthrew Li Xiao and those experts brought by Li Xiao. Combined with Pingan Chen's words before Zhang Xiaobo took the stage, they all felt that Zhang Xiaobo's analysis was very reasonable, and several of them came to find Pingan Chen to teach them Kung Fu as soon as they discussed it. Chapter 82 Ancient Strong Fist. It's fine if you want to learn Kung Fu, but my requirements are very strict. I'll promise to teach you Kung Fu if you can do it. At Zhang Xiaobo's words, Chen Pingan was not much surprised. Don't worry, manager, we will definitely abide by the rules you set. After Zhang Xiaobo finished speaking, the other 3 all nodded their heads in agreement as well. Then let's go. Chen Pingan did not say anything else and got up to leave the office. Manager, Where are we going? Zhang Xiaobo and the others asked suspiciously as they followed behind. Since you guys said you want to learn Kung Fu, you must be going to the training ground of our security department. When Zhang Xiaobo and the others saw that Chen Pingan was now going to the training ground to teach them Kung Fu, a few of them revealed a look of surprise and hurriedly followed. Soon they arrived at the training ground. At the moment, there were a few middle and evening shift security guards doing physical training at the training ground, and Zhang Xiaobo directly drove them all away as the assistant manager. In the end, only the 5 of them were left in the entire training ground. Listen up. What I'm teaching you today is a set of ancient strong fist. This set of ancient strong fist is extremely powerful, not inferior to ancient Muay Thai, or even better. It's rumored that ancient Muay Thai evolved from ancient strong fist. After learning it, you can't rely on this Kung Fu to hold on to the weak and do wrong, or I'll personally take action to abolish you. Pingan Shan warned the 4 Zhang Xiaobo with a serious face. Please rest assured, manager. After we learn Kung Fu we will never bully the weak, much less use Kung Fu to do wrong. If something like this happens without your hand, I will waste myself, Zhang Xiaobo loudly assured Chen Pingan. The other 3 followed suit and repeated Zhang Xiaobo's words. Pingan Shan nodded his head in satisfaction. For the words of Wu Yong and the other 3 captains, Pingan Shan was still quite convinced, but as for Zhang Xiaobo he put a question mark in his heart. With his understanding of this kind of person, Zhang Xiaobo shouted slogans loudly and positively, but in the end it was not certain whether he could do it or not. However, this kind of person's ability to do things is relatively strong. As long as they do not do things that violate the bottom line, they can still be used. Next, Pingan Shan taught a set of ancient strong fist, which was more powerful than ancient Muay Thai, to Zhang Xiaobo and the others. This set of ancient strong fist was not passed down to him by his master, but rather, when he treated the internal injuries of an ancient strong fist master while he was in prison, the ancient strong fist master gave him the ancient strong fist technique in return. As the saying goes, the Tao should not be passed on lightly. He did not dare to pass on those things that his master taught him easily. This is the rule of their lineage. Moreover, the techniques of their lineage required internal force as a foundation, and ordinary people simply couldn't learn them. When Pingan Shan made the ancient Zhuang boxing style in front of Zhang Xiaobo and the others, Zhang Xiaobo and the others were shocked and even had a somewhat fearful look on their faces, because the Zhuang gathering place Big Mountain Rolling. This ancient Zhuang boxing is the ancient Zhuang ancestors in the mountains and large beasts in the fight for thousands of years summarized boxing. Powerful. It can be said that moves can be fatal. Although this ancient Zhuang boxing is boxing, but the fist is rarely used, basically the use of elbows, knees and other hardest places on the body of the enemy for fatal blows. Inside the TV those Muay Thai is already perverted enough, scary enough, but in front of the ancient strong fist is child's play. Zhang Xiaobo and other people only watched Chen Pingan play once in cold sweat straight up. If someone of Li Xiao's men knew this ancient strong fist, it was estimated that the 4 of them would have been crippled even if they weren't dead by now. Alright, I'll play it again. You guys record it on your cell phones and then follow the video, step by step. First familiarize yourselves with the moves today. Ping and Chen finished playing again. Let them record it. Let them follow the video recorded just now to learn one move at a time, until the end of the afternoon. The 4 people were all so tired that they were almost deflated. Only then did Ping and Shan let them go. Alright, after you guys have memorized the moves, come and train yourselves later. Now pack up and go eat a big meal. After Pingan Shen finished speaking, he took the lead to leave the training ground, and when he arrived at the front gate, apart from the people on duty, everyone from the security department had gathered at the front gate and waited. Even Gao Weiwei had specially changed her skirt and carefully dressed up to wait for him at the front gate of the group. The employees of the company seldom saw such a gentle side of Gao Weiwei, and many of them looked at Gao Weiwei, who stood at the entrance waiting for Chen Pingan. Step by step, when Chen Pingan came out, Gao Weiwei's face was joyful and she took the initiative to welcome him, as if she was picking up her boyfriend. And this scene once again stunned the employees of 4C's group. Manager Chen, we're all ready. I've also called the manager of the Hyatt Hotel to ask them to reserve a place for us. My car is there. Hurry up and get in. Gao Weiwei walked in front of Chen Pingan and said somewhat playfully, completely at odds with her usual high-cool persona. I'll just take a taxi there with the others. Chen Pingan indifferently refused to get into Gao Weiwei's car. I have something to tell you later, about taking over the 4C's demon order. Since you're taking a taxi, then I'll take a taxi with you as well. Gao Weiwei was determined to ride in a car with Chen Pingan and said with a serious face, Chapter 83, you're a fake. Hearing Gao Weiwei say so, what else could Chen Pingan say? So he had to get into Gao Weiwei's car. Gao Weiwei also arranged vehicles for other security guards who didn't have cars. The huge fleet of more than 20 vehicles drove towards the Hyatt Regency Hotel with great vigor. Tell me straight what's going on. Halfway, Pingan Shen saw that Gao Weiwei had been silent and thought that the other party was fooling herself. So he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Seeing that Chen Pingan had opened his mouth to ask, Gao Weiwei pulled over to the side of the road and then turned back to take out a lone, exquisite gift box from the back row. Take this, and come with me tomorrow to pay birthday respects to my righteous mother. That righteous mother of mine has a high prestige within the 4Cs organization. If you want to smoothly take over the 4Cs Demon King order, you still have to go through her nod of approval before you can do so. My righteous mother has a hobby. Like the old men like to collect antiques and cultural relics, especially on the lanting sequence of the heart for a long time. This is loaded with the lanting sequence of the real. When you put this lanting sequence as a birthday gift to her, should be able to give her a good impression, although not necessarily to win her support, but she may look at the lanting sequence of the share will not oppose you to take charge of the 4Cs. Demon King order, Gao Weiwei said to Pingan Chen with a serious face. Without speaking, Pingan Chen directly opened that exquisite gift box and took out the lanting preface sticker inside. This lanting preface was the pinnacle work of the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji, and had been known as the world's first running script since ancient times, and was said to have disappeared for thousands of years. Now the lanting preface on the market are all imitation. There is no real handwriting. Once the real lanting sequence appeared in the world, it would definitely be treated as a national treasure level cultural relic and be touted by the bigwigs in the collection industry. How much did you spend on this lanting sequence? Looking at the lanting sequence in his hands, Chen Pingan asked indifferently. $180 million. Gao Weiwei answered without even thinking, as if more than 100 million was not money, but just a string of numbers. You're really willing to put down blood money, but this lanting preface of yours is a fake. You're getting screwed out of this money. Pingan Chen blurted out directly after hearing the price quoted by Gao Weiwei. The reason why he was so sure that this lanting sequence was a fake was because the real lanting sequence was hidden in the antique area of his vault at the Swiss bank. The Swiss bank's manager Shin had already given him the list of antiques inside his vault's antique area, and that list happened to have the lanting sequence in it. I know. Out of Chen Pingan's expectation, Gao Weiwei, after hearing his words, only slightly surprised looked at him, and then admitted the fact that the lanting sequence was a fake. Now it was Chen Pingan's turn to be surprised. Some puzzled asked, you know this lanting preface is a fake, you still spend so much money to buy it? You have a pit in your brain, don't you? Pingan Chen couldn't help but curse. If I didn't spend so much money, how could my righteous mother believe that it was authentic? Alright, just take this and go with me to pay your birthday respects to my righteous mother tomorrow. You don't have to care about anything else. I have my own arrangements. Gao Weiwei finished speaking and started the car once again towards the Hyatt Hotel. Soon their convoy arrived at the Hyatt Hotel, which was known as the second highest ranked hotel in Dragon City. At this time, many of the security guards' families had already arrived at the entrance in advance and were waiting. The manager of the Hyatt Hotel with the hotel's welcome guests was waiting eagerly at the entrance for their arrival. Welcome Mr. Gao to our Hyatt Grand Hotel. Your reserved seats are all ready, right in the Hero Hall. You can be served immediately after being seated. The manager of the Hyatt Grand Hotel was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Gao Weiwei had just gotten off the bus and she immediately greeted her. Mr. Lu is welcome. Today's guest is Mr. Chen, the manager of our company's security department. Just entertain Mr. Chen. Gao Weiwei introduced the manager of the Hyatt Hotel to the Pingan Chen next to her, before the other party cast their eyes on Pingan Chen, who was dressed in a security uniform. Manager Chen is really young and generous. Our Hyatt Hotel being able to receive such a bold friend like Mr. Gao and Manager Chen really makes our Hyatt Grand Hotel shine. Both of you please come inside. Although Chen Pingan is only wearing a security uniform, but Chen Pingan exudes a particularly attractive temperament. Inhaling a breath makes her relaxed and happy. Even if she is already a young woman, she is still slightly red, her heartbeat fluttering accelerated, enthusiastically reaching out to shake hands with Chen Pingan. If it is not Gao Weiwei is still on the sidelines of the words, it is estimated that she will make some out of the ordinary behavior. After Pingan Chen took back his hand, he immediately asked Zhang Xiaobo to greet the brothers of the security department and their families. Although the 4Cs Group's salary treatment is higher than the average company, but the Hyatt Regency Hotel is second only to the Empire Hotel's super luxury hotel. Many people have never had the opportunity to come, especially their families. Just went in the hotel was shocked by the luxurious appearance of the hotel. Chapter 80 for the Four Beauties Li Qiushui. Although Pingan Chen was the new manager, but once he came up to promote the newcomers, and invited to this kind of splendid high-grade hotel to eat a big meal, the key can also bring family members. The security department of the crowd have no hostility to Pingan Chen, even under the guidance of Zhang Xiaobo and others. The crowd frequently toasted and flattered Pingan Chen. Zhang Xiaobo, Lu Hang and Zhang Shixian took the initiative to help Pingan Chen block the wine, but all were rejected by Pingan Chen. Dozens of degrees of white wine cup by cup into the stomach, not to be refused. Even Gao Weiwei, who was sitting next to him, was a bit worried about him. just when Pingon Chan and the security department crowd were drinking to their heart's content. In a tea room on the top floor of the Hyatt Hotel, a woman who looked less than 30 years old, with a cigarette in her hand and a charming demeanor, was sitting in front of the tea table, smoking and making tea at the same time, with an old man standing beside her. Miss, there are mainly three big things going on in Dragon City today. The old god of war of the Northern Territory, Zhao Wuji, is organizing a birthday banquet at the Imperial Palace Hotel. Apart from the people on the Dao, all the major gentry are present. The second thing is that Wu Xingjie, who is on par with you, suddenly died violently. The news from the hospital was a cerebral infarction. The third thing is that the young master went to the Four Seas group to cause trouble again, and brought a lot of people there but still got beaten up and fled in a mess. The old man respectfully reported the headlines in Dragon City today. This woman was on par with Wu Xingjie and Chen Changsheng, and was known as Li Qiushui, one of the three great demon kings of the southwest, the female demon king. At the same time, together with Muwan Orange, Qin Shiyu, and Gao Weiwei, she was also known as the Four Beauties of Dragon City, with numerous titles. One of the popular figures in Dragon City. Have you found out why the old god of war chose to hold his birthday banquet in Dragon City? After Li Qiushui heard the old man's words, her red lips lightly opened, and her voice was as gentle as a lark. Back to Miss. We can't find out yet, but the old war god left behind his grandson and granddaughter both after the birthday banquet, and he himself has left Dragon City to go back to the northern border. The old man replied respectfully, what do you think about Wu Xingjie's death? Li Qiushui didn't dwell on the first question, gently blew a smoke ring and directly asked the next question. Back to Miss. I also saw Wu Xingjie yesterday. His mental state was still very good. Coupled with the inexplicable death of Chen Changsheng some time ago, I think Wu Xingjie's death is rather strange. The old man replied flatly. You mean his death was man-made? Li Qiushui frowned slightly. There is this possibility. Now that Chen Changsheng and Wu Xingjie, who are both on par with you, Miss, are dead, it is possible that their next target will be you, Miss. The old man nodded and analyzed. Is that so? Quite interesting. Have you found any suspicious characters appear in Dragon City recently? Hearing the old man's analysis, Li Qiushui not only did not get scared, but instead revealed a curious look. There is one suspicious character in Dragon City recently. That is the newly appointed security department manager of the Four Seas group. Take a look at this. The old man finished handing a USB flash drive to Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui took the flash drive and inserted it into his computer, smoking a cigarette and slowly watching it. If Pingon Chen was here, he would have noticed that the contents of the flash drive were exactly the scene where Li Jingkong went to Four Seas group to cause trouble and was beaten away by Zhang Xiaobo today. At first, Li Qiushui thought nothing of it, but when she saw Zhang Xiaobo's sudden power and knocked out her brother Li Jingkong and the others, she finally had her spirits lifted. This security guard shouldn't be a martial artist. How did he suddenly become so powerful back there? Li Qiushui inquired to the old man with a curious face. Miss, take a look. This kid only suddenly became powerful after their manager came. If I'm not wrong, it should be that manager of theirs who used the legendary puppet art. And I also found out that Wu Xingjie met with this person before he died. Wu Xingjie's grandson had a conflict with this person a few days ago. Wu Xingjie's grandson had an arm wasted. With Wu Xingjie's protective appearance, he would definitely kill the door to avenge his death. But the final result was that Wu Xingjie instead of his grandson went to the door in a panic and apologized to this person. Now that he has appeared at Chen Changsheng's Four Seas group, I feel that both Chen Changsheng and Wu Xingjie's deaths might have nothing to do with him. Chapter 85, The One Who Wants You Dead. Then let's go and meet him tonight, Li Qiushui said to the old man with interest. Then I'll go check his whereabouts tonight. The old man finished speaking and exited the tea room after seeing Li Qiushui nod. The tea room was quiet. Only the sounds of smoking and drinking tea remained. As the sun set in the west, neon lights were lit up on the streets, and the time turned to 10 o'clock in the evening. Pingon Chan and the crowd of the security department drank from the end of their shift until 10 o'clock, and many of them got drunk before dispersing. The only man in the room who was still awake was Pingon Chan. Those who don't have family members following them, I've asked the hotel people to drive them back to the company dormitory. Where do you live? I'll send you home. The two of them, Chen Pingon and Gao Weiwei, stood at the entrance of the Hyatt Hotel. Gao Weiwei, who had not drank a drop of alcohol, said to the somewhat inebriated Chen Pingon, No need, I will go back by myself. Pingon Chen said, no longer paying attention to Gao Weiwei, and left with the lanting preface that Gao Weiwei had given him earlier. He had just made an appointment with manager Shen of Ruisi Bank to go over and get the real lanting sequence. If he wants to give a gift, he will give the real one. He won't take a fake to cheat people. Gao Weiwei knew Pingon Chen's temperament. She hesitated for a while, but in the end, she didn't follow him and dialed that number again. Protect Pingon Chen. Still the same as before. She only said one sentence after the cell phone was connected and hung up, then got into her car and left the Hyatt Hotel. It was only 2 hours later that Pingon Chen came out of the Rishi Bank with the real landing sequence and Manager Shen. Mr. Chen, where are you staying now? Let me send you back. Manager Shen, like Gao Weiwei before her, took the initiative to send Chen Pingon back. Just as Chen Pingon wanted to nod his head, his ears suddenly twitched twice, frowning as he looked back behind him. No need. You go back first. I still have some personal matters to deal with in a while. In the end, Chen Pingon refused Manager Shen's kind offer to drive him back. That's fine. You be careful at this big night. Contact me by phone if something happens. Since Pingon Shen had said that he still had things to deal with, Manager Shen was too embarrassed to say anything else and drove off by himself. After Pingon Shen waited for Manager Shen to leave, he walked along the highway in the direction of Li Runan's rented apartment. When he walked to a section where the street lights were rather dim, a slim figure in a strong suit with a fox mask appeared in front of him and blocked his way, with the other party holding a long sword in her hand. Even in the dimly lit section of the road, that long sword emitted a chillingly bright light, and just from the brightness of the sword, one could guess how sharp it was. Who are you and what do you want? Pingon Shen asked in a deep voice as he stopped in his tracks. The one who wants you dead. A voice that winks to the bone traveled into Pingon Shen's ears, and as soon as the words fell, the slim figure on the opposite side of the room immediately moved. Her stance was simple. Her long sword stabbed at Chen Pingon at an extremely fast speed, aiming precisely at Chen Pingon's throat, and as if Chen Pingon was dumbfounded by the turn of events in front of him, he stood still. Didn't Uncle Zhong say that this kid was very powerful, killing both Wu Xingjie and Chen Changsheng who were on par with himself? Why does he act as if he doesn't know martial arts? He can't even dodge? The woman saw that Chen Pingon didn't react, and wondered darkly in her mind. Soon her long sword came in front of Chen Pingon's throat, and she was about to stab it in, when suddenly, from the side came a slight cracking sound. 2 flying daggers with the same cold light flashing shot over. One of them accurately swung away the long sword that was about to stab into Chen Pingon's throat, and the other went straight for the woman's throat. The woman was taken aback and immediately abandoned her target before bursting back. At this time, a black shadow appeared as if suddenly from the air and stood in front of Pingon Shen, shielding him behind him. Shadow, it's you! Seeing the black shadow that suddenly appeared, the woman blurted out in surprise. This was because this shadow was none other than the shadow of the royal bodyguard of Chen Changsheng, one of the 3 great demon kings of the southwest, the 4 Seas Demon King. Chen Changsheng could not have achieved so much in his lifetime without this shadow. But didn't Uncle Zhong say that both Chen Changsheng and Wu Xingjie were killed by this person in front of him? How come Shadow is still protecting him? Chapter 86, Why did you betray me? He's the one I'm protecting. So leave quickly or I'll be blamed for my hot hand. An electronic tone-like voice came out from the Shadow's mouth, giving off the impression of a robot. Humph, just by you? The woman on the opposite side snorted coldly with a disdainful expression. As the words fell, her long sword swung out once again, but this time, her target was no longer Pingon Chen, but the shadow that was blocking in front of Pingon Chen. Only by killing the shadow in front of her could she kill Pingon Chen. The shadow also did not talk nonsense and met her with a flying sword in her hand, and the two of them tangled together. To Pingon Chen's surprise, the two unexpectedly fought back and forth. Before the shadow had been following him, he had sensed it when he was in the 4 Seas group, and guessed that the shadow was lined up by Vivian Gao to protect him in the dark. After all, she had asked her to take over what 4 Seas Demon King order, so he didn't move when that woman stabbed him with a sword, waiting to see if the experts that Gao Weiwei and Ro followed behind him would come out to save himself. Of course, he wasn't experimenting with his own life, but because he was confident enough that if the shadow didn't come out he would also be able to dodge that fatal sword in the shortest possible time and then capture the other party alive. Ping and Shen just stood still and watched the two men fight, with no intention of trying to persuade them at all. After the two fought for about 10 minutes, each of them imprinted a palm on the other's shoulder, and both of them spat out blood and retreated at the same time. The strength of the two men was equal. Shadow, you broke my good deed. I won't let you go. You wait for me. After that woman was injured, seeing that she couldn't take advantage of Shadow's hands, and that there was also a Ping and Chen watching from the sidelines, she dropped a vicious sentence and turned around and ran away. After Shadow saw that the other party had really run away, he once again stealthily disappeared into the darkness. He did not say a word to Ping and Chen until the end. Although Ping and Chen could not see the shadow, he could sense that the shadow was drifting away. It seemed that he should have felt that the woman had run away, and that he was in no danger and had left to find a place to heal his wounds. Without any hesitation, Ping and Chen directly chased after the woman in the direction she had fled. He didn't seem to have any life and death grudges in Dragon City, so he had to find out why this woman wanted to kill herself for no reason. Pingon Chen chased after the woman for 2 blocks and caught up with the badly injured woman in an alleyway. However, just as he caught up with the other party, he realized that the other party actually had an accomplice, an old man who looked to be at least 60 years old. Seeing the woman converge with her accomplice, Chen Pingan hit his body, wanting to hear what they had to say. "Miss, are you injured?" The old man was shocked to see the woman covering her shoulder with a hard look on her face as he asked. "Well, that kid even had a shadow protecting him in the dark. I fought with the shadow and lost both. Right, Uncle Zhong? Didn't you say that kid killed Chen Changsheng and Wu Xingjie? That shadow is Chen Changsheng's royal bodyguard. How could shadow secretly protect him?" The woman took the mask off her face, revealing her charmingly stunning face, and asked the old man with a puzzled expression. "Miss, let me help you back first before we talk." The old man didn't answer the woman's question, but went up to help the woman with concern and handed over a cigarette. The woman didn't have any sense of defense against the old man, and after receiving the cigarette, she immediately lit it and took a deep breath. Not long after, the woman felt her body gradually soften and her whole body became weak. "Uncle Zhong, why do I feel suddenly weak all over?" The woman raised her head and looked at the old man standing in front of her with a kind face and asked with difficulty. He, that's because the young master put down Qi in harmony scatter in your smoke. After inhaling it, your whole body will be weak first, and then slowly become silver tie. Even if you are a strong woman, you will become except for having intercourse with a man, there is no medicine to solve it. In a moment, the young master will help you detoxify the poison. The process is very comfortable. Afterward you will definitely thank Uncle Zhongmi. After the old man heatedly smiled, he sorrowfully said to the woman. Seeing the originally benevolent Uncle Zhong suddenly change his face, the woman realized what was going on and immediately threw away the cigarette and choked Uncle Zhong's neck with lightning speed. "Why did you betray me? And who is the young master in your mouth?" The woman tried her best to keep herself calm, forcing herself to act fine, and asked sinisterly, how could Uncle Zhong not have thought that the other party would still have such power after being hit by the Qi Silver Harmony Scatter? Instantly feeling a sense of suffocation coming from him, making him struggle. In order to survive, the old man took a knife from his bosom and ruthlessly stabbed it into the woman's stomach. Blood instantly dyed her clothes red. The woman let go of the old man and fell to the ground. Even Pingan Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, was stunned by this scene. Chapter 87 Life is not meant to be. Cough cough cough. After the woman fell to the ground, the old man continuously coughed until his breath was smoothed out before he once again looked at the woman who was dying in a pool of blood with a look of pity. "You ask this question well. In order to let you die with understanding, I won't hurt to tell you. The Dragon King's palace has already killed back from overseas. They want to unify the underground forces of the Heavenly Kingdom. The Southwest region's folk customs are tough. The fighting strength is undisputedly the top of the country. Once you control the Southwest underground forces, it is equivalent to controlling 1/3 of the underground forces of the Heavenly Kingdom. And the Southwest underground forces are controlled by the 3 great demon kings. The Dragon King's palace has studied Chen Changsheng and Wu Xingjie, and knows that they won't give in and can only be they know that they will not yield and can only be killed, and then support those who are willing to listen to come up. As for you, the young master wants to let you be his woman because you have a beautiful face. It's a pity that you have been hit by the charming drug. Still, if the tough want to old man's life, then I can only be sorry. Honestly tell you, that what Qin Pingan is not a martial artist at all. He is only a white boy raised by Gao Weiwei. The puppetry in the video was made by Shadow. The reason why I told you that what Qin Pingan killed Chen Changsheng and Wu Xingjie is just to let you and Shadow lose everything. Now there are already people going after Shadow. As long as Shadow is dead, Southwest will no longer be able to stop the Dragon King Palace young master. As long as Shadow is dead, no one will be able to stop the young master of the Dragon King Palace from becoming the king of the Southwest, unifying the underground forces of the Southwest, and using the Southwest as the basis to unify the underground forces of the Celestial Dynasty. By that time, I will be one of the biggest contributors to the return of the Dragon King Palace, and I will be able to enjoy endless glory and riches in the future. Well, I've said all I need to say. Can you rest in peace now? The old man's words caused the woman to rise up with a look of despair. Impossible. The Uncle Zhong I know is not such a person. You lied to me, right? You. The woman wanted to say something more, but the old man already didn't give her a chance. Once again a knife was stabbed on the woman's body. The woman's eyes were rounded, her legs stomped, and she died in peace. Bah! I have been in your family for so many years. I can't get anything. All my life I can only be a subordinate being called around. I've had enough. I'm going to live for myself for once. If you want to blame it on your own bad life. The old man finished wiping the blood on the knife on the woman's body, then got up and left the hutong. Only after the old man had walked away did Ping and Shen come to the woman. Through their conversation just now, Ping and Shen knew that the woman in front of him was Li Qiushui, the female demon king, one of the 3 great demon kings of the Southwest. She was also being taken advantage of when she wanted to kill herself just now. Pingan Shen squatted in front of the woman and probed the other party's nose and neck with his hand. Although there was no more breathing in and out, the pulse was still beating slightly. You're lucky to have met me. Your life is not meant to be, Pingon Chen muttered to himself, and with his index and middle fingers together, he clicked a few times on the woman's body, using the pointing method inside the Nine Dragons medical cannon to seal the woman's meridians and stop her bleeding. Then from inside the burial dragon ring, he took out a golden needle and stuck it into the other party's shinting point, first locking the loss of the other party's life force before carrying the other party out of the alley and stopping a cab. Sir, which hotel to go to? That driver saw Chen Pingon holding a motionless woman. Because it was nighttime and the street lights were dim, the driver didn't notice the blood on the woman's body, and thought that Chen Pingon had met a drunken woman by the side of the road and picked up to go to a hotel for a quickie. Get to Longquan Villa in 20 minutes, Pingon Chen said in a deep voice. He was now living in a place that he shared with Li Runan and Qin Shiyu. It was obviously inappropriate to bring an injured woman back. He remembered the Longquan Villa that Zhao Shikai had given him. It was quiet and no one lived there, suitable for recuperation. When the driver heard that he was going to the Longquan Villa, he was a bit puzzled. The Dragon Spring Villa was the most expensive and luxurious villa in Dragon City. The driver looked up and down at Ping and Chan, noticed the security uniform on Ping and Chan, and thought that Ping and Chan was the security guard of the Longquan Villa. Chapter 88. The wage is really high. What are you looking at? Drive. Human life is at stake moment. This driver even only focus on sizing himself up without driving immediately. Chen Pingon said with some anger. A security guard is just a security guard. What are you being mean about? I'm not doing your business anymore. Please get out of the car. That driver felt humiliated by being heckled by a security guard and also came to temper. He directly drove Chen Pingon out of the car and did not want to pull Chen Pingon out. Pingon Chen was frozen by the other party's action, but quickly figured out why the driver refused to pull himself. He must have felt that he was a security guard who was not qualified to yell at him. If it was usual, Pingon Chen did not care, but now lives were at stake. The woman in his arms was so seriously injured that he could only delay for another 20 to 30 minutes at the most, and once he delayed for too long, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to bring the person back to life. Ping and Shen is also lazy and the other side of the nonsense. Directly from the back seat slap on the passenger side. When a Van Pingon Chen can slap a palm into a discus, the passenger side of a chair, where can withstand the power of Pingon Chen? A moment was flattened. This is still Pingon Chen convergence of his force, only used less than a third of the force, otherwise the chassis of the car will have to be slapped through by his palm. Gulp! The driver was shocked by Pingon Chen's action and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The eyes that looked at Chen Pingon were filled with fear. Was this ing still human power? Drive. Get to Longquan Villa within 15 minutes, or you'll end up like this passenger seat. Chen Pingon faintly spoke again. Yes. I guarantee that I will arrive at Longquan Villa within 15 minutes. The driver, who had already been scared out of his wits, no longer dared to mention the words of letting Chen Pingon out of the car, and replied in a stuttering manner. After drawing a tissue and wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, the driver hurriedly drove, thinking to himself, truly worthy of being a security guard at Longquan Villa. This kind of power is simply perverted. In order to survive, the cab driver directly raised his speed to 150 miles per hour, broke through more than 20 traffic lights, and finally rushed to the entrance of Longquan Villa within 15 minutes. Fortunately, he was a veteran driver and familiar with the terrain of Longchang, plus it was early morning. There were almost no vehicles or pedestrians on the road. Otherwise it would not have been possible to arrive within 15 minutes. When he got off the bus, Chen Pingon transferred $100,000 to the other party for the bus fare. Alipay arrived with $100,000. This $100,000 is for you to repair your car, as well as the fines for speeding, running red lights, retesting your driver's license, and the cost of lost wages during the license test. Just as that driver was shocked that Pingon Chen was giving so much money for the car, Pingon Chen said indifferently, just now, the driver had run more than 20 red lights in a row, and with a fine of 200 for one red light, he had to pay 4 or 5,000 in fines alone. He ran so many red lights. The driver's license that 12 points is certainly not enough to deduct. The revoked driver's license to retake a test is 100% of the things. Chen Pingon never treats people who help him badly, even if the other party is forced. The driver heard the words of Chen Pingon was shocked. He was just scared by Chen Pingon. Even breaking so many red lights, he did not think about being fined. Now after Pingon Chen reminded him, he was directly shocked out of a cold sweat. Fortunately, this passenger is generous, gave so many fares. He not only has nothing to lose, but also earned tens of thousands of dollars. Otherwise he would have lost money today, and he would not know how to explain to his wife when he went back. Thank you, boss. The driver hurriedly thanked Pingon Chen, thinking to himself, it's really worthy of being a security guard of Longquan Villa. The salary is really high. On the other hand, Pingon Chen was already carrying the woman towards the entrance of Longquan Villa. Only after Pingon Chen opened the door and entered the Dragon Spring Villa did the driver leave with a happy face. It was the first time that Pingon Chen had entered this Dragon Spring Villa. He was too late to visit the villa. He casually found a bedroom and carried the woman in, plopped down the clothes on the other party, and took out the other 2 golden needles to give the other party acupuncture, then give each other to do cardiac resuscitation, population respiration and other auxiliary treatment. Originally has no breathing woman. In Chen Pingon's full rescue slowly recovered heartbeat. Chapter 89 Insincere Woman. It was only then that he got up to take a closer look at the woman in front of him. With just one look, he was amazed by the woman in front of him, especially that pair of eyes full of winks. Because of the winks drug attack, her face was scarlet, like the color of a seductive red wine, letting people look at it and almost fall into it. It was really Silkworm May's anger that gave birth to 100 winks, and the streets were full of beautiful women without color. I'm so hot. Although the woman was trying her best to restrain herself, in the end, she couldn't help but let out a murmur that made people's imagination flutter, making the whole body of Pingon Chen who was listening to it almost crisp up. Chen Pingon knew that the charming drug in the woman's body had kicked in, and this kind of charming drug had no cure, and if she didn't snap with a man in time, her body would run a high fever until her brain was burned out and she burned to death. The woman gradually became delirious and took the initiative to lean on Pingon Chen, unconsciously tearing at Pingon Chen's clothes. It's just, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Let's sacrifice our color today. Not long after, the villa resounded with the most primitive sounds, until the sounds gradually stopped after more than an hour. What made Chen Pingon surprised was that the other party even had a falling red. This woman was a yellow woman? Chen Pingon's face complicated up. At this time the woman also gradually regained her consciousness, and at a glance she saw Chen Pingon with a complex face looking at herself, and her whole body was naked. What did you do to me? The woman subconsciously threw a slap on Chen Pingon's face. You were hit by a very strong charming drug. I sacrificed my color to save your life. Even if you're not grateful you still hit someone. Is there a way for you to treat your rescuer like this? Chen Ping explained with a face of annoyance with glaring at the other party. But after explaining he still reached out and covered the other party's body with his clothes to cover that absolutely beautiful scenery. The woman's mind also recalled what had happened earlier. A scene that made her so angry and ashamed that she had no place to go surfaced in her mind. The woman instantly realized that she had misunderstood Pingon Chen. She was suddenly overcome with grief. How could she not have thought that the old servant who had watched her grow up since she was a child would betray her and kill her? If it wasn't for Pingon Chen saving her, she would have died by now. Only, her first time was lost like this, or given to a little white boy that someone else had adopted, making her heart very depressed. However, no matter how much had finally retrieved a life, since you are not dead, you will wait for my revenge. If the Dragon King Palace wants to control the underground forces in the southwest, there is no door. Thinking of this, the woman put away her sadness and looked at Pingon Chen, saying, "Got a cigarette?" The woman's words made Chen Pingon froze and looked at the woman with some surprise. How could he not expect such a beautiful woman to smoke? Smoking is not good for your physical recovery. Pingon Chen said, "It's fine, just don't die." The woman was indifferent to Pingon Chen's persuasion. Hearing the other party say this, Pingon Chen did not say anything else, pulled out a pack of huazi from his pocket, pulled out one and sent it to the other party's mouth, then helped the other party to light it up. This packet of huazi was bought by him before in order to look for a job, and as a result, he couldn't use it, so he kept it on his body. Because the woman still can't move, Chen Pingon had to help her hold the cigarette, take a puff and take it out of the other's mouth. Just take 2 puffs to relieve your craving. After the woman took 2 puffs, Pingon Chen put out the cigarette. Seeing Pingon Chen put out the cigarette, the woman was a bit angry, but seeing Pingon Chen's determined eyes, the woman had no choice but to give up. I was going to kill you before. Why did you save me? After a moment of silence, the woman asked Pingon Chen suspiciously. Because I am a doctor. Saving lives is my vocation. Chen Pingon's answer was simple and clear, making it impossible to find a reason to refute it. Why don't you ask me about my identity and why I want to kill you? The woman asked curiously once again. If you wanted to say something, you would have said it without me asking. Pingon Chen's look of not caring about anything annoyed the woman. In the end, she could only give up because she did not have the strength to argue with Pingon Chen. My name is Li Qiushui, known as the Demoness. You are the person beside Gao Weiwei should have heard of my name. The reason why I wanted to kill you before was because I fell for someone else's trap. Next, the woman explained to Pingon Chen why she had tried to kill him before. I know, if there's nothing else you rest well. I'll go get some medicine and come back to treat you. Pingon Chen left the room after telling the other party to have a good rest, then called Divine Dr. Hu and wrote a prescription for him to get the other party to grab some medicine and bring it to Longquan Villa. As a doctor, it was very common to encounter first aid in the middle of the night. and divine doctor who did not ask many questions and immediately grabbed the medicine for the fellow to send over. After Pingon Chen decocted the medicine and gave it to the woman to drink, the woman fell into a deep sleep. Pingon Chen took the other party's pulse and made sure that the other party's injuries were stabilized before pulling the golden needle off the other party's Tianting point, and then casually found a room in Longquan Villa to sleep for the night. Chapter 90. Do you dare? The next day at 9 a.m. Pingon Chen carried the Lanting preface gift box to the company and met up with Gao Weiwei, then took Gao Weiwei's car and went to Gao Weiwei's rightful father's house to wish her rightful mother a happy birthday. When Pingon Chen and Gao Weiwei arrived at Chen's house, the entrance of Chen's villa was already full of luxury cars. This was still because Gao Weiwei's righteous father had just passed away not long ago and it was not appropriate to have a big feast, otherwise there would be even more. When you go in later, you should try to talk as little as possible and just listen to my arrangements. Gao Weiwei instructed Pingon Chen as she got out of the car. Chen Pingon nodded. Only then did Gao Weiwei lead Chen Pingon inside. The villa was bustling with activity. All the top executives of the Four Seas organization and the Four Seas group were present, as well as some of the Chun family's collateral lines and so on. At least hundreds of people. A graceful-looking old lady sat on the main seat. Because this birthday banquet is not very formal, after the people came, they directly sent the gifts to the old lady's face, and let the butler read out the gifts in front of the people and then it was over. Because Gao Weiwei had the Four Seas Demon King order in her hand, and because she was the president of the Four Seas group, many people greeted her enthusiastically upon her arrival. Following Gao Weiwei's side, Chen Pingon also saw an acquaintance he had met before, Chen Shernyan. Chen Shernyan was sitting in a wheelchair at the moment, with a plaster board tied to his leg. When he saw Gao Weiwei arrive, Chen Shernyan's eyes were filled with resentment. Gao Weiwei was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of dude, and only nodded her head in response to those who greeted her, then brought Chen Pingon to the graceful old lady. Old Taijun, I've brought my boyfriend, Chen Pingon, to wish you a happy birthday. I wish old Taijun good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. This is my boyfriend Chen Pingon's gift to old Taijun. He knows that you like the Lanting preface. He specially spent a large sum of money to buy the real Lanting preface to give it to you. Please old Taijun smile. Gao Weiwei led Chen Pingon to the graceful old lady, uttered words that made Chen Pingon look stunned, and reached out to take the gift in Chen Pingon's hand and hand it to the old Taijun. Gao Weiwei, what are you babbling about? When did I become your boyfriend? Pingon Chen came back to his senses and tugged on Gao Weiwei's clothes, complaining in a low voice. Pretending. I have my own plans. Just listen to my arrangements. Only then will you be able to successfully take charge of the Four Seas Demon King order. Gao Weiwei seemed to have expected Chen Pingon to react this way and explained in a whisper. When the crowd saw the two whispering, they thought that they were spreading dog food in public. Weiwei has a boyfriend? And gave me the real Lanting preface as a birthday gift? The old Taijun was just as Gao Weiwei said. As soon as she heard the three words Lanting preface, she immediately revealed a look of surprise and hurriedly took the gift handed over by Gao Weiwei. She couldn't wait to open it and look at it in detail before nodding her head continuously, appearing to be very satisfied. But, right at this moment, an untimely bared laugh came from the side. The crowd turned their heads and looked over, realizing that the laughter was coming from Chen Shernyan, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Chen Shernyan, what are you laughing at? Gao Weiwei coldly questioned Chen Shernyan. What am I laughing at? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? Gao Weiwei, how dare you? Knowing that the old Taijun has been longing for the real Lanting sequence, you even took the fake Lanting sequence to swindle her old man. What is your intention? Chen Shinian disliked Gao Weiwei with a sneer on his face. As soon as his words came out, all the people present clamored, pointing their fingers at both Gao Weiwei and Chen Pingon. Some expressed disbelief that Gao Weiwei would take something fake as a birthday gift to the old Taijun. There were also some who expressed skepticism. Chen Shernyan, you dare to slander me. Do you really think that I, Gao Weiwei, wouldn't dare to touch you? Gao Weiwei threatened Chen Shernyan with a gloomy face. Whether it's fake or not, just make a call to old Mr. Wei Jiangwo, a leading collector, to come over to palm his eyes and you'll know. Do you dare to let old Mr. Wei come over to appraise it? Chen Shinian not only wasn't intimidated, but also stridently and fearlessly counterattacked. He has recently sent people to keep an eye on Gao Weiwei's movements, knowing that Gao Weiwei spent more than 100 million yuan to buy a high imitation of the Lanting sequence intended to give the old Taijun birthday celebration. He has long been ready to expose Gao Weiwei's already. Chapter 91, Afraid? Hearing Chen Shernyan say that he would call the old Mr. Wei Jiangwo, a titan of the collection industry, to come over to identify the treasure, Gao Weiwei's face changed slightly, her eyes staring at the opposite side of Chen Shernyan as if she wanted to eat the other party. At first, she was to prevent people question this Lanting preface as high imitation before spending such a high price, and also deliberately let people everywhere publicity campaign, Let people know that she spent more than 100 million yuan to buy the National Treasure class antique Lanting preface. Thinking of more than $100 million to buy things cannot be suspected of being fake it? Who knows that this Chen Shinian, even so ungrateful, even proposed to let the collection of the big brother Mr. Wei over to identify. Chen Shinian's move to let Gao Weiwei somewhat caught off guard. That old Mr. Wei in the antique world is not only very high reputation, and is known for his integrity. If you let him to identify words, then this high imitation of the Lanting preface will certainly be revealed. Gao Weiwei secretly became anxious in her heart. What? Are you afraid of hearing that we have to invite old Mr. Wei over? Old Mr. Wei is not only a titan of the antique world, but he is also known for his integrity. So letting him appraise is the fairest. No one will be unconvinced, right? Chen Shinian noticed the slight change in Gao Weiwei's face. He sneered and asked again. This is a good proposal. If Mr. Gao is not afraid of a crooked shadow if he is upright, I agree to let Elder Wei appraise it. Yes, Elder Wei's prestige. He can convince the public if he comes to appraise. Call Elder Wei. Chen Shinian had long arranged for people to build up his momentum. As soon as his words fell, several people immediately stood out to agree with his proposal. The status of these people were not low in the Four Seas organization. There was even one that was only second to the Four Seas Demon General only. Chen Shinian's proposal Gao Weiwei could ignore it, but she had to consider the proposal of these people from the Four Seas organization, especially now when she was in need of support. However, once she really called Elder Wei here, her plans would all go down the drain, and by the time Elder Taijun knew that this Lanting preface was a fake, not to mention agreeing to Pingon Chen holding the Four Seas Demon General order, perhaps even her position would be shaken. Gao Weiwei did not say a word. Her mind was frantically thinking of countermeasures. Then if you invite old Mr. Wei to appraise it and feel that this Lanting preface of mine is real, what should you do? Just as Gao Weiwei was thinking of countermeasures, Chen Pingon, who was standing by the side, playfully asked the confident Chen Shinian. The crowd did not expect him to open his mouth and ask Chen Shinian such a question, and all of them turned their gazes on Chen Pingon. Gao Weiwei even changed her face dramatically and secretly pulled on the corner of his coat. Didn't I tell you to speak as little as possible when we entered? And you could see yesterday that Lanting preface was a fake. Why are you still on top of him like this? Isn't it good to fall into the other side's trap? Gao Weiwei complained to Chen Pingon in a low voice. Originally, she had just wanted to use other means to force Chen Shinian to give up on making things difficult for her, but as a result, when Chen Pingon picked up like this, it directly disrupted her plan, making her a bit annoyed. Don't worry, I have my own measure. Just a jumping clown. Can't jump up. Chen Pingon said to Gao Weiwei with an air of confidence. You don't know that old Mr. Wei's character, he forget it, since it's all like this, in a while and improvise. Seeing that Chen Pingon was so braggadocious, Gao Weiwei secretly sighed, somewhat disappointed in Chen Pingon. He himself let him take over the Four Seas magic order not knowing whether it was good or bad for him. If this Lanting sequence of yours is real, old me will willingly give up the shares of Four Seas Group that my eldest uncle left me to her for free. But, I'll say it in advance, if your Lanting sequence is fake, Gao Weiwei will have to hand over the power of the Four Seas Group and the Four Seas Demon King order. Dare you? The opposite party, Chen Shinian, responded to Chen Pingon with the same confident face. In order to be able to get Chen Pingon to take the bait, he had also put up a fight, giving up all his shares in the Four Seas Group. He had already decided that the Lanting preface that Gao Weiwei had bought was undoubtedly a high imitation, and that there was absolutely no way he could lose. There was nothing to be afraid of. But Pingon Chen shook his head after hearing the other party's words. What? Scared? Seeing Chen Pingon shaking his head, Chen Shinian thought that Chen Pingon was scared by his confident look, and had some regrets in his heart, but still coldly asked. Chapter 92 Elder Wei is here. Afraid? Since I was a child, I, Pingon Chen, still don't know how to write the word afraid. Let's put it this way. Let's make a bet. If this Lanting preface of mine is real, not only do you have to give up the shares of the Four Seas Group to my family Weiwei for free, but you also have to kowtow to her 10 times in front of everyone today to apologize to her. If it's fake, just follow what you just said. If you dare to promise you guys invite old Mr. Wei here, Pingon Chen said confidently. That old Mr. Wei was a man of integrity and was just what he wanted. This Lanting preface of his was not the one that Gao Weiwei had given him yesterday. It was the real one that he had taken out from the vault of the Burial Dragon Hall. Seeing that Pingon Chen was so confident, he bluffed Shinian Chen, thinking to himself, could it be that the Lanting sequence that Gao Weiwei had spent more than $100 million to buy was not real? No, he had heard the collection of masters said, the Lanting preface has been missing for thousands of years. Those on the market Lanting preface are all high imitation. There cannot be a real handwriting. The other side is bluffing to scare themselves. Want to use this way to scare themselves back, door or not. They absolutely cannot get on their pawns. Thinking of this, Chen Shinian's face regained its composure and smiled coldly once again. Good, then we'll make a deal. With the old Taijun and so many guests as witnesses, whoever reneges on the debt will be enforced by the old Taijun and all the guests to enforce our agreement. After firming up his confidence, Chen Shinian no longer hesitated and agreed to Pingon Chen's bet. Then he called old Mr. Wei, Gao Weiwei, who was standing next to Chen Pingon, saw Chen Pingon's confident look at first, and she had the same thought as Chen Shinian, thinking that Chen Pingon was trying to fight a psychological war, and using such a method to scare Chen Shinian so that the other party would lose his confidence and not dare to allow old Mr. Wei to appraise it. For now, this was definitely the best way, but unfortunately, Chen Shinian didn't seem to fall for Chen Pingon's tricks and wasn't bluffed by Chen Pingon's words. Such a result made Gao Weiwei secretly sigh in pity. It seemed that she could only see if she could secretly threaten Elder Wei to make him cooperate with her when the time came. Thinking of this, Gao Weiwei used the excuse of going to the restroom to secretly arrange to go, no matter what. Today, Pingon Chen had to get the old Taijuan's approval and successfully take charge of the Four Seas Demon King order. If this hurdle could not be passed, then there was no way to implement the later plan of supporting Chen Pingon to become the Southwest King, and old Taijun had been coldly watching all this in front of her, not supporting or opposing. When Gao Weiwei came back after arranging everything, Chen Shinian had already sent someone to receive Elder Wei to the villa. Elder Wei is here? Old Taijun saw that Elder Wei had arrived and happily rose to greet him. Old Taijun was a collector and antique enthusiast. Wei Lao was a titan in the antique world. She still had a lot of respect for Wei Lao. Mr. Wei wishes old Taijun good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like South Mountain. Wei Lao arched his hand and gave his blessing to the old Taijun before handing over an antique he had casually taken from home as a birthday gift to the housekeeper. Elder Wei is polite. The main reason for inviting Elder Wei over today is to let Elder Wei palm this slanting preface whether it's real or a high imitation. I've been looking at it for a long time but I can't see any clues. Old Taijun carefully handed over the lanting preface to Wei Lao's hands. She had just carefully looked at it 2 or 3 times, but her eyesight was really limited, and she simply couldn't see the authenticity of this lanting preface. Old man, take a look. Before coming, Chen Shinian had already told him on the phone that he came to appraise the lanting sequence. Wei Lao was not polite, and after receiving the lanting sequence, he laid it flat on the table and took out a magnifying glass to carefully observe it. Wei Lao, that careful look makes Wei Wei face ugly up. Heart some anxious. She just called and sent people to Wei Lao's home, wanting to catch Wei Lao's family to threaten Wei Lao, but the men there is no news so far. I do not know if they got it. They had to get it before Wei Lao announced the result, so that they could pass this hurdle. Chapter 93, Are you questioning my professionalism? Elder Wei, how about it? Can you tell if this lanting preface is real or fake? Just as Gao Weiwei was planning to go forward and threaten Elder Wei, Chen Shinian suddenly had someone push him into the middle of the two, Gao Weiwei and Elder Wei, and inquired to Elder Wei with an expectant look on his face, just in time to stop Gao Weiwei's move. This scene made Gao Weiwei secretly anxious once again. However, Elder Wei ignored Chen Shinian's words and continued to quietly watch with the magnifying glass, causing Gao Weiwei to be slightly relieved. Everyone at the scene held their breath waiting for Elder Wei to put down the magnifying glass and announce the final result. After a full 20 minutes or so, Elder Wei, who had been observing carefully, let out a sigh of relief and put down the magnifying glass in his hand and closed his eyes to reminisce about something. Mr. Wei, how is it? Can you tell if it's real or fake? Seeing Wei Lao put down the magnifying glass, someone impatiently asked Wei Lao again. There's still no need to ask, just by looking at Wei Lao's joyless expression. I know that this lanting preface is definitely a fake. Wei Lao has not yet opened his mouth. Chen Shinian said with a smug face, everyone knows that the lanting preface is a national treasure antique. If it is the real thing then Wei Lao would have been excited. How can he still be so calm? At this time, Gao Weiwei, anxious, immediately want to force forward to threaten Wei Lao, but before she could act, Wei Lao opened his mouth. Who told you that this lanting preface is a fake? After the old man's careful observation, the old man dares to guarantee with his personality that this lanting sequence in front of me is the authentic lanting sequence that has disappeared for thousands of years without a doubt. Just as Chen Shinian was proudly trying to take on Gao Weiwei, Wei Lao, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened his eyes, which were already a bit cloudy, and spoke a sentence that made everyone present look stunned. The lanting preface in front of me is actually real, and Wei Lao also used his personality to guarantee it. Chen Shinian had lost. Everyone looked at Chen Shirian with a strange expression on their faces. At this time, Chen Shirian had already frozen. There was only one thought in his mind. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. According to rumors, this lanting preface had been buried underground with an ancient emperor for thousands of years, and the world had yet to find the exact location of the emperor's tomb. How could the lanting sequence brought by Gao Weiwei and Pingon Chen be the real one? Not only did Chen Shinian freeze, even Gao Weiwei, who had somehow won, couldn't help but freeze. She clearly bought a high imitation of the lanting sequence. Even an amateur like Chen Pingan could see at a glance that it was fake. How could an antique world titan like Wei Lao not see it? With Wei Lao's eyesight, it was impossible to look away. What the hell is going on here? What the hell is going on here? Chen Pingan had already known that this was the result. Not surprised at all. With a confident smile on his face, the one who was the happiest was the old Taijun Lu Qiuhua. Mr. Wei, you say this lanting preface is real? The old Taijun stood up trembling and asked Mr. Wei with an excited face. Of course it's real. I, Mr. Wei, have been crawling in the antique world for my whole life, and I haven't hit my eyes for more than 30 years, and this lanting preface in front of me, no matter whether it's from the material, or from this handwriting, it's absolutely the real thing. No doubt about it. Lanting preface is the pinnacle of the sage of calligraphy. It is written under specific circumstances. Even if he is allowed to write a few more times behind him cannot write such a momentum out. You see here, and here. Wei Lao pointed to the lanting preface on the table and answered one by one in professional terms for the people present. Hearing this, the crowd nodded their heads. This scene almost made Chen Xinian faint. If he wasn't in a wheelchair, he would probably have fallen to the ground by now. Elder Wei, is it possible that you're getting older and your eyes don't look as good as they used to be wrong? Why don't you look at it 2 more times? Chen Xinian's face was pale and said to Elder Wei with an unwilling face, what do you mean? Questioning my professionalism? If you don't trust Lao Fu, you can ask other high-ranking people to appraise it again. Lao Fu was not afraid to confront any of his peers. As soon as Elder Wei heard Chen Xinian's words, his face instantly grimaced, and he angrily said to Chen Xinian with a dissatisfied face, it had been 20 to 30 years since anyone had dared to question his appraisal results in this way. Today it was even questioned by an ignorant junior. How could he not be angry? Chapter 94. I do not have to obligation to spoil him. Way old angry. I'm not questioning your professional meaning. I just think that only look at once to conclude that this lanting preface is authentic, is not a little too hasty a little. I hope that you can look at it again, may be able to see something else out. Seeing Wei Lao angry, Chen Xinian hurriedly explained. Wei Lao is the most authoritative and straightforward expert in the Southwest antique world. Who else can he go to find to re-identify even if he found other people to come? Other people are also sure to serve Wei Lao's appraisal results, because Wei Lao is the greatest authority. Wei Lao's words made Chen Xinian feel like he had lifted a stone and smashed his own foot, and was unable to speak out bitterly. There is no need. Old me has already carefully looked at this lanting preface. Even if I look at it a few more times it will be the same result. Lao Fu is still the same as just now. If you are not satisfied with the appraisal result, you can find another high person to appraise it. Elder Wei was a straightforward person and couldn't stand others questioning him. Even after Chen Xinian explained his reasons he still had a look of displeasure on his face. After finishing he turned to look at old Taijun. Old Taijun, Mr. Wei still has things to take care of at home, so I'll take my leave first. After finishing his speech, Mr. Wei whisked his sleeves and left, leaving behind the stunned crowd. Take care, Mr. Wei. The old Taijun got the result she wanted, and after sending Wei Lao away, she excitedly picked up that lanting preface and admired it. However, everyone's gazes stayed on Chen Xinian's body, and those few people from the Four Seas organization who had previously shown solidarity with him secretly backed away and hid behind the crowd. Chen Xinian's power was gone. It was impossible for him to do anything more. Chen Xinian, you've lost. Hand over the shares of the Four Seas group and kneel down to kowtow and apologize. After Elder Wei left, Gao Weiwei immediately turned on Chen Xinian. Although she didn't understand how the high imitation lanting preface she bought had somehow become the real one. But now was not the time to think about this. Cleaning up this Chen Xinian in front of her was the most important thing. Although she does not care about Chen Xinian this point of shares, but this kid almost spoiled their own good things. Must not easily let go of this bastard. Chen Xinian's face turned pale. The shares of Four Seas Group were his only source of funds, which was left to him by his eldest uncle Chen Chongsheng. Once he gave the shares to Gao Weiwei for free, he would not even be able to live in the future, not to mention seizing the power in Gao Weiwei's hands. In the end, Chen Xinian had no choice but to run to the old Taijun. Auntie, my shares in Four Seas Group is the only inheritance left to me by my eldest uncle before he died, but now Gao Weiwei wants to take it away. You must decide for me. Chen Xinian came in front of the old Taijun and said to her with a pitiful face, in order to keep his shares, he played the emotional card. Old Taijun frowned and looked at Chen Xinian with some dissatisfaction in her eyes. However, in the end, she still sighed and looked at Gao Weiwei. Slowly speaking, that share of Four Seas Group was indeed left to him by his eldest uncle. It's a bit inappropriate to give it to you for free. Weiwei, as an elder sister, you have to take care of your younger brother. Let's forget about this bet. Old Taijun's words made Gao Weiwei's brows furrowed. although there was a great deal of reluctance in her heart. But at the moment, Chen Pingan had to obtain the support of the old Taijun in order to successfully take the helm of the Four Seas Demon King Order, so she could only compromise in the end. However, just as Gao Weiwei wanted to agree with old Taijun, Pingan Chen stepped forward first. Old Taijun, this is a bet between the two of us, Chen Shunyan and I. It has nothing to do with Weiwei, and I'm not his older brother. I'm not obligated to spoil him, and this matter was started by him. We are all adults. Since we have done something wrong, we have to bear the consequences. So this Four Seas Group's shares he'd better hand it over. Not only that, he also has to kowtow 10 times to Weiwei to make amends and apologize. None of the two conditions can be less. Chen Pingan stood out and said with a firm face to both the old Taijun and Chen Shunyan, "You, kid, who borrowed your guts and dared to talk to me like this?" Old Taijun did not expect that Pingan Chen would stand out against her, and she angrily rebuked Pingan Chen with a warm and angry face. These words from Chen Pingan were clearly not giving her face as an old woman, embarrassing her in front of the crowd. Chapter 95, 10 heads, not one less. Senior, what are you doing? Hurry up and stop. Gao Weiwei was startled by the old Taijun's full fury and hurriedly pulled Pingan Chen back. They still had a request from the old Taijun. Now Pingan Chen was annoying the old Taijun like this. This was not digging a hole for himself. I, Pingan Chen, have acted all my life. Why do I need to borrow guts from others? I don't know if it was because of practicing the Phoenix Mastery skill that Chen Pingan's character became a bit overbearing. After Gao Weiwei pulled him back, not only did he not compromise with the old Taijun, he coldly disliked the old Taijun. If the other party did not agree with him holding the Four Seas Demon King Order, then he would do it his own way. There was no need to suffer the anger of this brat. Chen Shunyan. Chen Shunyan was using the dividends from these shares to pull in the rest of the Four Seas Group to follow him and cause trouble for Gao Weiwei. So why not take these shares from him now, so that he doesn't have the funds to pull in people in the future? Nowadays, who would follow him without money? When Gao Weiwei saw that Chen Pingan was so intentional, she was completely flustered. She hurriedly blocked Pingan Chen behind her. Old Taijun, Pingan Chen didn't mean to contradict you. It was Qin Shinian who first slandered me, and the bet between us and Chen Shinian was made by Qin Shinian in front of you and so many guests, and now he's backing out after he lost. So Pingan Chen didn't want to be convinced when he saw me being bullied, so he contradicted you. So can you just forgive him for the sake of him giving you the Lanting Preface masterpieces? Gao Weiwei explained to old Taijun on behalf of Pingan Chen. It was the first time that so many people present saw Gao Weiwei willingly bowing down to others for a man. Even the old Taijun had a look of surprise on her face. Humph, for the sake of this authentic Lanting Preface, I'll forgive him once. If there's a next time, I'll never forgive him lightly. And I don't care about your affairs with Shunyan. Do whatever you guys like. Seeing that Gao Weiwei cared so much about Chen Pingan, the old Taijun found an excuse to give herself a leg up. As for Chen Shinian on the side, when he heard old Taijun say that she didn't care about their affairs anymore, he instantly panicked. Auntie, you can't leave your nephew alone. Chen Shuryan anxiously hugged the old Taijun's leg and begged. You started the matter. Losing and giving the shares to others was also something you brought up yourself. You created your own sins. You solved them yourself. Old Taijun's face was grim as she pushed Chen Shinian away, because just now, both Pingan Chen and Weiwei Gao reiterated in front of her and the many guests that the matter was instigated by Qin Shuryan. If she insisted on meddling with it, it would definitely be gossiped about, and she would not be able to keep her head above water at the end of the day. After Qin Shuryan was pushed away, his face rose in despair. His parents had gone in for committing a crime, and his aunt didn't care about him, so now he was nothing but desperate. Can we fulfill the bet now? Just now, we had a deal. If anyone refuses to fulfill the bet, it will be enforced by the old Taijun and the guests present. So you're on your own. Chen Pingan once again threatened Chen Shinian. As soon as Chen Pingan's words came out, those who were in favor of Gao Weiwei stood out and stared at Chen Shunyan with an unkind face. The gesture was as if they would go up and get Chen Shunyan dead if he didn't honestly fulfill the bet. Can't I give? Chen Shunyan finished, closed his eyes, raised his hand and waved to the butler behind him, asking the butler to go get the shares over, and kowtow and apologize. 10 loud heads, none less. Pingan Chen purposely reminded. Chen Shinian stared at Chen Pingan with fire-breathing eyes, as if he wanted to swallow Chen Pingan in one bite. However, in the end, seeing the unkind eyes of those supporters of Gao Weiwei, he could only roll down from his wheelchair unwillingly and prostrate himself on the ground to kowtow 10 times to Gao Weiwei. Every time he kowtowed, his face flamed with shame and indignation. This was kowtowing to someone in front of hundreds of people. After today's matter spread out, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Dragon City. At this moment, Chen Shinian wanted to die, and very much regretted finding trouble with Gao Weiwei just now. If he hadn't been so arrogant and hadn't gotten Wei Lao here, or gotten other treasure appreciation masters that could be bribed. things might have turned out differently, but it was too late to say anything now. Not bad, quite daring, help him back to the wheelchair. Seeing Qin Shinian really kowtowed to himself, Gao Weiwei said with satisfaction, but these words of praise fell on Chen Shinian's ears but were incomparably harsh. Chen Shinian's butler brought Qin Shinian's shares, and after handing them over in Chen Shinian's face with a look of flesh pain, this matter officially came to an end. Everyone, since everyone is here, I'll take this good opportunity to announce something to everyone. As you all know, my righteous father Chen Shangsheng passed the Four Seas Demon King order to me before he died, but I, Gao Weiwei, being a woman, am really unable to take on this important role. Therefore I have decided to pass the Four Seas Demon King order to Qin Pingan, so that he can hold the order and become the new generation of the Four Seas Demon King. I hope that the old Taijun and all of you will give more support to Qin Pingan in the future. Gao Weiwei swept a glance at everyone present and announced to everyone. Chapter 96. Objection. What? Gao Weiwei was actually going to pass the Four Seas Demon King order to her boyfriend, Qin Pingan? Everyone was a bit unable to react to Gao Weiwei's decision for a moment. Was this Gao Weiwei a love brain? How could she pass such an important thing to this man that they had never even heard of before? No wonder people often said that women in love had an IQ of 0. Today they had finally seen it. Chen Shinian, who had always been oblivious to the Four Seas Demon King order, were going to agree and hurriedly signal the youth standing behind him. I object. The first person who stood out to oppose was called Song Pingyu, a principal of the Four Seas organization's personnel department. His position in the personnel department was second only to Fan Mei Ting, who was in charge of personnel among the 4 great demon generals. His position wasn't low, and he was the one who had been supported by Qin Shiyan's parents before they had an accident. If Gao Weiwei was in charge of the Four Seas Demon King order, most people had no problem with it. After all, Gao Weiwei's ability was there for all to see, and it was also the old Demon King, Chen Shangsheng, who had passed on the Four Seas Demon King order to her. However, they knew nothing about Pingan Chen, and now that Gao Weiwei had directly handed over the Four Seas Demon King order to Pingan Chen, a stranger, they immediately felt as if they were handing over the fate of the Four Seas organization to a stranger. Seeing that someone stood out against it, everyone else followed suit. Seeing that the scene seemed to be getting out of control, Gao Weiwei's silver teeth clenched and her eyes began to glow fiercely. If it wasn't for the fact that the Southwest King competition was about to start next week, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry to pass the Four Seas Demon King order to Pingan Chen. If she had first allowed Pingan Chen to do a few things that would stir up the underground forces and then passed it on, there would have been a lot less resistance. In this situation now, it would take a strong dose of medicine. Thinking of this, she did not hesitate any longer and looked at that Song Pingyu. I remember you are from personnel, right? From today onwards you are no longer from the Four Seas organization. Hand over your work in the afternoon, you can leave. Gao Weiwei took out the Four Seas Demon King order and expelled this Song Pingyu from the Four Seas organization on the spot. His actions instantly subdued all the people present. Even those 4 great demon generals standing beside the old Taijun froze for a moment. How could they not expect Gao Weiwei to be so ruthless? Song Pingyu had only said one word of opposition before he was fired. Instantly, there were a lot of people who had chills towards Gao Weiwei. What I just said was not asking for your opinions, but rather just informing you. Anyone else who wants to object can come forward now. I don't mind firing a few more. The moment Gao Weiwei's words came out, the others who were still dumbfounded instantly shrunk back and kept their mouths shut, not daring to say anything else. With no one to take the lead, they could only look at Gao Weiwei with complicated expressions, waiting for someone with more weight to come forward and take the lead. Gao Weiwei, you bully people too much. I'll crash you. That Song Pingyu saw that no one dared to follow his footsteps and stand up against Gao Weiwei. He became infuriated and directly pulled out a gun from his arms and was about to shoot at Gao Weiwei. This scene terrified everyone present, especially those servants inside the villa. When had they ever seen such a scene? All of them were scared and subconsciously fled, looking for a place to hide. The person in question, Gao Weiwei, however, was calm and collected, as if she had long anticipated that the other party would make such a dangerous move. And at the moment that Song Pingyu drew his gun, from her hand she threw out a cold and shining flying knife, straight into Song Pingyu's heart. Before that Song Pingyu could pull the trigger, his body fell straight down, his eyes were wide open, and he died without resting in peace. This scene once again scared the people at the scene. However, almost all of these people present were out and about. They had seen these scenes often, and even worse had seen quite a few of them, and after a short period of commotion the crowd quieted down again. Gao Weiwei, you even dared to kill someone at old Taijun's birthday banquet. Do you still have old Taijun in your eyes? After Chen Shinian came back to his senses, he pointed his finger at Gao Weiwei with a horrified face and angrily rebuked. Song Pingyu was his most loyal supporter, and it was because of Song Pingyu's support that he dared to call Gao Weiwei's bluff. Now that Gao Weiwei had actually killed Song Pingyu, how could he not be angry? As soon as his words came out, all the people turned their heads to look at the old Taijun on the main seat. And at this moment, the old Taijun looked at the two of them, Gao Weiwei and Chen Pingan, with an ironclad face. Gao Weiwei, have you made enough of a scene? What has a good birthday banquet of the old body been turned into by you? This 4C's organization is something that your righteous father spent his entire life fighting for. How can you just mess around with it? I don't agree with the matter of passing the 4C's Demon King order to this what's-his-name Chen Pingan either. Old me. The old Taijuan's face turned blue as she angrily rebuked Gao Weiwei and Pingan Chen. Chapter 97, She'll come begging for us. When Gao Weiwei saw that the old Taijun was also against it, her face turned ironic with it. However, now that things were already like this, she knew that it was useless to be annoyed and immediately turned to look at those four great demon generals standing beside the old Taijun. Now that the 4C's Demon King order is in my hands, do you four listen to the order? Gao Weiwei held the 4C's Demon King order and asked coldly to the four great demon generals. Miss Gao, as long as the old Taijun nods, we don't have any opinions. The eldest of the four great demon generals replied with a face devoid of joy or sorrow, and the others nodded in agreement. The forced reply left Gao Weiwei speechless. Although she had guessed that the old Taijun was very powerful and influential within the 4C's organization, she hadn't expected it to be so big that it could even suppress the 4C's demon order in her hand. They had failed at this first hurdle. Let's go. In the end, Gao Weiwei could only helplessly pull Chen Pingan to turn around and leave, intending to think of other ways. Wait, Pingan Chen pulled back Gao Weiwei, who was about to leave, and then looked at the old Taijun sitting on the main seat. Everyone looked at him with puzzled eyes. Gao Weiwei had no words to leave, so she didn't know what else Pingan Chen wanted to do. Kid, you don't need to open your mouth to convince me, although you gave me my favorite authentic Lanting preface, but one size does not fit all. This matter is not negotiable. I will not hand over Weiwei her righteous father's lifelong work into your hands as a stranger. Seeing as you gave me the genuine Lanting preface, I can forget about today's matter. You guys go. Old Taijun she thought that Pingan Chen wanted to convince himself personally. She coldly said to Pingan Chen, Old Taijun, I'm not trying to convince you, but I want to remind you that there's something wrong with your body. Hurry up and go to the hospital to have your heart checked, otherwise you won't make it through 2 days. If the hospital has no way to help you treat you can come to me. Pingan Chen said as he looked at the old Taijun with somewhat compassionate eyes. Chen Pingan, who had already learned the 9 Dragons medical canon to completion, could tell with a single glance that the old Taijun had been struck by a strange poison and that it wouldn't be long before it struck. He hadn't intended to warn the other party, but because of what had happened just now, once the old Taijun suffered from a poison attack, these people might put the blame on the two of them, him and Gao Weiwei. He had already seen the extent of this old Taijun's influence in the 4C's organization just now, and he had kindly reminded the other party because he didn't want to cause trouble. However, his words sounded different in the ears of the old Taijun and the crowd. Old Taijun's face instantly turned gloomy. She was celebrating her birthday today and was in good health. This kid even said that she had problems on such an occasion. Wasn't this a curse on her? Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked at Pingan Chen. Daring, brat, how dare you curse the old Taijun? What are your intentions? For great demon generals, hurry up and take this brat down. How could Chen Shinian miss the opportunity to strike the two of them? Chen Pingan and Gao Weiwei. As Chen Pingan's words fell, Chen Shinian immediately angrily rebuked Chen Pingan. Those 4 demonic generals looked towards the old Taijun. If the old Taijun nodded, they would not hesitate to go down and take down Pingan Chen. I'll see who dares to touch him. Seeing the foolishness of the 4 great demon generals, Gao Weiwei was shocked and once again took out her 4C's Demon King token and scolded everyone present. Let them go. Seeing Gao Weiwei holding the 4C's Demon King token, the old Taijun knew that it was impossible for the 4 great demon generals to disobey the order, and could only grimly let Gao Weiwei and Chen Pingan leave. Only then did Gao Weiwei smoothly take Pingan Chen away from the villa. Senior, I'm sorry, I was too naive. I thought that the old Taijun liked the Lanting sequence, so we gave her the Lanting sequence, and if she was happy, she would agree to you holding the 4C's demon order. Who knows that she received the gift but still objected to you holding the 4C's demon order. I'm so angry. After returning to the car, Gao Weiwei apologized to Chen Pingan with a guilty face. Isn't this quite a normal thing? If it was me, I would have objected as well. Pingan Chen said with an indifferent face. Well, go back and I'll think of other ways. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you hold the 4C's demon order successfully before the Southwest King competition. Gao Weiwei said to Chen Pingan with a firm face. Don't worry, at most tomorrow she will beg us. By then you can do whatever you want with her. Pingan Chen responded calmly. Chapter 98, We've all been deceived. Those words you just said weren't a curse on old Taijun, but were true. Gao Weiwei was astonished. Before coming out from the villa, she had thought, like everyone else, That Pingon Chen had cursed old Taijun in anger because old Taijun had objected to him holding the order of the Four Seas Demon King. At that time, she, who was in the throes of anger, also felt that Chen Pingon had cursed well, and that the curse had given her a burst of pleasure in her heart. Am I that detrimental as a person? Have you forgotten what my occupation was before I was framed and jailed by you guys? Let's go back and wait for news, Pingon Chen said indifferently. While Gao Weiwei heard Chen Pingon's words, she rose up in shame and turned her head away, not daring to look at Chen Pingon. Back then, Chen Pingon was the chief physician of the Jiangzhou City People's Hospital. Because of his excellent medical skills, although young, but in Jiangzhou was a little famous. Patients looking for him to see a long queue of patients every day. The monthly salary was extremely high, but he took out 2/3 of his income to subsidize their 7 girls from poor families. If they didn't have to, if that person's power wasn't so huge that they didn't have a choice, they wouldn't have set him up. Even now, she still had palpitations when she thought of that person's strength and power. Before Pingon Chen became the king of Southwest China and took control of Southwest China's underground power, he would only die when faced with that person. Even if Pingon Chen became the Southwest king, he would not necessarily be a match for that person. The reason why she let Pingon Chen become the king of the Southwest before telling him about the person behind the curtain was actually just to give him an extra safeguard, and there was only so much she could do to help him. It was hoped that after experiencing the perils of the Jianghu, Chen Pingon would be able to give up some meaningless things, such as hatred. It was also fortunate that that person didn't kill Ping and Chen back then, otherwise it wasn't certain if Ping and Chen would still be alive in this world now. However, sometimes she was quite thankful to that person. If it wasn't for that person, she who had always had low self-esteem and was introverted wouldn't have had the courage to take the initiative to offer herself to the drunken Ping and Chen back then. After that night back then, one of the 7 of them had also given birth to a daughter for the senior. In order not to involve that pair of lovely children, she waited for Ping and Chen to truly let go of his hatred or defeat that person before she considered telling him about this matter. Back then, it was also because they were coerced into framing their most respected Ping and Chen that the 7 of them vowed to excel and each develop in their respective fields of expertise. Now, she had finally made a small achievement. Then let's go back and wait for news. Gao Weiwei retrieved her thoughts and resumed her high-flying demeanor as she stomped on the gas to head back to the company. Immediately after Gao Weiwei and Pingon Chen left, someone carried away that Song Pingyu's body and dealt with the scene. Because of what happened just now, the atmosphere of the entire birthday banquet site became very dull, without a trace of festive atmosphere. Just at this time, the butler standing behind Chen Shiyan answered a phone call and immediately came to Chen Shiyan's ear and whispered a few words, then showed Chen Shiyan a video. After watching the video, Chen Shiyan suddenly showed a happy face and immediately let the butler push him in front of old Taijun. Old Taijun, we've all been tricked by both Gao Weiwei and Chen Pingon. Just now, my people called and said that they saw Gao Weiwei's people go to Wei Lao's house and arrested Wei Lao's family members to threaten Wei Lao for lying to us that Lanting preface was real. Chen Shiyan gritted his teeth and said to old Taijun, "What? There's even such a thing? Don't you believe what you're told?" As soon as old Taijun heard Chen Shiyan's words, she looked at Chen Shiyan with sharp eyes and scolded him sternly. Old Taijun, if there is no full evidence for this kind of thing, how can I dare to talk nonsense? My people even recorded a video and sent it over. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. Chen Shiyan said and handed his cell phone to old Taijun's face. The old Taijun took Chen Shiyan's cell phone and looked at the video in the phone. Chapter 99, Get Lost You Quacks. Inside the video was exactly the scene where Gao Weiwei's beloved led a group of people to break into Wei Lao's house to arrest Wei Lao's family, and the date shown happened to be today. Outrageous. After watching the video, the old Taijun directly shot up and angrily tore up the real Lanting preface in her hand that she had originally loved and threw it into the trash can. In addition to being angry at Gao Weiwei for cheating her, she felt even more disappointed that the Lanting sequence in her hand was a fake, as if the most beloved wife to a man gave birth to a son, and found that the son is not his kind of feeling. The more she thinks about it, the more angry she gets, and her heart stings with it, covering her heart with a pained face. Someone come, call an ambulance immediately. The old Taijun's appearance scared everyone present. Many people rushed to call 120 to call an ambulance. By the time the ambulance arrived, the old Taijun's heart had already died from the pain. After arriving at the hospital, all of Longqing's best experts came over for a consultation, but could not find the cause of the disease. If they couldn't find the cause, they couldn't treat it. All that could be done was to give the old Taijun some painkillers to ease her pain. "Doctor, what's wrong with my heart? Why does it suddenly hurt so much? There were no signs before, and I have a comprehensive physical examination every year. My heart has always been fine." In the hospital room, Chen Shiyan, the 4 great demon generals and others were all present. The old Taijun, who had her pain relieved quite a bit after the pain-killing injection medicine, looked at the dean and inquired, "Old Taijun, We've given you a thorough checkup and didn't find any abnormalities in your heart. The dean smiled and replied, bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If there is no abnormality in my heart, how could it be so painful? You quacks. Find a doctor who can cure it. If you don't find out what's wrong out for me, I'll have people tear down this hospital of yours. The old dowager heard the dean's words. She was so angry that she was almost in seventh heaven, pointing at the dean's nose and cursing. She was almost in pain. These doctors even said that there was no abnormality in her body. Wasn't this swindling her? It was even if she was lied to by both Gao Weiwei and Chen Pingan at home, but when she came to the hospital, she had to be lied to by the doctors, making her furious for a moment. Chen Shinian and the 4 great demon generals of the 4 Seas organization also all looked at the dean with unkind faces. That expression as if they were going to tear the dean alive if he didn't give them a satisfactory statement. Old Taijun, we have already invited all the experts in Dragon City to give you a consultation, and the unanimous result they came up with is that there is nothing abnormal about your body. The original smiling smirk on the dean's face had disappeared, leaving only cold sweat and unease. It was said that this old woman had an extremely high reputation within that 4 Seas organization, and once she angered the other party could really have people tear the hospital down. The old lady who had already relieved a lot of pain was so angry by the dean's words that her heart ached once again. Scram! You quacks, get out of here! The old Daijun roared at the dean as she endured the pain that was killing her. Frightened, that dean hurriedly withdrew from the ward. At this moment, the dean even suspected that the old Taijun had deliberately come to cause trouble. Otherwise, how could they not be able to check her regardless of the machines in manual labor? After the dean exited the ward, the old Taijun was still so angry that her chest was constantly rising and falling. And as the analgesic slowly wore off, her heart was once again getting more and more painful, hurting her so much that she was sweating coldly. Old Taijun, that Pingan Shen that Gao Weiwei brought with her today said before he left that something was wrong with your body. And he also said that if the hospital couldn't cure you, you could go to him. So why don't we go to him and take a look? Someone remembered the words that Pingan Shen had said before he left and said to the old Taijun with some hesitation. Chapter 100, whoever dares to touch him will be killed without pardon. As soon as the crowd heard the man's words, their eyes lit up. However, just as the crowd was opening their mouths, Chen Shinian was the first to speak up and stop the crowd. Old Taijun, maybe your body is exactly what that Pingan Shen is secretly messing with. Otherwise he couldn't have known in advance that your body would be unwell. If you go over to him now, isn't that playing right into his hands? Chen Shinian had long ago checked out Chen Pingan's identity. As early as 5 years ago, he was already the chief physician of the Jiangzhou People's Hospital, and was said to be very powerful in terms of reputation and medical skills, only to be sentenced to imprisonment for forcing a female college student to do so against the will of the woman, and revoking his license to practice medicine. Maybe this kid could really help the old Taijun cure her heartache. And then when he blackmailed the old Taijun with this to agree to him holding the 4 Seas Demon King order, he would really have no room to turn around. Yes, it must be Gao Weiwei and that kid who poisoned that fake Lanting preface. Let's go and settle the score with that kid. I'm going to break this kid into pieces. As soon as she heard Chen Shinian's words, the old Taijun also felt that it was Chen Pingan and Gao Weiwei who had smeared poison on that Lanting sequence. After saying that, she immediately asked the 4 great demon generals to use a wheelchair to drag her to the 4 Seas group to find both Pingan Shan and Gao Weiwei to settle the score. After Pingan Shan and Gao Weiwei returned to the company together, they each went back to their own offices. However, before Pingan Shan could even get his butt warm in the office, he was called by his secretary, Fang Xiaoran, to Gao Weiwei's president's office. When he followed Fang Xiaoran into Gao Weiwei's presidential office, he saw that in addition to Gao Weiwei, the old Taijun with the 4 great demon generals and Chen Shinian were waiting for him inside the presidential office. Moreover, the old Taijun was still sitting in a wheelchair with a pained expression on her face. With just one look at Chen Pingan, he knew that the old Taijun must have had a poison attack in her body and had just taken painkillers. Otherwise she must have fainted from the pain by now. Moreover, Pingan Shen also knew that with this kind of poison, the first time she took the analgesic it had a bit of an analgesic effect, but once this analgesic had passed, she was in more pain and it no longer had much effect to take the analgesic again. The murderer who poisoned old Taijun is here. Why don't the 4 demonic generals go up and take down the thief? Seeing Chen Pingan appear, Chen Shinian couldn't wait to yell at the 4 great demon generals. Hearing Chen Shinian's words, the 4 great demon generals couldn't help but frown. They were the 4 most powerful people in the 4 Seas organization besides the great demon king. When did it come to Chen Shinian's turn to order them with such a playboy shouting? What are you 4 still waiting for? Do it! Old Taijun didn't think that much. Seeing that Chen Shinian's words had fallen and the 4 demonic generals hadn't acted yet, she ordered the 4 demonic generals with a displeased face. Seeing that the old Taijun had given the word, although the 4 were a bit dissatisfied with Chen Shinian, they still looked at each other. and the four nodded their heads together before immediately encircling towards Chen Pingan. I'll see who dares to touch him, Gao Weiwei warned coldly from the side. The four great demon generals were shocked by Gao Weiwei's words and paused for a moment, but the old Taijun snapped at this time. Take down even this ungrateful person together, and the old body will take care of anything. Receiving the old Taijun's order, the four demonic generals no longer had any worries and once again headed towards Pingan Chen, wanting to capture him. Seeing that her warning was useless, Gao Weiwei became anxious. Shadow, whoever dares to touch him will be killed without pardon. As Gao Weiwei's words fell, a ripple strangely rippled in the air, and a black shadow appeared in front of Chen Pingan to protect him behind him. The moment they saw the shadow appear, the four demonic generals were shocked and subconsciously retreated explosively. This was because they all recognized that the shadow in front of them was none other than the imperial bodyguard of the old demon king Chen Changsheng in his lifetime. The shadow who came and went without a shadow. Shadow, you even dare to meddle in my affairs? Seeing that the shadow had appeared and was also protecting Chen Pingan at Gao Weiwei's command, the old Taijun asked with a gloomy face. Before the old demon king died, he asked me to protect Miss Gao and listen to Miss Gao's orders. Miss Gao's orders? Whoever dares to touch him will be killed without pardon. A voice as cold and emotionless as an electronic tone issued from the shadow's mouth. Chapter 101, Using Deception. Hearing Shadow's emotionless words, no matter if it was Qin Shinian or the old Taijun, or the four great demon generals, each one of them had an ugly face, and none of them dared to act rashly. Shadow, that was the old demon king's royal bodyguard during his lifetime. His strength should not be underestimated, and has always been mysterious and unpredictable, coming and going without a trace. Although the four great demon generals' strength was extraordinary, they were not sure that they could take down Shadow. Gao Weiwei, my eldest uncle treated you well during his lifetime. You even collaborated with outsiders to poison the old Taijun in order to monopolize the power of the Four Seas organization and the Four Seas group. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Chen Shinian scolded Gao Weiwei. Today, he was going to put this hat of poisoning the old Taijun on the heads of the two, leaving the two with no defense. Chen Shinian, don't spit blood. If I, Gao Weiwei, wanted to take over the power alone, I would have directly asked Shadow to kill all of you once and for all. Why bother poisoning the old Taijun, and then ask for her opinion? Gao Weiwei coldly retorted. You are afraid of people gossiping about you, that's why you don't dare to kill us, but instead use such a despicable means as poisoning old Taijun to force old Taijun to support your absurd behavior. You think I can't see that? Chen Shinian said forcefully. Joke, I, Gao Weiwei, am afraid of people gossiping. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now and see who dares to gossip about me. Gao Weiwei? Gao Weiwei finished and took out a flying knife to repair her manicure. You. This scene reminded Chen Shinian's mind of the previous scene where Gao Weiwei had shot Song Pingyu to death, frightening him to the point that goosebumps rose all over his body and he hurriedly hid behind old Taijun. Although old Taijun found Gao Weiwei's words hard to hear, she also knew that Gao Weiwei was telling the truth. With Gao Weiwei's style of behavior, she could even do something as ridiculous as passing the Four Seas Demon King order to her boyfriend. Would she still care about other people's opinions? Then what's going on with this body of mine? Old Taijun asked in a deep voice. Gao Weiwei didn't know how to answer for a moment, so she had to look at Pingan Chen, who was protected by the shadow. Based on the symptoms you've shown, it's 100% that you've been poisoned by the strange poison of the western regions. Soul-chasing, life-snatching, scattering, and it was also poisoned half a month ago, and it just didn't kick in until now. Chen Pingan replied with a calm face. What? I was poisoned half a month ago? And it's still some western region soul-chasing, life-snatching scatter? Who poisoned me? Chen Pingan's words caused the old Taijun to be shocked and asked with a look of disbelief. If I'm not wrong, the person who poisoned me should be the same group of people who killed old demon king Chen Changsheng. After finishing his sentence, Chen Pingan looked meaningfully at Chen Shinian. The crowd also followed Pingan Chen's gaze as it fell on Chen Shurian. Bastard, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you think that I killed my eldest uncle and then poisoned the old Taijun? If I, Chen Shurian, had such skills, would I still need to look at Gao Weiwei's face? Noticing Chen Pingan's playful eyes, Chen Shurian was furious and roared at Chen Pingan. You may not have such strength, but the Dragon King Hall does. Pingan Chen recalled the conversation he heard last night between that Li Chiu Shui and the old servant who betrayed her, then coldly said to Chen Shurian. As a result of his words, Chen Shurian's face changed dramatically. What are you babbling about? I don't have anything to do with the Dragon King Hall at all. Don't spit blood. I haven't even heard of any Dragon King Hall. Chen Pingan's words caused Chen Shinian to completely panic, and hurriedly defended himself. Did I ever say that you had anything to do with the Dragon King Hall? Seeing Chen Shinian's flustered face, the corners of Chen Pingan's mouth rose slightly as he asked rhetorically with interest. Last night, he heard that old man say that the deaths of Chen Changsheng and Wu Xingjie, the two southwest devils, were all the work of people from the Dragon King Hall. and then secretly supported people who listened to them. And Chen Changsheng had no children, only Gao Weiwei, a righteous daughter, while Gao Weiwei wanted to pass the Four Seas Demon King order to herself. Obviously not the one that the Dragon King Hall wanted to support, and the only person who had always wanted to snatch the Four Seas Demon King order from Gao Weiwei's hands, plus the only one who was qualified to become the new generation of Four Seas Demon King, was Chen Changsheng's nephew, Chen Shiren. That was why he had improvised to swindle this Chen Shiren, and to his surprise, he actually had an unexpected gain. When Ping and Chen said this, Chen Shiren was confused. Chen Shinian didn't know how to answer for a moment. On the other hand, the old Taijun and Gao Weiwei as well as the four great demon generals and the others looked at Chen Shiren with angry faces. Chen Shiren's reaction, even a little cutie, all knew that the old demon king's death, as well as the poisoning of the old Taijun and the Chen Shiren in front of them were not unrelated. Chapter 102 Pleading for Mr. Chen to cure the poison. Old Taijun, my eldest uncle's death really has nothing to do with me. I, Chen Shiren, can swear. Chen Shiren noticed the unkind eyes of the old Taijun and the four great demon generals. He was so scared that he rolled straight down from his wheelchair. But the more he defended himself the more the crowd was sure that he had a problem. The eyes of the crowd looking at Chen Shiren became more and more icy. Four great demon generals, take this thief down for me. The old Taijun barked out an order, and the four great demon generals moved at the order, bringing Chen Shi and his followers under control. Say, did you poison your eldest uncle to death? The old Taijun questioned Chen Shini with eyes that spewed fire. Chen Changsheng had died unexpectedly of a sudden cardiac arrest a month ago, which they all found bizarre, because Chen Changsheng was a martial arts practitioner, and had a private doctor who often gave him medical checkups, and like the old Taijun did not see any abnormalities during the medical checkups, so how could he die of sudden cardiac arrest and fail to be rescued? When Chen Changsheng died, only the shadow at the side. Chen Changsheng instructed the shadow to the Four Seas Demon King order to Gao Weiwei hold the poem, and let the shadow in the future at the disposal of Gao Weiwei's dispatch after the death. The forensics couldn't even check anything unusual out. But now, looking at Chen Shiren's behavior, it seemed that things were not that simple. I didn't, old Taijun. I really didn't poison eldest uncle. Please believe me, Chen Shinian begged bitterly. Then what about the Dragon King Hall? How could the old Taijun just believe his words? Once again questioning sternly. I don't know. I really don't have anything to do with that Dragon King Hall. Chen Shinian shook his head into a rattle. Humph, if you don't say it, you send him to the East Sea Dragon Palace to enjoy himself. Old Taijun did not continue to ask Chen Shi, but instead commanded the four great demonic generals in an eerie tone. Upon hearing the words East Sea Dragon Palace, Chen Shini was almost stunned into fainting. The so-called East Sea Dragon Palace was a nest of poisonous snakes that contained hundreds of poisonous snakes, and those who had been thrown into it had never come out alive, and was used by the Four Seas Organization to punish those members of the Four Seas Organization who had made serious mistakes. Yes, old Taijun, the four great demon generals were about to take Chen Shiren away when they received the order. Don't. I'll talk. Can't I talk? I'll say whatever you guys want to know. Please don't throw me into the East Sea Dragon Palace. Chen Shiren was scared to pee this time, and a foul odor wafted out from his body. Speak, old Taijun snapped, and everyone covered their noses as they looked at Chen Shiren. I'll say it right now. My eldest uncle Chen Changsheng was indeed poisoned to death by people from the Dragon King Palace. The Dragon King Palace is the #1 overseas Chinese underground force. More than 100 years ago they were pushed out of the country. Now they want to make a comeback. They want to fight for the domestic underground force, and they chose to start from the southwest where we have a tough folklore. Their plan is to take the three major southwest demon kings, Chen Changsheng, Wu Xingjie, and Li Chou Shui. They plan to kill all of them, and then support those who listen to them to control the entire southwest underground forces. After they poisoned and killed my eldest uncle, they found me and said that as long as I can snatch the order of the Devil King of the Four Seas and take control of the Four Seas Organization and the Four Seas Group, they will support me to become the King of the Southwest. And in the future, the Southwest will become the division of the Hall of the Dragon King in the country, and allow me to be the head of the division. As for the old Taijuan's poison was also from them. They planned to let the poison in the old Taijuan's body take effect after I got the Demon King order, so that no one would oppose me leading the Four Seas Organization to join the Dragon King Palace. Just that I don't know what the reason was for the poison in the old Taijuan's body taking effect early. I swear that the death of my eldest uncle had nothing to do with me at all. Chen Shinian told the truth of the matter one by one. After hearing Chen Shiren's words, not only did old Taijuan's face turn blue, Gao Weiwei even looked at Chen Shiren's eyes revealing a strong killing intent. Take him down and lock him up. Don't let him escape. Wait for me to find out before making a decision. The old Taijun commanded the four great demon generals in a deep voice. Yes, old Taijun. Two of the four great demon generals immediately took away Chen Shiren, who kept begging for mercy. leaving only Qin Pingan, Gao Weiwei and old Taijun and the two demon generals. A few people at the scene. The old Taijuan's gaze once again looked at Chen Pingan, but her eyes did not have the same anger as before. Mr. Chen, you were able to tell at a glance that the old me had been poisoned long ago, so I think you must have a cure for the poison. I implore Mr. Chen to save the old me's life. Chapter 103, 10 minutes to fix. The old Taijun pleaded with Pingan Chen, and her address to Pingan Chen changed from the original boy to Mr. Chen. Before her poison had struck, Pingan Chen had been able to tell at a glance about the severe poison she was suffering from, and had also said in the beginning that she would go to him if the hospital was unable to do anything about it. And judging from these signs, Pingan Chen was definitely able to detoxify the poison in her own body. It's fine to let Pingan Chen detoxify you, old Taijun, but you have to show something, Gao Weiwei said to old Taijun before Pingan Chen. Because she knew that Pingan Chen was an upright and kind person, she was afraid that when he saw how old the old Taijun was, he would not be able to bear to use this to blackmail the other party into agreeing to him holding the Demon King's order. So she took the initiative to step forward to be this villain. What do you guys want me to show? The old Taijun hesitated for a moment, pretending to look like she couldn't understand what Gao Weiwei meant, and asked. The Four Seas organization was founded by his husband, Chen Changsheng, and now that Gao Weiwei was going to give her husband's life's work to an outsider, she was really a bit unwilling. Pingan Chen stood behind the shadow and watched this coldly. Support Pingan Chen to hold the Demon King order. Everything else is exempt, Gao Weiwei said firmly. The old Taijun was her righteous mother, and her words like this made it seem a bit cold to hear. However, she still did so righteously. At this time, the two demonic generals who had previously taken Chen Shernyan away also returned, and old Taijun looked at the four demonic generals and asked, "What do you all mean?" Old Taijun asked to the four. These four were the top pillars of the Four Seas organization, and their opinions had to be sought. It's all up to old Taijun. The four looked at each other before saying in unison. Now that the Devil King order was in Gao Weiwei's hands, and it was still passed down by the old Devil King himself, what opinion could they have? Moreover, no matter who held the Demon King's order, the status of their four great demon generals would not change. It would be the same for them. Just as the old Taijun was hesitating, that analgesic effect slowly passed, and her heart started to throb violently again, and it was getting stronger and stronger. That pain made her feel as if she might die from the pain at any moment. The pain had already made it too late for her to consider anything else. Alright, old me agrees to let Mr. Chen hold the Demon King order and begs Mr. Chen to help me cure the poison. The old Taijun said to both Mr. Chen Pingan and Gao Weiwei with a face of pain. Hearing the old Taijun's words, Gao Weiwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally the first step had been accomplished. Gao Weiwei paused the recorder in her hand. She was afraid that the old Taijun would play tricks on her after Pingan Chen helped her detoxify the old Taijun, and she secretly recorded the conversation she had just had. This way, the other party would have no way to renege on the debt. Gao Weiwei looked at Chen Pingan and nodded. Old Taijun stays, the others go out first. No one is allowed to come in and disturb. After Pingan Chen finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the crowd and took out his own lighter to sterilize the golden needles in preparation to detoxify the old Taijun. Gao Weiwei. Several people quickly left the president's office, leaving the office empty for Pingan Chen to help the old Taijun detoxify. The crowd waited anxiously outside the door for about 10 minutes before Pingan Chen opened the door from the inside. Alright, you guys come in, Pingan Chen said to Gao Weiwei and the four great demon generals outside the door. That's good? The four great demons looked at Pingan Chen with some disbelief. When they were in the hospital before, so many experts had spent hours without being able to find out the cause of the old Taijuan's illness, and it was cured in 10 minutes in the hands of Pingan Chen? This was also too unbelievable. You guys can go in and see for yourselves. Pingan Chen was too lazy to explain and let them go into the office to see for themselves. When Gao Weiwei and the four great demon generals returned to the office and saw the old Taijun, who was red-faced and no longer had a trace of pain on her face, they were all stunned, because they realized that not only did the old Taijun not have any pain look anymore, but she also looked as if she had become several years younger. To have such an effect in just 10 minutes, this Pingan Chen's medical skills were too heaven-defying, right? Even Gao Weiwei, who knew that Chen Pingan had excellent medical skills before, was shocked by Chen Pingan. Chapter 104, Holding the Demon King's Order. Don't just stand there. Old Taijuan's poison has been relieved. Give me the Four Seas Demon Order. I'll be getting off work in a while. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with shocked eyes, Pingan Chen said somewhat breathlessly. Only then did Gao Weiwei come back to her senses and walked behind the desk once again, taking the box out of the hidden compartment and handing it over to Pingan Chen in front of the crowd. The Four Seas Demon King Order is handed over to you. From now on, you will be the third generation Demon King of the Four Seas organization. Yao Weiwei handed over the 4C's Demon King order to Pingon Shen's hand and raised his hand to shout to the 4 great demon generals and the old Taijun and the others. Greetings to the new Demon King. Seeing this, the 4 great devil generals bowed very pragmatically and saluted Pingon Shen. The old Taijun was the only one with a somewhat complicated expression. However, she had just promised in front of the 4 great devil generals and Gao Weiwei and the others that she would let Pingon Shen take over the order of the 4C's Devil King. Moreover, Pingon Shen had also helped her to detoxify her. More importantly, Pingon Shen had just used a few golden needles to stab a few needles in her major acupoints, and made her spit out a mouthful of black blood, which was accompanied by a small worm inside. This kid's medical skills were simply heaven-defying. It was easy for someone like this to make friends with all sorts of powerful and wealthy people. Perhaps he really had the ability to carry the 4C's organization forward. Or maybe not. In the end, the old Taijun didn't say anything else, and even some anticipation rose in her heart. You all don't need to be polite. I know nothing about management, so I'll have to rely on you all to take care of the management of the 4C's organization in the future. Pingon Shen said with a sincere face. He was not at all interested in what the 4C's organization or what the Southwest King was. He just wanted to know who was behind framing him in the first place. He did not want to meddle in the management of the 4C's organization, and decided to let go and let the 4 great demon generals manage it. Reporting to the Demon King, 4 days from now the major underground forces of Southwest will hold a competition in the provincial capital Zhengzhou City, from which the Southwest King will be elected to lead the entire Southwest underground forces. This is the consensus reached between the old Demon King and the other 2 major demon kings a year ago. At that time, the 4 major demon generals will be on the stage. With the Shadow's grand finale, we will surely be able to take down the throne of the Southwest King. Gao Weiwei said to Pingon Shen, I don't know much about this aspect, just discuss it amongst yourselves. If there's nothing else, I'll get off work first. Just let me know when you return to Jiangzhou at that time. After Pingon Shen finished speaking, he took the Demon King order and left. He also had to go back to see how the woman in the villa was doing, being injured so badly. If no one took care of her, she might starve to death even if she didn't die from her injuries. As for the matter of the 4 great demon generals going up in Shadow's finale to take the Southwest King's throne, he didn't have any hope at all, because when Shadow appeared just now, he could obviously feel that Shadow was already seriously injured, because the others couldn't see him and didn't notice it just yet, but he could feel it from the other party's breathing. This made him recall the conversation between that woman and the old man last night, where the old man said that the people from the Dragon King Hall had already gone to rob and kill Shadow. The fact that Shadow could still appear here today meant that the people from the Dragon King Hall had failed, but Shadow was also seriously injured. Since the Shadow didn't say anything, he must have his reasons, and there was no need for him to say anything more. The big deal was that he himself would personally go on to take down this Southwest King's throne when the time came. In order to know who was behind it, this Southwest King throne could only be his own. Gao Weiwei knew that Pingon Shen was not interested in any Southwest King. He just wanted to know who was behind framing him before agreeing to his terms. So she was not surprised at all by Pingon Shen's attitude. Only the 4 great demon generals first froze for a moment when they saw Chen Pingon's attitude like this, and then broke into a smile. Chapter 105, Why didn't you come to me? They thought that Pingon Shen had taken this attitude in order to show them that he would not meddle in their management in the future. As long as Pingon Shen, the new generation Demon King, did not meddle in the management of the 4C's organization, then the 4C's organization would be under the say of their 4 Demon Kings, and they would have much more power than before. Cough cough, since the Demon King has left the matter to us, then let's discuss the matter of the tournament. Gao Weiwei saw that Pingon Shen had left just like that. She coughed twice to pull the attention of the 4 great demon lords back to discuss the matter of the martial competition. When Pingon Shen returned to Chen Longshuen's villa, he found that the villa was empty. The woman's room only left a note thanking him, proving that the woman had left. Pingon Shen also did not say anything. The other party is after all a Jianghu person, not one of those ordinary soft women. Plus last night he had treated her. She should be able to carry through. Last night, because of too much haste, he hadn't taken a good look at the most expensive villa in Dragon City. However, just as Pingon Shen wanted to take a stroll through this most luxurious villa in Dragon City, Li Runin called him. Pingon, my father is seriously ill and has been transferred to the provincial city of Jiangzhou for emergency treatment. You used to be in the Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Can you accompany me back to Jiangzhou to see my father? As soon as the phone was connected, Li Runin's voice with a crying tone came from the phone. From the other party's voice, Chen Pingon could feel how anxious Li Runin on the other end of the phone was in her heart. You don't need to be anxious first. I'll go back right now and return to Jiangzhou with you. Wait for me at home. Chen Pingon pacified Li Runin while hurriedly leaving the Longquan villa. Rushing back to the apartment he shared with Li Runin and Qin Shiyu. A few days later, the Southwest King competition was also held in Jiangzhou. He had to go there anyway, and now he went back a few days earlier to treat Li Runin's father first. After hanging up Li Runan's phone, Chen Pingan called Gao Weiwei and told the other party that he was going to Jiangzhou first, and asked them to contact him again when they arrived in Jiangzhou. This Longquan villa is built on top of Longquan Mountain. There are no cars passing by at all, and he himself hasn't bought a car yet. Seeing a shared battery car on the side of the road, it should be the intermediary company's people coming up. He rides the shared back directly. Chen Pingan, stop where you are? When Pingan Chen returned to the downtown area, he was suddenly stopped in his tracks by the two of them, Lin Duor and her mom. What's the matter with you guys? Pingan Chen looked at the two Lin Duor and her mother who stopped in front of him and asked coldly, I've been waiting for you at home for a few days. Why don't you come to me? Seeing that she had stopped Pingan Chen, Lin Duor furiously questioned Pingan Chen. That day, after the mother and daughter analyzed a pass, they felt that Chen Pingan was trying to get back together with her. She had already been persuaded by her mother to plan to give Chen Pingan as long as he gave her enough money to be a mistress, so she had been at ease at home for the past few days, waiting for Chen Pingan to come to her door. As a result, this is a few days past, did not wait for Chen Pingan's arrival. She just came out with her mother to shop, just saw Chen Pingan riding a shared oncoming. Lin Duor Fire Miso came up, directly rushed up to stop Chen Pingan, questioned Chen Pingan. When she said this, she directly confused Chen Pingan. Why did you wait for me at home? Why did I go to your house to look for you? And I don't know where your home is either. Pingan Chen asked with a dumbfounded look on his face. You're still pretending here? You dare to say that the reason you came to Dragon City wasn't because you heard people say that I was in Dragon City. So you came to Dragon City with the intention of finding me to get back together? I think you've already inquired about where I live. Right, now telling me that you don't know where I live. Do you think I'll believe you? Lin Duor coldly exposed Chen Pingan's lie and said sarcastically to Chen Pingan. Chapter 106, Entangled. The moment these inexplicable words of hers came out, it made Chen Pingan even more confused, completely unable to understand what this crazy woman really wanted to do. Did he come to Dragon City specifically to find her? This was too narcissistic, right? Chen Pingan now couldn't even figure out how he had agreed to be with such an inexplicable woman in the first place. Alright, I can't understand what you're saying at all. What exactly do you want to do? Just say it straight. Don't engage in all this beating around the bush to keep people guessing. My time is very precious. I don't have time to bull **** with you here. Pingan Chen interrupted Lin Duor and said impatiently. He still had to rush back to Jiangzhou with Li Runan to cure Li Runan's her father. How could he have the time to get entangled with this crazy mother and daughter? Lin Duor thought that Chen Pingan was still pretending, and wanted to scold Chen Pingan a few more times for hypocrisy, but was pulled back by her mom. Duor, stop fooling around. Lin mother scolded Lin Duor in a low voice. On this main road, if she was too loud, she was afraid that she would attract passers-by to watch. After scolding her daughter, Lin mother immediately piled up a smiling face and walked over to Pingan Chen. Pingan, Auntie knows that you still have our family door in your heart. Otherwise you wouldn't have come all the way to Longqing to find our family door. It's just that you still have some grudges in your heart that our family door left you when you were in trouble. That's why you were so annoyed with her. And now that you're annoyed, you guys are still in good terms. Mother Lin said as she reached out and pulled her daughter Lin Duor's hand over and placed it on Chen Pingan's hand, wanting Chen Pingan to hold her daughter's hand. Auntie, what are you doing? I've already told you guys before that I'm already married, so please focus on yourselves. Seeing Lin's mother's action, Chen Pingan was startled and hurriedly retracted his hand, saying with a wary face, completely confused as to what this mother and daughter wanted to do. Chen Pingan's action made Lin mother frown slightly, but soon stretched again and continued. Pingan, Auntie knows that you joined the Mu family, but Auntie knows that the Mu family lady is not treating you well. Our family door cannot want any title. As long as there is a $200,000 to $300,000 of living expenses every month, it's fine. Lin mother looked at Chen Pingan's appearance. She thought that Chen Pingan was trying to get them to initiate the matter of being his mistress. She hurriedly piled up her smiling face and once again made a statement with Chen Pingan. Now that the manager of the Empire Hotel, Ren Tianxing, had dumped her daughter, the mother and daughter had no financial resources and could only swallow their anger. Ren Tianxing was so old, while Chen Pingan was still young, and had fallen in with such a powerful family as the Mu family, and had even gained the old god of war's appreciation. So as long as Chen Pingan was willing to give more money, her daughter would be better off as a mistress to Chen Pingan than to follow Ren Tianxing. Don't want a name? That means you want to be a mistress to me? After hearing Lin mother's words, Pingan Chen looked at the Lin family mother and daughter with a surprised face and asked incredulously, What junior? Say it's so hard. You guys are called renewing your relationship. Understand? Lin mother hurriedly corrected to Pingan Chen. A junior is a junior. No matter how much you package her with words, she is still a junior. And her appetite is also too big. Right. Opening to ask for $200,000 to $300,000 per month. Is she worth this price? Is she worth that much? If I have that kind of money, I can go and keep a pretty young college girl. I'm in a hurry. I don't have time to bull ***** with you guys here. Get out of the way. After Pingan Chen finished speaking, he wanted to go around the mother and daughter Lin Duor and leave. Stop. Pingan Chen, do you really not miss our old friendship? When Lin Duor saw that Pingan Chen was going to leave, she immediately opened her arms and once again stopped in front of Pingan Chen's car, not allowing Pingan Chen to leave. Chapter 107, You compensate me for my youth loss fee. It was you who took the initiative to leave me in the first place. From the moment you brought up the breakup with me, our karma was over. Where is there any old love left to speak of? Get out of the way or I will call the police and say that you guys forced me to cheat on you. Chen Pingan's tone was not big, but his face was gloomy. You can also be fine if you don't miss your old feelings. Back then I followed you for 3 years and wasted 3 years of my youth. You have to compensate me for my youth loss. I don't want much. 10 million a year. A total of 30 million for 3 years will be fine. As long as you compensate me for this youth loss fee, I won't pester you again in the future. Otherwise I'll go to the Mu family to make a mess. Let that big Miss Mu compensate for this money. You look after yourself. Lin Duor could see that Chin Pingan was not willing to adopt her at a high price as her mother had analyzed, and she had the bright idea to directly ask Chin Pingan to compensate her for the loss of youth for the 3 years she used to be with Chin Pingan. She even threatened to go to the Mu family if he didn't pay, so that the Mu family would pay the money. At that time, it was Chin Pingan who was humiliated. She believed that Chin Pingan had a clear idea of how to balance the rights and disadvantages. Once Lin Duor said this, Lin mother almost gave her daughter a thumbs up on the spot. Her daughter's move was simply brilliant. Originally, when she heard Pingan Chen's words, she felt that she had made a serious mistake in her previous analysis and thought that there was no chance. Who knew that her daughter was so smart and adaptable that she could come up with such a brilliant idea in such a short period of time? In Mother Lin's mind, Pingan Chen was the son-in-law of the Mu family, so he must have been afraid that they, mother and daughter, would go to the Mu family to cause trouble and willingly break the bank to get rid of the disaster. But Pingan Chen couldn't help but laugh at these words of Lin Duor. In the beginning, it was clearly her who pursued herself, and then the breakup was also brought up by her. Moreover, they had only held hands and gone shopping at first, and they had not even gotten into bed. In the beginning, he also thought to save their first time to the wedding night. Stupidly do not even touch her. He is so busy every day. Just hold hands a few times, and now she let himself to compensate for her $30 million of youth loss fee? This woman is sick in the head, right? What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Lin Duor was very annoyed by Chin Pingan's laughter, glaring and questioning. I'm laughing at the fact that you mother and daughter are sick in the head. Do you want me to call you an ambulance from the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital? Pingan Chen was too lazy to bother about this with this kind of sick-brained woman, and immediately continued to ride away after saying this. You dare to leave? Believe it or not, I will go to the Mu family manor in a while to make a scene, so that you can't stay in the Mu family? Seeing that Pingan Chen really left just like that, Lin Duor stomped her feet behind Pingan Chen and threatened loudly, drawing sideways glances from passers-by. If you want to go and make a scene, go before it's too late, lest you won't have the chance to go later. Pingan Chen shrugged his shoulders and responded with a disinterested face, then went far away without looking back and gradually disappeared from the sight of the two Lin family mothers and daughters. Although he was now very rich, if the other party gave him an admission of fault or something, and said a few good words to him, he would definitely give her a sum of money. After all, they had been together. But this kind of threatening him to give money, he would not give her even if he donated all his money. Mom, let's go. Let's go to the Mu family manor right now and make a scene. Let the surname Chan regret it. Seeing Chin Pingan's disinterested look, Lin Duor almost exploded with anger and immediately dragged her mom to the Mu family. In their thoughts, the Mu family definitely did not know about Chin Pingan's previous conviction and imprisonment for forcing a female college student, and when they told them about Chin Pingan's previous experiences, the Mu family would definitely no longer treat Chin Pingan. Moreover, they could blackmail the Mu family with this matter. If the Mu family didn't pay the money, they would publish what the Mu family's son-in-law had done back then on the internet, so that others would know that the Mu family had such a son-in-law who had been sentenced to jail for forcing a female college student, and laugh at the Mu family. Chapter 108, Negotiating a Deal. Not long after, mother and daughter Lin Duor arrived at the entrance of the Mu family's manor and knocked on the Mu family's door without hesitation. Our family's master has not been seeing guests lately, so don't come knocking on the door again. The Mu family's maid opened the door with an impatient face and waved her hand to drive the two away. Now the whole Dragon City knows that Master Mu is the old classmate of the old god of war, Zhao Wuji, and the old god of war even had the pleasure of organizing a birthday banquet in Dragon City before returning to the northern border. Because of this layer of relationship between the old Master Mu, the Mu family successfully took down the project that was competing with the veteran mansion, the Lu family, and it can be said to be like a day in the life of the world. and it has the tendency to leap from the end of the mansions of the Dragon City to become the top 3 of the Dragon City. Therefore, in the past few days, people from all walks of life have been coming to visit the Mu family, but the old man has pretended to be noble and has not seen any of them. Today, there are already 3 groups of people who have come to visit. The old master has also specially arranged for 2 guards to stand guard at the door to thank the guests. And the servants of the Mu family thought that Lin Duer's mother and daughter had come to visit the old master as well, and they directly sent them away with their words. We're not here to see Master Mu. My daughter is your Aunt Chen Pingan's ex-girlfriend. We're looking for your young lady Mu Wan Orange on important matters. Quickly let her come out to see us. If she doesn't, she'll regret it. Yes, make her come out quickly. Otherwise she will regret it. Relying on the fact that she had black information about Chen Pingan in her hands, mother and daughter Lin Duer were not afraid of the Mu family at all and directly yelled at the Mu family's doorman. The 2 young doormen were directly confused by the actions of both the mother and daughter of the Lin family. The Mu family had made a fortune, and even the aunt's ex-girlfriend had come? These 2 were too shameless, weren't they? However, only the master had explained that he didn't see any guests. Missy hadn't, and since they were here to look for Missy, they still had to go in and inform them to see what Missy had to say before they could do so. I've seen shameless ones, but I've never seen one as shameless as you guys. You guys wait here, we'll go inform you to see if our family's Missy wants to see you. The 2 Mu family gatekeepers looked at each other and muttered in whispers before leaving one of them to continue watching the gate, while the other one ran in to inform Mu Wan Orange. Mu Wan Orange was currently in her room discussing with her best friend Qin Shiyu about what way she could get the old man to agree to an early divorce between her and Chen Pingan, preferably right now. Because in the past few days, her mind was filled with the figure of the man who had saved them that night, and she had almost reached the point of becoming obsessed. She never thought that love would come so suddenly and violently without warning. Her greatest fear now was what she would do if that warrior knew she was married. As for whether or not that warrior had her in his heart, such things as whether or not the other warrior was married were completely and automatically ignored by her. What was even more outrageous was that the old master was even more satisfied with Pingan Chen after he returned from the old war god's birthday banquet. Knowing that they had kicked Pingan Chen out, the old master was furious and told her that she had to invite Pingan Chen back within a week, no matter what method she used. Eldest Miss, a mother and daughter who claimed to be the aunt's ex-girlfriends have come outside, and named you to go out and meet them. The doorman came to Mu Wan Orange's room, knocked on the door and then shouted at the door to Mu Wan Orange, who was still fuming in her room. What is that devilish ex-girlfriend of Chen Pingan doing here looking for me? Mu Wan Orange opened the door and asked the doorman with a curious face. Back to Missy. I don't know. That mother and daughter said that if you don't go out they will make you regret it. The doorman simply repeated the words of Lin Duer's mother and daughter to Mu Wan Orange briefly. What a big mouth. You. Let's go out and take a look. Mu Wan Orange's curiosity was instantly piqued after hearing the doorman's words, pulling her best friend towards the front door. It's you guys? When the 2 of them, Mu Wan Orange and Qin Shiyu, arrived at the gate and saw mother and daughter Lin Duer, Mu Wan Orange frowned and asked. She had seen both mother and daughter when they were at the entrance of the boxing club. That's right, it's us mother and daughter. We came over to find MS Mu today because we want to talk to MS Mu about a deal. Seeing Mu Wan Orange come out, Lin Duer walked to Mu Wan Orange's front with a smile and said, Chapter 109 Mu Wan Orange's response. Didn't you say that you're Pingan Chen's ex-girlfriend? What kind of deal do you want to make with me? Could it be that you want me to return Pingan Chen to you? Mu Wan Orange curiously looked at Lin Duer with a mischievous face and asked. I know some of Pingan Chen's dark information that your Mu family doesn't know about, such as the fact that he has been in jail, and the reason he was sentenced to jail was because he forced himself on several female college students. Once I publicize this matter, your Mu family will become the laughingstock of the entire Dragon City. Lin Duer thought she had Mu Wan Orange on the ropes and said softly in Mu Wan Orange's ear. As soon as Mu Wan Orange heard Lin Duer's words, her face instantly clouded over and she looked at Lin Duer with icy eyes that looked as if they were about to spit out fire. She wasn't angry because of the fact that Pingan Chen had been sentenced to jail for forcing a female college student, but rather that Lin Duer wanted to publicize this matter. Pingan Chen was now the Mu family's granddaughter-in-law, and once this matter was publicized, the entire Dragon City would know that the Mu family had married their granddaughter to a man who had been in jail, and was also the most shameful man who had been sentenced for forcing a female college student. Right now their Mu family is a popular family in Dragon City. Once this matter is announced it will definitely cause a stir, and their Mu family will become the laughingstock of others after tea. What do you want? Mu Wan Orange glared at Lin Duer and asked coldly. $30 million? As long as you give me $30 million, I'll rot this matter in my stomach and won't mention it again in the future. Nor will I publicize it. Lin Duer's words just fell. Mu Wan Orange's eyes immediately revealed a stern look. Of course, You may feel that this $30 million is very expensive and don't want to give it, but you have to understand that your Mu family is now in the ascendant, and will soon be among the top 3 families in Dragon City. If because of the pain of this $30 million and let your Mu family's reputation is damaged, and your Mu family can't be squeezed into the top 3 families of Dragon City, then what a pity. $30 million and your family's reputation that is more important in your heart is clearer than me, right? Seeing that Muon Orange was angry, Lin Duor hurriedly continued. Lin Duor's words made Muon Orange swallow back the harsh words that were on her lips and fell silent. $30 million is not a small amount. I have to discuss it with my best friend. Muon Orange dropped a sentence and pulled her best friend Qin Shiyu to the side, allowing her best friend to give her an idea. Orange, this is a good thing for you. Who knew that after Qin Shiyu heard Muon Orange's words, she said something that left Muon Orange dumbfounded. Muon Orange looked at her best friend with a puzzled expression. You're stupid. Aren't you worried about getting your grandfather to agree to your divorce? As long as this person publishes Pingon Chen's past and lets the entire Dragon City know about it, at that time, your grandpa will definitely let you guys get divorced right away for the sake of the greater good of the Mu family. Qin Shiyu looked at the little cutie with like eyes at Muon Orange, pointing it out. But if this happens, my Mu family's reputation will definitely be damaged as well. Although Muon Orange admitted that Qin Shiyu's solution was good, she still said with some worry, Shay, your grandfather and the old god of war that are old classmates. Can this loss of reputation affect your Mu family's status in Dragon City? Qin Shiyu asked rhetorically. That's right. Those people are now coming to flatter my family purely because of my grandfather's classmate relationship with the old god of war. It's impossible for them to stop flattering just because they have recruited a demon son-in-law. That's a good move. It's settled. After a round of analysis by Qin Shiyu, Muon Orange instantly became enlightened and happily accepted her best friend's suggestion. Seeing that the two had discussed for so long, and that Muon Orange even frowned and looked over from time to time, Lin Duor's mother and daughter instantly felt that there was a game on, and in their hearts, they were certain that Muon Orange would surely agree to their request for the sake of the Mu family's reputation. Just when the mother and daughter felt that they had settled for Muon Orange walked back with a gloomy face. Miss Mu, how is it? Have you thought about it? Lin Duor asked with a smile to the gloomy-faced Muon Orange. Pa! What responded to Lin Duor was a loud slap from Muon Orange. Chapter 110, letting their Mu family's reputation be swept away. How do you hit someone? Lin Duor was dumbfounded by Muon Orange's slap, covering her fiery face and looking at Muon Orange with a dumbfounded face. Or her mother next to her reacted faster and hurriedly pushed Muon Orange away, questioning Muon Orange with an angry face. Just now, Muon Orange had clearly been eaten to death by their mother and daughter. Why did she suddenly flip her face now? You mother and daughter are so bold. Is my Mu mansion something you can blackmail? Come on people, arrest these 2 criminals who dare to come to my Mu house to blackmail me and send them to the police station. I'm going to make them sit through the bottom of the jail. After Muon Orange was pushed away by Lin Mother, she shouted to those 2 doormen with a gloomy face. As soon as those 2 doormen heard Muon Orange's words, they immediately ran over, and this scene scared the Lin family's mother and daughter. Although they didn't know why Muon Orange would suddenly be so strong, that she wasn't afraid of them blowing up Chen Pingyan's black information. But now wasn't the time to think about that. The thing they had to do now was to run away, because they suddenly realized that they were indeed blackmailing the Mu family right now, and with the Mu family's current influence in Dragon City, they would definitely be jailed once they were caught. Lin Mother immediately pulled her daughter, Lin Duor, and ran. Surname Mu, you'll regret this, just wait for me. Before leaving, Lin Duor still didn't forget to turn around and threaten Muon Orange with harsh words. Only then did she fade away. Shay, with this wimpy look of yours, you still dare to blackmail my Mu family? Simply don't know the heights of heaven. Watching the mother and daughter of the Lin family panic and walk away after being slapped, Muon Orange muttered with a disdainful face. Orange, you're scaring them like this. What if they're too intimidated to blow the lid off of Ping and Chen's dark information and fail to achieve our goal? Qin Shiyu asked from the side with a sweaty face. Her best friend's words stumped Muon Orange for a moment. Seeing how furious they are, they shouldn't be that wimpy. If it's me, anyway, it's already like that. At least explode the black information to export the bad anger. At most, after exploding the black information, immediately leave Dragon City is it? In the end, Muon Orange said with a beak. That's also true. No matter what, let nature take its course. Right, my internship expired. My parents let me go back to Jiangzhou Development. Your family also took the west side of the city that project. Do you want to go with me to the provincial city of Jiangzhou to play a few days? It is said that the Southwest Underground Forces a few days after the provincial city of Jiangzhou will be held in the martial arts recruiting conference. At that time will also be elected the Southwest Underground Forces of the King. You that warrior at a glance you know is a practiced. He has been recent he hasn't shown up lately. so he should be going to the provincial capital to prepare for the competition. Qin Shiyu did not want to dwell on this topic and quickly changed the subject. Qin Shiyu was just flirting casually, but it made Muwan Orange's eyes light up. Recently, she had been trying to find the warrior who saved them that night, but there was no clue at all. The only clue was that the warrior was very powerful, and it was really possible that he had run off to the provincial city to participate in the provincial city's martial arts competition as her best friend had said. Okay, we'll go to the provincial city tomorrow. You hurry back to check in. As soon as Muwan Orange thought that the warrior who saved them that night might have gone to the provincial city, she was full of interest in her best friend's proposal and hurriedly urged her best friend to go back to the company to do the formalities to head to the provincial city together tomorrow. After being slapped by Muwan Orange, Lin Duor immediately pulled her mom after leaving Mu's house. Mom, this Muwan Orange is too hateful. Even if you don't pay, you still hit people. I'm going to explode Ping and Chen's black information, so that their Mu family's reputation will be ruined. Lin Duor touched her fiery face and said with a furious face, Duor, you calm down. Right now the Mu family is in full swing. If we explode Ping and Chen's black information now we will definitely offend the Mu family. At that time there will be no place for us in Dragon City. Once Lin mother heard her daughter's words, she was alarmed and persuaded. Mom, what's there to be afraid of with just one Mu family? The Mu family is only in Dragon City no matter how prosperous they are. The big deal is that we'll just run back to the provincial city. The provincial city is not a place where a small Mu family can run wild. Lin Duor didn't let her mom's persuasion discourage her from retaliating against the Mu family, and said to her mom with a face of indignation. Her words also made her mom's eyes light up. Chapter 111, Save Our Children. By this time, Chen Pingan and Li Runin were already riding on the highway back to the provincial capital Jiangzhou. Li Runin was driving the high-grade Mercedes-Benz that the company had assigned to her, and she had quite a feeling of returning home. Only this feeling was diluted by the shadow of her father's serious illness. Regardless of whether it was Li Runin or Chen Pingan, their moods were extraordinarily heavy. How is Uncle now? Sitting on the co-pilot, Chen Pingan saw that Li Runin had been in a state of tension, her body taut. Even with the air conditioning on, Li Runin's hands holding the steering wheel were oozing thin beads of sweat. Chen Pingan spoke out to ease the other party's attention. I don't know. My mom just told me that my dad is seriously ill and transferred to the intensive care unit of Jiangzhou People's Hospital in the provincial capital. Let me quickly go back to see him one last time. Li Runin replied heavily while driving. Suddenly, they found that a major traffic accident had occurred in front of them. Several cars had a chain collision on the highway. The car parts were scattered for hundreds of meters. Some of the injured had already climbed out of the car with difficulty waiting for the ambulance with the help of the kind-hearted people. Some were rescuing the people. Some were calling for the police and ambulance. And some were howling and crying. The cries of the women and the children were resounding on the highway. And the whole scene looked very tragic. You drive your car to the front and park it. Put up the warning signs and wait for me outside the highway guardrail. As a doctor, Chen Pingan saw such a scene and without even thinking immediately asked Li Runin to regulate the parking. But, Li Runin subconsciously wanted to say that my father is seriously ill and can't be delayed. But thinking about it she swallowed back the words she was about to say, and then followed the words of Chen Pingan and regulated the parking. At this time, Pingan Chan also realized that Li Runin's father was still seriously ill in the hospital. How about this? You drive back to Jiangzhou first. I'll rush to the People's Hospital to meet you after I've taken care of things here. We'll contact each other by phone anytime. Chen Pingan got out of the car and hurriedly stopped Li Runin from getting out of the car and said, then turned around and ran towards the scene of the traffic accident. At times like this, time is life. As long as he is faster he may be able to save one more life. One more family. He doesn't have that much time to wait for Li Runin to respond. Then you be careful. Li Runin knew that Chen Pingan was a doctor and couldn't possibly bear to leave things like this alone in the face of it. And she couldn't help much by staying behind. So she could only shout loudly behind Pingan Chan and start the car to continue traveling to Jiangzhou to see her father one last time. Chen Pingan waved his hand and then came to the scene of the traffic accident. At this time, there were two places where the injured gathered at the accident scene. One of them is an Audi car on the injured was saved down. Look at the license plate, should be a high-powered Big Brother's car. Surrounded by a lot of people, there is a woman who claimed to be a doctor to the blood-covered, seriously injured middle-aged man to do emergency treatment. The other place where the injured gathered was surrounded by fewer people, and there was no passing doctor to come forward to check. Ping and Chen did not even think about it, and ran over to the place where there was no doctor to gather the injured. Help! Who will save my daughter? The most seriously injured was a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. The girl's mother was holding the blood-covered little girl on the ground crying out. Chen Pingan walked up to the young woman, and he froze for a moment after seeing the young woman's appearance. Jiang Chuyin? Pingan Chen asked tentatively. The beautiful young woman holding the girl in front of him was actually Jiang Chuyin, one of the women who had framed him together with Gao Weiwei. It was unthinkable that after 5 years of not seeing each other the other had gotten married and the child was so big, and the two were meeting in such a situation. Looking at the girl covered in blood in front of him, as well as Jiang Chuyin with a face of despair, Chen Pingan actually moved with compassion, and could not hate each other. These thoughts just flickered in Chen Pingan's mind, and immediately squatted down to save the person. Regardless of what the other party was like, save the child first before discussing anything else. Chen, Senior, you are a doctor. Save Tong Tong, please save our child. Jiang Chuyin, who was originally crying out in despair, instinctively panicked for a moment when she saw Chen Pingan, but then thinking that Chen Pingan was a doctor, a color of hope flashed across her face, and she immediately knelt down in front of Chen Pingan and begged Chen Pingan, and said a sentence that made Chen Pingan's body tremble. This little girl covered in blood was his own daughter? Chapter 112, Anger. What did you just say? She is my daughter? Could it be that on that night 5 years ago, all 7 of you actually faked it with me in order to frame me? Chen Pingan looked at Jiang Chuyin in front of him in shock and asked with a look of disbelief. That's right, after that night you were sentenced to prison. It wasn't long before I realized that I was pregnant. I gave birth to Tong Tong before I even graduated from college. She really is your daughter. What happened back then was our fault, but the child is innocent. Please save her. Jiang Chuyin couldn't care less and hurriedly told Chen Pingan about the little girl's origin. Who exactly instructed you to start like this back then? To make you sacrifice yourselves like this to frame me? Pingan Chen squatted down and received the girl into his hands, checking the little girl's body while questioning Jiang Chuyin. Although his heart was filled with hatred towards the ungrateful 7 ladies, the child was innocent, and regardless of whether this little girl was his own daughter or not, he would do his best to rescue her. Moreover, Chen Pingan could not see any traces of lying from the other party's eyes at all. That is to say, this already dying girl in front of him should be his own flesh and blood without a doubt, and he could never watch her die in front of him like this. At first, he thought that they had used some special means to frame themselves that year, but he never imagined that all 7 of them had really had sex with him that night. He couldn't imagine who in the end was so capable of making the 7 of them willingly sacrifice so much to frame themselves? I can't say. Jiang Chuyin was slightly relieved when she saw Pingan Chen checking her daughter's injuries, but when faced with Pingan Chen questioning the person behind that year, she refused to tell Pingan Chen just like Gao Weiwei. The 7 of them had agreed before that the person behind the scenes was too powerful, and the events of that year must not be told to him, or else they would harm him. Just then, Pingan Chen suddenly became angry. However, he was not angry because of Jiang Chuyin's refusal to answer his question, but because of his daughter Jiang Tongtong's body. This was because when he broke open his daughter's eyes to check her pupils, he realized that his daughter Jiang Tongtong's eyes were actually without corneas, and it was missing on both sides. With his experience, he could tell at a glance that this was not congenital, but had been removed later in life. In other words, Tong Tong was now blind. Jiang Chuyin's family wasn't very good, this thing he knew. Could it be that Jiang Chuyin had sold their daughter's corneas for money? Chen Pingan looked up at Jiang Chuyin, who was still in tears, and said in a trembling voice, "Where is Tong Tong's cornea?" Chen Pingan's tone was filled with killing intent. If it was really what he thought, that Jiang Chuyin had sold her daughter's cornea because of money, he would make this ungrateful, ruthless woman who would not even let go of her daughter's cornea pay a price worse than death. Tong Tong's corneas. Jiang Chuyin was flustered by Chen Pingan's question and did not know how to answer for a moment. Tong Tong's cornea was born like this. In the end, Jiang Chuyin just couldn't stand the angry eyes of Chen Pingan and lowered her head and answered in a small voice. Your bull asterisk ting me. I'm a doctor. Do you think I can't tell if her corneas are congenitally missing or if they were removed later in life? Pingan Chen couldn't help but shout angrily at Jiang Chuyin. I won't let you go if you don't give me a clear explanation today. The murderous aura in Chen Pingan's eyes seemed as if it was going to condense into substance, and his tone was cold to the extreme. The matter of Tong Tong's cornea is a bit complicated. Please treat Tong Tong first. I'll tell you in detail when she's healed, okay? Jiang Chuyin was so frightened by the murderous look in Chen Pingan's eyes that she sat on her but on the ground, then grabbed Chen Pingan's hand and begged Chen Pingan. Only after hearing the other party's words did Chen Pingan calm down. The Tong Tong in front of her had a piece of iron stuck in her chest, bleeding a lot, and was in a coma due to blood loss, with the possibility of dying at any time. Fortunately, the iron piece did not hit Tong Tong's heart, but was only next to it. Chapter 113, Heartache. Pingan Chen first used the golden needles with special effects in conjunction with the Nine Dragons Medical Classics hemostatic acupuncture method to stop the bleeding of Jiang Tongtong, and then through the golden needles, he slowly transferred his true qi into Jiang Tongtong's body to nourish her body. It had to be said that the combination of true qi and the acupuncture method in the Nine Dragons Medical Classic, together with the magical golden needles, had a miraculous effect on curing illnesses and injuries. Under Pingan Chen's treatment, Jiang Tongtong's injuries miraculously stabilized, past the dangerous stage, and then rapidly improved. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Tongtong, who was already dying, slowly opened her eyes. However, she couldn't see anything, and didn't know that her father, whom she had been longing for, was right in front of her at the moment. Tongtong, you're awake? Does your body still hurt? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Seeing her daughter awake, Jiang Chuyin immediately picked her up and cradled her in her arms as she excitedly inquired. Mom, Tongtong just dreamt that Daddy came to see Tongtong, and Daddy even bought Tongtong a lot of ice cream and toys. Jiang Tongtong, whose body was still very weak, grabbed her mom's hand and said breathlessly, although her expression was pained, she was strong, with a smile at the corner of her mouth that made people's hearts ache when they looked at her. Hearing her daughter's words, Jiang Chuyin looked up and glanced at Chen Pingan with an incomparably complicated look. However, she did not tell her daughter that her father was now right in front of her. As for Chen Pingan, his gaze had been on his daughter Jiang Tongtong's body since the beginning, especially when he looked at Jiang Tongtong's lovely face that had shriveled and sunken eyes due to the loss of her corneas. His heart inexplicably twinged. A child who was only 4 years old had lost her light, and her future life was dark. If it was someone else's child, he might just feel pity for the other person, but when this kind of thing happened to his own child, the feeling was really hard and heartbreaking. At this moment, Pingan Shen silently decided in his heart that he must find a way to let his daughter regain her sight when her body fully recovers, and if not, he would not mind exchanging his own corneas for hers. Thinking of this, Chen Pingan raised his head to look at Jiang Chuyin, just in time to meet Jiang Chuyin's gaze. Tongtong is out of danger. You add my Weibo. I'll send you some prescriptions. Follow the prescriptions to replenish her body. If you don't feel confident in a while after the ambulance arrives, you take her to the hospital for a thorough checkup. Alright, now can you tell me what's going on with Tongtong's eyes? Pingan Chen first calmed down Jiang Chuyin in front of him, and then changed his words, once again bringing the topic back to his daughter Jiang Tongtong's eyes. As soon as Chen Pingan's words came out, Jiang Tongtong's face turned pale once again. Tongtong, her eyes? Questioned by Pingan Chen, Jiang Chuyin's eyes dodged and she stammered, never willing to say what was going on with her daughter Jiang Tongtong's eyes. Jiang Chuyin's behavior made Chen Pingan more certain that Jiang Chuyin had sold her daughter's corneas for money. After all, she had done such things as betraying her benefactor back then. This kind of ruthless woman, selling her daughter's corneas should be nothing to her. Just as Chen Pingan wanted to use a strong-arm approach to force Jiang Chuyin to tell the truth, the other injured side suddenly stirred. Provincial Lord, he's dying. Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? You guys hurry up and rush the ambulance again, called 120, but that side replied that the ambulance is blocked on the road and won't be able to arrive that fast for a while. The noisy voices came into Chen Pingan's ears. You first carry the child outside the guardrail and wait. Don't run around. Pingan Chen instructed Jiang Chuyin after hearing the commotion over there, and immediately ran over to the injured at the spot of the commotion. Human life was at stake. He planned to save the people first before discussing his daughter's matter. Chapter 114, You will have to beg me, just squeezed in from outside the crowd. Chen Pingan saw that the middle-aged man lying next to the Audi that had been smashed to pieces was seriously injured, and had already reached the point of running out of gas. The female doctor was unable to do anything about it, and was currently on the phone, cursing and urging the ambulance to hurry up. Chen Pingan squatted down and grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist, checking the other party's pulse. What are you doing? Who told you to touch the injured? Can you afford to take responsibility for anything that happens? The pretty female doctor noticed Pingan Chen's actions out of the corner of her eye. She immediately sprinted over to Pingan Chen's side and angrily rebuked him. After saying that, she even reached out and tried to push Chen Pingan away. However, with her little strength, how could she possibly push Pingan Chen? It was as if Chen Pingan had roots on the soles of his feet. No matter how hard the other party tried, Chen Pingan just didn't move. You guys hurry up and pull him away. The provincial master's life is already in danger. If he is moved around again, I'm afraid he won't make it until the ambulance arrives. Seeing that she couldn't push Pingan Chen, the female doctor immediately shouted to the surrounding people. Some of those people around were the provincial lord's men, and when they heard the female doctor's words, their faces also changed drastically, and they immediately tried to pull Pingan Chen away. Stop it, I am also a doctor. If this injured person is not rescued in time, it will be too late. Pingan Chen originally did not want to pay any attention to that woman, but seeing those people around him gather around to pull themselves away, he had to put down the injured man's hand and explain to the group. When the crowd heard Pingan Chen say that he was also a doctor, they stopped and looked at the woman, not knowing what to do. Only the woman doctor was a bit surprised and then frowned. This injured person in front of her was the provincial lord of their province, and she was still counting on being promoted by the provincial lord in the future after saving him. If he let this kid steal his own thunder, wouldn't that be a loss? Even if he didn't steal his own thunder, when the provincial lord woke up and knew that it was the two of them who saved him together, she would have to give half of the credit to the other party at that time. Think about how uneconomical it was. You are also a doctor? Of what specialty? Take out your medical license and show it to me. The woman thought about it and directly asked for Chen Pinggan's medical license. Even if the man in front of her was really a doctor as well, ordinary people wouldn't carry this on them, and she happened to have it with her. When the time came that the man could not produce his practicing medical qualification certificate, she could use this reason to blast the other party outside the crowd, and she alone would get the sole credit for saving the provincial lord. My license to practice medicine was revoked 5 years ago. Pinggan Chen uttered a sentence that caused the female doctor to look dismayed. Pinggan Chen could have deceived the woman in front of him by saying that he had gone out without it, but he was too lazy to lie to the other party. There was no need to, so he directly told the other party the truth. The woman froze for several seconds before coming back to her senses, her heart suddenly darkening with joy. However, her face didn't show it, but instead, she boarded up her face with an angry look. The license to practice medicine has been revoked. Either there is something wrong with the medical skills or the character. This is a matter of human life. You, a quack whose license to practice medicine has even been revoked, dares to mess with the injured. Can you afford to be responsible if something goes wrong? Everyone hurry up and blast this quack doctor who doesn't even have a license to practice medicine outside. Don't give him access to the injured, lest he cause them a second injury. The female doctor who had seized the handle of Chen Pinggan immediately called on the crowd once again to blast Chen Pinggan outside the crowd. The crowd had already heard the conversation between the two clearly just now, and at the female doctor's command, they blasted Pinggan Chen out of the crowd without saying a word for the sake of the provincial lord's safety. This injured person's condition is very bad. It will be too late if we don't resuscitate him in time. I can stabilize the injured person's injuries with the art of traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture before the ambulance arrives. So don't you guys get in the way of me saving him. Chen Pinggan angrily rebuked the crowd somewhat angrily, but the crowd saw that he had even had his license to practice medicine revoked. They all thought that he was a quack. And the woman from before was the chief surgeon of the provincial people's hospital, and with that female doctor there, none of the provincial lord's men would give him a chance. In a while you will have to beg me. Pinggan Chen finally had no choice but to helplessly retreat outside the crowd. He wanted to see how this woman would end up in a while. I, a medical expert who has returned from further studies overseas, would beg a quack whose license to practice medicine has even been revoked? Pu xin nan. The female doctor in the crowd heard Chen Pinggan's last words, and she shouted at Chen Pinggan's back with a disdainful face behind him. Chapter 115, let her come over and beg me in person. Pinggan Chen did not want to waste his breath with this kind of person and looked in Jiang Chuyan's direction after coming out of the crowd. As a result, there was no longer a figure of Jiang Chuyan's mother and daughter. After asking a few people around him, he realized that just as he squeezed into the crowd, Jiang Chuyan crossed the guardrail of the highway with her daughter in her arms and headed to a nearby village. Pinggan Chen guessed that the other party should be afraid that he would ask about his daughter's cornea, so he took advantage of his lack of attention to escape. Without even thinking about it, Pinggan Chen followed suit and quickly chased after him through the guardrail of the highway towards the nearby village. However, even after he searched around the village, he did not find Jiang Chuyan's mother and daughter's silhouettes. In the vastness of the sea, for a while he really did not know where to look for them. At this time, Pinggan Chen felt for the first time in his heart that a person's power was limited, and longed to establish his own power. If he had a powerful force in his hands, he could immediately mobilize his forces to look for them. The Southwest King competition in a few days was a good opportunity. As long as he became the king of the underground forces in the 3 southwestern provinces, he would be able to mobilize his forces to look for Jiang Chuyan's mother and daughter, as well as his own mother and sister. Previously, Pinggan Chen had only agreed to Gao Weiwei's participation in the Southwest King contest in order to find out who the person behind that year was, but now there was one more reason. This time, the Southwest King competition must be taken. Pinggan Chen returned to the highway while thinking. Just as Pinggan Chen returned to the highway, he realized that the group of people from earlier had started to riot again. The female doctor from before was angrily surrounded by those henchmen of the provincial lord and was fumbling around explaining something. Pinggan Chen listened to their conversation from afar. It should be that the provincial lord was dying and the provincial lord's men were blaming the female doctor. Pinggan Chen walked over to the crowd again with interest. The female doctor in the crowd was sharp-eyed and quickly saw Pinggan Chen walking over. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes. The provincial lord was about to give up his breath. She had failed to stabilize the provincial lord's injuries even after exerting all her strength. The ambulance had been slow to provide any news up to now, and giving up his breath was just something that would happen sooner or later. Once the provincial master is out of breath, his own career is probably at an end. Wasn't this kid trying to steal the credit from himself just now? He now asked people to invite him over to rescue the provincial master. And if the provincial master can't be rescued in a while, he can put the blame on this kid, and he can get away with it. Thinking of this, The female doctor immediately pointed at Pingon-chen and said a few words to those people surrounding her, and immediately a few people ran towards Pingon-chen. Sir, didn't you just say that you have a way to stabilize the provincial lord's injuries? Right now the provincial lord is in a very unstable condition. There is a risk of breaking at any time. Please go over and resuscitate the provincial lord. A secretary-like man quickly came to Pingon-chen's front anxiously saying to him, I'm just a quack who doesn't even have a license to practice medicine. I'm not qualified to rescue something like the provincial lord. You'd better hire a medical expert like her who has returned from overseas advanced studies. Chen Pingon pointed at the female doctor and said indifferently to the middle-aged secretary, Sir, it was indeed our fault just now. Now that human lives are at stake, please don't pay attention to those words we just said and make a move to rescue the provincial lord. That secretary apologized to Pingon-chen with an embarrassed face and pleaded with him. I'm a rather petty person. It's fine for me to step in regardless of my past, but I have one condition. As long as you guys promise me, I'll step in right away. Even a mud man has 3 tempers. Pingon-chen thought about what had just happened and replied directly to that secretary. As long as you can salvage the provincial lord back, whatever condition you can mention. That secretary saw that even at this point in time Chen Pingon was still mentioning conditions, although he was angry, but the provincial lord was in critical condition. He could only endure, trying to calm his tone as much as possible. My request is simple. She personally comes over and begs me. Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven comes today, I won't make a move. Pingon-chen raised his eyebrows and pointed at the female doctor in the crowd. The moment his words came out, that secretary froze. The female doctor froze. Everyone else froze as well. Chapter 116, It Must Be a Return of Light. However, on second thought, the crowd also felt that this request from Chen Pingon was reasonable. Just now, people took the initiative to rescue the provincial lord, only to be blown away by that female doctor surnamed Xie, and sarcastically calling someone a quack. Even a mud man has a temper. If the encounter just now had happened to any of them, they might have made such a request as well. Even more excessive was possible. Kid, you're asking me, a medical expert who came back from further studies overseas, to beg for your help. You're dreaming. That female doctor's blood pressure came up as soon as she heard Pingon-chen's words, glaring fiercely at Pingon-chen and angrily roaring at him. She, Xie Shan, had been the proud daughter of heaven since she was a child, and had been accepted into a famous overseas medical school with excellent grades when she was in China, and at a young age, she was also famous even overseas, and was even known as the youngest medical expert when she returned to China. And when had she ever been so angry when she had gathered thousands of favorites in her life? If you don't beg me, I won't make a move. Pingon-chen indifferently leaned on the guardrail of the highway and shrugged his shoulders in response. Pingon-chen's words infuriated that Xie Shan. Dr. Xie, the provincial lord's situation can't be delayed anymore. Please focus on the bigger picture. That secretary walked up to that female doctor and said anxiously, upon hearing the secretary's words, and then turning her head to look at the provincial lord who was still lying on the ground about to break. In order not to get into trouble, Xie Shan could only clench her silver teeth and walk to Pingon-chen with a reluctant face. Please ask the divine doctor to go over and resuscitate the provincial lord. Xie Shan came in front of Chen Pingon and opened her mouth with a reluctant face to invite Chen Pingon. In her heart, she was thinking, in order to avoid trouble, old lady will now endure for a while. As long as this little cutie falls for the bait and makes a move to rescue the provincial lord, then one's purpose will have been achieved. At that time, the master of the province in the hands of this little cutie's hands to break his breath, then he himself can hold the responsibility clean. What I just said was for you to beg me, not invite me. Please show your sincerity. Facing Xie Shan's request, Pingon-chen corrected. Being embarrassed by Pingon-chen in front of so many people, Xie Shan felt her face burning. She really wanted to slap Pingon-chen's face, but in the end, she held back. Pray for the divine doctor to step in and rescue the provincial lord. This is always fine, right? After Xie Shan finished speaking, she did not give Chen Pingon a chance to embarrass her any further and directly ran to the side. Pingon-chen could also feel that the provincial lord was about to die, so he stopped bothering with the other party and walked to the provincial lord and squatted down in front of him to take his pulse again. After a while, Pingon-chen looked at that Xie Shan with some surprise. Although this woman's temper stunk a bit, she still had some medical skills. When he was blasted out just now, the provincial lord was already dying and could last for another 10 minutes or so at most. But now that he had already circled back from the nearby village, at least 20 to 30 minutes had passed. From the provincial lord's pulse, it could be seen that Xie Shan had given the provincial lord emergency resuscitation treatment. If it wasn't for the accident and the ambulance was blocked in the middle of the road and couldn't come that fast, the provincial master could really hold out until the ambulance arrived. However, now is not the time to think about this. Looking at the provincial lord who will soon die, Ping and Shan took out the gold needle to resuscitate the provincial lord. Next to Xia Shanshan. When she saw that Ping An Shan was actually using the gold needle to resuscitate the provincial lord, a look of disdain appeared in her eyes. In her mind, Chinese medicine practitioners were all cheats. Even if there were some who had some strength, they were those old Chinese doctors who were in their 70s and relied on experience. The Qin Pingan in front of her looked about the same age as herself. How could she have learned the essence of Chinese medicine? She could not even save the provincial master with Western medicine. She was waiting to see Qin Pingan panicked in a while. However, just when Xia Shanshan wanted to see Qin Pingan laugh and let Qin Pingan take the blame for her, the next scene completely shocked her eyes. This was because she realized that after a few of Pingan Shen's golden needles had pierced into a few of the provincial lord's major acupoints, the originally pale and bloodless provincial lord's face turned rosy at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, as if his essence had returned. How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. It must be a return to the light. Chapter 117, Chesty, brainless idiot. At the time when Master Mu had been dead for 3 days and had been put into a coffin, Ping and Shan was able to rely on a golden needle and magical techniques to bring the other party back to life. The provincial lord in front of him was only seriously injured. He had not yet died. Ping and Shan input his internal force into the other party's body through the golden needle, nourishing the other party's organs and bowels. The provincial lord's injuries naturally stabilized and did not continue to deteriorate. The provincial lord's injuries seem to have been eased. It seems that at the critical moment, it's still our old ancestors' Chinese medicine that works. That's right. Although Western medicine is faster than Chinese medicine in many aspects, but once Western medicine leaves the machine, it's just like a blind man. Although the people around were all laymen, they could still see the obvious change on the provincial master's face, and they were all talking to each other. Those few men of the provincial lord even regretted listening to Xia Shanshan's words and blowing Pingan Shen away just now, or else the provincial lord might have woken up by now. The crowd's murmurs made Xia Shanshan's face turn pale. If Pingan Shen had resuscitated the provincial lord, then all the credit would have been taken away by Pingan Shen. Moreover, by a comparison, it would appear that her medical skills were spicy and she was the quack. Damn it! Xia Shanshan couldn't help but curse in her heart. Originally, she had only wanted to make Pingan Shen a scapegoat, but now she had botched it instead. At this moment, Xia Shanshan very much regretted allowing Qin Pingan to resuscitate the provincial lord, and still begged the other party to resuscitate the provincial lord. However, if she didn't let the other party resuscitate the provincial lord and the provincial lord died at her own hands, then it would have an even greater impact on her, and this was really an insoluble problem. The only hope was that the provincial lord was just returning to life now. Thinking of this, she immediately squatted down and used her hand to open the provincial lord's eyes to examine him. However, she was even more shocked after checking. The provincial lord wasn't even having a flashback? His injuries had really stabilized, and were still developing in a better direction. This brat had not only robbed himself of credit by relying on a few golden needles, but also stole his own thunder. No, yet he couldn't let the other party continue to treat the provincial lord. Cough. Just as Xia Shanshan was thinking about how to make the credit for rescuing the provincial lord his own, the provincial lord coughed twice and slowly opened his eyes now. Burial dragon ring? When the provincial lord woke up, the first thing he saw was the burial dragon ring on Ping and Shen's hand and asked in a weak tone, "Provincial lord, you've woken up. How are you feeling?" "The provincial lord has woken up. Why don't you hurry up and pull off these needles of yours?" After Xia Shanshan finished speaking, she immediately reached out to pull out those 3 golden needles that Ping and Shen still had stuck on the provincial lord's body. When Ping and Shen administered the needles to the provincial lord, he used the 3-talent formation needle technique inside the 9-dragon medical classic, using the gold needles to set up a triple talent formation in the body of the provincial master. This triple talent formation would lock the true chi that Ping and Shen had inputted into the body of the provincial master inside the body of the provincial master to nourish the body of the provincial master. Ping and Shen was still concentrating on nourishing the provincial lord's body with his internal energy. He did not even think that the other party would go and pull out his golden needle. Stop! Seeing Xia Shanshan's move, Chen Pingan's face changed dramatically and he hurriedly spoke out to stop it. But it was already too late. After one of the golden needles was pulled out by Xia Shanshan, the 3 talents formation needle was instantly broken. The true chi that Ping and Shen had input into the provincial lord instantly leaked out, and the provincial lord's face that had originally become rosy instantly turned pale, and his mouth even directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood before he fainted once again. What is going on here? I didn't mean it. Xia Shanshan was startled by the change in the provincial lord and became panicked. Chesty, brainless fool. Pingan Shen couldn't help but stink and curse before picking the golden needle back up and stabbing it back into the previous acupuncture point once again. No wonder Pingan Shen was angry. This 3 talents formation acupuncture of his was not the same as ordinary acupuncture. Once the formation was formed, the true qi he inputted into the provincial lord's body would form a closed loop, with the true qi circulating in the provincial lord's body to nourish it. Once one of the golden needles was pulled out, the balance would be instantly broken, and the true qi would wreak havoc in the body of the provincial lord, impacting the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the provincial lord, causing great damage to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. So after Xia Shanshan pulled out the golden needles, the provincial lord's injuries immediately became severe. Xia Shanshan was scolded by Pingon Shan, but she couldn't even say anything to retort. Chapter 118 Riding in the Passenger Car. After the golden needles were reset, it took Pingon Shan a great deal of effort to stabilize the provincial lord's injuries once again. Before the provincial lord could wake up again, the sound of an ambulance came from the distance and quickly approached them. When Xia Shanshan, who was originally in a rage, heard the sound of the ambulance, her face immediately revealed a joyful expression and she immediately got up to welcome the ambulance. Quickly, carry the provincial master into the ambulance and send him to the hospital. Xia Shanshan commanded the 120 people to carry the provincial lord. However, this time, she had learned from her previous experience and did not recklessly pull out the golden needles on the provincial master's body, as long as she got to the hospital before the provincial lord woke up, so that the provincial lord would think that she had resuscitated him. The credit would still be her own at that time. And when Pingon Shen saw that the ambulance had arrived and that the provincial lord's injuries had stabilized, he directly pulled out the 3 golden needles and had the hospital people carry the provincial lord into the ambulance. He also followed into the ambulance, intending to take a ride to Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Why are you still coming up here? The provincial lord's injuries have stabilized. The ambulance's first aid facilities can ensure the provincial lord's safe arrival at the hospital. The car can't seat so many people. Please get down. Xia Shanshan thought that Qin Pingon was going to follow to the provincial people's hospital to steal the credit from her. Her face sank and she casually found a reason to drive Qin Pingon out of the car. The doctors and nurses all looked at Qin Pingon in surprise. Unsure, Xia Shanshan's action made Qin Pingon frown. The driver of the ambulance was an old driver of the Jiangzhou People's Hospital, and had traveled with Qin Pingon quite a few times before, and turned his head to see Qin Pingon in a daze. Dr. Chen, why is it you? If there aren't enough seats in the back, you can sit here on the passenger side. After the driver recognized Pingon Shen, he enthusiastically pulled Pingon Shen hard to the co-pilot. This scene caused Xia Shanshan to be speechless for a while, glaring at the driver with a resentful face, watching as Chen Pingon sat on the passenger side. Old Su, it's been a long time, how have you been these years? After getting into the co-pilot, Pingon Shen was too lazy to pay attention to the woman and chatted with the driver. Lao Su, same old, how about you? When did you come out? Did you find out who framed you for what happened back then? Old Su started the car, turned on the emergency sound, and rushed towards the hospital. Old Su understood Chen Pingon's character, and had never believed that Chen Pingon would do something like forcing a female college student. Even if Chen Pingon was sentenced in the end, he always felt that Chen Pingon was framed by someone. Xia Shanshan in the back could only look at Chen Pingon's back, hating his teeth but unable to do anything about it, because it is an ambulance. The car also has first aid injured, and the identity is not simple. The ambulance down the highway. There is already a law enforcement team at the highway intersection waiting for them. The road in front of them has been opened up a green channel. Under the escort of the law enforcement team, the ambulance returned to the Jiangzhou People's Hospital unhindered. At this moment, the hospital has already organized manpower to wait at the entrance of the hospital. The ambulance just stopped. The car's owner of the province was Xia Shanshan and other people pushed into the resuscitation room. After bidding farewell to the driver Lao Su, Chen Pingon immediately called Li Runan. Runan, I've arrived at Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Where are you and your aunt and uncle? After the call was connected, Chen Pingon hurriedly asked, Pingon, my mom and I are over here in the operating room. You hurry over. Li Runan's voice with a sobbing tone came from the other end of the phone, as well as the voice of Li Runan's mother arguing with someone else. Pingon Shen's heart sank when he heard this, and he immediately rushed towards the operating room. He was working here before he went to jail, and he knew the Jiangzhou People's Hospital like the back of his hand. He quickly rushed outside the operating room, and at a glance he saw Li Runan's mother and daughter, who were already crying into tears. Chapter 119 You Scum. At this moment, Li Runan's mother and daughter were stopped by the hospital security guards outside the operating room. Li Runan mother and daughter cried and fought with the security guards, wanting to rush into the operating room, but they were women after all, and were quickly pressed against the wall by the security guards. Stop! Seeing this scene, Pingon Shen yelled, quickly stepped forward and slashed at the necks of the 2 security guards, who fainted before they could react. Pingon, quickly go in and save my father. Seeing that Pingon Shen had arrived, Li Runan seemed to have grabbed the straw that saved her life, grabbing Pingon Shen's hand and shouting to Pingon Shen in a pleading tone. What happened? Seeing Li Runen's appearance, Chen Pinggan asked anxiously, "The people in the hospital said that my dad is not going to make it. Tricked my mom into signing an agreement to donate his remains for free. Now they are in the operating room to dissect my dad's remains to take his organs. Please save my dad." Li Runen cried and briefly told the matter to Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan's face immediately grimaced. After helping Li Runen up, without saying anything, he directly walked to the door of the operating room. According to his previous memory, he entered the password to open the door of the operating room, and brought Li Runen mother and daughter to break into the operating room. At this moment, there are several doctors and nurses surrounding an operating table inside the operating room, preparing to dissect a male corpse. "Stop! You can't touch my father's remains." Li Runen hurriedly ran forward and pushed those people away, tightly protecting her dad's corpse. Those doctors and nurses didn't expect someone to barge in at this time, and without defense, several were pushed back by Li Runen and sat on their asses on the ground. "Who let you guys in? Your family has already signed the agreement to donate the remains before. It's useless for you to back out now. Security guards, what are you doing? Hurry up and pull the family out." The person in charge in the operating room reacted and immediately yelled at the door. This patient had just passed away, and the organs had to be removed as soon as possible. Otherwise the organs would necrose over time, and even if they were removed, they would be of little use. But after he shouted a few times, no security guard outside responded to him. "You don't need to shout. The security guard has already been knocked out by me," Pinggan Shen said to that person in charge in a talkative manner. Only then did that person in charge notice Pinggan Chen standing behind Li Runen's mother. "Pinggan Chen, you came out?" When that person in charge saw Chen Pinggan, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he stammered and asked, "Are you surprised that I came out?" Pinggan Chen walked over to Li Runen's father's corpse and asked that person in charge while taking Li Runen's father's pulse. This person in charge was no one else but his former nemesis Huang Jinghua, who was in the same department but was not on good terms. Huang Jinghua's face suddenly changed when he saw Chen Pinggan taking the pulse of the corpse on the operating table. "Hurry up and stop him!" that Huang Jinghua yelled at the others while running to stop Chen Pinggan. At first, Pinggan Chen wondered why the other party's reaction was so big, but in the next second, a look of anger appeared on his face. This was because he realized that Li Runen's father was not dead at all. Although he was already in shock, he could still be resuscitated with the medical conditions of the People's Hospital of Zhengzhou City. But these people not only did not resuscitate, but instead tricked Li Runen's mother into signing an agreement to donate her remains, which was simply heartless. "You scum!" Chen Pinggan turned his head and kicked that rushing Huang Jinghua away, angrily rebuking the crowd inside the operating room. If he wasn't in a hurry to resuscitate Li Runen's father, he probably couldn't help but go up and get these scums killed. Chapter 120, Anyone who dares to cross the line will suffer the consequences. "Runen, calm down, your father is still saved." After Pinggan Chen angrily rebuked Huang Jinghua and the others, he turned to Li Runen and said, "Pinggan, what did you just say? My father is not dead?" Li Runen, who was holding her father's remains, thought that she had misheard, and asked excitedly with a face of disbelief. When she had just rushed to the hospital, her mom had told her that her dad had already left, and his last wish was to see her one last time before he left. Such news was like a bolt from the blue to her, making her feel like the sky was spinning all of a sudden. She regretted why she didn't come back earlier. Even if she could have been an hour or two earlier, she could still see her dad's last face. Now, Pinggan Chen's words raised a ray of hope in her heart. Although she knew that it was impossible for Pinggan Chen to joke with himself about such things, she still couldn't help but open her mouth to confirm once again before she felt relieved. "That's right, your father still has a weak pulse. I'm sure I can bring him back. Trust me." Chen Pinggan helped Li Runen to stand on one side, grasped her shoulders with both hands and looked at her to comfort her. "Well, I believe you." Receiving confirmation from Pinggan Chen, Li Runen was so excited that her body trembled. "Aha!" Pinggan Chen nodded and immediately turned around and took out his 3 golden needles from inside the burial dragon ring, sticking the golden needles into the acupoints on Li Runen's father's body. He formed the 3 talents formation needles to stabilize the little bit of his pulse, and then restored Li Runen's father's heartbeat with the magical techniques inside the 9 dragons medical cannon. As long as the patient's heartbeat is restored and blood is supplied to the body and brain, the rest will be much easier to handle. The 3 talents needle technique was the highest level needle technique he could currently use within the 9 dragons medical classic. Combined with internal force, it could treat general ailments. Once he collected more golden needles, he would slowly be able to unlock the more advanced 4 elements formation, 5 elements formation, 6 harmonies formation, 7 stars formation, 8 trigrams formation, 9 palaces formation, and other needle techniques. The more advanced the needle technique, the less internal energy it requires. After collecting all 9 golden needles to unlock the 9 palace array needles, it doesn't even need internal force and other techniques to work with. Just 9 golden needles will be able to live a dead man's flesh and bones. At that time, the person he wanted to protect, the king of hell himself, would be helpless. Hurry up and stop him. That Huang Jinghua immediately had people go up to stop Pingon Chen. This was because once Li's father on the operating table was saved, there was a risk that they would be accused of intentional homicide by the patient's family. Hearing Huang Jinghua's words, Chen Pingon put down the golden needle in his hand and used the scalpel to draw a line 2 meters in front of the operating table. All listen to me. Whoever dares to cross the line will suffer the consequences. Pingon Chen coldly warned Huang Jinghua and the others. Conceited you mom. You guys don't believe his bull ****** there. I don't believe he dares to do anything to us. And there are still so many of us. When Huang Jinghua saw Chen Pingon's actions, he cursed in a violent rage while doing so. While reaching out, he pushed a doctor beside him who was about the same size as Chen Pingon to pounce on him. Pingon, be careful, Li Runan hurriedly warned. However, Pingon Chen had already acted before she could speak. He only saw him snort coldly and fling the scalpel in his hand at the doctor who lunged at him. Ah! A miserable scream that made goosebumps rise in one's ears resounded in the operating room. The doctor who had lunged at Pingon Chen knelt in front of the line. Unable to cross the line drawn by Pingon Chen, the crowd fixed their eyes, and in the next second, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because they realized that the scalpel that Pingon Chen had flung out nailed the doctor's feet directly to the ground. What made them even more afraid was that the scalpel had gone all the way into the foot in the ground, with only a little bit of the handle left on it. They should know that it was a concrete floor. How much strength did it take to do that? Chapter 121. This is too amazing, isn't it? Director Huang, save me. That doctor immediately begged for help from Huang Jinghua and the others after screaming miserably. Huang Jinghua ran forward and tried to pull out that scalpel, but a scene that embarrassed him appeared. The scalpel had nailed the doctor to the ground so firmly that he couldn't pull it out even with all his strength, causing the doctor to continue screaming in pain. You guys hurry up and help him stop the bleeding. I'll notify the dean and the fire department to come over. Huang Jinghua had to let the nurse stop the doctor's bleeding on the spot, then dialed the dean's cell phone. At this moment, the dean was discussing the provincial lord's injuries inside the conference room with Xie Shanshan and the others. Director Xie, didn't you say before that the provincial lord's injuries were very serious, with multiple organs ruptured and hemorrhaging, and that he needed an organ transplant immediately? Now what's the situation here? The provincial master's 5 organs and 6 bowels are all in good condition, and have even been removed from the threatening stage long ago. The 50-something-year-old dean looked at Xie Shanshan with a serious face and questioned. The other experts of Jiangzhou City People's Hospital also looked at Xie Shanshan, the youngest expert in their hospital, with puzzled faces. Previously, Xie Shanshan had called back to say that the provincial master had been in a car accident on the highway, and that his injuries were serious, with multiple organs ruptured and hemorrhaging, and that he needed to undergo an organ transplant immediately, so that the hospital could prepare for it right away. In order to transplant organs for the provincial master, their hospital received the news and immediately called experts to discuss based on the information Xie Shanshan sent back. They discussed and decided to give up the rescue of a critically ill patient who was transferred to their hospital from another place yesterday and tricked the family into signing the agreement to donate the remains of the matter. Anyway, that patient's disease was already in an advanced stage and could not be cured. Even if they tried their best to resuscitate the patient, at most they would only be able to keep that patient going for another week or so. Moreover, the patient's family didn't look like rich people. So this would not only save the provincial lord's life, but also help that patient save a large amount of medical expenses. But the result of the provincial master back to the hospital, they found that the provincial master's vital signs are stable. The body's injuries are not serious, as if it is just because of shock fainted yet to wake up. At first, they thought it was a problem with those machines that they checked. They changed several machines, and after several expert consultations, they found that there was nothing wrong with the machines at all. This might be that I was too nervous at that time after knowing the identity of the other party. So, I misdiagnosed it. Facing the questioning of the dean and the other experts, Xie Shanshan was also dumbfounded and didn't know how to explain it for a while, so she could only stutter and answer in a haphazard manner. After she examined the provincial lord at that time, she did find that the provincial lord's injuries were serious and he was already in critical condition. How did he suddenly get better now? Suddenly, the scene of Pingon Chen treating the provincial lord with a golden needle surfaced in her mind. Could it be because that man had cured the provincial lord's injuries by giving him acupuncture with golden needles? 3 needles could cure such a serious injury. This was too amazing, right? But other than this, she really couldn't find any other reason. However, it was impossible for her to tell the crowd about the fact that she had met Pingon Chen on the highway and that he had treated the provincial lord with magical Chinese medicine. Not only did she not tell the dean about Pingon Chen, but she also negotiated with the provincial lord's secretary that no one would mention this matter. The secretary was also dissatisfied with Pingon Chen's previous attitude. Coupled with the benefits given by Xie Shanshan, She had already promised Xia Shanshan that this matter would not be disclosed. In this way, the credit for rescuing the provincial lord and bringing him back from the brink of death would be hers. Xia Shanshan, what do you want me to say about you? The dean was stunned by Xia Shanshan's words. A single misdiagnosis to push the responsibility clean? He was almost half dead with anger. Most importantly, that critically ill patient who was transferred to their hospital yesterday was already on the handstand, and Huang Jinghua and the others were performing an autopsy on that critically ill patient to retrieve his organs. This is a crime. Once this matter is exposed outwards, not only the hospital reputation is not guaranteed, his job is also followed by not guaranteed, and even have to go to jail. Just as the dean was being exasperated by Xia Shanshan's words, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chapter 122, The Chen Pingan is back. The dean glanced at the incoming call. It was actually from Huang Jinghua, who was in charge of dissecting that critically ill patient. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart and immediately picked up the phone. Dean, something big is wrong. That person is back. And he even broke into the operating room to stop us from harvesting that patient's organs. Just after connecting, Huang Jinghua's panicked voice came over the phone, startling the dean as well. Who came back? Tell me clearly, the dean asked with a confused look on his face. That Chen Pingan is back. Only then did Huang Jinghua on the other end of the cell phone make things clear. What? That Pingan Chen, he even came out? And broke into the operating room to stop you guys from removing the organs? You stabilize him first. I'll bring someone over right away. The dean hung up the phone and immediately left the conference room to rush towards the operating room. The others all shook when they heard the words Ping and Chen and immediately stood up from their seats like the dean and rushed to the operating room. Ping and Chen? Is that the genius doctor who was convicted for forcing several female college students? As soon as Xia Shanshan heard the words Pingan Chen, she immediately pulled a colleague beside her and asked. She came back from overseas and joined Zhengzhou People's Hospital. Usually when chatting, she heard her old colleagues talking about this Pingan Chen. It is said that this Pingan Chen is about the same age as herself, but as early as 5 years ago, he was already the backbone of Zhengzhou People's Hospital, and also by strength step by step to climb up, not half rely on relations. Known as their province's youngest genius doctor, but 5 years ago because of the tadpole on the brain, forced a few female university and then sentenced to imprisonment, revoked the qualification to practice medicine. Many of the hospital's older employees said they didn't believe he would do such a thing, but the facts were right in front of them, so they couldn't accept them. In order to eliminate the impact of that incident on the hospital is not allowed to discuss this person, and destroy all information about this person. She had always been eager to see what this genius teenage doctor who was so controversial in their hospital actually looked like. Thinking of this, Xia Shanshan followed the crowd to rush to the rescue room. When they rushed to the door of the operating room, they found 2 fainted security guards lying at the entrance. A group of people walked into the operating room with gloomy faces. How is you? When Xia Shanshan followed the crowd into the operating room and saw Chen Pingan, who was treating Li Runan's father next to the operating table, she couldn't help but exclaim. How could she not have thought that the genius teenage doctor that the crowd was talking about was actually the man that she had met on the highway? No wonder the other party's medical skills were so brilliant. The provincial lord's injuries were beyond even her help, but they were all stabilized and cured by a few of his golden needles. But wasn't the other party a Western doctor? How did he become a Chinese medicine practitioner? Xia Shanshan foolishly looked at Chen Pingan, who was fully concentrating on saving people, annoyed and disorganized. Ping and Chen, stop it quickly. The dean did not know how messed up Xia Shanshan's annoyance was at the moment. Seeing that Pingan Chen was trying to save Li Runan's father, he hurriedly stopped him. There was not even time to check on the doctor who was nailed to the ground for attending Lian. Their hospital had already declared this patient dead before and had the family sign an agreement to donate the remains. They could only make mistakes now, or else if things got out of hand, they would definitely not have a good time. After the dean finished speaking, he immediately wanted to go forward to stop Pingan Chen, but was immediately pulled back by that Huang Jinghua. Dean, be careful. Pingan Chen has drawn a line here, saying that once anyone dares to cross this line then they will suffer the consequences. Xiao Lu had his feet stapled to the ground by him just now. Huang Jinghua pointed at a line in front of that doctor and said to the dean. Chapter 123, Swimming and Waiting. After Huang Jinghua's reminder, the dean and the others then noticed the doctor who was nailed to the ground by the scalpel. This was done by Pingan Chen? After the dean and Xia Shanshan and the others realized the tragic state of that doctor, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air just like Huang Jinghua and the others did at first. Was this something that human strength could do? According to normal circumstances, even if one were to hit it with a hammer, one wouldn't necessarily be able to drive a scalpel into the ground so deeply, right? And it also nailed a person's foot plate together on the ground. Huang Jinghua did not say anything, but only nodded his head silently, proving that this was indeed Pingan Chen's handiwork just now. The dean didn't dare to act rashly now, and even more so, He didn't dare to call the police, because he didn't even know how to end it once it became a big deal. The only way was to bribe Chen Pingan with money to make him stop. In his mind, Ping and Chen must be because he just got out of prison and had no money, so he wanted to blackmail them in such a way. Chen Pingan, I think we can go outside and have a chat alone. The dean spoke up. I don't have anything to talk to you guys. You're waiting to go to jail. Pingan Chen coldly responded to the dean's words while continuously feeding real chi inside Li's father's body through the golden needles. Pingan Chen, the deceased's family has already signed the body donation agreement. This body is now our hospital's. You are not qualified to mess with this body. The dean thought that Pingan Chen wanted to pin them down and then make a lion's share of the money. He immediately took the matter of the agreement out and said things to make Pingan Chen know what to do. The premise of that agreement that you tricked the patient's family into signing was that the patient was already dead. If the patient is not dead, that agreement is invalid. In the face of the dean and the others talking about things with the agreement, Chen Pingan was not afraid at all and directly sneered. What do you mean? The patient has been cut off for several hours now. Do you think you still have a way to bring him back to life and invalidate the agreement? Facing Chen Pingan's sneer, the dean said without a trace of anger. Whether or not, you can wait and see. After saying these words, Pingan Chen no longer paid attention to the dean and Huang Jinghua and the others, and went all out to resuscitate Li's father. The dean and the others all had a sneer on their faces when they saw Pingan Chen's actions. Pingan Chen used to be known as a genius doctor in their hospital, but he was not a miracle doctor who could bring the dead back to life. Can you still bring the dead back to life if you are a genius? Only Xie Shanshan's mind recalled the scene where Chen Pingan saved the provincial lord on the highway, and a bad feeling could not help but rise in her heart. Dean, hurry up and stop him, otherwise once he saves the patient back to life, it will be confirmed that we have intentionally killed someone, and then we will have no defense. Xie Shanshan reminded the dean in a worried whisper. Director Xie, don't worry, that patient has already been cut off for half a day. Even if the greatest immortal came, it's impossible to save him, he's too self-conscious. Huang Jinghua couldn't help but say from the side. The dean also nodded and said, Director Huang is right, let alone the fact that that patient has already cut off his breath. Even if he didn't cut off his breath, with that patient's disease it's impossible for him to save him back. Director Xie, just put your heart at ease. The dean's words made Xie Shanshan look anxious, but she didn't know how to explain. The Pingan Chen in front of her had already performed a miracle in front of her. Maybe he would perform another miracle in a moment to save that patient back? But, Xie Shanshan wanted to say something else, but just as her words left her mouth, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Not only was Xie Shanshan stunned, even the dean and the others were all shocked, looking unbelievably at Chen Pingan in front of the operating table and the corpse on the operating table, which they had recognized as having been dead for half a day, because they realized from the electrocardiogram that Li Runan's father, who had already been out of breath for half a day, had miraculously recovered his heartbeat in the moment they were talking. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The dean and Huang Jinghua and the others expressed their disbelief in the scene they saw in front of them. Some of them even thought that they had blurred their eyes and rubbed their own eyes before looking again. But the final fact directly crushed the little bit of fantasy in their hearts. Li Runan's father not only recovered his heartbeat, but also moved his fingers a few times, proving that he had regained consciousness. In the crowd's unbelievable gaze, Li's father finally slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 124, Won't Stop. Dad, you finally woke up. You scared your daughter to death, you know? Li Runan was the first to go forward and hold her dad's hand, saying excitedly while shedding tears, Runan, is it really you? Dad isn't dreaming, right? Li's father still thought he was dreaming, unconsciously reaching out to caress his daughter's face. When he felt the warmth of his daughter's face, he was sure that it was not a dream, but real. Dead ghost, I am sorry for you. For $100,000 almost made a big mistake. Li Runan's mother also went up and grabbed Li's father's other hand, confessing to him with a face of remorse. Before the hospital people called her alone to the office to understand their family's family situation. After knowing that their family's family is not good, the hospital people said that her husband is hopeless. If after Li's father's death, their family is willing to donate the deceased's remains to the hospital not only does not charge the previous medical expenses, but will also reward $100,000, and in the future, she can use this $100,000 for her old age. At first, when she heard the doctor say that her husband was hopeless, Li's mother was also a bolt from the blue, thinking about what she and her daughter should do in the future. When the hospital induced her to sign the body donation agreement, thinking of her daughter's hard work over the years, she hesitated and signed the agreement. When Li Runan rushed back from Longchang and heard about the incident, she was so angry that she scolded her, and only then did she regret it. But people have been hospital pushed away. She can only cry silently. Then she and her daughter went to the operating room to make a scene, and in the end, Pingan Chen appeared and not only snatched back her husband's remains, but also brought back her husband, who had already died. Runen, let's get out of here first. Pingon Shan stopped channeling his true chi into Li's father's body, then reminded Li Runen. Right, let's get out of here first. Li Runen woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly helped her father down from that cold operating table, put on her clothes and assisted her to leave. Can't let them leave, the dean said to the crowd around him with a gloomy face. The security guards that he had secretly notified earlier had also come to take their positions behind them by this time, and the head of the security guards immediately brought a few people forward to stop Pingon Shen, wanting to put him under control. Get out of the way. Pingon Shen spoke to those security guards in a flat tone. Take him down. The head of the security guards had real kung fu in him, or he would be intimidated by Pingon Shen's words. In order to perform in front of the dean and the others, the security captain was the first to rush towards Pingon Shen. Seek death. Pingon Shen casually picked up a scalpel and slashed at that security captain's body a few times with great speed. Just when that security captain thought that Pingon Shen was messing around, he suddenly felt a cool chill on his body. He subconsciously looked down and immediately his entire face finished red. This was because he realized that the clothes on his body had already been cut into strips of cloth by the scalpel in Pingon Shen's hand and fell to the ground. The only thing left on his entire body was a pair of underwear covering his vital parts that hadn't fallen off yet. The other security guards who rushed towards Pingon Shen behind the security captain were subdued by this scene, and were dumbfounded by Pingon Shen and their captain. Not only were those security guards subdued, even the dean and the others were subdued. Pingon Shen took advantage of the moment when the crowd froze and flashed past the dean and the others like a gust of wind before returning to his original position, looking at the crowd with a smirk on his face. When the crowd reacted, they realized that their bodies were also chilled, and when they looked down, their bodies were all the same as the security chief, and all their clothes had turned into strips of cloth and fallen to the ground. Even Xia Shanshan and the nurses were no better, with only a pair of underwear left to cover their shame. On the hospital side, except for the doctor who had been nailed to the floor by the scalpel earlier, everyone's clothes had turned into strips of cloth and fallen to the floor. Where had Xia Shanshan and those nurses encountered such a scene? A few women screamed and ran out of the operating room with their hands covering their chests in shame. The dean and the others, however, did not dare to move a muscle for fear that the scalpel in Pingon Shen's hand would fall on them. Pingon Shen glanced at the crowd, then dropped the scalpel and led the three Li family members towards the door. Pingon Shen, what will you do to stop? Watching the two of them, Pingon Shen and Li Runen, assisting the patient towards the door, the dean finally came back to his senses and looked at Pingon Shen's back with a somber face and asked, "It's simple. I'll give up when I let you scums get the punishment you deserve." Without looking back, Pingon Shen took the three Li family members and left the hospital, leaving only the pale and naked hospital crowd inside the operating room. Chapter 125, Provincial Lord's Gift. Dean, what should we do now? After Chen Pingon and the others left, Huang Jinghua's face was ugly and his attitude was careful as he asked the dean, "What else can we do?" "Cool it. Wasn't the one surnamed Li resuscitated by Pingon Shen? Now the provincial master is also not much of a problem. As long as we die not admit that the surname Li will be the patient did not die was carried on the operating table dissection to take the organs of the matter. He a person who has been in prison to speak words will not be believed." Everyone dispersed. What to do? After all, the dean was the head of a hospital, and had seen a lot of storms, and after thinking about it, he said to Huang Jinghua and the others, and then turned around and left the operating room. If anything really happened, he had already thought of a countermeasure, and when the time came, he would just push the matter directly onto Xia Shanshan's body. It's none of his business. The crowd heard the words of the dean also feel reasonable. Since the dean said so, that certainly will not have anything. The crowd cannot help but put the heart of that part of the worry down, wipe the head of the cold sweat and then follow the dean turned to leave the operating room. "Dean, Director Huang, save me." The doctor who was nailed to the ground by the scalpel saw the crowd just like this left, directly dumbfounded, howling at the back. "What are you screaming for? Your foot will have to wait for the firefighters to come before we can estimate what can be done. Just wait in peace." Huang Jinghua turned back and dropped a sentence in a bad mood, then hurriedly left. After Pingon Shen took Li Runen's family out of the hospital, he stopped a cab for them. "Pingon, aren't you coming with me? You saved my dad from the gates of hell. I haven't had a chance to properly thank you yet." Seeing that Chen Pingon did not get into the car, Li Runen looked up blearily at Chen Pingon and asked, "Uncle's illness hasn't healed yet. You first take Uncle and Auntie to find a hotel to stay in. I'll go to the pharmacy to grab some medicine and come back to regulate his body so that he can recover as soon as possible." Pingon Chen explained. "Well, then I'll send you the location after I find a hotel." Hearing Pingon Chen say so, Li Runen then put her heart at ease and left first. After seeing Li Runen's family leave, Chen Pingon also stopped a car to go to a nearby large-scale Chinese herbal medicine store. The herbs he needed were rather special, and ordinary herbal stores did not necessarily have the herbs he needed. Having grown up in Jiangzhou, Pingon Chen was very familiar with Jiangzhou, and soon he arrived at a large herbal pharmacy, and after more than half an hour he walked out of the herbal pharmacy carrying several packages of herbs. However, just as he came out there was a green Audi car parked in front of him. Just as Pingon Chen wanted to go around the car, an unfamiliar man got out of the car and blocked his way. "Sir, may I ask what's the matter?" Pingon Chen raised his eyebrows and asked strangely. The man in front of him was around 40 years old. His eyes were full of sharpness, as if he was a sharp sword ready to be sheathed at any time. At a glance, he knew that this was a veteran, but Pingon Chen was certain that he did not recognize this man, and had not even seen him before. "You are Chen Pingon, Divine Dr. Chen, right?" The man asked Pingon Chen in a neutral tone. "I am precisely Chen Pingon. May I ask who your honor is?" Chen Pingon looked curious as to how the other party knew about him. "I am the bodyguard and driver of the provincial lord. Thank you for saving the provincial lord's life on the highway. The provincial lord asked me to bring you a gift as a thank you to Divine Dr. Chen for saving his life." After that man finished speaking, he took out a 2-finger wide, 10-centimeter long delicate box from his pocket and handed it over to Pingon Chen's hand before turning around and leaving. When he was on the highway, that provincial lord only woke up for a moment, and before he even had time to speak, he fainted again because of that woman's recklessness. It was unthinkable that in this amount of time, he had remembered himself, and had even investigated his identity in such a short period of time. What made him even more curious was what exactly was this gift that the other party had given him. After waiting for that man to leave, Chen Pingon slowly opened the exquisite black box. Upon seeing what was inside, Chen Pingon's eyes widened and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face after he reacted. Chapter 126, The Fourth Golden Needle. It was because the thank you gift from the provincial lord turned out to be the fourth golden needle. He never imagined that he would be able to get the fourth golden needle that he had been missing after saving a random person by an unintentional act. Before he was released from prison, his master had told him that he only knew the whereabouts of the first 3 gold needles, but that he didn't need to worry. As long as there was a destiny for the gold needles, they would naturally appear in front of him when the destiny came to an end. At first, Pingon Chen thought that the master was fooling himself, but now it's true. It's too mysterious. It seemed that he had to do more good deeds and good things in the future. Now that he already had 4 golden needles in his hand, as long as he searched for 2 more golden needles, he would be able to inherit the Burial Dragon Palace's globally distributed and pervasive intelligence network. And according to Master, as long as one was in the secular world there was no such thing that could not be investigated by the Burial Dragon Palace's intelligence network. At that time, he would be able to find his mom and sister. After Pingon Chen collected his excitement, he carefully took the 4th golden needle out of the box and put it into the buried dragon ring, then stopped a car to go to the hotel that Li Runen had booked. Just now, Li Runen had already sent the address of the hotel to his cell phone. Pingon Chen planned to go to the hotel first to give Li's father a decoction of medicine to drink, and then study the 4th golden needle tonight. Half an hour later, Pingon Chen arrived at the hotel where Li Runen was staying and headed directly towards the room number that Li Runen had reported to him. When he arrived at the door, he suddenly heard a conversation between Li Runen and her mother coming from the room. Generally the soundproofing effect of this kind of high-end hotel was very good, but Pingon Chen's ear power had increased several times because of his cultivation, and leaning so close, he could hear a little bit of sound even if it was soundproofed. "Runen, you may think of that Chen Pingon as a buddy, but people don't think like that in their hearts. They definitely want to sleep with you, and then the rice is cooked. This kind of man who has been in jail is out, but it's hard to find any good job, and even less women are willing to marry, so he will try every possible way to cheat an honest girl like you. You have to keep an eye out. A moment later he comes. After he comes, you should find a way to let him go, and you are not allowed to interact with him anymore. With your figure and looks, Mom will find a matchmaker to introduce you to a rich one, and it won't be a problem for you to marry into a rich family." Li Mother's words made Chen Pingon frown, but on second thought, Mother Li's words didn't seem to be wrong. If it was an ordinary person, there was a high possibility that it would be like what she said when she came out. She was also only doing this for her daughter to have a good life for the rest of her life. People are selfish. There is no excuse for this. It's just that her words were heard by Chen Pingon, the person in question, and her heart felt a bit uncomfortable. It was only a little bit uncomfortable in her heart, not enough to make Chen Pingon angry. Li Runen replied to her mom's words, which made Chen Pingon a bit surprised. "Mom, how can you say this about Pingon? I believe that he was wronged by someone who counted on him for what he did before. We can't be that selfish as a human being. We have to know how to be thankful, just based on the fact that he just saved my dad's life. If he really can't get a wife, it's only natural for me to marry him as his wife. I'm going to give him a call to see where he's arrived. After he comes in a while, you can't mention this matter in front of him." Li Runen immediately opened the door after she finished speaking, only to happen to see Chen Pingon standing in the doorway. "When did you Arrive? Li Runan looked flustered and closed the door to prevent her mother from seeing Chin Pingan standing in the doorway before she stammered and asked. Arrived a while ago, Pingan Chen replied honestly. As soon as his words came out, Li Runan's face went white with a brush. Then, did you hear everything I just said to my mom? Pingan Chen nodded and did not deny it. Listen to my explanation. Actually my mom Li Runan's words were interrupted by Pingan Chen before she could even finish. You don't need to explain anything. I understand your mom's position. Pity the world's parents. She also misunderstood us for the sake of the rest of your life. But in order not to let the old man misunderstand, I won't go in for a while. Your father's chronic illness has been stabilized by me using the art of acupuncture. Decoct these medicines for him to drink. 2 courses of treatment and he will be cured. After Pingan Chen finished speaking, he shoved the large bag of herbs in his hand into Li Runan's hand and then turned to leave. Chen Pingan, Li Runan subconsciously called out to Pingan Chen. Is there anything else? Pingan Chen stopped, but did not turn around. Thank you for saving my dad. If you really can't get a wife, Li Runan couldn't get the last sentence out of her mouth. Chapter 127, 10,000 Elephant Wonder Book. Don't worry, I don't eat grasses on the edge of the nest, and on a more important note, I'm already married. Go away. Pingan Chen dropped a sentence and left the hotel, leaving Li Runan alone standing frozen in place. He's married? Didn't he just get out of prison? Li Runan muttered twice in tears and laughter. She thought that Chin Pingan's words I'm already married were a lie to her. In order to make her stop imagining things, the two of them were simply too familiar with each other, and she knew that Pingan Chen was simply too embarrassed to lay his hands on her. However, she agreed with her mother's words that a man like Chin Pingan, who had been in jail, and whose license to practice medicine had been revoked, would have a hard time finding a good job, and could only look for a job as a security guard, or a delivery boy, or a courier, and that it would be hard for him to get a wife in the future. Should you take the initiative? Li Runan's heart a little tangled. After Pingan Chen left the hotel where Li Runan's family lived, he also found a hotel in the neighborhood to stay. He didn't dare to live too far away, lest Li's father had any emergencies on his side and he couldn't rescue him in time. Chin Pingan had just completed the check-in procedures at the front desk of the hotel, took the room card and walked into the elevator. When the cars of Muwan Orange and her best friend Qin Shiyu happened to be parked in front of the hotel, the two of them had just arrived in Jiangzhou and happened to have booked the hotel where Pingan Chen was staying. After Pingan Chen came to his room, he organized his belongings, opened his canvas bag that had been washed white, and a hungry wolf mask fell out of it. This was taken off from the face of the manager of the 9 Stars KTV, and he had casually stuffed it into his bag after returning to his apartment with this hungry wolf mask after saving the two of them, Muwan Orange and Qin Shiyu. This time because Li Runan's father is critically ill. He returned to the apartment, casually took the bag, and Li Runan ran to Jiangzhou. This mask also followed. Pingan Chen threw the hungry wolf mask on the bed and after taking a hot shower took out the golden needle that the provincial lord had given him and stuck a needle in his finger. A drop of blood emerged from the finger and was then absorbed by the golden needle. The familiar scene appeared once again. A dazzling golden light erupted from the golden needle, and the entire room was instantly illuminated by the golden light. The golden light then seemed to shrink as if it would shrink, directly shrinking into a small point of light that silently and wordlessly disappeared into Pingan Chen's forehead. Pingan Chen's head instantly ached. However, he did not panic at all and silently endured it. Not long after, the pain gradually disappeared, and a lot of strange knowledge appeared inside his mind. There was alchemy, herb cultivation, array formation, weapon refining, detoxification, poisoning methods, qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, and other all-encompassing knowledge appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Even the 9 Dragons medical codex that he had already learned before was also in there. Pingan Chen knew that this was the Wanxiang Qishu inside the 4th golden needle. They were all sorts of great skills that the Burial Dragon Hall had collected over the past several thousand years, and could be described as all-encompassing. Chin Pingan first chose to learn the art of alchemy. This was because if he wanted to rapidly increase his cultivation, taking pills that could increase his internal strength was one of the fastest ways to do so. Pingan Chen spent 2 days in his hotel room learning less than 1/10 of the alchemy techniques in the Wanxiang Wonder Book. And just when Pingan Chen wanted to go to the pharmacy to buy herbs and try alchemy, Li Runan's phone call came over. Pingan, hurry over here. The phone had just been connected, and immediately came Li Runan's urgent voice. Before the phone was hung up, Chin Pingan thought that something had happened to Li's father's illness again, and immediately rushed towards the hotel where Li Runan was staying. When he arrived at the door of Li Runan's room, Pingan Chen realized that the door of Li Runan's room was not closed, but only hidden. He didn't think that much and directly pushed the door and walked in. As a result, just as he walked into the room, he was encircled by a pair of gentle hands from behind. Smelling the flavor behind him, Chen Pingan knew without thinking that it was Li Runan. It caused Chen Pingan to freeze, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face.